Aki, the hero once hailed as the strongest warrior, seemed to have reached the end of his life in a mortal battle against the demon race. However, in his final moments he witnessed a cruel reality. An even stronger class of demons known as the Bati, humanity it turned out, had never known their true power. Though it wasn't his fault, Aki took all the responsibility upon himself, blaming himself for failing to live up to the title of the strongest. But was this truly the end for that great warrior? The last thing he saw before his consciousness faded was a female demon reaching out her hand to him. Aki thought she was going to kill him, for he had slaughtered too many of her subordinates. Then everything sank into darkness, and death seemed to have arrived. Yet when a dazzling light appeared like a blazing sun in the dead of night, he opened his eyes in a completely unfamiliar body. The sounds of hurried footsteps and stern commands echoed through the spacious room. To his astonishment, this was not a battlefield but a training ground where an assessment was underway. He reached up to touch this new face, feeling every real breath, and was stunned to find it was not his own. His once handsome and powerful appearance was gone, leaving only this weak frame. In despair he asked himself, who am I? Where am I? Looking around, the world was no longer shrouded in the haze of war. This was Herrick City, where towering buildings stood within sturdy walls. In the room, Captain Ji Yaotong of the 3rd Squad was gravely explaining the details of the warrior evaluation. He spoke of humanity's bloody past. In the year 3069, 6 massive constellations fell upon the ancient king's steel, ushering in an apocalypse for Earth. From then on, demons appeared and massacred humans, forcing them to find a way to fight back by transplanting demon hearts to create weapons against the demons themselves. Just then the name Aki was mentioned again. But this was a story from 60 years ago. That strongest warrior, once known as the King, had led humanity against the demon tide. In a battle that lasted for weeks and shook the heavens and the earth, he had secured the 60 years of peace they enjoyed today. Hearing this, Aki froze. As the realization that he had traveled 60 years into the future hit him, everything in his mind seemed to shatter. Yaotong continued, his voice low with a hint of sorrow, telling the tale of the King, a great hero humanity had lost forever. You fell in battle against a Chi-Chi-class demon. That great conflict was later named the War of Dawn, a symbol of human faith and rebirth. Yet Aki knew with certainty that everything they believed was wrong. The enemy then was not a Chi-Chi, but a Baki, a class of demon 100 times stronger and more terrifying. Humanity had lived in peace for 60 years, yet they remained oblivious to the abyss they were facing. Yaotong clenched his fist, his voice ringing with conviction. He declared that without the warriors of the past there would be no world today, no peace, and certainly no this nation. Below, all the new recruits roared in unison, understood. Their voices merged into a powerful thunderous wave. Only Aki, the one who truly knew the past truth, whispered the word Baki in a voice laced with near despair. Though quiet, his whisper reached Yaotong's ears. He immediately strode forward, his tall frame and mountain-like presence so intimidating that one could barely lift their head. His cold gaze locked onto Aki as if trying to see right through him. Yaotong's voice was low, laced with killing intent, as he asked if Aki truly understood the meaning of the word warrior. Aki was stunned, unsure if he should reveal his true identity. He knew that even if he did, no one would believe him. It was ironic. The body he now possessed was also named Aki. To Yaotong this was an insult, an act of blasphemy against the legendary hero's name. He placed a hand on Aki's shoulder, looking down on him with contempt, his tone filled with anger. In his eyes you were just a useless recruit, a weakling who couldn't even complete basic training, yet you dared to bear the name of the greatest figure in history. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous blow landed, knocking Aki heavily to the ground, his entire body numb. Lying on the floor, Aki could only stare helplessly at the ceiling, feeling the weakness of this new body. This frame was no different from an empty shell. Yaotong turned away coldly, tossing out a final steel-like remark that the name Aki had already been struck from the list for the upcoming warrior assessment. Then he turned and barked an order to all the soldiers. As the main doors swung open, the sound of orderly footsteps echoed. Yaotong commanded, his voice filling the space, "All personnel proceed to the warrior assessment location immediately." Fortunately, this place was not entirely without kindness. A good-natured young man came over to check on him. "Are you okay?" Aki replied weakly, realizing he was still alive here. This was the beginning of a fated friendship. "Your name is Aki, I never would have guessed. I'm Lansimo. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lansimo, a warrior participating in the assessment, however. Others showed their disdain openly. "How dare he have the same name as the hero Aki?" A white-haired girl sneered. "What an arrogant brat does he think having the same name? We'll give him the same power." Her name was Siduliu, a warrior participating in the assessment. With that she tossed her hair and walked away with an air of authority. What a fantasy! Aki, still on the ground, gritted his teeth. Her words grated on him. What's with the attitude? What I'm called is none of her damn business. But Lansimo's expression was a bit strange. He asked hesitantly, You don't know who she is? Among this year's warriors she's considered the strongest." Watching Sidulia's proud, retreating figure, Lansimo knew the rumors surrounding that girl. Siduliu, known as the unsmiling Asura of Herrick City, hailed from the most distinguished martial arts family, the Sidu clan. Hearing this, Aki's expression changed slightly, and he frowned. "Sidu, why does that name sound familiar?" Lansimo couldn't let him stay on the floor, so he pulled him up. "Thanks." Just as he steadied himself, a brilliant flash of light enveloped them. A girl with pink hair excitedly approached with a camera. Oh my god, the bond between men is truly the most captivating thing. Seeing them both staring at her, she smiled sheepishly. Don't mind me. Carry on, carry on. Aki's sharp gaze fixed on the newcomer, his words laced with caution and vigilance. Who are you? But Lansamo immediately pointed out that the flash had come from the girl's camera. Were you just taking a picture? At this, Aki jumped as if his tail had been stepped on. Hey, you've got the wrong idea, she admitted it nonchalantly. Yes, I was. The pink-haired girl didn't forget to introduce herself. My name is Su-Mang, nice to meet you. She looked at the two of them with a strange, dreamy look in her eyes. I was drawn here by the dazzling light of your love. In little sus imagination, the two of them were sparkling with a flowery aura. Su-Mang was so excited she was practically drooling. This is prime material. Aki confirmed that this person was completely harmless. What an idiot. They needed to get to the physical assessment area quickly, or they'd be punished for being late. Aki flashed a sinister and terrifying smile, cracked his knuckles and twisted his neck. With a body like this, I'm probably the strongest warrior here. I don't know what warrior they were talking about before, but an assessment of this level is just infuriating. Are they underestimating me? I'll have to open their eyes. He then walked onto the field. The referee raised the starting pistol high. First assessment, physical fitness test, endurance run. With a crack of the pistol, everyone sprinted forward. Begin. Aki's eyes filled with a dangerous hunger. All right, time to take first place and break a record while I'm at it. He was panting and exhausted, but he did indeed set a record. He finally set a record. Sai, the last one to cross the finish line, breaking the previous record for the longest time. He collapsed onto the ground, ass in the air, not moving an inch, drawing laughter from the crowd. Wait a second. This body is just too pathetic. Not only that, but other events that seemed achievable also had surprising outcomes. Second physical assessment, grip strength, begin. Aki, ranked last. I twisted my wrist, ow, it hurts like hell. Third physical assessment, vertical jump test, begin. He barely jumped a meter, not even as high as a girl. Sidulyu looked away with disdain. Fool. A bolt from the blue plunged Aki into an abyss. Aki, physical assessment, overall ranking, last. The worst results in history. He was so devastated, it felt like a single spotlight was shining only on him in the entire world. Lansamo walked over to comfort him. Hey man, you alright? Su-Mang, meanwhile, was still holding her camera, a look of pity on her face. Looks like this will be the last time I get to photograph them together. The examiner in charge was displeased with the results. Captain, with physical scores like these, I don't think that Aki kid needs to participate in the second assessment. He's so terrible, we can just eliminate him now. Ji Yaotong simply shook his head, refusing firmly. Although that scrawny kid had no hope from the start, he has the right to participate in the second assessment. It may well be his last. His face showed no tolerance for the weak. Begin the second assessment. The man immediately straightened up and saluted. Yes, sir. An announcement then came over the broadcast system. The second assessment will now begin. The content of the test was briefly announced. Second assessment, implant equipment synchronization. Hearing this, a mysterious smile touched the corner of Aki's lips. The broadcast called for the candidates to proceed to the testing area. All warriors, please move to the assessment zone. Aki would not give up. The implant equipment synchronization rate test, I still have a chance. He carried his inherent confidence, certain that he would pass. 60 years ago, his sync rate had been a stable 96, the highest record in history. A fire of determination burned in his eyes. He would not give up. This body's physical abilities might be pathetic, but the sync rate is determined by willpower. I will shock everyone. The aura around him suddenly changed, becoming formidable. I'll show you just how terrifying the sync rate of the strongest warrior can be. Everyone quickly gathered in a large, spacious room. Aki put on a lightweight and comfortable bodysuit. So this is the implant equipment from 60 years later, it's so light. The large screen displayed the results of the previous assessor. Implant equipment synchronization rate, 39. A wave of astonishment went through the crowd. Wow, that's Sidulyu for you. A passing rate as high as 39. There were murmurs of envy, jealousy, and longing. That's probably the best score this year. As expected of the Sidu martial arts family, their results are on a whole other level. The white-haired girl was sweating slightly, the armor reflecting light onto her face. Sidulyu, the unsmiling Asura, the boys were captivated by her form. How do you even get a girl that amazing? No wonder she's from that family. Her entire body seemed to glow. The testing equipment was then removed, and Sidulyu proudly tossed her hair and walked calmly down the steps. With every one of her heroic strides, the chatter started up again. She's really the strongest this year. As expected of the Sidu clan, I heard she's been exceptional since she was a child. The high-spirited young men greedily followed her with their eyes. No wonder, she's a genius. She could probably beat all of us with minimal effort. Did you see that? Her ponytail is so beautiful. Damn, I think I'm in love with her. Yeah, talented, physically strong and beautiful. We're really just here to fill the numbers. We can't even hope to compare. The door to the lounge opened and closed, and Sidulia's figure disappeared completely. The moment she was out of public view, she let out a long sigh, her excited expression a stark contrast to her cold exterior. Nice job, Sidu. Everyone saw that 39. I'm definitely going to be famous now. She fanned her flushed cheeks lightly with her hand. It's not like I care about the fans, but it's normal to be a little happy. Calm down. Calm down, Sidulyu. Aki, his expression unchanged, also remarked. That's impressive, reaching a 39 sync rate, Lansimo chimed in, agreeing. She is incredibly strong. He genuinely admired Sidulia's power. She's really strong. I can feel the immense power hidden within that slender frame, Aki agreed. I think she's strong too. Hearing him say that, Lansimo looked at him curiously. But you don't seem nervous at all, he shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, it's fine, I'm used to it. That casual remark struck Lansimo as odd. Used to it. Afterward, the others took their turns. The results showed that many warriors only achieved a very low sync rate upon their first implantation. The body would endure pain, and then the final evaluation would be given. Sync rate 12, assessment passed. They had to withstand the fierce impact of the power from the demon core. Some gave up because they couldn't bear it and were immediately deemed eliminated. As long as the sync rate reached 10, one would pass the assessment. Sync rate 24, assessment passed, that's a given. Of course, there were some surprising results. Kui Shoui, a warrior participating in the assessment. Her result far surpassed many others, second only to Siduliu. Sync rate 30, assessment passed. Ji Yaotong observed the test from above, remarking, "It seems we have a few rather special kids." The curvy female secretary beside him checked the report. Yes, including Kui Shoui, just now 6 warriors have achieved a sync rate over 30 in this assessment, which is equivalent to sea level. She was full of praise for the new warrior's performance. This year's warriors are quite impressive both in physical fitness and synchronization. However, Ji Yaotang's face remained impassive. He was lost in thought, observing the last person walking up. There's still the worst one left to go. At that moment it was Aki's turn. He looked enthusiastic, which startled the crowd below. The whispers were even more fervent than during Sidulia's test. Is that the one named Aki? With a physique like his, I bet he'll be so scared he'll cough up blood. His scores in the first test were so bad. He walked calmly onto the platform amidst the crisp sound of laughter. Laugh all you want. I'm going to blow your minds. He looked forward to the moment their faces would be slapped with the truth. Just you wait. Walking up to the stage, Aki pointed to one of 4 different colored stones. I choose the red demon core. These are demon cores, collected from slain demons after every battle. They come in 6 types, with the most common being red, yellow, blue, and green, 4 in total. Red represents combat power, yellow for defense, green for recovery, and blue for agile movement. Rarer still is the purple demon core, representing the power of dark illusions, and the black demon core, representing the power of time and space, which is the rarest of the rare. Its existence never definitively confirmed since ancient times. Someone handed him the red demon core, and he stepped onto the testing platform where numerous cables were attached to his body. Drawing on the knowledge of his past life, he was full of confidence. The so-called synchronization rate is all about willpower. He embedded the red demon core into his chest, and it immediately shot out 4 legs, piercing his flesh. They easily penetrated deep into his blood vessels, as if becoming one with his body, while the cables were used to measure the bloodline reactions within him. The strength of one's will determines the level of pain the body endures when accepting a demon core, and more importantly, the extent to which the body can control it. After a few seconds, the red demon core on Aki's chest lit up. The implant was successful. The staff member next to him picked up a thick cable. "Are you ready?" he replied with a calm expression. "Ready." At that moment in the lounge, the window reflected a dazzling red light that filled the entire room, so bright that even Siduliu couldn't help but turn to look. Wow, what is this terrifying reaction? Only then did she realize that the red light was coming from a person. Is it him? I'll give it my all and scare the living daylights out of them. Let them see what the sync rate of the strongest warrior is really like. The crowd waited excitedly for the spectacular scene he was about to display. Wow, wow, so Brother Aki has been hiding his strength all along. The numbers on the screen were constantly changing. The sync rate was steadily climbing, already at 40. Hearing the current number, Aki let out a cold laugh, unable to accept the result. 40? I used to reach 96, so he took a deep breath, his clenched hand relaxing as he strained to summon all his strength. Keep going up. Even the connected cables were affected, vibrating as the numbers on the screen seemed to rise again. And they were still climbing. This is insane. This overly bizarre scene made it impossible for even Ji Yaotong to remain calm. What's happening? He can't possibly have such a high sync rate. Something must be wrong. Look, it's still rising. 65, 70, 80. The very people who had been mocking him just moments ago were now in a panic. What's going on? Is that kid cheating? It must be a problem with the equipment. Aki seized the opportunity to put on a triumphant air. I am Aki, the strongest warrior you revere, the one known as the king. If it weren't for the low grade of this demon core, if it weren't for this body being so weak, my power would be enough to make you kneel in submission. This is the difference between me and you brats. Just as he was displaying his power, something strange happened. In an instant, Aki felt as if he had been plunged into deep water, as if a hand were strangling all his strength. All the power he was exerting seemed to be sucked dry. What's going on? Why do I suddenly have no strength? The demon core's measuring device also malfunctioned, gradually cracking until he couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. He trembled and struggled, unable to accept this fate. No, impossible. Can't this body handle the pressure? The testing personnel shouted. What the hell are you doing? So it really was the equipment that was faulty. The number on the screen changed, the sync rate dropping to 10. The secretary, looking at the abnormal number, sighed in annoyance. Reporting to the captain the demon core synchronization assessment. It's presumed that a problem with the demon core caused it to shatter, leading to an abnormal data surge and alarming everyone. Ji Yaotong was half convinced. Is it really a problem with the equipment? He could only sigh at the result. He asked with difficulty, "So the final result is 10, she nodded, glancing at the number on the machine again. "Yes, that's right, just barely passed the assessment." All that was left was a sigh of regret for this sorry fate. The people below, who had expected a thrilling spectacle, were now filled with disdain. "I told you it was a problem with the demon core. Aki's fine, just exhausted. He'll be okay after a rest." "Ah, that's true. With a build like his, how could he possibly achieve such a terrifying sync rate? And I thought he was really something. A sync rate like that is equivalent to a captain-level S rank. What a letdown." Lansimo ran over, lifted his head, and asked, "Bro, are you okay?" Siduliu stared at him with cold eyes. "Gave you a scare, didn't it? I thought for a moment there was someone stronger than me here." "I would never allow that to happen," he struggled, lacking even the strength to reply. "Looked down on by these brats again. At least I barely passed." Helped back to the lounge by Lansimo, Aki kept thinking, what happened to me just now? It was like something was inside my body and then it suddenly sucked away all my strength. The dismal result left him even more despondent. "I've never encountered a situation like this. With my willpower, the sync rate should have been at least 80. Even with the lowest grade demon core, it's highly unlikely for it to shatter like that. Why?" As his mind raced, the hatch opened and a decisive, loud and stern command echoed. Everyone in the room stood up straight. The person who had arrived was none other than Ji Yaotong, followed by several instructors. As the Grand Captain, he offered a few words of encouragement to the new recruits. "Congratulations on reaching the final assessment." When he mentioned the final round, his gaze turned serious. "A live combat exercise. This is a test you must complete. No matter how dangerous it is, you will be facing demons directly." Therefore, Ji Yaotong offered only a brief reminder. "I hope you all can stay alive and pass the assessment." As soon as he finished, several instructors shouted loudly, "Now head to the assessment area together." Aki dragged his exhausted body out. "I'm so tired." He labored past Ji Yaotong. He suddenly noticed something where Aki had been sitting. He walked over, picked it up and examined it. It was a broken shard of a red core. Watching Aki slowly retreating back, Ji Yaotong clenched his fist. "You really make me curious. This person is truly a mystery. His every move is so fascinating. Aki, I wonder what will happen next. Come on, let's see how you perform in the final assessment." The hunt beyond the mist. Daytime was a safe period when everyone could move freely without restrictions. Free birds soared across the sky, leaving a few feathers drifting down. A group had already gathered before the city gate. Opening the gate, a dark shadow gradually revealed a path of light beneath it. With the captain's command, the gate slowly opened. The new recruits were full of curiosity about the world outside. "Wow, this is the first time I've been out of the city in 60 years. Does everyone live cut off from the outside world in the city?" "Just as you say, the outside is completely shrouded in a dense fog," the commanders reminded those who were still exclaiming, "Quiet down. Get ready to move out. If you have time, double-check your equipment. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died later." Aki carefully examined the red demon core on his chest. They had replaced it with a new one, but he still didn't think the problem was with the core. "I suddenly lost all my strength back then, as if something in my body was rejecting it." He kept pondering the mystery of that moment. "What on earth happened? Is it because I traveled through time?" He unconsciously followed the group out of the city, and the moment he stepped out, a terrifying shiver ran through him. It was as if a signal spread out from under his feet, rippling outwards like sound waves. They traveled so fast that in an instant they reached the other side of the planet, passing through hordes of hungry foraging demons, through the vast dark forest to a bottomless dark cave. The signal seemed to end there. Waves of sound penetrated deep into the dark cave, where a demon sat on a pile of white bones. He seemed to have sensed Aki's presence, feeling an immeasurably powerful aura. It couldn't be. There couldn't be a higher-class demon than himself. A demon of a higher class than me. Aki's face turned pale from the vision that appeared in his mind. What kind of demon did I just see? Why do I feel an inexplicable resonance with that demon deep inside? As he was lost in a daze, a voice interrupted him. "Are you going to keep standing here, or are you going to move?" Aki turned around in a panic, only to find he was blocking Sidulia's path. He scratched his head sheepishly, laughing awkwardly. "I'm sorry." Lansimo noticed he seemed a bit distracted and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you?" "Qui showi," the instructor immediately shouted, dividing the four of them into a group. "You four in the back form a team." Unexpectedly, the people in front were already lined up and waiting. "Everyone's ready, hurry up and come over." He quickly started walking. "Okay, let's go." Sumeng poked her head out curiously. "Is this your team's combat power?" Aki quickly denied it. "No, it's not me just now." Siduliu didn't argue, only warned, "Just don't drag us down." In reality, she was secretly pleased. "It scared me. I was worried no one would want to be in a group with me." Lansimo had no objection to the grouping either. "All right, Aki, let's go. Let's work hard together." Sumeng habitually documented her daily life. Team formation successful. A device was also brought outside. Dispelling steel area. The black steel, made from a single piece of stone, contained a special substance that could disperse the mist. The examiner also loudly announced the rules. "The third round of assessment will be conducted in teams of 4. You are all clear on the assessment regulations, which involve hunting in the mist outside the walls." Items were distributed to everyone. I will now give each person in each group a tactical knife. There is also a mist dispelling device, which is of the same type as the dispelling steel," he continued to instruct the entire group. "The mission for each team is simple. Enter the mist, find the designated glowing point, insert the mist dispelling device into the marked spot, and then hunt a gradeless demon. Each member's performance will be evaluated based on individual ability and teamwork to determine if they pass. Good luck to you all." The mission briefing sounded simple, but the actual situation was completely different. Hunting demons in the mist outside the city was the final fear that newcomers had to face. In this world completely enveloped by mist, behind the mist were countless pairs of eager blood-red eyes. The warriors had to face a battle fraught with countless dangers. To become a warrior, one needs not only physical fitness and qualifications, but also a stable mindset when facing the dense fog. To overcome all this, one must rely on teamwork. The first step of the mission is to install the mist dispelling device. After the mist disperses, the monsters will appear and gradeless demons will take the opportunity to charge. If they can cooperate seamlessly to take it down, the final step is to celebrate the success of their first demon kill. To earn the title of warrior, a voice came over the broadcast. "Assessment complete, next team prepare." All the assessments were being observed by someone from a high place. "There are quite a few outstanding individuals in this batch," said a girl in a tight-fitting suit and sexy high heels. "But my goal is clear. I'm only interested in the brat from the Sea-Doo family." This red-haired woman was Dada-io, the captain of the third squad. Next to her were other captains of the same rank. "What about you guys?" The blue-haired man was also deep in thought. Born into a martial arts family, trained since childhood, he was the captain of the first squad. "Jiaor will likely become a very powerful warrior." But Ji Yaotang's opinion was completely different. "Look closely, there's one more person." His gaze was locked on the boy who was discussing tactics, his mind not forgetting this new recruit. Aki, he was very certain. "I checked his demon core that day, there was clearly no problem. What exactly happened to him then?" Suddenly a fist gently tapped his head. Jiaor stood against the light, teasing him playfully. "What are you thinking about, Tang Tang?" Ji Yaotang's face turned red as he yelled, "Don't call me that." Jiaor continued to tease him with great interest. "From the past until now, only Jiaor can make you blush, Tang Tang." "I won't allow it." The group was very focused on ensuring the safety of the new recruits. "By the way, there's only one type of demon in the assessment area, right? Only gradeless demons exist in the assessment area." Ji Yaotang was certain of this. "Yes, rest assured. They have prepared meticulously for this plan. In preparation for today's assessment, we have patrolled the area around the city, and there are no grade 1 demons present," Jiaor confirmed with a smile. "Well, if there really were, they sincerely promised to protect those below. We will protect these future warriors at all costs." Group after group completed the assessment. This group's assessment is complete. The mist that had just receded swirled back in. "Deployment complete. Next group prepare," the crowd whispered. "It's Sidulia's group. How did that useless Aki get in?" That group, however, was excitedly preparing. "It's our turn." Just as Aki picked up the mist-dispelling device, a hand reached out. In a flash, the device was snatched away. Aki's hand was empty, his face blank. Sidulia was the one who had rushed forward in the blink of an eye. "Follow me, to be precise. Follow an excellent person like me." He tried hard to suppress his annoyance. "This brat, she really loves to show off." The other three had no choice but to do their best to keep up with her speed. "Let's go." Siduliu paused for a moment. Then with a light push off the ground, her figure vanished before their eyes. She leaped high, somersaulting in midair. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Siduliu precisely located the platform where the device needed to be inserted in the mist. She quickly pressed the core firmly into the platform, and the mist instantly dissipated. Having witnessed this performance, Jiaor exclaimed, "Wow, it's a recovery-type demon core, yet her speed is no less than a blue demon core's," as expected of a descendant from a martial arts family. The surrounding wandering demons were instantly alerted, and three of them charged toward Siduliu at once. Aki, running alongside Lansimo, shouted, "Sidu, scatter, follow the plan." He pushed off the ground with all his might, leaping high and far. He landed precisely in front of Siduliu, his fist gathering immense power. Lansimo also threw a punch, creating a barrier sphere that blocked the attacks of the three demons. Ji Yaotang was full of praise for the scene. "Not bad, their use of demon core energy is already quite masterful, isn't it?" Aki twirled the tactical knife in his hand. Facing the three demons that had been knocked into the air, he shouted with high spirits, "Let's take them down one by one." Siduliu, Shoui, and Sumeng responded excitedly. "All right." Siduliu couldn't be bothered to say more. "As if you had to tell us." The three of them simultaneously pushed off the ground and leapt up, each tackling one demon. First was Sumeng's battle with a demon. With a deft wrist, she brandished her knife, instantly creating several gashes on the demon's body. Then she stepped on the demon's body, using it as leverage to kick it away. The demon fell instantly. Next was Lansimo's turn. He used his powerful body to deliver a fatal blow. The demon was instantly sent flying over 100 meters away. One was eliminated. Watching from above, Chaoer praised them. "The teamwork between those two is really good." He had a strange, lecherous expression on his face. "Especially that little girl. The boost from the blue demon core makes her movements so agile and coordinated." Ji Yaotang immediately stopped him, telling him to get a grip. "What exactly are you looking at?" The second fight was Sidulia's. Her eyes were locked onto the falling demon. Her body bent backward, gathering power. Sidulyu thrust her knife into the demon's body with all her might. Her blade was coated in a green liquid. The venom spread rapidly, forming horrifying rough patches. With a low grunt, she leapt aside, letting the demon free fall. Once the venom had fully seeped into its core, she gave the command to detonate. The demon was blown to smithereens in a spectacular display. Finally, it was Aki's battle with the demon. No one knew how he would handle it. His eyes sharpened. "Let me greet you," with a 3-hit slash. He attacked various parts with precision. First the neck, slash after slash, then the chest, and finally the abdomen. As he delivered the final slash, he brushed past the demon, but his momentum sent him rolling on the ground a few times. Aki had to stab his knife into the ground to steady himself. The explosive power of this weak body is limited. This is a good chance to test its limits. His footwork was light and agile as he steadied his stance. Then, like an assassin, he charged forward to eliminate the demon before him. The demon instantly reacted to its attacker. The fist it threw grazed the top of Aki's head. Without hesitation, he plunged his knife into its side. Despite this, he was well aware of his current level. "My reaction speed is too slow." The demon naturally fought back, but Aki's perception and agility were enough for him to dodge. He instantly switched the knife to his other hand, using his current momentum to slash. Whether it was his dominant or non-dominant hand, the speed of his strikes was just as decisive and the rhythm of his body remained unchanged. The demon, after being toyed with for a while and unable to land a hit, grew furious, its attacks becoming more ferocious. Before it could charge, Aki stabbed it again. He then nimbly ducked and dodged, finishing it off with a horizontal slash. Although he had completely defeated the demon, he felt it wasn't perfect. The burst of power was still insufficient. Aki ended his performance with a cool knife flourish. Lansamo couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, "Brother Aki, he's just toying with his prey." Sumeng silently raised her camera. "I got all of that." Sidulyu looked calm as if she didn't care at all, but inwardly she was thinking, "How dare he steal my spotlight? He's definitely doing it on purpose." And indeed, the 3 captains were impressed by Aki's performance. "Who's that scrawny kid?" Zhao's eyes widened in surprise. "His presence is really something," Zhao had to admit. "It's not just his presence, his movements are also very skilled." Only Ji Yaotong remained stone-faced and silent, but he couldn't take his eyes off Aki's every move. After the intense fight, Aki was panting heavily. The test was over. Aki wiped his sweat, not very satisfied. This body was completely incapable of executing his former techniques to their full potential. Just a few light movements left him breathless. It was still too pathetic. Although the examiner had already announced the end of the assessment, he still pushed off and leapt, thinking, "My assessment is over, so it's time to finish you off." With killing intent in his eyes, he charged toward the dying demon. But just as he was about to land in front of it, something suddenly erupted from the ground, which Aki also sharply perceived. Something burst out of the earth, impaling the demon he was about to finish and sending him flying. In an instant, all 4 of them were trapped, surrounded by vines. "What's going on?" An arm stretched out from the gradeless demon's body. Something was crawling out from within. After a second of silence, another smaller demon burst out of its body. As the thing emerged, time seemed to slow down. It was a demon completely different in appearance from the ordinary ones. It let out a majestic roar, and an intangible aura instantly spread through the entire area, even reaching the 3 captains observing from the city wall. Ji Yaotong immediately recognized this powerful aura. His eyes widened, a bone-chilling cold running through him, and he shouted to the new recruits below with all his might, "Grade 1 demon!" They acted quickly, evacuating the area. "Everyone run back to the city, that's a Grade 1 demon." Zhao and Chao also leaped down from the city wall. They landed instantly, kicking up a cloud of dust. The sky remained calm as if everything was normal. The 2 captains had stepped forward to deal with this powerful demon that dared to show itself. Zhao didn't forget to remind the new recruits who were rushing back to the city, "Don't panic, go to the safe point around Captain Ji Yaotong. He will protect you." This Grade 1 demon could actually speak human language. "Human, you have the scent of a demon." Its words shocked and confused Aki. "A human with the scent of a demon? What is it talking about?" However, its voice was an imitation of a human's and sounded very unnatural. "Which one is it?" Although it walked forward slowly, step by step, the aura it emitted was not to be underestimated. The new recruits of Aki's squad began to tremble. "So this is a Grade 1 demon? It's completely different from those gradeless ones." A sense of fear spread through everyone's body, as if they could be easily torn to shreds at any moment, yet they were unable to move. Facing this terrifying power, even Aki had to be wary. His current weak body was clearly no match for it. This feeling was truly foreign to him. Was this the first time he had experienced what other warriors often spoke of, this kind of pressure when facing a graded demon? Under the terrified gazes of the group, the demon raised its hand and counted its fingers, then couldn't be bothered to count anymore. "I'll just take all of you with me then." 4 beams of light shot from its fingertips, piercing toward their heads. They naturally couldn't resist and were hit. The 4 new recruits were immediately knocked to the ground. Just then, the surrounding wall of roots began to crumble. Zhao and Chao had arrived, but it was unclear if they were in time. He threatened, "You dare touch them." The demon didn't seem to take the 2 of them seriously at all, tilting its head and laughing contemptuously. "Ha!" Then decaying roots shot up from the ground, winding together to form a massive sphere enveloping the demon and the 4 new recruits in a cocoon. "Goodbye, come with me." Unexpectedly, it even bid a polite farewell as it left. Then it disappeared into the pit it had created. Chower was panicked by this sudden turn of events. It took them. All 4 of them have been taken. They hesitated before the root-filled pit, then saw the earth turning over, forming a moving trail indicating that the demon was fleeing. Chower didn't hesitate any longer and shouted. After it, the 2 of them pursued the kidnapper deep into the forest. However, after chasing for a while, the raised trail on the ground disappeared. The trail ends here. Jower gritted her teeth, completely baffled by what had just happened. We've been checking for days. Why didn't we find that grade 1 demon? Ji Yaotong had always been meticulous in his work, and this demon's behavior was abnormally different. The demons have never done anything like this before. A tall figure descended from the sky. Chower. Ji Yaotong landed where they stood, asking urgently, "Where are the kids?" He urged the 2 who were standing frozen, confused. "Why did you stop? Keep chasing." Chower then slowly pointed out, "Calm down, Yaotong. The trail ends here." Jower observed their surroundings and assessed. It seems this grade 1 demon has gone deeper here. The path ahead is an area we've never been to. It might not be wise to proceed. Ji Yaotong silently stroked the mound of earth where the trail ended, saying nothing. A memory of his younger brother being taken by a demon always surfaced in his mind. Ji Yaotong furiously punched the ground, venting his anger. "Damn it," he regretfully blamed himself for everything. "It's all my fault. I wasn't thorough enough in my work." Although no one was blaming him, the emotions welling up inside him filled him with remorse. "It's all my fault." Chower knew they couldn't stay here long. "Let's head back first. Everyone must be in a panic right now. We need to go back to the city and reassure the people. The 3 of us can't all be here. We'll send a reconnaissance team later to survey the area again and confirm if there are any other grade 1 demons." Jower also knew they couldn't just keep chasing. "Yaotong, about those 4 kids, this is a situation none of us wanted, but we need to calm down. I know you must feel like this is all your fault right now." Her slender hand gently rested on Ji Yaotong's shoulder, but he pushed it away. He had made his decision. He would not give up on those kids. "You 2 go back first. I'll stay and keep searching, don't worry." This made Chower frown in disagreement. "What, Yaotong, are you serious?" Before he could finish, Jower stopped him. She advised softly, "But remember to come back before sunset, okay?" Ji Yaotong's grim voice replied, "I promise." Then the 2 of them watched him run into the dense fog. Jower simply knew his personality well. "You know we can't persuade him." Although Chower knew, he still ran his fingers through his hair helplessly. "I know, Yaotong's younger brother was taken by a demon back then. He's been blaming himself ever since." The mood turned heavy at the mention of this. If his brother were still alive, he'd be about the same age as those kids. They all felt a heartache for these poor children in this dark world. Those kids remind him of his own brother. Meanwhile, Aki woke up groggily. The sight of a cave entrance greeting his eyes. Where is this? Underground? It was then he realized that the others were tied to pillars just like him. "Wake up." It seemed they were all still alive. Just as Aki's voice faded, another terrifying voice sounded from behind his neck. "You actually managed to wake up?" The expression on his face changed instantly, his panicked gaze shifting to the giant demon that had kidnapped them. A grade 1 demon. As he struggled constantly, it walked over, clicking its tongue in amazement. "How could you wake up so quickly? You really are different." It walked past him, its tone strange. "Different? How curious." Suddenly it turned around and swatted Aki. It leaned in and whispered something he couldn't understand at all. "Why do you have the scent of our demon race on you? The scent of a human? How could that scent be even stronger than ours?" In an instant his head was split open and bleeding, but his eyes remained defiant. "What the hell are you talking about?" With a sudden burst of strength from nowhere, Aki shattered the roots binding him. He leaped to the ground and with quick reflexes grabbed a fallen sharp branch as a weapon. Aki quickly swung it, launching an attack, but the demon dodged it easily. With curiosity and malice it wanted to eliminate him. "Oh, what is this vitality?" It swiped with its sharp claws, but he leaped nimbly to the side. Aki quickly did a backflip, putting a great distance between them. "Damn it, this body is too weak, not even half as strong as my previous one. If it were my past self, I would have taken your head off long ago." Aki's heart was filled with the determination and hope to save his friends. "I must save the 3 of them." He quickly gathered his strength again and charged forward. Instantly, Aki analyzed the grade 1 demon before him. It was a red demon core type with flexible and nimble joints that allowed for faster reactions and attacks. But for that very reason its bone joints lacked the protection of a keratinous layer, thus its strength was also its weakness. The demon seemed to see through his intentions and reached out its hand. "No, it's useless." He turned sideways, concentrating all his strength into his arm. In that instant the demon's claws pierced his shoulder. This was a trap Aki had deliberately set, luring the demon into stabbing his shoulder. Only this way would he have a chance to win. Then, taking advantage of the demon's restricted movement, he twisted its joint, its weak spot. Aki stabbed the demon's shoulder, its joint, with the sharp branch. With his other hand he grabbed its arm tightly and forcefully ripped it off. "Plan successful, I broke it." The demon hadn't expected him to be so desperate and screamed in pain. Aki grinned triumphantly. "Don't underestimate me, just a mere grade 1 demon. I've killed countless ones like you." But the demon's expression suddenly changed. It let out a soft laugh, turned nimbly on all fours and kicked him in the stomach. For Aki's fragile body this blow was a massive impact. Instantly he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. This blow completely knocked out the newly reincarnated Aki. The wall caved in, leaving a long trail of blood. The demon smugly resumed its conceited attitude. "You know my weakness, but I am of the wood element, a wood element red demon core." The arm that Aki had just ripped off flew back to its shoulder and grew back into place. Based on his knowledge, this was truly unbelievable. Healed. Don't only green demon cores have healing abilities? It said it was wood element. In an instant, a terrifying connection made him freeze. Had demons evolved now? The demon waved the hand it had just reattached. It's you're the one who underestimated me. It beckoned with its fingers. Countless fine needles passed through Aki's body, flying straight toward it. With just a thought, the roots pulled his immobilized body before it. Once again, he had fallen into the hands of this grade 1 demon. The sharp roots pierced his body while also holding him firmly in place. Even in defeat, Aki's gaze was unyielding. It released its grip on his head and said, I really don't understand you, let's end it here. Aki had lost too much blood and his consciousness was fading. Has it already pierced my internal organs? It hurts so much I can't breathe. Have I just traveled here only to die like this? He hadn't forgotten the comrades captured with him. Do they have to die too? The sad scene flooded his mind again. Just like the people who had fought alongside him before, had they all died by his side? But at this moment his body was completely powerless, unable to do anything. I'm sorry. Aki gave a bitter, tearful smile, his arms hanging limp. How frustrating. Damn it. Seeing him motionless, the demon checked on him curiously. Dead, so weak as expected of fragile humans. At the sight it drooled greedily. Evolve, eat. Can I evolve by eating it? Eat. It hesitated for a moment, then opened its massive dark mouth intending to eat his head first. I'll just eat him. Something inside Aki seemed to awaken. A powerful, intimidating aura emanated, stunning the demon. It leapt back several steps in terror. Aki's voice sounded, but it wasn't him in control. Aki, you can't die yet. Otherwise the plan will be ruined. The red demon core on his chest cracked again, the gem completely shattering, but the strange events were not over. To think this last bit of my life force would have to be used in a place like this. However, this power made the grade 1 demon tremble uncontrollably. What is this terrifying pressure? It trembled before this power which radiated like countless crimson threads. 5 tails, 6 tails. What replaced the shattered gem was something completely different. The being inside Aki found the grade 1 demon's words laughable. 6 tails. That power transformed his body into a new form. His jet black hair instantly grew long, covered in ghastly white blood. This one-tailed demon was witnessing the most unforgettable scene of its life. The power emanating from Aki suddenly erupted, forming a mighty energy pillar that pierced through its underground cave and shot into the sky. A crimson sphere of light expanded outward. Every demon within a 100-mile radius was swept away by the sphere of light, instantly turning to nothingness. This spectacular sight shook the entire primeval forest, and the being standing at the center of the power was clearly something extremely malevolent. He appeared in the form of a demon with crimson wings. I am the strongest, the one and only red core 8-tailed demon, your king. The grade 1 demon trembled before this form, unable to even speak coherently. 8 tails, you are the king of our gods. The man's purple lips parted slightly and he kneeled. Driven by a command, the demon immediately knelt on the ground. King Chiki opened his arms to welcome the dazzling light and asked, What is my name? The demon's teeth chattered as it answered weakly, Yes, King Tail. This is the strongest demon, and also the mastermind who brought Aki back to the present. In the mist, houses that were once inhabited now lay in ruins. Ji Yaotong moved swiftly through the rubble. He suddenly sensed the presence of several demons. Instantly he lowered his body, preparing to attack. 2 demons were lying down resting, when they suddenly noticed something flash by. Before it could even sit up to see what was moving, Ji Yaotong had already swept past it. He punched it in the abdomen. The other demon saw this and immediately roared, charging forward. He nimbly dodged its attack. As the demon was momentarily stunned from its miss, Ji Yaotong raised his leg and leaped high. Then with one strike he hit its neck, knocking it down. He had easily dealt with 2 low-level demons on his own and checked his surroundings. There are only 2 gradeless demons in this area. It seems the kids aren't here. However, this isn't the place I'm looking for. I'll keep searching. Looking at the vast sky shrouded in a pink haze, he knew time was running out. I must find the kids before dark. Suddenly, King Chiki's energy erupted behind him, and the energy wave swept over. Ji Yaotong used his hand to shield his face, preventing dust from blowing into his eyes. What is this terrifying pressure? The energy wave quickly subsided, leaving behind a silence. He decided to head in that direction. It seems to be over there. Could it be? He had a premonition that the kidnapper was in that direction. Over there. At that moment, King Chiki landed in front of the grade 1 demon, his movements elegant and composed, unshakable. Seeing him approach, the grade 1 demon hurriedly lowered its head. King, he stretched lazily, complaining with annoyance that after coming back he was still in this filthy dark place. King Chiki spoke. Answer my question. It answered repeatedly in terror. Yes. His golden eyes looked down on this piece of trash. After my disappearance he posed a question that needed an immediate answer. Are there still king-class demons now, but only those 5? The grade 1 demon immediately kowtowed and answered. Yes, it is those 5. Are the 5 kings still the same 5? The 5 king-class demons haven't changed. Hearing this, a smile touched the corner of his lips. It seems they've been living too comfortably, as if he had heard a joke. He laughed out loud, his laughter filled with acrimony, his fist cracking the void. Have they all forgotten what I've been doing these past 60 years? The tremor startled the grade 1 demon. Speaking of which, King Chiki was filled with weariness and disappointment for Aki. He had chosen a vessel called the strongest warrior of humanity, but unexpectedly, after reincarnating, the body had become so weak. What a disappointment, what terrible luck. To think my last sliver of spiritual power would be wasted in such an unlucky situation. I'll have to wait until I'm fully awakened to appear again. His hand trembled slightly, restraining the urge to strangle himself. King Chiki closed his eyes, savoring his grand plan. This is truly testing my patience. I must wait for this strongest warrior to gradually comprehend Chi's memories. Hearing this familiar word, the Grade 1 demon also reacted. Chi's memories, the Great King's memories. According to your words, memories are evolution, and evolution requires everything. He answered affirmatively about the latent mechanism of demons, the obvious changes in our bodies. Of course they never had any kinship. Numbers decide everything. The more there are, the higher the rank. For our dark clan to evolve, we need Chi's memories. This is the special ability of our race. It's also what allows our race to always surpass other species. This human warrior named Aki is now the same as you. King Chiki was, of course, well aware of how evolution worked. Only when you eat your own kind of the dark clan can you evolve. He was also cultivating the person parasitizing this human, and he needs to eat dark clan members of a higher level than his current one to comprehend Chi's memories. He turned and left, waiting for something, and then evolution. King Chiki spoke as if he were teaching a lower level demon. This can be considered my gift to him. Hearing this, a strong fighting spirit ignited within it. Great King, I obey you. I will devote myself to you. I will do my utmost to serve you and become your right-hand man. He extended his hand, a generous invitation to help you awaken. Instantly, his upper body was sliced off by a sweeping attack. King Chiki's tone was devoid of emotion. You are not worthy. What he just said was only to reveal the plot to the readers. You only have use value. He reached out and placed the fallen crystal shard on his chest, which happened to be what would awaken this human warrior's comprehension of Chi's memories. King Chiki eagerly anticipated the changes that would occur in the human he had chosen. Human warrior, I have laid the first step for you. Aki's genes had been added and changed by him into another form. For the later levels, don't disappoint me again. The disguise of his appearance also shattered. I want you to awaken to Bati step by step. From that outer shell, the unconscious Aki also fell out. By then, the DNA code had also been implanted into his energy core. He spoke his final words before disappearing. I have awakened and returned from my slumber, and then Aki's energy core also changed. The DNA code entered his blood vessels, integrating into his body's environment. The demon curled up and fell into a slumber, leaving Aki as if being grabbed by countless hands pulled into the deep dark night. The darkness gradually swallowed the light, and in the end nothing was left. A faint voice sounded, calling out to Aki, King, our strongest. Teammates awaiting death resisted their fate. King, I don't want to die, she's still waiting for me to come back. He tried hard to reach out his hand to him. You can't die, I'll take you back. Suddenly the hand that was thought to be immobile grabbed Aki's hand. He was stunned, but in the end we all died. That teammate's face was completely twisted, becoming horrifying. Why are you the only one still alive? Aki suddenly woke up with a start. Sitting up, he panted heavily, quickly realizing this was reality. A dream? It was a dream. The dream just now was very real, and he also realized that what lingered in his mind were his own memories. Before he was fully awake, someone pulled open the curtains. Brother Aki, it was the 3 teammates who had been rescued. You're finally awake, you're all awake. As soon as he spoke, Sumeng suddenly approached, startling Aki. What are you doing? She frowned, staring at his head with a puzzled expression. But why has your hair turned like this? Did that demon specifically take you to get it dyed? Aki was a little embarrassed by the girl's proximity. Too close, what are you talking about? Only then did he realize he didn't remember anything after he fainted. Wait, are you 3 okay? See Duliu? She shrugged. I'm fine, you guys. I remember we were captured by that Grade 1 demon and taken to its cave. Just as Aki finished speaking, a tall figure walked over. Looks like you still remember. Ji Yaodong pulled open the curtain of the hospital bed sharply. He hadn't expected the 3 captains to be here waiting for him to wake up. Tell me what happened in the cave. Aki blinked and looked at the other 2 people in the room. Were the other 2 on the city wall captains as well? Captain Ji Yaotong, why were you there at that time? Jiaoer stood up gracefully, giggling. Tang Tang brought all 4 of you back. His face darkened as he reminded her in a low voice. Don't call me that. She gestured in agreement, but her mouth kept going. All right, Tang Tang. Si Duliu and the other 2 now had a new impression of him. Tang Tang. Jiaoer recounted briefly on his behalf. He found you guys right next to that cave. All 4 of you were unconscious at the time. Luckily, that Grade 1 demon had already disappeared without a trace. Otherwise, it's hard to say if we could have brought you back safely. Jiaoer handed something to Aki. The 3 of them woke up a while ago, and none of them remember anything about the cave. You're the only one who's been unconscious and turned out like this. You just said you were in the cave. Try to remember again what exactly happened. Aki quickly snatched the mirror and examined himself carefully. Hair, is this me? Shoei said I dyed my hair, is that it? What happened? After reincarnating, everything was too unbelievable. His memories were sometimes clear, sometimes fuzzy. In the cave, I remember being beaten until I lost consciousness. I don't know what happened after that. Should I tell them about my reincarnation? No, that would be even more troublesome, and besides, setting aside whether they'd believe me, even I'm very unclear about my current state, I still want to use the name Aki to clarify everything. I remember I just woke up groggily for a moment. So I knew I was taken to the cave. In the end, Aki decided to painfully make up an excuse. Then I passed out, and I don't know anything after that. When I woke up, I was here. Ji Yaotang's expression also became indescribably heavy. Unconscious too, am I overthinking it? He didn't recount what he had seen, but in the cave I saw a wall covered in blood like it had been blasted open. What caused that? As the atmosphere in the room grew silent with awkwardness, Chower pushed his chair back again and slowly walked over. You're Aki, right? He pointed out some oddities softly. Sharing the same name as the greatest warrior. I've seen your assessment scores. They're mostly very low. But you were unusually calm when fighting the demons. His eyes sparkled as if trying to see through him. You've fought them before, haven't you? Aki knew he was being tested and quickly denied it. No, I haven't. I'm just very interested in combat and analyze their strengths and weaknesses on my own. Jower seemed to accept this lie. Looks like he's the theoretical type, Tang. A good warrior like this should be properly nurtured. Aki only remembered his evaluation upon hearing this. Warrior, ah right, so how did my assessment turn out? Su Meng said happily. We passed the warrior assessment and we're still a team. Everyone's expression was excited as this was an unexpected result, and it could be considered fate. Captain Ji Yaotang assigned the four of us to a team. We'll have to help each other from now on. Aki, Siduliu spoke coldly. We're already lagging behind many other groups. Hearing this, he asked blankly. Lagging behind, Ji Yaotang then said in a low voice. Each group needs to accumulate points by accepting missions. You've been unconscious for 3 days and your group's score is still 0. This is clearly a blow to someone who has just woken up. I've been unconscious for 3 days. He neatened his hair, carefully put on his equipment, gloves, armor, and helmet. The group set out under the curious gazes of the public, who were all excitedly watching their squad line up. Wow, Captain Ji Yaotang, look, it seems to be the new recruits from 3 days ago. There's another squad of new recruits gathering here, so young. Are they new recruits, so they're going on a mission? Ji Yaotang was still in charge of instructing these few people. I'll be brief. First, congratulations. This is a solemn ceremony, and you have successfully become warriors. His tone was level without much emotion. Also, congratulations on returning safely from the clutches of a true Grade 1 demon. Ji Yaotang's expression was serious. The 4 of you are now a team under my management. Simply put, I am your captain. Our squad has 9 teams and I hope you will all contribute and showcase your talents. Hearing this, Aki raised his hand with a question. Showcase our talents? In other words, the regulations for warriors are much more complicated now than they used to be. Back then, after we became warriors, we went straight to the battlefield. Strength and status were earned through combat. Lansimo listened and looked at him in surprise. Brother Aki, have you really never heard of the team performance leaderboard? Aki looked completely lost. A team performance leaderboard? Lansimo was exasperated by the guy's cluelessness. He really doesn't know anything, completely out of the loop, and we're currently in last place. Siduliu was so angry she was speechless, thinking to herself, just stop dragging us down. Ji Yaotang had no choice but to reiterate the rules. The so-called showcasing of talents refers to your ranking on the team performance leaderboard. The teams under a single captain will have a leaderboard to compete against each other with the aim of promoting team improvement. I am in charge of 9 teams, which means you will be competing with 8 other teams. You can earn different points by completing different missions. The higher your score, the higher your rank. Every month the top 2 teams from each of the 3 captain squads, a total of 6 teams, can compete against each other for the first place reward. Under the dazzling sunlight, Ji Yaotang's voice was grim and menacing. At the same time, the team that ranks last among those under a captain will be punished. He pointed to the people in blue uniforms who were cleaning over there. They will temporarily become the cleaning crew, until the new round of competition begins in 2 months. Aki also looked over and remarked, They look exhausted. No wonder every mirror is so clean, Ji Yaotang said gravely. These are the rules for warriors. The demon race is constantly evolving, so warriors must constantly strive to improve. He also clarified the roles within the team. Also, within your team, Siduliu has the best scores, so she will be the team leader. Any objections? Lansimo said happily. I believe Sister Siduliu will be a model captain. No objections. Su Meng also replied casually. No objections. Siduliu is very strong. Only Aki, though reluctant, couldn't say it out loud. Why not me? I'm Aki, hailed as humanity's strongest warrior. For real. And just like that the matter was settled. Siduliu stepped forward and answered loudly. I guarantee we'll get the job done. Inwardly she was overjoyed. Of course I'm the captain. Who else would they choose? The atmosphere in the city was very peaceful. Ji Yaotang let them decide for themselves. Alright, it's still light out. You can go check the mission board, see what missions are left, and also take a look at the other team's scores. He also added a thoughtful reminder. Also, if you have any problems with your custom-made combat suits during actual combat, report them directly to me. Dismissed. The 4 of them stood up straight and responded loudly, Yes sir. Siduliu then turned around and strode away. Let's go, we'll check the mission board. We're already 3 days behind, so let's all work hard. Just then, Su Meng shouted and stopped her. Wait, there's something more important to do first. Sidulu stopped and turned slightly. What is it? Her mind was in chaos. Did I miss something more important? Is it about assigning team roles and preparing supplies? No, that can wait until after we've confirmed the mission. Ah no, has my perfect captain persona already crumbled? To her surprise, Su-meng gently raised her camera. Let's all take a group photo. Her eyes were sparkling as she awaited her captain's approval. Hearing this suggestion, Aki murmured, a group photo. He agreed without hesitation. Sure, that's a good idea, and so a new team was formed, and perhaps they would be together for a very long time. At that moment, Ji Yaotong and the other two were standing on the roof of a building. Take a look. Zhao stretched and said in disbelief, are you saying all the gradeless demons near that cave were blown to pieces? And in the cave, the walls were splattered with the blood of some unknown demon? Zhao lit a cigarette and glanced at him faintly. You don't think those 4 kids did it, do you? Ji Yaotong didn't answer for a long time, his thoughts unclear. He said in a low, serious voice, I suspect that strange fellow named Aki. My intuition is very sharp. I smelled a familiar scent on him, but I can't quite place it. Zhao suddenly hugged him from behind cheerfully. Tang Tong, you're overthinking it. The important thing is that the kids came back safely. She hung on his back carelessly, swaying back and forth. Besides, their team's strength isn't bad. Train them well or else send them over to me. His face turned red as if from shyness or anger. I'm serious. Zhao just blew a smoke ring. We can't just punish those kids based on suspicion. Let's observe them for now, Tang Tang. If you feel something is wrong, let us know, right? Aki and his group had arrived in front of the mission leaderboard in the city center. He looked at it for a moment and grew excited. Great, there are still 3 A-rank missions. A-rank missions are worth 10 points. Lansimo brought him up to speed. Brother Aki, it seems you don't know. A-rank missions are the highest level we can accept. These last 3 are the hardest of the A-rank missions. Sidulu also stood before the mission board with a grave expression. Compared to the 6 points for B rank and 3 for C rank, the 10 points for A rank were certainly tempting, but the difficulty was on a completely different level. But B rank and C rank missions seemed much safer and easier. A rank missions often involved life-threatening situations. Hearing this, he could only sigh in disappointment. Sigh, let's just forget it then. They were about to give up on taking them. In that case, unexpectedly, Sidulu stepped forward and tore off all 3 remaining mission sheets. Aki's attitude also changed, and the two said in unison, let's go. Having grasped the necessary information, the two of them tore off the mission sheets without hesitation. Aki and Sidulu were of the same mind, saying in unison, let's go. The whole team wasted no more time and immediately rushed to their destination. While running, he reached out and pressed the red gem on his chest. The gem glowed, indicating it was activated and generated something. A long ribbon wrapped around Aki's shoulder and extended behind him. He was somewhat surprised by this function. So this is the nano wing, thanks to it. His speed jumped a tier as he charged toward the giant boulder ahead. Aki stopped abruptly, turning to lean his back against the boulder. He could feel energy being transmitted, ready to be unleashed at any moment. Next, based on the nano wing's analysis, it should be able to generate weapons too. Ah, just as I thought. As expected, a dagger appeared in his palm. Here it is. Gripping the weapon that had materialized out of thin air, Aki couldn't help but marvel. The nano-equipment from 60 years in the future is truly much more advanced. The rest of the team was also hiding behind the boulder, waiting for the right moment. Is everyone ready? Ready. Okay, in the clearing were the mission's targets, 2 demons. The targets are just 2 gradeless demons. We can finish them in one go. Sidulia's voice was serious, her brow slightly furrowed as she commanded the team, according to the plan, spread out. The 4 of them tacitly split into 4 directions, heading straight for the targets. The 2 demons were lying around lazily, but they shot up when they saw their prey, roaring and drooling. Hungry for the delicious taste of humans, Sidulu frowned slightly, assessing the situation. We still have 3 A-rank missions to complete. We can't drag this fight out. Let's end this quickly. As planned, Lansimo was the first to stomp his foot hard. First, let Lansimo block their vision. He ripped up the ground, forming an earth wall that blocked one of the demons' attacks. Confused by their disappearance, the 2 demons froze. Where did the humans go? Like a chess master, Sidulu moved her pieces step by step. Next, Aki and Shoei will destroy their motor joints. The 2 acted in concert as planned, their blades flashing like lightning, carving several gashes into the demons' legs. Aki's eyes remained fixed on the opponents, checking to see if they were completely down. Their bone joints are broken. Let's see you stand now. As expected, their legs immediately went limp, and they knelt on the ground. It was Lansimo's turn to shine, his arms emitting a golden aura. Have a taste of my fist. Treating them both equally, he landed the same uppercut on each demon. Just as they were knocked backward, Sidulu leapt out gracefully. She held a dagger in each hand, filled with a strong desire to win. Finally, let me bring this fight to a perfect end. Her speed was unparalleled as she flashed past the 2 demons, leaving a trail of light in an instant. Sidulu landed, plunging her daggers into the ground. The marks she had left on the 2 demons glowed blue, and then both demons exploded. Sidulu was very proud of her masterpiece. So beautiful. Another perfect finish. The trees in the forest swayed gently from the shockwave of the explosion. Su-meng checked the equipment she had set up beforehand. The mist is also dissipating and stabilizing. Only then did everyone relax from the not-so-intense battle. It's finally over. This patrol mission to disperse the mist in the wild is much harder than the test, in that case an A-rank mission. How long will it take to complete? One of them used a dry branch to push aside some monster fragments, revealing a stone. It dropped a red demon core. Su-meng picked up the stone and examined it excitedly for a moment. "It's so beautiful." Si-Du-Liu, as team leader, said, "Good work everyone, we've earned our first 10 points. Aki was curious about the advanced modern equipment in his hands. As soon as the mission is completed, it disappears from the mission board. Such high technology. Su-meng's reaction wasn't as exaggerated as his. Today's technology is always one step ahead of the demon race. The chip in each mission is linked to the leaderboard in the city. Once a mission is completed, the leaderboard automatically updates the score and re-ranks the teams. She patiently explained it to the old-fashioned Aki, then she held out her hand. "We just finished the mission to disperse the mist around the town. Let me see what else there is." The mission sheet showed 3 skulls and 10 gems, which made Su-meng's face turn pale. "This is still really difficult." She was completely crushed by the devilish mission design. "Gradeless demon cores, we fought all afternoon and only collected 3, we're still short 7, and we still have to capture some alive. I hear that's the hardest part." Lansimo could only accept it with a wry smile. "Looks like we'll have to work hard for a while. It's obvious that while we're doing missions, the other teams are also constantly earning points." Si-Du-Liu stepped forward again, drawing everyone's attention. "Everyone, let me lay out the mission plan." This was all from her brilliant mind. "Complete the remaining 2 C-rank missions, then continue taking A-rank missions and shoot straight to the top." The other 3 cheered her on enthusiastically. "Wow, our eyes are lighting up. That makes sense, let's go straight for the top. We can't let them look down on our team." Lansimo winked at Aki and asked quietly, "Brother Aki, what do you think?" He shrugged and smiled warmly. "Don't be so formal, we're friends now. Just call me Aki." He stretched playfully, full of competitive spirit. "You're right, the other teams are constantly earning points too. The quick-handed always win. Standing around gets you nowhere." At the same time, Aki sighed at his own fate. "Seriously, I'm over 50 years old, I've seen it all, I should be an old man by now." Now, he had completely accepted this new life. "I didn't expect that being with this group of kids would make me feel young again. That never-say-die spirit of the youth is truly invigorating." As such, the aura he exuded was also filled with youthful impulse. "Let's try to finish one more mission before dark. Let's go." Su-meng also jumped up in response. "Okay, let's go." The 4 figures were silhouetted against the twilight glow, but Si-Du-Liu felt something was off. Wait, how did he end up stealing the spotlight at the end? On a quiet afternoon, a few birds flew out from the forest. Lansimo, after a Herculean effort, tied up a green-skinned demon. "Just caught one over here." After several more hours of struggle, this was the result. They had finally captured 3 alive. Si-Du-Liu's expression was a bit grim as she carefully inspected the gun in her hand. "Perfect. We've also run out of tranquilizer darts. The specialized bullets assigned to each team are limited in number." She turned around and met Aki's innocent, curious gaze fixed on the gun in her hand. She had no choice but to begrudgingly explain. "Seriously, I have to explain everything. This is also nanosynthesized. It has a tranquilizing effect on the demon race. With the dagger, this gun is also stored in the nano-wing, but the compound and manufacturing process are more complex." Hearing this, Aki sat down in front of the muzzled demon, lost in thought. "So they can use tranquilizers to capture demons now." He recalled how hard they had worked to achieve that back in his day. "Back then, if we wanted to capture them alive, we relied on brute force to knock them unconscious before we could carry them back. The researchers often complained that I'd smashed their brains." "Ha ha," Lansimo couldn't stop laughing. "It's pretty good that we managed to capture them right as we ran out of tranquilizer darts. At this rate, we'll complete the mission in no time." Now that he mentioned it, they were surrounded by countless demons. To capture these 3, we had to fight through a whole swarm of demons, at least a dozen of them. Su-meng stretched after a tiring day and complained, "Warriors must return to the city before dark. What a damn rule. If we're late, we'll be punished." She giggled, her eyes blinking with anticipation. "Let's go home and eat now." Aki froze, a strange feeling welling up inside him. "Home? I wonder if I even have a home in this world." Si-Du-Liu held a device in her hand and said softly, "Yeah, I have to get back to the dojo early too. Now we just need to use the locator to confirm the position and notify the research lab. They'll come and take these 3 demons back. Our mission will be complete then." Suddenly, Aki's sharp intuition felt a chill. "Hey, does anyone else feel a bit of killing intent around here?" Just then, a bullet flew by like lightning, bypassing everyone and piercing straight through the 3 unconscious demons. The attack was so sudden that even Si-Du-Liu, who thought the mission was already over, didn't have time to react. In just a few seconds, their hard-earned results were reduced to stiff corpses. A mocking voice sounded, belonging to the instigator of this incident. "You won't be completing this mission." The members of Aki's squad hastily looked around, shouting, "Who's there?" At some point, another squad had already appeared on the nearby rocks. "You must be the new team, huh? Daring to take all the A-rank missions?" The masked leader raised an eyebrow contemptuously. "Those are missions we wanted to take. You guys have some nerve." The masked red-haired man's tone was arrogant as he roared triumphantly. "Those are missions we wanted to take. You've got some serious guts." Aki shot a cold glance at the uninvited guests. "We're new anyway, so we don't know who you are." He slung his signature gun over his shoulder and introduced himself smugly. "We're the squad that joined Captain Ji Yaoteng's command in the last assessment. Our team name is Black Gun." The red-haired man shrugged, repeatedly emphasizing his seniority. "Simply put, we're one of your 9 senior squads." At this, he turned to a girl on his team and asked, "How many new squads joined Captain Ji Yaoteng's command this time?" She elegantly flicked her hair and replied, 3. This guy clearly doesn't give a damn about the newcomers. Oh, 3 teams, is that so? Hearing this, he became even more arrogant and domineering. You're a new team and it seems you haven't greeted us seniors yet. You really have no manners. Several people leaped down from the rocks, landing steadily. The red-haired man seemed to be the captain of this squad, so he spoke for the whole team, taking all the A-rank missions without the permission of us old-timers. He struck a domineering pose, trying to intimidate them into submission. Are you looking down on us? Faced with these words, Aki's team remained silent for a long time. Sidulia's eyes were terrifyingly cold, unable to hear a single word. She gritted her teeth, her body trembling, the rage in her heart growing exponentially. The demons we worked so hard to catch. The red-haired man's despicable tone only added fuel to the fire. Who's your captain? Hurry up and bring your team over to greet us. Before he could finish his sentence, Siduliu had already charged in front of him. She delivered a merciless spinning kick, but he nimbly dodged it by bending backward. The red-haired man quickly created distance, getting away from this dangerous person. How dare you lay a hand on a senior? You have no manners. This trash talk made her even more furious. And you call yourself a senior? Lansamo and Sumeng rushed out in time to stop Siduliu. Duliu, don't be rash. They're still our seniors no matter what. Let's talk to them first. Although Sumeng didn't want to fight, she also felt it was unfair. Those people are being too unreasonable. They can't just shoot the demons we worked so hard to capture. The red-haired man scoffed as if he'd heard a bad joke. Ha, reasonable. His eyes widened as he spoke in a matter-of-fact tone. This is how competition works here. You're too naive. The more Siduliu heard, the more murderous she became, her voice sinking low. Naive? Inside, she was not as calm as she appeared. How dare you ruin our mission, you bastard? Do you know how much effort we put in? Where does this leave me, the captain? I'm done talking to you. Lansamo turned to the last person on the team with a hopeful look. Aki, the sun is about to set. Talk to them. Before he could finish, a ghostly figure shot past him from behind. Aki charged toward the enemy like a gust of wind. I'll kill you. A deadly flying kick, leaving the opponent no time to dodge. It was too fast, too dangerous. Before anyone could react, he had already rushed forward. He hated this kind of guy who boasted in front of him and bullied newcomers the most. I've never heard such bullshit in my life. Do you know how much effort we put into catching those 3 demons? What damn rules? I've never seen anything so outrageous in my previous life. Lansamo and Sumeng were stunned by his actions. Siduliu, on the other hand, gave a satisfied thumbs up. The red-haired man's mask was sent flying. He clutched his face, stammering, damn it, how dare you treat a senior like this? He couldn't stand the shame of being beaten by a junior. Black Gun Squad, prepare for battle. His other teammates moved at the sound of his voice, picking up their weapons and charging forward. At this point, there was nothing left to endure. Siduliu also drew her dagger, ready to fight to the end. The two sides immediately fell into a chaotic brawl. However, before they could get into a full-blown fight, a thunderous roar interrupted the commotion. A man rushed into the middle, blocking the attacks from both Aki and the red-haired man. A golden light flashed in Ji Yaotang's eyes. He mobilized his body, then spun around, flinging the two in opposite directions. The immense force sent the red-haired man flying, dragging him across the ground for a long distance. Aki also skidded to a neat stop. He knew it was time to quit. Looks like I can't win. I was hoping to see the skill level of the young warriors these days. Who was this person who had suddenly appeared in the heat of the moment? They cried out in alarm. Captain Ji Yaotang, his face cold, he scanned the group sternly, then warned them fiercely, a bunch of reckless brats still brawling after sunset. Do you want to become demon food? Red-haired man immediately started crying, pointing at Siduliu and the others. Captain Ji Yaotang, they attacked me first and even knocked off my mask. Siduliu looked at him with an expression of pity for his intelligence. Are you a child? Tattling to Captain Ji Yaotang over something so trivial. He was too angry to speak. You! Just then, Sumeng righteously took out her camera and said loudly, I have photo evidence. They killed the 3 demons we captured alive and they have the nerve to complain first. This move startled Lansamo, who was standing nearby. Holy crap, when did you take that? Ji Yaotang raised an eyebrow, sizing them up. Capturing demons alive, that's the A-rank mission you took, right? Siduliu showed no fear, her hands behind her back, standing straight as she reported. The mission was already complete, but it was sabotaged by the Black Gun Squad. Ji Yaotang didn't say more. He understood the situation. I see. He adopted the stance of a fair and just leader, explaining, you might think they're being unreasonable, but what you're experiencing now they also experienced as a new squad. Ji Yaotang didn't force everyone to follow his rules. Of course, how you choose to respond is up to you. His tone grew serious here, as if giving a prior warning. In the end, all that matters between squads is points. The only things not allowed are injuries and life-threatening situations. All other combat actions are within the rules. These are the rules of this city. And so Ji Yaotang painstakingly guided them, leaving no one behind. As warriors, you will face more difficult situations in the future, and it won't be as simple as this training. He also explained why he had stepped in to stop the fight. I intervened not because sparring is forbidden, but because the sun is about to set. Now all of you get back to the city. Despite this, Ji Yaotang didn't forget the embarrassing incident with the red-haired man's group. And you lot, you just had an A-rank mission snatched by a new team. I feel ashamed just hearing about it. Get back and reflect on yourselves. He didn't dare say another word. Yes, of course the matter wouldn't just end peacefully like this. As the red-haired man walked past Aki, he suddenly spoke. Hey, dare to tell me your name? Aki didn't shrink back from this. He stated his name frankly. Aki. The name made him widen his eyes, stunned for a second before he burst out laughing with his comrades. Did you hear that? He has the same name as the greatest warrior. The only one who knows the truth couldn't be bothered. You asked for it. The red-haired man's frivolous smile vanished and he said grimly, Aki, I will never let you get points easily, I guarantee it. Just this one encounter had created a grudge that felt like it would last 100 years. Your squad will definitely be at the bottom this month. He stopped by his mask and turned his face to show the bruise on his cheek, his expression terrifying. And this I'll pay you back double in the future. Having made his threat, he bent down, picked up his mask and carefully put it back on before shouting, Black Gun Squad, let's go. Everyone on his team obeyed his command, with just one word. The four of them leapt up in front of everyone and disappeared. Only then did Ji Yaotong reveal some information about the other party to Aki's team. The Black Gun Squad may not be the strongest in terms of skill, but they are known for their swift and decisive execution. They will definitely try everything they can to harass or sabotage your missions. He also kindly gave a brief introduction to their special equipment. And the captain of the Black Gun Squad specializes in firearms. Ji Yaotong still hoped they would think for themselves. He didn't use his gun in the skirmish just now. I admit that for a new team you are not weak, but there are many talented warriors out there. If they get serious, you must have a strategy to deal with them. After this long speech he turned and walked toward the sunset. All right, all of you, get back to the city. Siduliu was tired of listening for the day. She shook her head, trying not to think about it anymore, and ordered the entire team to head back. As he passed by, Aki couldn't help but tease, What are you standing there for, trying to look cool? However, afterward this Ice Queen admitted it herself, but that kick was really cool. His gaze fell emotionless on that small back. Lansamo hopefully invited Aki. Want to come to my place for dinner? He stretched his back and refused. No, I have plans tonight. This made Lansamo very curious. Such a mysterious plan, no one but himself knew that a crazy plan was brewing in his mind. Tonight I'm going to capture those 3 demons by myself. Night fell in the apocalyptic world, appearing particularly grim. The broadcast regularly played a warning message. Attention for your safety, please do not leave the city. Attention for your safety, please do not leave the city. Aki, following his afternoon plan, snuck out. The only sound on the way to the city gate was the looping broadcast. Everyone should be behind closed doors at this time, staying at home. After I finish the mission, I want to see what home is like too. He quietly observed, assessing the situation at the city gate. The security at the gate didn't seem as strict as he had imagined. His silhouette was reflected on a yellow sign that read, Emergency exit, do not approach. There was only a warning sign here, and he was very puzzled by this unusual situation. Is there a shortage of manpower in this era? Or is it because no one thought someone would leave the city in the middle of the night? But leaving a gap is too strange. Unlike in my past life, we didn't care if it was night. Sometimes we even specifically organized nighttime capture operations. Why at night? He couldn't figure out why the defense was so lax. Anyway, at night, I don't have to worry about not finding demons. Using the violent methods from my past life, catching 3 gradeless demons is no big deal. He was smug about his plan to trick that arrogant guy. That masked fellow seems determined to harass our team, so why not just complete the mission when he least expects it? Looks like I'm still a genius. Before he could do anything major, a voice suddenly came from the side. Aki jumped in fright, looking over in panic. It was Siduliu. Siduliu glanced at him coldly, but her heart was pounding like a frantic deer. So exciting, it's so thrilling to come out and play at night. I have a lot more freedom after becoming a warrior. I can leave the barracks with just a simple excuse. When I heard Aki say he had a plan during the day, I guessed this guy would definitely be up to something tonight. He stood up, relieved. You scared me to death, so it was you. Siduliu questioned him coldly. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Trying to leave the city? I can't help but look forward to it. So exciting, so thrilling. What will the world outside the city be like at night? Hearing this, Aki immediately changed the subject. What are you talking about? I just ate too much and felt a bit full, so I came out for a walk. This is the strongest warrior from my past life, but in everyday life, Aki, the strongest warrior, is a bit of a simpleton. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, his stomach rumbled with hunger. Siduliu couldn't even be bothered to call him out. Such terrible acting. My plan is exposed, I have to confess. All right. The truth is, I was planning to give you all a surprise tomorrow morning. I just wanted to complete the mission that was ruined by that masked guy during the day before the deadline passed. Is that so wrong? Aki had no choice but to awkwardly pretend he didn't see her and walk past. But since you found me, there's nothing I can do. Don't report me, I'm heading back now. He had only taken a few steps when he heard Siduliu speak again. I'm joining you. Her lips curved into an excited smile. What's the plan? I knew it. I might be a genius. So exciting, so fun. Being a warrior is really fun. The thought of that masked guy's frustrated face tomorrow morning just makes me feel great. Just then, Aki turned around, looked at her in confusion, and questioned, "Hey, why were you snickering just now?" Her smile vanished without a trace. "I wasn't." While the two were acting suspiciously here on the city wall, there were two guards. One was yawning nonstop while the other was focused on his meal. The guard with the buzz cut complained out of boredom, "Every guard duty is torture, I'm so sleepy. Who would go out at night now? Do they have a death wish? Can't they just close the main gate?" As soon as he finished, a person next to him shushed him loudly. "Are you stupid? Don't let the three captains hear you say that. The gap is left for emergencies. That incident has become an indelible pain. Have you forgotten what happened several years ago? Someone came to our city for help, but because we were a few seconds too slow to open the gate, that's why this rule is still in place. Died tragically at the hands of the demon race." The other man sighed and reiterated the rules of this world. Since then, almost every town in the world has left an emergency gap in their main gate. In this world, survivors are more important than anything. The buzz-cut man knew he had said the wrong thing. "Sorry." The other man didn't seem to mind much. "It's fine, you'll get used to it." He rummaged through his pockets and pulled out an adult magazine. "Look what I brought." The buzz-cut man's eyes lit up instantly. "It's the latest photo book of female warriors from other towns." The senior chuckled at his lecherous expression. "I paid a pretty penny to have someone get this for me. He he he. I'll share it with you tonight, kid. Ha ha ha." The two of them eagerly perused it on the city wall. "You actually managed to get the latest issue. Look at this page, that waistline." While the two guards were getting excited over the racy magazine, two figures had already slipped out quietly. Aki headed for an open field, a view completely different from the daytime. The assessment area was up ahead, and just like before, the night fog was much denser than during the day. He pointed the way for the girl beside him. "See-do, this way." In the blink of an eye, they had gone quite far. "This is it." See-do nodded in agreement. "It's far from the city wall, so we can avoid being spotted. This decaying dark forest is a good place to hide." Aki took command, instructing her softly. "Stick to the plan we agreed on. Wait for me to lure the monsters over and attack their heads. Just use brute force to knock them unconscious." The moment he finished speaking, he walked into the fog without a second thought. "I'll be back." As he vanished before her eyes, Sidulia's hand hanging by her side trembled slightly. Even though Aki seemed to have it all under control, was he really just walking into the night fog alone? She snapped out of it, her whole body tensing. "Wait, I'm also alone in this forest outside the city at night. It feels like I could be swallowed by the dense fog and darkness at any second." Her mind started to race, fear and excitement intertwined. "No, I have to concentrate." Siduliu took a deep breath and waited with wide eyes, ready to face whatever came. A few moments later, Aki lured out a demon. Siduliu was astonished by how proficient Aki was at luring demons. Each time, he only brought back a single gradeless demon, which significantly reduced the difficulty of capturing it alive. He spun nimbly in midair. For Siduliu, this unheard-of hunting method of pure brute force was incredibly new and exciting. She gradually adapted and quickly became proficient. Each time he lured one over, Aki would shout, "See-do," and she would leap out with perfect chemistry to intercept the demon. Working in perfect sync, they stepped on decaying branches, one on each side, and kicked the demon's jaw sideways. At Aki's prompting, their agile bodies seemed to toy with the gradeless demon, relentlessly attacking its head to build up stun. The purely violent method of capturing demons alive from half a century ago was revived tonight. The two of them took the demons down one by one. Although the process was relatively smooth, by the time the last one was defeated, tied up and laid out, this hunting method that relied solely on strength had proven incredibly physically taxing. After all the exertion, both of them were drenched in sweat. This body needs to be trained. In my previous life, hunting gradeless demons alone was child's play. Siduliu was no exception. She pulled the demon's jaw with a stoic expression. "The third one is finally taken care of. I'm dead tired, even more exhausted than training at the dojo." He directed, "Yeah, let's just leave them here." A puzzled look instantly crossed her face. "Leave them here." He knew what she was confused about. Gradeless demons aren't intelligent. They don't know how to rescue their own kind, and they don't venture too close to the city walls. It's fine to leave these three here. Aki gave a faint smile and patted the head of the gagged demon. "This hunting method that targets the head will keep them unconscious for some time. We can just come straight here in the morning to complete the mission." Siduliu hesitated, then asked, "How do you know all this?" Aki's expression immediately froze. He really had a big mouth. I said too much." Just as he was struggling for an answer, a savior appeared. Found him, found him." The two youngsters immediately froze and turned toward the voice. At some point, two talking demons had perched in the trees. "Found him. Found that human, he." The blue demon tilted its head. It had no eyes, but it could sense it. Indeed, the same scent. He never thought the ones to save him from his predicament would be demons. Grade 1 demons, and two of them no less. Aki was instantly thrown into a panic. This is not good. Why would two Grade 1 demons show up? In its current state, this body is no match for them. Damn it, why are there two? Their appearance instantly alerted the city as well. In the blink of an eye, the three captains leaped onto the city wall, shouting orders at the two guards who were reading the adult magazine. "We have a Grade 1 demon signature. Use the searchlights and be thorough." The two hastily hid the magazine behind their backs and shouted back nervously, "Yes, sir, yes, sir." Someone nearby asked, puzzled, "What's happening? Why would a Grade 1 demon appear? Are they the same two from the last assessment?" Ji Yaotong knew the situation better than anyone and denied it. No, the two I found in the underground cave should be dead. The searchlight swept across the surrounding forest and they quickly located the two demons. Targets acquired, Captain. There are 2 Grade 1 demons. Hearing this, everyone was shocked that 2 would appear at once. What drew them here? Don't panic, close the city gate, it can't hurt us, Chower shouted, ordering everyone to their posts and to prepare the defense cannons. Someone suddenly cut off his command. Wait, don't close the gate. The other 2 looked at Ji Yaotong in surprise. There are people down there. Searchlight, he pointed out. He immediately put it all together. Those 2 damn kids, what are they doing out there? Caught in the beam were 2 tiny figures, Aki and Sidu. Jower was baffled by the sight. What are those 2 doing outside the city? The light illuminated the dark forest. The beam fell upon the demons the 2 had caught, 3 tightly bound gradeless demons. Ji Yaotong understood instantly. I see, they were trying to finish the capture mission that was interrupted during the day under the cover of night. Hearing this, Chower frowned at their recklessness. A bit of skill and they're already eager to prove themselves. It's a common flaw in new warriors. Ji Yaotong was genuinely furious with the 2 for disobeying orders. Those 2 damn kids, I'll punish them severely when they get back. Instantly, he vaulted off the wall and charged toward them. Jower reacted swiftly, telling the other captain, I'm going to rescue them. I'll leave things here to you, Commander. The moment she finished, she also flew out, fighting alongside Ji Yaotong. Watching the 2 of them leave in a flash, Chower could only let out a long sigh. There goes my rare night off for a drink, ruined just like that. The 2 Grade 1 demons also sensed their approach. We've been found. Aki put a protective arm in front of Sidu. Sidu, get behind me, we need to stall for time until help arrives. Yet he also knew the reason they were here. It seems I'm the target, just like the last Grade 1 demon. A strange thought surfaced. Is it because of my reincarnation or did something else happen in that underground cave? Sidu rejected his heroics. No, we fight together. A voice that seemed to rise from hell came with a sinister aura. Still trying to resist? The 2 demons, seeing through their intentions, leaped down. Faced with such powerful creatures, neither of them was confident they could win. Their speed was too much to keep up with. In an instant, 1 demon was already behind them. Kill the useless one first. Sidu didn't have time to react, but thankfully Aki pushed her out of the way. Watch out, the force of its strike shattered the ground. Speech was halting, imitating a human's. Reaction, very fast reaction. Sidu finally snapped to it and kicked at the demon. Get away! But she felt her foot connect not with its head but with some kind of liquid. Several silk-thin threads wrapped around her leg. You missed, prompted by the demon. Sidu looked back in shock to find that she had been caught at some point. The blue demon immediately pulled its hand tight, completely binding her. Aki's sharp eyes noticed she was restrained. Sidu, the other demon, was already in front of him. No, can't get distracted. Before the demon could make a move, a fist slammed into its face. Luckily, Ji Yaotong arrived just in time, roaring, You will not harm them. The captain's strength was truly exceptional. He sent the Grade 1 demon flying in an instant. Relax, you're safe now. Jower quickly sized them up. Looks like a blue core water element and a red core earth element. We have to rescue Sidu first. These 2 Grade 1 demons are seriously strong, they even have elements. The red core demon, half its face just shattered, regenerated instantly. Good thing I defended well, that was almost a headshot. Chower could see it from the city wall. A stalemate? They were too close to each other, locked in a standstill. Defense cannons on standby. Avoid friendly fire. Before the situation could settle, someone ran up in a panic. Captain Chower, an urgent message was delivered in the dead of night. We're tracking a massive number of gradeless demons heading our way. What's the rough number? Countless. A sense of dread washed over him. It's a demon tide. An unforeseen storm was about to break. The earth shook with the stampede of demons hungry for human flesh. They shoved against one another, opening their massive jaws lined with sharp mandibles. In an instant, the view from the city wall was nothing but a black, churning sea of bodies. They still hadn't rescued the others, and now they were facing this. Chower had no choice but to prioritize the defense of the wall. He roared an order for everyone to sound the alarm. All warriors in the city mobilized for combat immediately. Instantly, the city was bathed in a brilliant red glow. The piercing sound of the alarm jolted many from their sleep. It's the demon tide alarm. Everyone suited up and rushed out. The squads assembled on the wall. Aki's group 2 realized the terrifying danger of the situation. A demon tide. So much trouble lately, looks like they came prepared. They're bypassing us and charging the city. Those 2 must have summoned them. We need to end this fast. Seeing the situation suddenly turn critical, Sidu bravely prepared to sacrifice herself. Don't worry about me, go support the city. Damn it, I was careless and dragged the captains into this. I'm useless. The water demon restraining her immediately clamped a hand over her mouth. So noisy, shut up. Ji Yaotong, of course, was even less likely to accept a squad member's sacrifice, saying, Nonsense, all of you get back here. The red demon, seeing the 2 charge, excitedly slammed its hand on the ground. The earth element demon made spikes shoot up from the ground. He also noticed its intelligence. Watch out, those earth spikes are mobile. They can even track you. However, as the 2 captains smashed through the spikes, Aki charged past completely unscathed. He was instantly filled with a confusion he'd never felt before. It's not attacking me again. The red core demon brushed past him, clearly letting him through on purpose. Haha, go on through. The moment it spoke, it sped past Aki, charging straight at the other 2. Ji Yaotong also noted its strange behavior. Why didn't it block Aki? Before he could figure out why, the demon attacked. Daydreaming will get you killed. This was all premeditated. There were others following. In a flash the blue core demon retreated, leaving a long trail of water in its wake. Seeing this, he desperately wanted to give chase. "See do," but he stopped short, realizing it was a trap. "To separate me from the captains, this is obviously a trap. Damn it, I have to stay calm, I can't just charge in recklessly. I'm not strong enough right now." Ji Yaotong stopped him as well. "Don't go, Aki, don't chase them, you're no match for it." He hesitated, gritting his teeth, but Si-do could. The last image of her face flashed in his mind. Her eyes seemed to reflect the faces of those who had died in his past life. "It's so familiar." Aki stood frozen, his hands trembling slightly. "How can I not chase after her?" The thought spurred him to action. He ran after them without a second thought, determined not to regret it. How could he leave her behind? The blue core demon dragged Si-do deep into the dark forest. In the murky fog it threw her to the ground. Human, its imitation of human speech was halting, but its meaning was clear. Interesting, it expressed its cold and twisted nature with great enthusiasm. "We grade 1 demons are curious about the rich emotions of humans. I've heard humans scream and beg for mercy when they despair. It had apparently never witnessed this, so it was very curious. Beg for mercy, I want to hear you beg." Si-do could only answer with a defiant stare. Seeing this, it waved its hand. Your mouth is still strange. Why aren't you screaming?" It gave a domineering command. "Uncover Si-do's mouth. There, now scream, beg for mercy," she replied stubbornly, her tone laced with contempt. "Are you even worthy?" The water demon seemed to half understand her words. "How worthy? Am I worthy or not?" Si-do coldly stated her lineage. "I come from a family of martial artists. We never bow to our enemies. Cowardice is our shame. Either kill me now or fight me again." The water demon grew angry listening to her long-winded speech. Unable to control its emotions, it kicked at her head. "Angry, I am angry." Si-do dodged but fell to the ground. The demon was very displeased with her heroic attitude. "You are the bait. You must die." Hearing its threat, Si-do's expression remained unchanged. Just as it prepared to strike, Aki appeared. "Hey," he said, pointing his knife at it defiantly. "Let her go, I'm your target, right?" The moment he appeared, Si-do's eyes widened. "Aki, why did he come alone?" The water demon immediately shifted its attention to him. "Aha, you really came. The bait worked. You're the target." Her confusion grew at its words. What did it mean Aki was the target? Why him? He faced the powerful enemy, his expression tense. "Si-do, are you okay?" She collapsed on the ground, struggling to shout and tell him to leave. "I'm fine, why did you come alone? You're no match for a grade 1 demon. Run." The blue core demon, impatient, kicked her in the stomach without a word. "Shut up." Seeing this, Aki shouted anxiously, "Hey, don't hurt her. If I'm your target, let me trade places with her. Let her go." The water demon turned as if it had heard something amusing. Its body twisted into an arc, nimbly appearing before him in an instant. "Hee, you're all going to die." Aki reacted quickly, his hands and eyes swift as he charged. However, a grade 1 demon was not so easily dealt with. It sidestepped and struck his side. The blow was excruciatingly painful. "Damn it, this body still can't fully handle an attack of this speed." The blue core demon's body turned to water, flowing back and forth in front of him. "You have the same scent as us. So curious, so curious." It chattered on and on. "Why?" Aki remained silent, focusing all his efforts on blocking its attacks. "So this is the water element. In over half a century, the demon race has evolved more elements." Although he blocked the attacks, it was futile. Scratches gradually appeared on his face. With this scrawny body, he couldn't use any techniques besides martial arts. "If this continues, I'm afraid," as they fought for their lives, Si-do refused to just sit and wait. "No, Aki will die. If this goes on, we'll both die here. That idiot, why did he come alone? He's no match for a grade 1 demon." As she struggled, she accidentally noticed a sharp protruding rock and began to inch her way toward it. "I can't just sit here and wait." Just as Aki blocked a blow, the water demon's arm liquefied again, and he swung his knife without hesitation. A chance, however. The demon quickly swiped its hand, locking his other arm. You killed a grade 1 demon in the cave. You shouldn't be this weak." The water demon was very confused by his actions. You're faking it." He had no idea what it was talking about. "I don't know what bullshit you're spouting. Killing a grade 1 demon in a cave, how absurd." Of course a demon wouldn't listen to reason. It took his profanity as disrespect. Attitude, bad, must be severely punished." It excitedly snapped the bone of Aki's captured arm. Broken. For a moment his head spun. The water demon didn't believe him at all. No, really. It let go, then suddenly charged forward, punching him in the stomach. Then died. The force was so great that it sent Aki flying, crashing through several dead trees. It yelled impatiently. Tell me your secret." However, he had no strength left to resist. "So painful, my organs are crushed. Why did I fall into the hands of such a cruel grade 1 demon?" Si-do, who was freeing herself, also saw this. "Aki, quickly, I have to be quick." The water demon approached Aki, who had collapsed on the ground. You won't admit it. Then you must die, and then I will eat you." It licked its lips greedily. I feel you can help me evolve." Its demonic claw slowly reached for his body. "I'll take you." Just then a wave of killing intent swept over. A blade was already closing in on the demon's skull. It nimbly sidestepped the blade. Si-do leapt mercilessly, kicking it. After freeing herself, she moved like lightning. Si-do kicked the demon away, creating distance between them, and then landed majestically. She plunged her knife tip into the ground to steady herself. Si-do took a defensive stance and threatened fiercely, "Don't touch my teammate." The demon was naturally surprised by her appearance. "You got free, I didn't expect that." Aki vaguely recognized Si-do's figure. He sincerely admired her iron will. To be able to forcibly break free from her wrist and ankle restraints, this girl's strength is not to be underestimated. A cold warning shone in her green eyes. If you want to kill my teammate, you'll have to get past my dead body first. The water demon just grunted vaguely and bent down. Alright, the water droplets around its body gathered into a sharp object. Then what about you two? Soon it used its ability to create countless fine ice needles. None of you will escape. They were small and fast, shooting towards Sidulyu, who could only desperately knock them away. Aki's voice grew weaker as he advised, Sidulyu, run. She gritted her teeth, her face scrunched in defiance. If I run, what about you? Don't argue with me. Damn it, there are too many. Suddenly the demon spoke again with amusement. Watch your feet. But it was too late. The sharp ice needles had already crept up to her feet. They immediately attacked from behind, then pulled her before the water demon. Come here. In an instant, Sidulyu was in its hands again. Are you looking for death? It choked her, lifting her high into the air, its tone angry. You did that on purpose. No, I will humiliate you, the demon's sinister voice echoed. And then I'll make you scream. Whether their fate will be as terrifying as it says, we shall see. After a struggle due to the vast difference in strength, Sidulyu was choked by the monster. Are you looking for death? After successfully subduing her, the monster casually tossed Aki aside. Deliberately, not killing you, humiliating you. At this, the monster revealed a sinister smile. And then I'll make you scream. Aki, tossed aside by the monster, watched with a dazed expression as Sidulyu was choked by the monster. Witnessing this scene, despite being covered in wounds, he struggled to use his remaining strength. Sidu, let go of her. Unwilling to give up, Aki used his last bit of strength, dragging his body toward them. How ironic to be reborn only to watch a comrade sacrifice themselves in front of him again. Nothing has changed. In the end, I still have to rely on a girl for protection. Wherever he crawled, shards of the power core on his chest fell. I can't even protect myself. How can I talk about protecting others? Feeling that all his efforts were in vain, Aki punched the ground in frustration. At least don't let me watch a comrade sacrifice themselves in front of me while I'm powerless. After that punch, a burst of power erupted. This explosion caught the monster's attention. It immediately turned to see what was happening, and as it turned, it was struck several times by those forces. Taking this chance, Aki rushed over, scooped up Sidulyu and moved to another corner. It all happened too quickly and dangerously. The demon was stunned. HMPH, it didn't attack me, that was just wind pressure. No matter how the demon reacted, Aki focused only on the person in his arms. For your first time as a captain, you've done very well. Hearing the familiar voice, Sidulyu hesitated. Aki's eyes were filled with killing intent, his face expressionless as he said, leave the rest to me. After speaking, he gently set her down. At the same time, the demon was slowly approaching. As the distance closed, the demon commented, our scent, it's so strong. You really do have a secret. After settling Sidulyu down, Aki stood up, ready to settle the score with the demon. Scent, I don't know what exactly happened either. At this, he raised a hand to feel the strange sensation in his own body. The power in his chest was spreading upward. Realizing this, Aki narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. It feels like it's about to burst out of my body. Then, with a loud shout, his power erupted. Initially shattered energy core, now bearing a strange symbol, gradually healed. Seeing that symbol, the demon couldn't hide its surprise. That is, a king-class core. Sidulyu, resting behind them, also noticed the strangeness. Aki, after the power burst, his entire aura changed. But I know one thing. A strange horn appeared on one side of his face and his voice was sonorous. You must die. This is the first form awakening. In another corner, Jiaoer and Ji Yaotong were in a fierce battle with a demon. Halfway through the fight, the demon suddenly froze. It stared blankly into the depths of the forest, completely unaware of Ji Yaotong approaching. HMPH, dizzy, so strong an aura. Is it one of my kind? It was because of this distraction that Ji Yaotong was able to finish it off. You got distracted, you mongrel. Just like that, the demon was struck several times in the abdomen. As he attacked, Jiaoer swiftly leaped up and kicked it in the face. With such seamless coordination, the demon was sent flying. Of course, Jiaoer didn't give it a chance to breathe, using the momentum to charge after it. After a brutal beating, the demon only managed to sit up after a while. Too strong, I can't resist at all. Before it could do anything, Ji Yaotong and Jiaoer closed in again. Its body was pierced once more. Not only that, Jiaoer kicked it even further away. The demon's body was riddled with a hole from the continuous attacks. Looking at this miserable state, it was extremely unwilling. To think they'd put a hole in my body. As it spoke, its whole body emitted a dazzling red light. In that case, Jiaoer knew what it was trying to do and shouted a warning. Yaotong, be careful, it's going to self-destruct. Jiaoer, what are you doing? I'll cover you. The demon, enraged and humiliated, grew even more frantic. Humans, go to hell with me. Before it could do anything, it was kicked again. The demon was sent flying into the forest, impaled upside down. It cursed unwillingly. Damn humans. Witnessing this, the two were stunned. That was almost a defense cannon. It turned out that at this time, near the city wall, others were also fighting fiercely. After a while, Jiaoer's stamina was gradually draining. There are too many. We can't kill them all. Realizing this, he quickly turned his head. Return to the city immediately. The demon tide had already breached the city wall. Zhao loudly called out to her two comrades, Yaotong, Zhao, Yaotong. Zhao immediately received the signal. We must return to the city immediately, they need us there. Despite this, Ji Yaotong remained where he was. Damn it, what about those two in Siduliu? Hearing this, Zhao comforted him. Yaotong, I feel the same way you do, but we are not just captains. Fearing he would disagree, she said bluntly. We are also warriors. Faced with this fact, Ji Yaotong could only accept it. Back to support the city. Back with Aki and Siduliu. You, human, what's wrong with you? Are kind. The more the demon looked, the more it felt something was wrong. Human, are you a grade 1 demon? No, you're stronger. Why would a human grow wings? Ignoring its ramblings, Aki remained expressionless. No, impossible. Why? The main character didn't speak, but the demon had already started to fill in the blanks on its own. Perhaps this is the meaning of my rebirth, to have all the powers of the demon race. Aki didn't wait any longer and used his power directly. While it was still babbling, he had already thrown that energy ball behind him and then changed everything. That power flew behind him, quickly healing all of Sidulia's injuries. Witnessing this scene, the demon began to doubt its own existence. Healing, are you a wood element? To this question, Aki finally answered. It seems I have a faint memory of that time, perhaps because I absorbed a wood element grade 1 demon before. As soon as he finished speaking, countless branches grew around him. Since I absorbed it, then you, or perhaps I also have the power of the water element. Looking at the constantly sprouting branches, the demon was terrified. What is this power? I've never seen it before. Aki stood on the throne he had just created and said excitedly, I'm starting to look forward to the power of the demon race. The demon looked at Aki standing on the tree trunk and backed away in fear. Wood element, absorbed the wood element, a grade 1 core, turned him into one of us. He was very pleased with this reaction. How interesting. Even in my previous life I had never seen the demon race so afraid. He pulled himself from his thoughts, pushed off sharply and charged directly at the demon. While it was still trembling in fear, he taunted, Come attack me with all your strength. Not only that, Aki continued to provoke it. I want to see what power this body of mine truly has. Faced with these words, the demon couldn't help but ask, Are you human? It paused, then immediately swung its arm to attack, but he easily dodged it. Or a demon? Aki retreated and raised his hand to use his skill. Elemental manipulation. He reached his hand out toward the demon opposite him, his tone full of interest. I remember, the wood element demon I absorbed had this move. After speaking, Aki clenched his fist, and in an instant, countless branches shot out, forming a cage that trapped the demon. Soon it was tightly bound. Not only that, he crossed his fist, successfully subduing the demon. Aki said proudly, It doesn't seem that hard after all. As he spoke, the branches tightened around the demon, forcing it to scream. I'm being crushed. The more it screamed, the more enthusiastically Aki tightened his grip. Right, what are you struggling for? Unwilling to accept this, the demon used its trump card. Trump card, I have to use my trump card. In an instant, countless streams of water shot toward where he was standing. Despite the impending attack, Aki stood his ground. He only stepped back to dodge when the water was about to hit him. From those streams of water, the demon suddenly appeared. Disintegrate. Just as it extended its claws, Aki gently blocked them. Not enough. Although the attack was blocked, the demon quickly gripped his forearm with its claws. No, you can't kill me. And the demon ripped off Aki's arm. You are wood element. Taking advantage of his injury, the demon attacked continuously, mocking him as it did. No, you can't be like me. Split yourself. Haha, aha. You, human, don't understand power. After a fierce battle, the demon kicked Aki away. The power of the demon race, he flew straight, knocking down several unlucky trees. Despite being beaten black and blue, Aki didn't have a single scratch. I'm stronger. After flying for a distance, he returned to the tree he had initially created. Thanks to the tree trunk, Aki managed to get to his feet, ready to continue the fight. You're right. I don't know the extent of the demon race's power, but I am the strongest warrior. Not only that, he even declared with confidence, my ability to learn is the strongest. After a pause, Aki spoke in a resolute tone, stating that he was going to kill it. At the same time, the wound on his arm gradually healed. Soon, his arm was as good as new. I just need to keep learning. Witnessing this, the demon began to doubt its own demonic existence. A wood element can heal itself? It understood immediately. What? Aki was satisfied with its reaction, and continued to show off his undamaged arm. See, my learning ability is very strong. The moment he finished speaking, he stomped his foot hard. The tree trunk Aki had created earlier had at some point taken the shape of a palm. Having gathered his power, he charged straight at the demon. Wherever Aki went, branches supported him. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of it, and it didn't even have time to make a sound. Then, Aki suddenly vanished from its sight. A moment later, the demon was tightly bound by branches that burst from the ground. Well, it's got me. At the same time, he approached and placed a hand on its face. Then, Aki plunged his sharp claws straight into the demon's head, making it scream in pain. OWW, ignoring its reaction, he continued to torture it. HMPH, don't even think about escaping. As soon as he spoke, the branches under his feet lifted Aki higher. In an instant, he was above the demon. From his high position, Aki no longer had any reservations. Fighting you, I'm starting to feel a little bored. Suddenly, the demon began to struggle, and something inside it immediately caused its body to swell abnormally. Immediately after, a blue light shot out in all directions as the demon exploded right before Aki's eyes. Being within the blast radius, he also suffered some superficial injuries. However, the demon reappeared behind Aki completely unharmed. It took advantage of his unpreparedness, charging forward to end it all. Foolish, foolish, I can split my body. Before it could do anything, it was once again pierced by wooden stakes summoned by Aki. After subduing the demon again, he turned his head and said proudly, "Of course I know that, but for a demon like you, your most important core is not the ability to split your body." Then Aki slowly walked toward it, taunting it as he went. "You idiot, are you too confident in your own abilities?" In that instant, the demon's energy core was separated from its body by the branches he controlled. "My heart," no matter how much it wished. The core was still crushed in Aki's hand. "My heart." He brought it before his eyes, examining it for a long time. "With your core destroyed, even if you were a Chi-Chi-class demon, death would be your only path." At this, Aki looked up, a sinister smile on his face. "Your water element ability. I have already received it." The demon was utterly defeated, melting into a puddle of water. After dealing with his target, he walked on, admiring his prize. Without further hesitation, Aki crushed it and let the water flow into his mouth. "Let me become stronger." In that instant, the demon's thoughts also began to invade his mind. After absorbing the unlucky demon's energy core, Aki thought excitedly, "It tastes pretty good." Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Sidulio, who was resting behind him. Aki quickly transformed into a stream of water moving toward her. Arriving before the barrier, he reverted to his original form. Aki pursed his lips, his eyes cruel as he looked at the person being healed. After observing for a moment, the thing residing in his body began to control his mind. "Demon, devour human, kill." Aki was also hypnotized, repeating those words. "Demon, devour human." As soon as he spoke, he raised his hand ready to strike. Without further hesitation, Aki shattered the barrier protecting Sidulio with a single palm strike. Just as he was about to continue, the last shred of his sanity stopped him. Aki even bit his lip, using the pain to warn himself. Damn it, it turned out that he had used his last bit of reason to extend his own hand and take the blow. "Stop, you bastard, stop, stop." After successfully stopping the attack, Aki continued to fight with the other being inside him. "How could I kill my own comrade? How could I? I was supposed to take her back." Damn this voice. At this, he slammed his head a few times, then roared, "Get out of my head." This completely surprised the being. "To think he can resist my will." Despite this, it wasn't angry. Instead, it laughed happily. How interesting. Back at the city wall, everyone was in a fierce battle with the demon race. Next in the crowd, Lansimo and Sumeng were also fighting hard. "These gradeless demons are climbing up." After speaking, Lansimo focused on the task at hand again. He slammed the ground with all his might, creating a tremor that knocked back several demons. After temporarily solving the problem, he turned to ask about Sumeng's situation. "Why don't I see Aki and Sidulio? Are we the only squad that isn't all here?" While answering Lansimo's question, Sumeng casually dispatched a demon that was about to attack her. "I heard from another squad when I got here that 2 warriors snuck out of the city. They were targeted by 2 grade 1 demons." At this, she couldn't hide her worry. "It seems it was Aki and the others. This is making me anxious." No matter how anxious she was, Sumeng still deftly dealt with all the monsters that tried to get close to her. Hearing this news, Lansimo was stunned on the spot. "What did you say? Snuck out of the city?" The question gave Sumeng another headache. Don't ask me." Targeted by 2 grade 1 demons, my god, I can't even imagine it." She wanted to say more, but another group of demons charged, forcing Lansimo back into the fight. Damn it. Damn demons, why would 2 grade 1 demons suddenly appear? Putting the question aside, the two focused on dealing with the demons that had just climbed up. Let's focus on the demon tide first. In another corner, Zhaoer and Ji Yaotong were also fulfilling their duties as captains, the two of them taking down demon after demon in a fluid motion. Below, Zhaoer looked at his 2 comrades and asked, "Yaotong, Zhaoer, how's your core status?" Ji Yaotong didn't answer immediately, focusing first on fighting the monsters. Only after he was done did he quickly turn back to report, "The core consumption isn't great. Zhaoer's core status should be the same as mine." After getting a reply, Zhaoer began to analyze. A warrior's core would be consumed. The higher the burst of power, the greater the consumption and the weaker the strength they could exert at any given time. But just now, when he teamed up with Yaotong to deal with a grade 1 demon, their core status was still very healthy. Otherwise, this demon tide would have been a lot of trouble. Regardless, Zhaoer was still taking down monsters one after another. After she was done, she turned to Zhaoer and asked, "Zhaoer, what's your plan?" The person she asked was analyzing while fighting. "You killed a grade 1 demon, and the offensive of this group of gradeless demons has clearly weakened a lot. The other grade 1 demon isn't here. This group of gradeless demons is like an army without a general. Not only do their attacks have no target, but they also have no strategy, even though gradeless demons have no thoughts." At this, Zhaoer looked at the demon horde in the distance, which was trembling like a leaf in the wind, and revealed, "But they know the terror of death. We must make them even more afraid. We've found a breakthrough." He immediately gave an order: "Weaken their desire to attack and buy time for the warriors on the wall to recover. Everyone, manage your core status and prepare for a burst of power." Zhaoer and Ji Yaotong received the order and went all out. All right, the two of them leapt into the air at the same time, surveying the entire scene. Let these beasts, after observing enough, he and she dove down like moths to a flame, be blown to smithereens. The moment they hit the ground, an explosion occurred, sending all the monsters there flying. After temporarily repelling the demon horde, the two prepared for the next round of attacks. Including the time we had checked the grade 1 demon, this is the second time we've burst our core energy today. If it weren't for the limits of our cores and bodies, I'd really like to just wipe them all out in this state forever. As soon as they spoke, the two charged forward to deal with the group of monsters. In another corner, Chower was also giving it his all. The explosive power of a red core really is the fiercest, however. After a pause, he charged forward at high speed, and wherever he went, demons fell one after another. Witnessing this scene, the ordinary soldiers who were watching from the side were all dumbfounded. So amazing, this is the first time I've seen the captains attack like this. Wow, so strong, Lansimo also had a chance to observe. The more he watched, the more inferior he felt. Is this the strength of a grade 1 core warrior? I'm so envious. I must become a warrior like that too. After a fierce battle, the three were also panting. Are you guys okay? Phew, I'm okay, my body can still take it. At least the slaughter was satisfying. No matter how hard they tried, the demon horde was still dense. No matter how tired he was, Chower still encouraged everyone. HMPH, it seems to have been effective on those beasts. It's time for our warriors to recover their stamina. After stabilizing, he turned his head to encourage the warriors on the city gate. Warriors, recover your status and maintain the fight. We must repel the demon tide. Hearing these words, the soldiers' morale was instantly boosted. Understood. The three great captains are truly trustworthy. Chower was very satisfied with this reaction. Very good, we can also. Suddenly his eyes widened, full of vigilance. Careful, something's coming. Chower also sensed it and turned to Chower hesitantly, asking, is it the remaining grade 1 demon? From a distance, a figure gradually appeared. Looking at that figure, the three gradually recognized it as Aki. Because of Aki's appearance, the surrounding demons all inexplicably moved aside, clearing a path. Watching the familiar figure slowly approach, Chower couldn't help but feel puzzled. It's Aki and Sidulyu. What about the grade 1 demon? Hearing this, Chower observed Aki and Sidulyu more carefully. Hey, that Aki guy. Even if the attack desire of those gradeless demons was just beaten down by us, it's impossible for him to just stroll over like that. The two of them would be instantly overwhelmed by the demon horde's reaction. As soon as he finished speaking, the demon horde had already snapped out of it and was preparing to pounce. Seeing him about to be attacked, the three captains quickly rushed forward to support him. You beasts, you dare? Despite the impending attack, Aki remained where he was when the demon's claws were about to touch him. Aki glanced up and shouted sharply, "Get lost!" All the demons present immediately froze. Immediately after, a strange aura pushed them all away at once. Then the demon horde knelt down in unison, their bodies trembling with fear. Ooh, then one of them, too afraid, turned and fled. With one leading the way, all the remaining demons retreated in unison. It happened so suddenly that the captains all screeched to a halt. The demon tide is retreating. All the demons that had been like a storm before the city just vanished without a trace. The soldiers on the wall were also extremely surprised to witness this scene. Wait, the demon tide seems to be. After confirming the information again, everyone cheered in unison. The demon tide has retreated. We've won. We've held the line. Everyone grew more and more excited, and suddenly two soldiers noticed something strange. We won. Why did they suddenly retreat? Was it the powerful attacks from the three captains just now that scared those beasts? Nonsense, of course it was. After receiving this affirmative answer, the soldiers on the wall cheered in unison. The explosive power of the three captains has an unparalleled suppressive effect. So strong, the three captains are so strong, I'm so envious of them. Praised by everyone, the three of them looked at each other blankly. The reason was us. Thinking of this, Ji Yaotong looked hesitantly in a certain direction. Or is it because he looked at Aki, who was holding Sidulyu and standing there, and asked himself? After driving away all the demons, he took a deep breath. Then Aki's body went limp and he knelt on the ground. Witnessing this scene, the three captains hurried forward. Aki, pushing all questions aside, Ji Yaotong reminded them, "Save them first, we'll talk about the rest later." On the surface he was unconscious, but Aki's consciousness was still clear and was in a strange space. "You enjoyed it, didn't you? My power." Hearing this voice, he finally paid attention. "Who are you?" Not surprised by the question, the voice answered truthfully, "You saw me once half a century ago. You should still remember." Hearing this answer, Aki still remained calm. "A Baki, you're one of the two Baki I saw back then. How many Baki are there?" As soon as the question was asked, the voice immediately avoided it. You don't need to worry about it. You'll know in the future." As soon as the voice fell, its owner appeared directly beside Aki. Looking at him lying there leisurely, the demon introduced itself and added a reminder, "I am King Chiki, the strongest Baki." Aki observed the person who had just appeared before him, and apart from a little surprise, he was still very calm. King Chiki was not too surprised by this reaction. "Not even flustered to see me. No wonder your mind is strong enough to resist my suggestions," as expected of the strongest warrior. Pulling himself from his thoughts, he offered a vague reassurance. "But you don't have to worry, I won't harm you for now." These words successfully made Aki jump up. "Why did you choose me? What on earth happened to my body?" Asked this, King Chiki touched his forehead and answered perfunctorily, "A lot of things." As soon as he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Aki's head under his astonished gaze. Another king chickie appeared out of nowhere and comforted him softly. You'll find out slowly, no need to rush. At this, he gently swiped his claws across his body. Also, your current body is also my body. For certain reasons I must sleep for a while. For our safety, you'll have to work hard to evolve from now on. At the same time, the original king chickie stood up and tempted, and then become infinitely close to my perfect form. After breaking free from the other king chickie's control, Aki stood up. You demons, what do you think we humans are? At the mention of this, he became angry again and wanted to rush up and punch that murderous bastard. Before he could do anything, Aki was pulled back to the real world. Bro, Aki, wake up. It turned out he had unconsciously grabbed Sidulia's collar, and because of this action, Aki saw what he shouldn't have seen, so white. He froze on the spot, captivated by the beautiful sight before him. Wait, what am I doing? Snapping out of his daze, Siduliu broke free from Aki's hand, turned around and prepared to leave. Let go, he cried, but the disciples behind her rushed up and restrained him. How dare you? You are unforgivable. Even if you saved the young mistress's life, how dare you be so disrespectful to our young mistress? We'll cut off this hand first and then kill you. Just then a majestic voice sounded insolent. From a distance, a dignified figure walked over. Is this the proper courtesy for a savior? Seeing who had arrived, everyone immediately bowed solemnly. Master, teacher. Aki, pinned to the ground and beaten, also noticed the atmosphere. Oh, he stared at the newly arrived man who seemed to feel his gaze. Jower stepped forward to introduce him. This is the head of the Sidu family, a martial arts family known to everyone in Herrick City. Sidulia's father, Miss Siduliu. You're from Herrick City too, right? Why do you look like you've never heard of him? Aki didn't pay much attention to these introductions. The captain's father. It seems he took good care of me while I was unconscious. After being released, he quickly got up and bowed to thank the head of the Sidu family for his care. My apologies for my rudeness. Suddenly being thanked so formally, Sidulia's father smiled gently. It's nothing. He walked over and patted Aki's shoulder comfortingly. You saved my daughter's life. Our Sidu family thanks you for your courage. After speaking, Sidulia's father turned his head and gave a few instructions to the three captains. Everyone rest at the dojo tonight. Then we'll celebrate today's great victory over the demon tide together. Three saluted in unison. Then we will impose on you. At their attitude, he smiled and pointed at Siduliu, entrusting her to them. The three of you, I've watched you grow up, don't be so polite. Just treat the Sidu dojo as your own home. In fact, it's my girl who will be troubling you. This girl is stubborn by nature. Punish her when she needs to be punished, hit her when she needs to be hit. I'll have to trouble you to temper her more in the future. Don't hold back. Ji Yaotong heard this and replied politely. Rest assured we will do our duty. Siduliu was not at all satisfied with this arrangement. After speaking, he noticed Aki nearby. We've troubled an outsider before, let's greet them. As soon as they reached another room, the three of them surrounded him. Without beating around the bush, Ji Yaotong said directly, From the appearance of the Grade 1 demon during the warrior assessment to this demon tide, what do you know? As soon as he finished, Shower added, Even if he's a member of our squad, we can't delay this. After a pause, he volunteered. Let me do it. Speak now. As soon as his voice fell, Chower began, I'll ask you directly. Unlike Ji Yaotong, he asked him point blank, You're a demon, right? The three captains also released their intimidating auras to prevent Aki from lying. Seeing that everyone suspected him, Aki also looked up at them in confusion, his eyes wide with surprise. The three continued to stare at him. Aki scratched his head and said with an awkward smile, I'm a demon? Are you kidding? Siduliu and I barely escaped from a Grade 1 demon. Nearby, Chower, with his hands in his pockets, walked over. The other Grade 1 demon required the two of us to team up to eliminate. Could it be? His eyes were full of inquiry as he smiled and looked down to question him. You took care of a Grade 1 demon all by yourself. Then he crossed his arms, bent down to look him straight in the face and said, How did you manage to escape with Siduliu? He tilted his head in confusion, his body recoiling as he thought, Is there really no other way? This time I've made them very suspicious. What excuse can I use? Chower's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he grinned, staring at him and assessing, Or is it because you're an accomplice of the demons, which is why you can escape from them every time? Hearing this, he could only grit his teeth, his mind filled with fearful thoughts. Do I really have to reveal my secret here? Can I tell them my secret? If I tell them, what awaits me? He imagined himself being chopped into pieces, flesh and blood flying everywhere, and couldn't help but panic. Will they kill me on the spot? Aki gritted his teeth and concluded that they wouldn't let this opportunity slip. They wouldn't believe he was human, they would only see him as a demon. After all, inside his body, the real demon was still slumbering. Inside me is the strongest demon. Jower's hand summoned a weapon, threatening him with a murderous aura. If you don't speak, I'll make my move. His eyes widened, and he clenched his fists, looking at the summoned sword, his heart in a panic. What should I do? Should I fight them here? Damn it, should I fight them? Suddenly, Jower walked over, grabbed his wrist, and stopped him. All right, stop fooling around. She thought about the demon confirmations. Only Grade 4 or 5 demons could take human form. At best, he's probably just a Grade 4 demon. Even if he could reach our sea-level city, it wouldn't mean much. She stroked her hair, looking at him with affectionate eyes. Only then did Ji Yaotong, who was behind her, speak with a blank expression. And one more thing, demons don't save their own kind. Because they don't have the concept of their own kind. They are a selfish and cruel species. The three of them all looked at him. He tilted his head and looked back at them, remembering how Aki had desperately tried to bring Sidulyu back when they were escaping. I don't believe he's a demon. Nearby, Chower suddenly relaxed and excitedly slapped him on the back, stunning the other two. I know, I was just joking with him. Why are you guys so serious? After speaking, he also smiled and touched Aki's face. You and Sidulyu really had a close shave with death. You've been through a lot. Across from him, Ji Yaotang's expression was still serious as he announced, but Sidulyu told me she fainted while fighting the grade 1 demon and doesn't know what happened after. His shadow fell over him, questioning. How did you end up saving Sidulyu from the demon? What happened? Nearby, Jower recalled that monster and looked at him with confusion. Did you really defeat a grade 1 demon? Aki's gaze wavered slightly under their questioning. He sat up straight, hands crossed in front of him, lost in thought. Right, I defeated it. I've been so focused on the demon inside me, how could I forget other possibilities? Aki had a hint of arrogance on his face as he pointed to himself, making the other three want to punch him. Actually, I'm a genius. At this statement, then he himself coughed in embarrassment. I overdid it. I can absorb most of a core's energy in a short period of time and then unleash power that surpasses my current strength. This is my secret weapon. Seeing this, Ji Yaotang also looked at him with confusion. You said, absorb most of a core's energy in a short period of time. Is it like the effect we get when we stimulate our core energy? Aki looked at her, feeling a little guilty. Yes, his mind was in a mess. If he explained it this way, would they believe him? The three of them watched in silence. Nearby, Chower suddenly burst out laughing. If that's true, you really are a genius. Jower looked at him and concluded, You mean last time and this time you used that ability of yours to defeat the grade 1 demon? On the bed, Aki propped himself up with his hands on the pillows, lowered his head and affirmed seriously, Yes, the first time was also when I discovered this ability. My body absorbed all the core's power in a short time and then burst out with a single strike. I caught that demon off guard and blew up its body. Because it was the first time awakening it, I lost consciousness afterward. This time I used the same method to defeat the grade 1 demon that kidnapped Sidulyu. Because my body couldn't handle the sudden increase in energy, I fainted after managing to bring Sidulyu back. Hearing this, Ji Yaotang also touched his chin and fell into deep thought. If it's as he says, it could also explain why I found cracks in his core a few times. It's because the energy absorbed from the core exceeded its limit. The surrounding space grew quiet. He concluded, It really can only be this way because Aki is a genius. Jower closed her eyes, lowered her head and shrugged. If what you say is true, then this ability of yours is indeed beyond your current control. This is actually like the way we captains stimulate energy. Through high-intensity training, we captains can minimize the damage to our bodies when stimulating energy, because we can control it. She strongly advised him not to use this ability until he learned to control it for fear of danger. Suddenly, Ji Yaotang rushed over and interrupted her. Jower is right, so let me test this ability of yours. Aki, if you're a genius, let me be the one to verify it. A murderous aura emanated from him, and he pointed outside with his thumb, proposing, to the training ground. At night, the two stood facing each other outside the training ground. Aki was still adjusting and checking his equipment. You still suspect me? He slammed his palm on the ground and the ground cracked. Smoke rose from his body, his expression serious as he touched the ground and took a defensive stance. Come on. Seeing this, he could only smile awkwardly. Please go easy on me, Captain Ji Yaotang. He emitted a murderous aura, staring at him, his heart filled with worry. I'm done for. I'm no match for him now. Although their level of skill was just the basics in my previous life, this body can't utilize it at all. Aki's hand turned the badge on his chest. What should I do, or should I try to use the demon's energy? He leapt up and rushed toward him, shouting, Let's go. He charged over, and he also tried his best to dodge the attack. He stomped on the ground and a sweeping kick went over his head. Aki ducked to avoid it, his eyes filled with surprise as he watched the tip of the shoe graze past his face. Aki looked back at the crack on the ground, a little panicked. Is he being serious? Outside, Jower shouted a reminder. Tong Tang, that's enough. During the fight, Ji Yaotang looked at him and praised. Putting everything else aside, your reaction speed is indeed impressive. Aki's eyes were a little flustered. He was relying entirely on his combat experience from his past life, but this level was already his limit. Immediately, Ji Yaotang waved his hand, preparing to strike, which also made him panic. I'm getting serious. A fist smashed into the ground, causing it to shake and crack, and dust began to fill the air. Then, Aki leapt up to dodge the attack, destroying the dojo's training ground. This guy really treats himself as an outsider. Behind him, Ji Yaotang's body rushed over, causing him to panic as well. He grabbed his neck and shouted in alarm. He looked down from above. Is that all you've got? Aki grabbed his neck, causing him to panic. Damn it, this body can't break free from his grip at all. He tripped him, and Aki's body was kicked into the wall behind him. Nearby, Jower and Chower walked over in a panic. Chower frowned and reminded, That's a bit too much, let's go stop them. Jower pouted. Tangmang knows his limits, let's wait and see. Across from him, he angrily beat his chest and looked down. Is this all the strength you have? That can't be called a genius, can it? On the other side, Aki was crouched behind the wall, lost in thought. I really can't stand this kind of contempt. Then he turned and stood up. If it were my past life, the man who was called the king by all warriors. Ji Yaotang, you would only be considered my grandson's generation here. Then he walked forward through the smoke saying, "To call myself a genius but not show the corresponding strength, that's unacceptable. Since I've been reborn, I can't demand the same standards of myself as in my past life." The core on Aki's chest glowed and he grinned. "Let me secretly borrow some of the power of that despicable demon inside me. You won't mind a kid with 200 wins pulling a few tricks, will you?" He emitted a murderous aura, his face livid, and the people around him were startled. He walked toward Ji Yaotong, Aki's aura. Aki stood before him, Captain Ji Yaotong, his eyes filled with determination, as if the soul of his past life had appeared behind him. "My turn to attack." Seeing this, he also looked over in confusion, his lips trembling in panic. This aura, the energy burst was so great that it made everyone tremble. The ground around them sank and everyone watched in silence. After using the demon's power, he retracted his hand, and the energy was still increasing by percentages. Even the sync rate of this low-level core soared. "It seems that now, as long as I mobilize my consciousness, I can stimulate more potential and possibilities in this body." Chao's eyes widened in surprise. "Can you feel his sync rate constantly rising?" Jauer also looked over in a panic. "Let alone our Herrick city, even in a no-name town, is there really a genius among geniuses?" Ji Yaotong also watched in surprise as he walked over, surrounded by a murderous aura. This aura, his current sync rate must be at least approaching 40, and it's still soaring. He remembered when Siduli was syncing. "I remember Sidulia's sync rate was 39 and Aki surpassed her with a single move." Suddenly he spoke, startling him. "Captain Ji Yaotong." He walked over, clenched his fists, and the surrounding smoke gradually dissipated. "Don't get distracted." He frowned and waved his hand as a reminder, "Here I come." A fist shot rapidly toward his body. Ji Yaotong smiled excitedly as he watched his movements. "This kid Aki, his speed just doubled, and this kid's physical data has also increased." He smiled and said, "Captain Ji Yaotong." Then Aki spun and kicked out, stunning Ji Yaotong. It was a feint. With just one feigned attack, he sent Ji Yaotong stumbling to the ground. He grinned, lost in thought. "This kid is something else, actually taking advantage of the opening while I was distracted." His attack was very smart. He then continued his assault, throwing his opponent off balance. Aki suddenly ducked again, and Ji Yaotong, still confused, looked down as another swift kick flew at him. Outside the ring, Chao frowned as he observed his attacks are very focused. Where did this guy get so much combat experience? Behind them, a person walked up, surprising them both. For Tang Tang, fighting someone skilled in physical combat up close didn't seem like a good idea. They exclaimed, "Uncle Zungong." He smiled as he watched the fight. "This is the head of the Sidu family, Sidu Zungong." Zhao turned and took his hand. "Uncle Zungong, when did you get here?" He explained calmly. "Just now. You were all too focused." Zhao scratched her head in embarrassment. "Sorry, Uncle Zungong. Tang Tang borrowed the training ground to spar with that kid and made a bit of a mess." He looked at the wreckage of the training ground and said, "You call this a bit of a mess?" Zhao compensate immediately. "Make Tang Tang pay for it." Zungong smiled with great interest, looking ahead. "Just kidding. I'd rather see how that brat with the same name as the greatest warrior is going to handle little Tang's counterattack." On the other side, Ji Yaotong had caught Aki's ankle. Aki tried to pull his leg back, but it was still caught. He looked up at him calmly. "Got you." Zungong was reminded of Ji Yaotong as a child. Little Tang has always been like this, as long as you give him a chance to counter. Even for a fleeting moment, he can seize it with precision. Not to mention, after so many years of close combat with the demon race, he had long since honed a superhuman ability to judge timing. That kid's ankle is caught, he can't break free. He's probably in for a world of hurt. He raised his hand, preparing to punch, his other hand still gripping the ankle tightly. Aki suddenly smiled, his face filled with excitement as he reminded him, "It's I who caught you, Captain Ji Yaotong." He twisted his body, catching Ji Yaotong off guard, and then Aki's head slammed hard against his forehead. The other three watched in astonishment as Ji Yaotong's body went flying. Ji Yaotong clutched his head, looking up in surprise. His body swayed and Aki stepped back. "This kid," after landing, he concluded. "Human bones are hard, but the glabella is fragile." With that, Aki charged forward. "Take this, Captain Ji Yaotong." Ji Yaotong's face twisted in surprise. He waved his hand, gritting his teeth as he continued the fight. "Fine, bring it on," Chao shouted in surprise. "It looks like Tang Tong has no intention of stopping." An uppercut cracked the very ground. Aki's eyes widened in surprise. "A move that combines offense and defense?" He held out his hand and laughed with interest. "All right, let's test the power of this demon then." An invisible hand shot out, shattering the earthen wall Ji Yaotong had erected with a single punch. He looked up at him in shock. What? Opposite him, Aki's figure was hidden behind the smoke. Then he suddenly appeared behind Ji Yaotong, swinging his arm to attack. Outside the ring, Zhao concluded, using the smoke to move into his opponent's blind spot. "He's actually using Tang Tang's own move against him," Chao said with some embarrassment. "He's really the type to hold a grudge." Zungong smiled, seeing through his intentions. "No, or rather, what an astounding ability to learn." Immediately, Ji Yaotong also charged forward to attack. "Don't forget, this is my move. No one is more familiar with it than I am." His arm blocked Aki's attack. The two watched the battle. Zungong's face darkened as he confirmed, "Little Tang has lost." In the ring, Aki knocked his body back. Ji Yaotong looked down at the fist that had grazed past his waist. Did he intentionally miss with that punch? Then Aki stepped back. Captain Ji Yaotong has been using grappling as his main form of attack. If he had been serious from the start, I'm afraid I wouldn't have gained an advantage. His body moved so fast it left afterimages, his hand shooting forward, clenched into a fist. A heavy blow to the glabella will cause momentary visual impairment and double vision, leading to misjudgment. and I used that to my advantage. Aki stood up straight, looking down at him, and smiled with a wink. In short, do you believe what I said now? Ji Yaotong closed his eyes and said nothing. The surrounding area was a wreck, and a handprint had appeared on the wall behind where they had fought. He wondered, a genius. Outside, Zungang's eyes widened in surprise as he commented, and if it's this young man, it might really be possible. Suddenly, there was a sound from the door and they all looked over. Su Meng pushed the door open and walked in with 2 people behind her. Why isn't everyone here for dinner yet? What are you busy with? Following the sound, they found that the Sidu family had prepared an incredibly lavish meal in a magnificent room. She looked up and gasped in shock, covering her mouth. What is everyone doing? Before her was the wreckage of the training ground. Aki scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Most of this was Captain Ji Yaotang's doing. Siduli looked at them and also assessed silently. A spar? Chower and Jower walked over to him. Chower sneered. Got more than you bargained for, huh? Ji Yaotong stood with his hands on his hips while Aki replied humbly. It's probably because Captain Ji Yaotong is used to fighting demons. Now that his opponent is a kid like me, it's inevitable that it took him a moment to adjust. Outside, Zungang suddenly burst out laughing. He turned his head and remarked, "Don't be so polite. The spar is over and the banquet to celebrate the great victory should begin." Then he walked over, waved his hand and said calmly, "I'm starving. Thank you, master of the house. I won't be polite then." Zungong watched his retreating back. He looked at Aki, lost in thought. Unyielding, skilled, knows his limits and saved face for little Tang. His combat intelligence shows infinite potential. He suddenly called out to see Du Liu beside him. "Liu," he looked down at her from above and asked probingly, "That young man is very good. Are you interested in him?" Her face turned red and her eyes widened in surprise. Outside the window the night was hazy. Inside the dining table was bustling with activity. Zungong raised his glass and everyone at the table raised theirs to him. "On behalf of all the residents of the town, I thank you all for your protection, and for those warriors who fought hard until the very last moment, thank you all very much." Then he looked at Aki, which also surprised him. "And you, a talented young man," he added, "thank you for saving my daughter." Aki also stood up and bowed politely. "I only did what I should, Headmaster Zungong, you're too kind." Suddenly, Ji Yaotong rushed over from the side and punched him on the head, scolding, "Are you even an adult? How dare you drink?" Aki's face twisted from the blow and he turned his head and shouted in dissatisfaction, "I am an adult. I'm 18, I think. Don't you have to be 18 to take the warrior assessment?" Jower beside him also smiled and explained, "Tang Rong is just taking the chance to get his revenge." Zungong's eyes crinkled with laughter. It's fine. As he spoke, he glanced at Si Duliu sitting next to him and murmured, "It's good to be young." She understood her father's meaning, pouted in displeasure, and then turned her face away to sulk. Earlier in the training ground, Zungong had stood before her with a serious expression. "Dad just watched the match and found that young man to be really good. His talent and potential are no less than yours." Then he smiled and concluded, "If it's him, perhaps he can make a conceited girl like you fall for him." Siduli looked up at her father a bit confused. What kind of old-fashioned reason is that? Make me fall for what?" She clenched her fist, recalling the moment Aki had accidentally touched her. "Dad, don't joke around. Besides, that guy is a huge idiot." At this moment, Su Meng excitedly picked up her camera, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the food. "This is amazing. Zinuo and I are really benefiting from being with you." Lansimo beside her also looked at him with confusion. "By the way, how did you manage to repel a grade 1 demon? It was amazing." At that moment, Ji Yaotong sat beside them, his arms crossed as he explained, "This kid can forcibly absorb most of a core's energy, allowing him to unleash power that surpasses his current strength in a short period of time." Jower beside him also added seriously, "The effect is like how we captains stimulate our core energy. I imagine he can only unleash it when he's facing a life-threatening situation." She glanced at Aki. "But doing so is extremely dangerous. Without proper training, it will cause fatal damage to the body. The more you do it, the more you might even suffer powerful damage that you can't resist." Finally, Chower also made his judgment. He raised his glass and smiled. "We just had an Tang spar. His explosive power is indeed astonishing, but I must train more or his body won't be able to take it." He also narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. "If I tell them I've absorbed the cores of 2 grade 1 demons and possess the recovery ability of the wood element 1, he then considered the flow of energy in this body. So even if this weak body can't handle it, it can heal quickly." Then he closed his eyes and gave a wry smile. "Better not say too much. Letting them think I have the same ability as the captains to absorb core energy is already a good situation." He agreed with them. "The captain is right. That's why I lost consciousness afterward. Looks like I need to step up my physical training." Hearing this, Lansimo also looked at him in surprise. "I didn't know and had this kind of ability. That's amazing. We can stand down too." Su Meng beside him raised her camera and took a picture. "You look so cool." On the other side, Si Duliu also stole a glance at him. "So this guy has this kind of ability. No wonder he was able to save me back then." Opposite them, Ji Yaotong spoke up again. "Originally, Un and Lu should be punished for violating regulations in the middle of the night." His eyes were filled with anger. "But considering you two killed a grade 1 demon, you've redeemed yourselves." The two could only sigh. Chower raised his glass and smiled. "But don't get too happy. The competition between the squads is still ongoing. Zhao rested her chin on her hand and said, "Your squad is in last place right now. Starting tomorrow you'll have to work hard to get your score up." Hearing this he also smiled, clenched his fist and affirmed, "Of course. Our squad's goal is first place." They scrambled for missions on the mission board. A month passed quickly after the Demon Tide incident. The squad leaderboard entered a heated stage. To get more points, more and more squads set their sights on A-rank missions. For a while, even getting a mission became difficult. The four of them discussed it, and after talking it over with everyone, Lu made a major decision. They decided to find a fat sheep. The target stared, a bit confused. "What, challenging us for points?" The squad's plan was to use their points as a bet to challenge other squads, and their target was the Black Gun Squad. He turned around arrogantly. "You still remember what happened last time?" Opposite him, Siduliu stood with her arms crossed, her teammates urging them on. "Cut the crap, 10 points. One-on-one." Hearing this, the target also put on his mask and agreed, 10 points. "The bet for the first challenge is equivalent to the points of an A- rank mission. You really know how to set a price." "I don't mind this time. Captain Ji Yaotong won't be here to mediate. Let's settle all our scores, new and old." He stood before her, with their respective teammates behind them. Later at the town's challenge arena, the crowd below was in an uproar. A new squad challenging an old one for real, 10 points for a single challenge. This new squad really doesn't know its limits. By my count, they haven't even killed that many gradeless demons. Which squad is so arrogant? It's almost the end of the month. Are they trying this kind of low-class trick because they can't get any missions? How interesting. The Black Gun Squad is no pushover. How dare they? In the stands, two women stood there. The crowd is getting bigger. It's not too late to back out now. Don't say we're bullying newcomers. Who knows who's going to be embarrassed? He glanced over, a bit confused. "You're the captain. Why aren't you going up?" He looked at the stands and explained, "Our fighter is a girl. If you lose, you'll just make excuses not to pay up. Coincidentally, our vice captain is also a girl." Up on the stage, the girl walked over confidently, holding a long needle. He said arrogantly, "Sending her against you is already giving you enough face." Hearing this, he could only smile. "Is that so? I advise you not to underestimate our squad." Aki had a smug expression as he reminded them. "She's no ordinary girl." Below, Su Meng held her camera, pressing the shutter as she reminded, "Lu, it's starting." On the stage, she walked toward the other person, energy beginning to radiate from her core as she extended a hand in provocation. "Let's make this quick. 10 points, let me take them." Siduliu calmly introduced herself. "I am the young mistress of the Sidu family, Siduliu, also known as the Unsmiling Asura." She added, "Today I'd like to have a friendly match." The other person saw this and also smiled smugly, activating her energy and taunting, "Bring it on." The moment she finished speaking, Siduliu shot forward, punching straight down, which surprised her. The vice captain's face scrunched up. "Isn't she a recovery-type green core? How can she be faster than an agility-type blue core?" Sidulia's hand infused energy into her opponent's wrist, stunning her. In the end, her weapon fell, and she confirmed her surrender. Sidulia's eyes were resolute. She understood. "Just as I thought. Although these older squads became warriors a bit before us, most of them rely on teamwork. When fighting alone, their offense and defense lack tactical form. Teamwork is good, but it has weakened their individual abilities." On the other side, the vice captain's hands trembled, and she cried out in pain. "She actually injected energy into my muscles, forcing me to twitch." Then Siduliu clasped her hands together and raised them. Her energy gradually weakened, leaving her center wide open. A fatal mistake in combat. A series of precise attacks landed on her body. The captain stared, dumbfounded, while Aki next to him smiled with satisfaction. All the attacks landed precisely on her joints and muscles. The vice captain collapsed to the ground. Siduliu looked down at her from the stage and explained, "The Sidu family is most skilled in martial arts." With that, she flicked her hair and turned to leave. "I went easy on you." The opposing team's members rushed up, concerned. "Vice captain." The crowd below watched and discussed her. "Siduliu really is the most talked about newcomer. She carrying their whole team by herself, truly the unsmiling Asura. So cool." "So it was Siduliu. I won't underestimate them now. When it comes to martial arts, few can match her." He then smiled and turned to the captain, emphasizing, "Remember to credit those 10 points to our squad." The man's eyes were filled with rage, thinking to himself, "Damn it, Siduliu is no joke." Then he pointed at Aki and shouted, "I'll take the stage myself. Do you still dare to accept the challenge?" The challenge made Siduliu look over as well. "The bet is 20 points, she said, pressing the device on her chest. She was inwardly thrilled. 20 points, great. Suddenly a hand reached out in front of her, suggesting, "The captain just fought, you should rest." Aki stepped forward enthusiastically, pointed at himself with his thumb and smiled, "Let me." But the man opposite them shouted in extreme displeasure, "You're not qualified, get lost, I'll only fight your captain." Aki smiled confidently and reminded him, "I'll be blunt too, she's our captain. Shouldn't you have to beat me first to earn the right to challenge her?" He then shrugged provocatively. "If you don't even have the confidence to fight me, then let's just forget it." The vice captain looked up and sneered, "This reverse psychology is so clumsy." But the man in front had already walked over, pointing at his chest and agreeing, "Fine, I'll beat you so bad your own mother won't recognize you." His teammates were instantly panicked. The captain fell for it. The people behind them reminded excitedly, "Showy, Aki's going on stage." She also raised her camera enthusiastically. I'm shooting." In the stands the discussions were endless. All eyes were focused on them. The man stretched out his hand and summoned his weapon. He held the gun in his hand confidently. "I've already switched to the air bullets we use for training, so don't worry about getting hurt, but it'll still hurt when it hits you." Aki also frowned, sizing up his opponent thinking, they have ammunition specifically for training now, that's impressive. We didn't have anything like that in my time. If shooter warriors wanted to level up they had to use live ammunition on the battlefield. Then he flexed his wrist and strode forward. Then you'd better aim well. The burly man was still smiling smugly as he shouted. Spoken like a true rookie warrior. The captain's accuracy is not to be underestimated among warriors. Aren't you embarrassed to say that? The man on the stage also raised his gun, staring at him intently. Confidence is a good thing, I'll allow you to use any weapon. What do you want to use? Don't say that I, an old captain, am bullying you. He was still thinking about his own weapon and how he would attack him. Weapon. Right now I only have a standard-issue tactical knife. Speaking of my weapon from my past life, I really miss it. It was one of a kind. It was also my partner. I wonder if it's still in that place now. Aki clenched his fists and smiled confidently. Forget it, it's fine, I'll just use my fists, is that okay? At this, the man was also stunned. What fists? His men behind him also stared with wide confused eyes. Fists? What is he talking about? Hearing this, the man laughed so hard he bent over, pointing at his face and saying contemptuously, you want to fight me barehanded? Are all the new recruits this arrogant now? He declared, I gave you a chance. And yet you chose to be barehanded? Then I'll grant your wish. Aki cleaned out his ear and walked forward saying, you talk too much. Someone should really put a silencer on your mouth. The man saw himself as a mighty lion hunting a small rabbit and proudly shouted, but as I've said, even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. I won't hold back. I'll win back all the points I lost in one go. On the other side, Aki still walked forward calmly, looked at him and emphasized, good, you'd better go all out, below. Lansimo looked at Su Meng and whispered, I wonder what their expressions would be if they knew Aki could repel a grade 1 demon on his own and beat Captain Ji Yaotong in a barehanded fight. She looked up and replied, that's why I'm really looking forward to Aki's fight. On the other side, Siduliu stood with her arms crossed, lost in her own thoughts. Aki beat Captain Ji Yaotong in a spar, that's really concerning. Is that guy better than me? Her eyes welled with tears, her heart filled with dissatisfaction. As a captain, I can't be weaker than my team members. She recalled what her father had said. That young man is very good, are you interested in him? She pursed her lips, her face slightly red, feeling conflicted. Every time I see this idiot I remember what Dad said. No, how can I be thinking about these things now? Sure enough, on the stage, the referee's arm raised in preparation. Then he swung it down, announcing, begin. The two also focused their full attention on each other and began to fight. He quickly dashed backward, his speed almost too fast for the naked eye to follow, his heart filled with confidence. As the saying goes, range is might. Before you can even get to me, I'll have you covered in wounds. Below the stage, Siduliu also watched in surprise. He didn't shoot immediately, but is using footwork to find a position, that guy named Aki. But Aki remained calm, closing his eyes to sense his surroundings. I've already given the three captains a rough idea of my power, so there's no need to hold back anymore. My goal now is simple, to take first place this time. He thought of the demon slumbering inside him. Besides, if I want to fight the demon inside my body, I have to get back to my former level as soon as possible. No, I have to be stronger than he was then, stronger than my past life. On the other side, the man's footsteps stopped, and Aki could feel that he had already aimed the gun at him. Daydreaming will get you killed. He then fired a bullet, the muzzle pointing skyward afterward. I said I wouldn't hold back. Suddenly he opened his eyes, his pupils glowing. So the demon inside me, let me be the one to use you from now on. He nimbly sidestepped the bullet, his body bending, and the man also leapt away, maintaining his distance. But immediately after, Aki also found his prey and charged forward. The man reached out to load his gun and charged forward excitedly. Good timing. He raised his gun again and fired continuously with pride. These are sensor bullets, got it, idiot. The bullets kept firing, and he was smug. These high-speed sticky bullets are hard to dodge even for an agile blue-cord demon. An invisible net of traps surrounded him. If even one hits, the rest will follow because of the stickiness. Aki pursed his lips, his body still charging forward. This is perfect. I provoked him into being my opponent. Also to prove my body's capabilities, he curled his body trying to pass perfectly through the bullet trajectories. Water element. The man watched in confusion as the bullets missed his body. Below, the man's teammates were also stunned. That guy dodged the captain's bullets. What's with that liquid-like speed? I can't see a thing. He retreated backward, then sat directly on the ground, disoriented. Damn it, looks like I'll have to use my special move to win. Aki was still charging straight at him. His men smiled smugly, thinking, the biggest advantage of the captain's firearm is that it can store energy inside, then fire a powerful attack in coordination with a bullet. On the stage, the man also raised his gun, aiming at his face. Let's see you dodge a bullet I've enhanced to maximum accuracy at point-blank range. But his hand grabbed the muzzle, just smiling faintly, and the fist behind it was also rushing over. Something protruded from under his feet. He looked down, his body swaying in confusion. What? A bullet with immense energy shot straight into the sky, leaving everyone stunned. It missed. Black gun actually missed. Over here. Aki also confidently turned and launched an attack on him. His hand knife chopped directly at his wrist, snatching the gun away. Then he turned, and the man's body swayed. Aki bent down and kicked him in the abdomen. The people below were also in a panic. Captain, on the stage, the man's body was sent flying by his kick and the gun fell to the ground. Then he stepped on the gun and proudly announced 20 points mine. The man fell to the ground trembling as he clutched his injured area and looked up. How is that possible? Below, Lansamo clenched his fists and praised with wide eyes. Aki is so amazing. Su Meng also aimed her camera. So cool. Beside her, Si Duliu also thought in surprise. Even I couldn't see it clearly. Where on earth did this guy train to get these kinds of movements? With this, Aki had successfully taken 30 points from the Black Gun Squad. Aki and Sidulia's challenge method also successfully attracted the attention of many other squads. They were like 4 demons, constantly devouring points. More and more young warriors were eager to try, and even many older squads took the initiative to challenge them. Lansamo attacked them with agility. After getting a taste of victory, the 4 members of Sidulia's squad began to constantly use the points challenge rule to respond. Su Meng and Siduliu also won easily. With Lansamo and Shoei also performing well, Aki landed a punch on another person's head. Sidulia's squad won more than they lost and their points rose steadily. On the leaderboard, their score kept climbing at an astonishing speed. In the end, when the month came to a close, all 4 of them stood firmly on the battlefield. Sidulia's squad had counterattacked at a stunning speed, topping Ji Yaoteng's squad leaderboard, and earning the right to participate in the final tournament. The finals between the 3 squads were about to begin. In another arena, every victory hard won in this town carried an indescribable feeling. Watching the squad he led grow and improve despite frowning every time, Chower announced with wide surprised eyes, Sidulia's squad went from last to first in just a few days. To stand out among 9 squads is no simple feat. Chower beside him stood with her arms crossed and affirmed, I heard they use points as bets. To compete against other squads winning more than they lost. She held her head, thinking, what a bold method, and no one stopped them either. Ji Yaotong in front said with his eyes closed, they won the points with their own strength, so there's no reason to stop them. With Aki there, their squad's strength is not weak, and I've secretly observed several of their matches, even those 2. His sharp gaze recalled Lansamo and Su Meng. Lansamo and Shoei are not bad either. The 3 of them stood before the gate leading to the arena. Chower smiled enthusiastically as he looked at it. It's been so many years. This is the first time a rookie team has entered the 3-squad finals. It must be lively outside now. Ji Yaotong, as their representative, stepped forward and pushed open the gate, and a brilliant light shone from within. Let's go. On the stands outside, the 2 other teams were watching them, waiting to see who would be the victor this time. The captain of the Jinghua squad looked up and smiled at them. A squad without even a name actually made it to the finals. How did Captain Ji Yaoteng's team win? A friend beside him reminded him. Don't let them hear you. This was the Jinghua squad under the command of Captain Dada-io. The captain of the Yanling squad beside them also sat with his legs crossed, looking at them sideways. Is that really the rookie team with the highest score from Ji Yaoteng's side? I thought it was a lie. Looks like it's true this time. This was the Yanling squad under the command of Captain Chower. Below, Su Meng was still warming up with splits, camera in hand. Their presence is really something. Lansamo beside her was flexing his wrist joints and also looked at her, saying, Jinghua and Yanling are the strongest squads under Captain Chower and Captain Jower. They're very famous in Herrick City. His expression was a bit serious as he thought about their ranking. I even heard that a temporary Grand Captain is going to be appointed soon, and the person to succeed Grand Captain Ji Yaotong will be chosen from them. But Aki remained calm, just stretching his shoulders. So they're that good? Then our squad will have to work hard. Aki smiled, pursing his lips and squinted as he looked around, thinking to himself, although this body of mine is still weak with my current secret ability, I at least won't fall behind among ordinary grade 1 warriors like Captain Ji Yaotong. Winning first place this time shouldn't be a problem. The only question is what the reward is. On the other side, Jower also walked over and gently reminded them, kids, gather here. Hearing this, the captain of the Jinghua squad also ran over with his people. Captain Jower. They looked up at Jower and acted cute. She also patted their heads. Our Jinghua is ready to claim victory. If we get first place, we want an extra reward. Like taking us to a B-rank town to buy clothes, someone suddenly interjected, making everyone look over. Go to a B-rank town to buy clothes? Is that the greatest goal of you, Jinghua? Truly admirable. The captain of the Yanling squad walked over arrogantly with his hands in his pockets, tilting his head as he sneered. Our squad, on the other hand, wants to go to a B-rank town to meet more experienced warriors and have a chance to spar and exchange pointers with them. Being mocked, the captain of the Jinghua squad also shouted with extreme dissatisfaction, what do you know, for girls? Buying clothes is also a form of training. Idiot, the girl next to her muttered. That annoying Yanling squad, they've always looked down on us. A voice came from behind, making them both turn. Aren't the young so passionate? Jower walked through the dust and smoke, her voice ringing out as Chower also walked in beside Ji Yaotong. Captain Ji Yaotong. He looked up and smiled mockingly at the two. Are you two trying to ignite the sparks of love? At this, both of them shouted with extreme dissatisfaction. Captain Chower, you always say that. Ji Yaotong glanced back. Lou, let's go gather as well. She responded, yes. Then she turned and led the other 3. Let's go. The squads lined up. Above them were Jower, Chower, and Ji Yaotong. Ji Yaotong announced loudly to the 3 teams. Then I won't introduce everyone one by one, he informed them with a serious expression. The finals are divided into 2 stages, a team competition and an individual challenge. The final winner will be determined by points. Jower, beside him, pointed to a box on the table and added, the specific rules will be explained in detail as we go. To boost your morale, let's announce the reward first. She winked playfully and pointed, saying, I know you're all eager to know the reward, and this time it won't disappoint you. Chower opened his arms and shouted excitedly, "As you wish, the winning team in the finals will get to visit and study in a B-rank town for a week." Everyone screamed with excitement. "Awesome, we can really go to a B-rank town, that's amazing, we have to win first place this time." Others beside them also shouted with excitement. All our hard work on those missions wasn't in vain, Lansimo also blushed. "If we can really go to a B-rank town, what do you want to do, shall we?" She looked at her camera excitedly. "Buy a new lens, of course." Then Ji Yaotong cleared his throat. "Squad captains, come draw lots." The three stepped forward while the people behind them were still discussing excitedly. "I heard that B-rank towns have a wide variety of combat powers, no less than our level. B-rank, the reward is really generous this time." Aki stood there, hesitating. The crowd around them continued their excited discussion. "Is the B-rank town very far?" "A grade 2 core. Doesn't that make them stronger than the three captains?" "Do B-rank towns really have grade 2 core warriors?" "Theoretically, yes. I really want to see a grade 2 core warrior." Aki stroked his chin, his arms crossed as he fell into deep thought. After traveling half a century into the future, there really are many unexpected changes. B-rank, the towns in my era didn't have such a clear division. They all fought and sustained themselves independently. Then he recalled the town system he had heard about from others. Herrick City is C-rank, the lowest level, followed by B-rank. A-rank towns are internally divided into A, B, and C levels. The rank of a town is determined by the strength and rank of its warriors. Towns with grade 1 and grade 2 core warriors are classified as C rank. Towns with grade 2 and grade 3 core warriors are classified as B rank. He noted the A rank warriors. If a town has grade 3, grade 4, or even a few grade 5 core warriors, it is classified as an A-rank town, magnificent and grand, filled with light, the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a scene of peace. And what determined the ranks of these towns was the one and only S-rank town, the City of Dawn. Aki thought of this superior geographical location on the map. Situated in the central region known as the Land of Hope, he had heard that the City of Dawn was incomparably vast, with not only grade 5 and grade 6 core warriors, whose internal energy cores possessed a mighty power that enveloped their surroundings, but also the strongest grade 7 core warriors. It was now the gathering place of humanity's strongest combat power. Then he thought of another city, the Seoul S-rank City of Dawn, a truly grand name. "I wonder how it compares to the town I used to lead after the Great War 60 years ago. I wonder if my old town is even still there." Aki's eyes were a little dazed as he fell into thought. And those comrades, could they all be? Suddenly, a voice from behind startled Aki. Si Duliu walked over and asked, "Brother Aki, do you always like to space out like this?" Su Meng beside her also reminded him, "Don't space out." She pointed at Si Duliu, who was drawing the lots, and reminded him, "Get ready to go on stage." Holding the number 1 lot in her hand, she announced, "First match, Si Dulia's squad versus the Yanlang squad." The announcement resounded. Weapons have been switched to training equipment. Yanlang squad versus Si Dulia's squad. Below, Su Meng suddenly remembered something. "Our squad doesn't have a special name, does it? Don't you think we should come up with a special name too?" Lansimo beside her also agreed. "That's right, a squad's name is important too. If we become famous in the future, it'll sound impressive when we introduce ourselves." Aki beside them also turned his head and agreed. "Good idea, let's have a meeting and discuss it after the fight." On the stage, Si Duliu looked nervous. So nervous. Opposite her, the captain of the Yanling squad was still arrogant. "Such a disorganized team and you still want to compete for first place." He loudly boosted his comrades' morale. "Listen up, find your own targets for one-on-one fights. I'll personally deal with that captain named Lu." They shouted in unison. "Yes." Above, Ji Yaotong waved his hand to signal the start of the match. They stood opposite each other, and then he swung his hand. "Begin." Immediately, the members of the Yanling squad charged toward Si Dulia's squad from all directions. "The team is scattered." Over here, she frowned, having understood. "A one-on-one tactic. This method is very effective when there's a large difference in strength, but unfortunately," she quickly charged forward to meet the attack. "Let's counterattack together." He frowned, lost in thought. "It seems Lu has also seen through this tactic for our squad. Breaking through the captain directly is the most efficient." Aki looked at Si Dulia's back in front of him. "The biggest weakness of scattered combat is that everyone fights for themselves. If the captain is defeated, the others will immediately lose their will to fight. Lu's judgment is pretty good." The girl above widened her eyes in surprise. "They want to break through the captain first." A shout came from below the stage. "Change tactics. Break through the captain first. Target Si Duliu." 3 people attacked Si Duliu from behind. She remained calm and reminded them, "Maintain formation, cover me." Immediately, the other 3 quickly moved forward to intercept those 3 ahead. Si Duliu continued to charge toward the captain of the Yanlang squad. Seeing this, he also widened his eyes in surprise, his body taking a fighting stance. "Trying to defeat me directly, don't underestimate me." He stomped hard on the ground. Above, she also charged down with her daggers. The captain of the Yanling squad waved his hand and gathered a ball of energy. Si Duliu above also swung her blades down. He grinned smugly and held out his hand. "Come on!" The attack shot out swiftly, the surrounding space dazzlingly bright, leaving everyone stunned. She held her hand in front of her face. "Let's see you take this move first." Above, her pupils lit up and she turned to remind them. "Everyone, close your eyes and defend," she thought to herself. "Concentrate the energy in my hand to instantly create a flashbang." She glanced back at the people behind her, covering their faces, and concluded, "Even his teammates will be affected." Above, Ji Yaotong also frowned at the scene below. "This guy is still the same. Didn't you remind him? If it were a one-on-one fight, his flash ability would be a powerful tool, but in a team competition it's inevitable that his own teammates will be affected. Chao directly closed his eyes and said, I've told him many times. But it's useless. Below, the light was still blinding. He looked down from above and concluded, sometimes people have to learn the hard way before they change. The captain of the Yanling squad skillfully spun his dagger, thinking, since you're just fledglings, don't try to show off in front of me, Yanling. Once I take care of you, the captain, our squad won't have to waste any more effort. The attack came, and Sidu also crossed her arms to block the flashbang. I don't care if you're from the Sidu family. Suddenly a hand reached out and blocked the slash, stunning him. He stood in front of Sidu wearing a pair of water goggles. He looked up and reminded him, didn't you ever think your teammates would be affected? Immediately, Aki raised his leg to kick down. A strike aimed straight at his shoulder, forcing him to one knee as the ground cracked. Then he calmly delivered a back kick, sending him flying. The Yanling squad captain gritted his teeth and looked on in anger. When did you put on waterproof combat goggles? Aki smiled contemptuously at him. Ignoring your teammates in a fight is not a wise move. The lenses were made of complex and thick water, which could eliminate most of the glare. By utilizing water-absorbent elements, it formed a refractive lens that weakened the light, and the effect was quite good. Behind them, Sidu also landed on the ground as the light faded. She looked up and was startled to see his back. Aki, she widened her eyes in surprise. When did he? Aki turned and whispered to her with a smile, I'll leave the rest to you. Finish it. She looked at the man clutching his injured shoulder, standing in the smoke, and understood. Aki made this guy suffer. Was it when everyone had their eyes closed? Aki's footsteps brushed past and Sidu stepped forward. If it's Aki, then it must be. She quickly charged forward and he quickly charged back. The captain of the Yanling squad held his sword, gritting his teeth and thinking, you still dare to charge straight at me? Perfect. I'll give you a taste of my blade. But then he realized in a panic that his hand was trembling. I can't lift it. It must be that guy's doing. Damn it, my shoulder is dislocated. Sidulia's fist struck him directly in the abdomen. Her pupils glowed as she said in a low voice, you were right just now. Let's end this quickly. A series of attacks continuously struck the pressure points of the Yanling squad captain. On the other side, Aki moved swiftly, distracting the opponents, which made Lansamo and Sumeng's fights much easier and more nimble, as he mainly just casually helped Lansamo and Shoei. The two of them were talented prospects themselves, and their fighting grew smoother as they went. The bell rang, and everyone stopped. Sidu stood with her hands on her hips, looking at the wreckage around her, with the captain of the Yanling squad lying on the ground. Your captain is defeated. Do you still want to fight? On the other side, the remaining three were also bent over, panting. On the stands, Ji Yaotong announced, it's over. Only then did Chao open his eyes to look down. No surprises there. Chao looked down and concluded, that guy named Aki still hasn't used his ability. Ji Yaotong frowned, lost in thought. The members of the Jinghua squad beside them also widened their eyes in surprise. Ah, she exclaimed in surprise. You guys won for real? Was it because of that woman named Sidu? Is she that strong? The captain of the Yanling squad walked over, his hand on his injured shoulder, and said with his eyes closed in annoyance, We just underestimated them for a moment, he reminded them with a determined expression. Now that it's over, it's your turn. As rivals for many years, let me give you a piece of advice. Outside the ring, Sidu and her team stood confidently watching them. The captain of the Jinghua squad frowned, full of doubt. Yanling's words have thrown my mind into chaos. How annoying. Above, Zhao looked down at the arena and reminded them, Sidulia's squad versus the Jinghua squad. Weapons have been switched to training equipment. Begin. The two sides looked at each other with killing intent. The captain of the Jinghua squad and her members charged forward together. Everyone, don't let Yanling's words confuse you. Follow the training methods we've practiced before. Absolutely do not break formation, they answered in unison. Yes, over here. He also clenched his fist, gritted his teeth, and focused all his strength into this punch. Suddenly he slammed his fist heavily on the ground, and the ground shattered. A barrier unfolded around Sidulia's squad, stopping the enemies from charging over. Aki waved his hand at them, thinking, good, using smoke as cover can only provide a brief distraction. Go! From under the ground, vines coiled up and entangled them. Everyone looked on in panic. Where did these vines come from? A confident smile touched his face. It's effective. It seems absorbing the demon's elements can have more uses. Then he thought about the circulation of elemental cores. Water element, wood element. I wonder how many more elements are left. In the middle, Sidu had a serious expression. Lansamo, he confirmed. Yes, he stomped on the ground, and then his body, protected by a shield, charged forward. Everyone quickly jumped up to dodge. Scatter, the Jinghua squad captain shouted to remind her teammates. All units retreat. Switch to a new rallying point. She cursed inwardly. Damn it, we were forced to break formation. Above, Sidu and Sumeng charged toward her together. Combined attack. She held out her hand to block their kicks. She looked back at the teammates coming to support her on the other side. Aki was still dealing with two others, while Lansamo handled one. In the end, he sent both of them flying with a single punch. Her eyes held a trace of panic as the words of the Yanling squad captain echoed in her mind. Now that it's over, it's your turn. As rivals for many years, let me give you a piece of advice. He stood in the waiting area, clutching his shoulder as he reminded her. Be careful of that guy named Aki. In my opinion, he's the strongest one in their squad. his eyes filled with anger as he recalled how Aki had calmly manipulated the entire battle as if it were a chessboard of human pieces. He connected the entire battle situation. Above, Su Meng took the chance to charge down. "It's not good to ignore us, you know." She looked up and frowned. "So what? I'm still very agile." Around her, my body surrounded the Jinghua squad captain as if I had split into clones, causing her to panic. "Agility, me too." Her body suddenly appeared, followed by a spinning kick. Her legs clamped around the Jinghua squad captain's neck, who struggled as she was reminded. "Go ahead and scream." The crowd below watched with great interest. "They've won." The posture isn't very elegant. Above, Jower crossed her arms and concluded, "Looks like this match is over too." Zhou Yi announced that Sidulia's squad had won all the team competitions. Next was the individual challenge. The people below lined up to hear the rules. Next is the individual challenge. You can freely choose a member from another team to challenge. The Jinghua squad captain glanced over with a grim expression, and the Yanling squad captain beside her also gritted his teeth. They both pointed at him. "I want to challenge Aki of Sidulia's squad." Seeing this, Ji Yaotong also frowned and reminded them, "Individual challenges can only be one-on-one. Which of you will go first?" Over here, he still smiled calmly. "It's fine to save time." Siduliu held her head while he confidently extended a hand. "Let them both come at me together." He stood there quietly, ready for the challenge. Cheng Zhuang put on his gloves, looking ahead with confidence. "Finally, a match where I can get serious with you." On the other side, the captain of the Yanling squad whispered to the displeased Jinghua squad captain beside him. "Looks like we're being underestimated," she murmured. "I'll make him regret this arrogance." Above, Jower pointed down and reminded them, "The rules are the same as a normal challenge. It ends when one side surrenders or loses the ability to fight. In that case, the challenge." Again, the two of them charged at him at the same time. Aki still stood there. The captain of the Yanling squad shouted, "Don't forget our plan." She also replied, "Cut the crap, how could I forget?" Aki just bent down and channeled his energy, then rushed toward them. The Jinghua squad captain shouted a warning, but it was too late. "Watch out." He swung his hand, preparing to release a dazzling light. "Do I look like an easy target? That bastard, don't underestimate me." She panicked at the sight. A flashbang so soon into the plan. Earlier in the preparation area, the Yanling squad captain reminded them, "Listen up, we're teaming up this time. We can only win, not lose. That's the only way we can continue to challenge and maybe even get a chance to go to a B-ranked town." He walked over to her, who was leaning against the wall, and proposed, "I have a plan that will definitely win. You put on these special tactical goggles." The Yanling squad captain held a pair of goggles. "Tactical goggles can barely withstand my flashbang skill. I need you to when I use the flashbang." And then he proposed, "Attack that guy named Aki and take him down." She took them, a little puzzled. "You're actually giving me such a treasure, I can't believe it." His face was filled with anger and determination. "That guy named Aki is no simple character. To get to a B-ranked town, we must team up, remember. The flashbang is the signal. When you see me use my flashbang skill, you go in." Now the light was shining directly in his face. "Don't even think about escaping. This move is 5 times stronger than a normal flashbang." The people in the stands also covered their faces in panic. Jower shouted, "This guy can actually concentrate so much energy into such a strong flash. It's much stronger than in the last team competition." Chower, beside her, was also surprised. "Using so much energy at the beginning, his core won't be able to take it. Looks like he wants to end this quickly." On the other side, Su Ming covered her face, full of regret. "I can't get a picture of anything below." The Jinghua squad captain watched through her goggles. "That guy will definitely be temporarily blinded. I have to maximize my agility and take him down quickly. I can clearly see the cowering Aki found him." Her body quickly attacked from behind. "This one blow is enough to knock him out." Immediately, Aki calmly turned his head as expected. "You're the one in charge of attacking." Seeing this, she also panicked. "What's with the look in this guy's eyes?" It feels like the Jinghua squad captain's mind was being pulled into a viscous liquid, corroded beyond resistance, as if being stared at by something terrifying, like being plunged into the icy depths of the sea. He reached out and used his water element. Immediately, a stream of water rushed toward the Jinghua squad captain. She was tightly bound within it, her goggles also falling off as she screamed in pain. On the other side, the Yanling squad captain's eyes were shut tight, his hands trembling. "Why are you screaming when you're the one hitting people?" She struggled hard, gritting her teeth. "I'm the one being hit." "Idiot, the goggles fell off, I can't see anything." Aki landed between them and announced, "Sorry, your plan seems to have failed." Then he used both nature and water elements to suppress them. At the same time, their bodies were sent flying, losing the match as they both fell to the ground. Above, in the dust and smoke, Ji Yaotong looked down. With the flashbang and the smoke, that reckless kid could cause deaths and injuries. With that, he leaped down into the arena, Jower shouting behind him, "Tang!" He had already landed. Then he looked up, his pupils widening in surprise. Opposite him, Aki was emitting a menacing, murderous aura. This presence, he calmly looked down. "It's over." The dust and smoke below gradually cleared. Everyone in the stands looked down. The dust had settled. Opposite them, Captain Ji Yaotong seemed to be with someone. "Did our captain win?" The person beside him emphasized. "No." Siduliu smiled calmly and looked down. "I'm guessing it was Aki." Those two were unconscious, and Aki was happily looking up at the goggles. His teammates also ran down. Su-ming walked over excitedly and shouted, "You brat, how did you manage to counterattack in such a strong light and beat 2 people at once? We only got our vision back after the flash ended. You'd already finished the fight." He held up the goggles and explained, "I snatched their goggles." Thought to himself, "Good thing I picked them up." She held his head and said, "You're really something behind them." See, Duliu secretly observed Aki. "Why do I always get the feeling he's hiding something?" Suddenly a voice caught her attention. "See Dulia's squad." Ji Yaotong walked over to them looking serious. The group quickly cupped their hands and said in unison, "Yes." He announced that their squad had won the match and taken first place. "Congratulations." Then he gave him a special compliment. "Aki, well done, you surprise me in every battle. Especially just now, to be able to counterattack while being ganged up on by 2 squad captains." Aki could only smile humbly and say, "You flatter me." But in his heart he thought, "I was once the strongest warrior. Even in this body I can't lose to 2 little brats. I can win with combat experience alone. I only used a bit of my power to end it quickly, but it felt like I was bullying them." In the end, Ji Yaotong smiled, thinking of that town, and announced, "In any case, you are the victors this time, and you've also won the reward. Tomorrow morning through the secret passage to the B-rank town closest to us." A week-long study trip began, and everyone looked at each other excitedly. "Oh yeah, that's great," he added. "That's all for today. Go back and prepare. Gather here early tomorrow morning." "Dismissed," they also replied in unison. The 4 of them left in the twilight whispering to each other. "I heard B-rank towns have grade 3 core warriors. I really want to see them, then I'll help you take a picture with them. See Duliu, what do you want to do in the B-rank town?" As he was thinking, Chower behind him watched with great interest. "This Aki is terrifying. If he went all out, even we might not be his match." Ji Yaotong concluded, "He doesn't belong here." He watched his retreating back and silently affirmed, "He will keep moving forward." Only the 3 of them were left. Chower asked doubtfully, "You're going to take them through the secret passage, really?" "Well, it's safer than the surface route." Jower beside him also crossed her arms and reminded, "We should still be vigilant. Occasionally a few gradeless demons wander in by mistake." "But Ji Yaotong is a grade 1 core warrior," Ji Yaotong guaranteed. "Don't worry, any gradeless demons that come will die. Those 4, even if I don't make a move, will be fine." In a dim tunnel, the secret passage was once a prosperous underground transportation hub, winding and twisting, now abandoned, leaving only a connecting passage between various towns. Inside, a weak warrior was running in fear. He looked back at the sound of his pursuer. A few quick slashes and his body was cut into several pieces. That demon held a head. "These human warriors are so weak, so boring." It scratched its head in dissatisfaction, the warrior's corpse at its feet. "Lost, I'm lost. How did I get lost underground?" It exuded a demonic aura and walked out of the passage. A grade 2 demon, abilities unknown, element unknown, slaughtered 21 new recruits, 9 grade 1 warriors and 2 grade 2 warriors. Later, Su-ming held her camera, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the passage. "Is this the secret passage? It's my first time knowing there's a passage like this underground." She kept taking pictures as she walked, but it was just like an old building. "When was this built?" The group continued forward with their gear. Ji Yaotong led the way, suddenly closing his eyes. "This secret passage has been around longer than I have." Suddenly, Su-ming seemed to have captured something on camera. "It's so desolate here. Does anyone really still use it?" He stopped, then recalled the past and explained. "After the War of Dawn, countless great warriors fell. The number of elite warriors dwindled to just a handful. Unable to pioneer, expand territory, or carry out missions, we could only rely on crystal energy to survive. The number began to plummet due to the lack of crystal energy to provide the massive support needed. What was once a huge network of underground tunnels was gradually forced into disuse. This passage was built during the era of that great king." Suddenly she looked up and discovered something interesting. "Aki, this was built in the era of the king with the same name as you." At the back of the group, he still calmly placed his hand on the back of his neck and said confidently, "It was what I should have done, what I should have done." Faced with this excited expression, Ji Yaotong became a little angry and finally couldn't help but yell at him, which also startled him. "What the hell should have done? You just have the same name as that king. It's not your accomplishment. Don't joke about the greatest warrior." Aki scratched his head helplessly. "Don't take it out on me, Captain Ji Yaotong," Su-ming said with a smile. "I feel like Captain Ji Yaotong's head is about to explode with anger," Su-ming said with a smile. While Si Duliu observed her surroundings, she couldn't help but laugh too. "Idiot." Seeing this, Ji Yaotong cleared his throat, a little embarrassed, thinking to himself, "I've been too relaxed with them, a bit rude." He walked ahead, urging everyone on. "Hurry up, keep moving." Aki behind him also looked up, feeling a bit of regret. This massive project. He looked around the tunnel, recalling, "This was the plan I proposed back then." Suddenly his gaze sharpened. "But Captain Ji Yaotong, you were wrong about one thing, calling it a secret passage. These crisscrossing tunnels were built in my past life. This was actually a vast network of underground cities. Back then it not only connected towns of all sizes, but in his memory it was once bustling with people, trade, and was the most prosperous commercial route. The safest." Aki's hand touched the wall, a little regretful. "I just didn't expect that this place, once called the greatest project," the image of his past life seemed to reappear, "was also abandoned after my death." Suddenly, Su-ming walked over and asked curiously, "Captain Ji Yaotong, you just said crystal energy is similar to the demon core on our chests?" He confirmed. "Yes, you can think of it as a collection of demon cores. After absorbing a demon core, the energy flows throughout the body. A single demon core can provide energy for us warriors. So what happens if demon cores are refined together? Based on this principle, after countless failures, in a lab dedicated to cores, a huge core energy was successfully refined and synthesized. Crystal energy. The city's night lights are also powered by it. Crystal energy can provide the energy for a town to operate, equivalent to the electricity of the past. For those who fight high-level monsters, high-level towns will organize hunting activities to collect demon cores, refine them into crystal energy, a grading system from S to C, and then distribute them according to rank. The group still followed him, listening. This time I'm taking you to a B-rank town not only to broaden your horizons, but also to collect our Herrick City's share of crystal energy. Su Meng beside him asked curiously again, if a town's core energy runs out and isn't replaced in time, what happens? He gritted his teeth, hesitated for a moment, then emphasized, complete paralysis. The four of them also looked at each other in panic after hearing this. He thought of a dark, lifeless city and added an explanation without an energy supply. Normal production and life are impossible. The town's most important defenses and defensive weapons will be completely ineffective. Residents will be forced to leave the places they live, in the end without protection, and with various equipment also unable to function. Everyone will be forced to leave their homes and wander. It will be a huge disaster for the town. Suddenly, the atmosphere became heavy, and the four of them fell silent. Ji Yaotong, with his backpack on, still walked ahead, smiling to ease the tension. Don't be so nervous, our Herrick City is not large in scale. Current crystal energy is enough for another 3 months. We go to Peta City every month. This time we're going after the collection period to be prepared for any eventuality, so don't worry. Su Meng stuck out her tongue and made a face behind him. Seriously, Captain Ji Yaotong really knows how to scare people. Suddenly Ji Yaotong gave another serious warning. You all need to be prepared this time. Peta City is a B-rank town. Not only are there several grade 2 core warriors, but 2 of them are even grade 3 core warriors. He looked up, recalling those people. I heard one of them has a sync rate of up to 69. Sidulia's eyes lit up. A grade 3 core warrior with a 69 sync rate. Su Meng was also surprised. For real, that's way too strong. Before Sidulia could speak, Aki behind her recalled his past life with dissatisfaction, thinking to himself, the people around me back then had a stable sync rate of 96 and were the strongest grade 7 core warriors. Suddenly, Su Meng saw a button on the wall. What's this? As her hand was about to reach for it, Aki shouted to stop her. Don't press it. Suddenly, a heavy fist bonked her on the head. Su Meng clutched her head, feeling wronged. Ji Yaotong, next to her, clenched his fists and yelled angrily, don't touch anything in here. It's a good thing Aki was paying attention, she explained indignantly. But there was suddenly a button there, my hand just couldn't help it. He walked over, looked at the button and explained, this is an emergency lockdown button, used to seal off different passages in an emergency. The red button says complete lockdown. He looked up and pointed to the ring behind them to guide them. See that? Once the button is pressed, big thick iron plates will appear from above and below, sealing it off immediately. A thick iron plate would rise, sealing the tunnel shut. This can only be used in the most critical moments to protect the other passages and ensure the towns can enact their emergency plans. Aki put his hands in his pockets and concluded, it seems the most important function of this tunnel is still working. Suddenly he felt something, a wave of dizziness, and then he frowned in displeasure, such a thick killing intent. A sound came from the depths of the tunnel from up ahead and something was approaching. He walked to the front, hand on his energy core, which made Ji Yaotong a little confused. Only then did he smell the scent of blood. He was surprised to see that Aki was already on high alert. Aki actually noticed before me. His sense of smell can't be as sharp as mine. Aki was just relying on intuition. Now was not the time to worry about such things. Then he gave an order to the group. Everyone, prepare for battle. They replied in unison. Yes, Ji Yaotong added. Drop your backpacks, maintain formation. In front of them the tunnel was filled with a viscous liquid, spreading all the way to his feet. It's blood from the direction of Peta City. What happened? A figure emerged from the tunnel, startling him. What is that? A demon, but it was a person who walked out. Aki and Ji Yaotong said in unison, you're a warrior from Peta City. The man clutched his chest in pain as he walked forward. You're from Herrick City. His eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground. Aki leaned down, puzzled. Hey, what's wrong with you? He also knelt down to check the situation. Are you injured? What happened in Peta City? The man reported with his dying breath, it's a demon tide. A demon tide had attacked Peta City. He added another sentence that shocked Ji Yaotong. Peta City had already sounded the city-wide alarm. Siduliu stood in the middle shouting anxiously, Captain Ji Yaotong, what's a city-wide alarm? Should we go support them? His face was grim and he remained silent. In any town a city-wide alarm would only sound under one condition, which was, he quietly pictured a scene of the entire city bathed in blood and ravaged by war. All the city's warriors have fallen. The remaining 3 were stunned. Aki clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he thought, the city has fallen and its people are dead. I wonder how many have died. Suddenly a series of bullets shot out from the tunnel. One bullet hit the corpse, but Aki and Ji Yaotong both jumped away to dodge. He frowned, looking down. Damn it, I was distracted and didn't have time to react. Suddenly the corpse's body was dragged back into the dark tunnel. The demon grabbed the man's head. Found you. The demon peeked its head out, its hand still plunged into the man's body, and said with great interest, "Why are there still people here?" It opened its mouth. The man was dying. "If I don't kill them all, it'll be a pain to explain." "Run, run!" Then under everyone's astonished gaze it gently plucked the man's head from his neck. Dead men tell no tales. With that it slammed a fist into the tunnel wall, its body lunging forward to continue the slaughter. "It's over. This is a grade 2 demon, red core fire element slaughter record, 21 new recruits, 19 grade 1 core warriors, 2 grade 2 core warriors." Then the fire element grade 2 demon charged toward them with great interest. "So many people, nice." It spun its weapon, choosing, which one should I kill first? Suddenly it smiled. "Ah, I've decided." Then it swung its chain forward. "It's you." The weapon shot straight toward Siduliu, startling him. The one with the brown hair, a flash of a sword. Ji Yaotong blocked in front, then grabbed the scythe with his other hand and pushed back. He extended his hand to push the scythe away, and finally the scythe was deflected, hacking directly into the tunnel ceiling. Seeing this, the fire element grade 2 demon also scratched its skull. You're not bad either, much stronger than that last guy." Ji Yaotong's hand was injured, swollen, his body trembling from the exertion, panting heavily. "A fire element grade 2 demon, stronger than I imagined. Damn it, I can't keep blocking its attacks head on like this." He gritted his teeth. "This is no time to be stubborn. My priority is to protect these kids. I don't have the energy to think too much. This is the only way." Then he grabbed Aki's wrist and quickly pulled the entire team away from the attack. "Run!" The fire element grade 2 demon also gave chase. Trying to run, it stomped a foot down. "You all!" An attack shot straight at them, a fireball bouncing multiple times in the air. Lu Meng at the back looked at the button and suggested, "That button, let's get past that gate. I'll go press the button." Suddenly it charged over, its claws reaching for them. Ji Yaotong looked at the claws in horror. "You all have to die." Just then, Aki also rushed over, pushing him forward, which also surprised the fire element grade 2 demon. Their bodies tumbled on the ground, then crashed directly into the group in front. Ji Yaotong looked back, and Siduliu also frowned, and he was still shaken. Could he be planning to? It walked over calmly. Aki plunged his sword into the ground. "You've only bought yourselves a little more time. I've already said it." Then it turned and charged straight at them again. "You will all die." Suddenly, Aki reversed his grip on the sword and aimed it at the button box. Then he slammed his fist into the alarm button on the wall, smashing it to pieces. The iron gate in front of them came crashing down. Seeing this, Siduliu also rushed forward anxiously. "Anne," he glanced back at them. She reached out her hand and shouted, "Be careful, get over here." Aki looked back through the gap, and finally the door slammed shut, separating him from the others. "Anne," Siduliu pounded on the door, shouting helplessly. "Anne, are you okay?" He leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Protect the other three." Ji Yaotong frowned, before Aki pushed me away. Then he walked over to the group pounding on the door and comforted them. "Everyone calm down," his voice echoed in the tunnel. "And has given us a chance to live. We can't let his efforts go to waste. It's not safe here. We have to leave immediately." Seeing this, Siduliu became even more agitated, shouting, "Captain Ji Yaotong, that's a grade 2 demon." Even N facing a grade 2 demon, Su Ming couldn't help but say angrily, "That's right, we can't just leave him." Siduliu slammed her fist hard against the wall and decided, "Break down the stone door, Saven." In front of them was a long iron door, made of special materials and alloys, capable of withstanding the attack of a grade 3 demon at least. Ji Yaotong closed his eyes helplessly and announced, "It's not easy to break, it's also well sealed. We can't even hear the sounds from the other side. It's a pity." "There's nothing we can do." Siduliu shouted, "Captain Ji Yaotong, please think of another way." Su Ming also yelled, losing control. "That's right, isn't there another way?" Siduliu clenched her fists and suggested, Should we go back and get Captain Chower and Captain Jower? Please give the order, Captain Ji Yaotong." But he just closed his eyes helplessly. "No, even with Chower and Jower, there's no guarantee." Suddenly, Ji Yaotong seemed to remember something and his eyes widened. "Right, there is another way." He led the group into the tunnel. "Follow me." They quickly moved to another doorway. He led the way in front. "These are the tunnel's other exits. One of them leads to an A-rank town, Bryan City. We can go to the A-rank town and ask for their help." He ran to the correct doorway and stopped, announcing, "This is it." The others quickly followed. Ji Yaotong frowned, lost in thought. Choosing this path also means that no matter what happened on the other side of the door and in the B-rank town, we believe that on the other side. A puddle of blue blood splattered on the door. On the other side, the monster he had slashed was also stunned. Aki glared at it, one eye blood red as he brought his sword straight down on the monster's head. Ji Yaotong shouted in his mind, "And will definitely survive." Then he kicked the monster, sending it flying. Aki braced himself on the ground, energy radiating from his whole body, a horn sprouting as a satisfied smile appeared on his face. "Finally, I don't have to hide my strength anymore." Seeing this, the fire element grade 2 demon also looked on in confusion. "Are you human or demon?" Aki smiled at it, opening his arms. "I'm not sure myself. If you had tried a little harder just now, I might have had to transform in front of them." Aki's expression was savage, his killing intent overflowing. "But now you've made me curious about your fire element." On the other side, the fire element grade 2 demon looked at him and couldn't help but become vigilant. "Grade 1, no, this aura is stronger than grade 1. Vines began to extend, and then he coldly swung the vines to attack it. Seeing this, the fire element grade 2 demon still stubbornly bent down. "Even if you're a grade 1 wood element, my fire element is the perfect counter to you." The fire element grade 2 demon waved its hand and flames spread out, burning away the entwining vines. Aki frowned at it as it spat sparks from its mouth, understanding, "After I eat you, they will be converted into my power." then it opened its mouth and prepared to spew a fireball which shot straight at his body. Aki bent down to dodge, the attack hitting the wall directly, and he used the momentum to climb the wall and attack the fire element grade 2 demon. Its body ignited in flames as it muttered, "Close combat, you can't even touch me. Get close to me and you'll be burned to ash." Then Aki pulled his body back, his hands wet with water vines under his feet, a fist shot straight through from behind, his arm carrying the power of the water element making it scream in pain. Aki watched proudly from behind, his hand trying hard to pierce through the fire element grade 2 demon's body as he reminded it, "Who told you I only had the wood element? Now I'm the one who counters you." Aki's hand grabbed its energy core, startling it. Water element, you're a human with 2 elements. A massive explosion occurred as the 2 energies collided. The smoke and dust filled the air, then gradually dispersed. He held the fire element grade 2 demon's head, its energy core, in his hand. Behind the tunnel, a large group of demons also swarmed out fiercely. Aki looked back at them. The demons frantically opened their mouths, letting out piercing screams as they charged over. He thought gradeless demons. It seems they were drawn here by the sound of the fight. He held the fiery red core. A grade 2 fire core, what kind of power will you bring me? Then he squeezed hard and the core shattered, its energy bursting forth, slicing apart the surrounding demons. Aki waved his hand, watching the energy flow between his palms, and declared to them, "Flames of the demon, become my power." He thought of the fire element sigil being filled inside his body, opened his arms to welcome the energy pouring into him, blinked his eyes and stomped his foot hard. The energy overflowed and he began to enter an evolutionary state. Now, Aki had grown 2 complete horns, an excited smile on his face as he murmured, "Very good, I can feel the scorching energy inside me boiling. This is the completed form, the grade 2 demon form." Seeing this, the demons charged forward even more frantically. These gradeless demons were endless. Then Aki mimicked opening his mouth, condensing a fireball and simulating the fire element grade 2 demon's attack. "I remember." Then he unleashed a pillar of fire, burning them to ash. "This is how you use fire." The stream of fire quickly weakened. Aki calmly walked out of the roaring flames. His eyes were filled with rage and he gritted his teeth. "You beasts, let your wails comfort the warriors who died in this tunnel." A killing aura radiated from behind him, and the demons' bodies were slowly being burned away. On the other side, in a pile of ruins, a pillar of fire erupted, blasting the ground apart. Aki calmly walked up the steps and left the tunnel. Aki looked up at the scene before him. All he could see were corpses strewn everywhere, the city in ruins, dusty and utterly devastated. Seeing this, he also frowned and confirmed. The B-rank town had been completely wiped out. He walked among the ruins as crows began to peck at the corpses. This was the first time he had faced such a high-level demon tide. Before him, a warrior was impaled on wood element spikes. He recalled the process of that person being pierced by a single blow from a demon and nailed to a stone slab. Above, countless vines were coiled into a sphere. Aki thought to himself, "This is a large-scale area of effect skill. This kind of power was likely left behind by a grade 3 demon as it slaughtered civilians. It had charged mercilessly toward the civilians, burning them to ashes." He cursed under his breath, "Damn it," and frowned in thought. Captain Ji Yaotong said Peta City had 2 grade 3 core warriors. Suddenly he heard a noise and turned his head. Several crows flew away in the trees. Several crows took flight, carrying pieces of corpses. Those warriors had been brutally pierced and hung from the trees. They had sacrificed themselves. The grade 3 core warriors had fallen. Aki stared at them, and a few vines unconsciously emerged from the ground beneath him. Aki extended the vines, carefully bent down and placed their bodies back on the ground. "You are all outstanding warriors." He closed the eyes of each of the deceased, his face filled with grief as he looked at them. "Rest in peace. At least you can rest." Aki could also sense their battle with that fire element grade 2 demon. They had struggled desperately, yet still couldn't escape a tragic end. The battle had been incredibly fierce. Behind him, a boy with a sword rushed out, pointing it straight at him. "You damn demon, what do you think you're doing to them?" Aki was startled. "There's still a survivor." The boy held the short sword with trembling hands. His eyes filled with hatred as he looked at him. "With an appearance like that, you must be a higher-level demon, one that can take human form." Aki just looked back at the boy's trembling yet brave figure. "They saved my life. If you want to do anything to their bodies, I will not stand by and watch." Aki could only grit his teeth in anguish. "I can't explain this either. My current form is a real curse. This kid doesn't believe me at all. This is trouble." Suddenly a demon lunged from above, trying to end the boy's life. Aki's eyes narrowed and he was greatly alarmed. The boy's body fell and they instinctively opened their mouths to bite down, but Aki quickly rushed over and kicked the 2 demons away. He gently supported the boy, thinking, "Damn it, there are still gradeless demons hiding in the city." Aki reached out, wanting to heal the boy. Supporting the back of his neck, he whispered, "Don't talk nonsense. I'll use my wood element recovery ability to heal you." The boy pointed at him with a trembling hand and asked, What are you, a demon or a human?" "A human, we." Aki froze. The boy had already passed away in his arms. "That's right." He then knelt blankly before the child. "Am I a demon or a human?" All around, dense swarms of demons were still waiting for a chance to attack. Finally he stood up, a restless, killing intent radiating from him. Whether human or demon, he looked at them with hatred, biting his lip. One thing would never change. Aki charged swiftly toward them, flaming wings sprouting from his back, his nails turning into sharp claws. He swore to himself that he would kill every last demon. The demon horde rushed toward him, and he rushed toward them. 2 more flaming claws grew from his back. Aki swept past, charring and sending a large group of demons flying. A few demons looked up blankly. From above, a fireball shot down and countless fuses were ignited one after another. Aki leapt out of the flames. Then he looked back at them as they were incinerated. So the flames gathered on my back not only increase my speed but can also spread like phosphorus powder and trigger explosions. Too bad I can't fly. With that, Aki turned again and launched another round of attacks. Let's test this out. A demon was sent flying into the air by his blow, surrounded by fireballs about to explode. Then he grabbed its neck. If I let the flames invade the demon's body and then, while explosive pustules bulge on its body, quickly throw it out, with a heavy slam he smashed it hard onto the ground. Go and reunite with that herd of beasts. Aki gave a sinister smile. Surprise! A loud explosion shook the surroundings, and he then looked down from above with satisfaction. By compressing the flames and injecting them into the body, you could call it a demon bomb. It seems I need to study these elemental energies carefully. I can create a lot of interesting things. The demon horde below was trembling in fear. They turned to flee, but he squinted, looking down. Trying to run, another fireball was quickly thrown at them. Aki landed on the ground, plunged his hand into the earth, and countless pillars of fire erupted, incinerating the demon horde. Aki stood up, smiling, yet his face was grim as he looked at the slaughter he had caused. Too late, you beasts. In the end, he stood on the remains of the demons, his body returning to normal, and memories of the others surfaced. He muttered with worry. Si Duliu and the others were really looking forward to this trip to Peta City. Captain Ji Yaotong also needed to collect the crystal energy here. I wonder how they are now. Aki thought of the core that supplied energy to the entire city, now entering a 3-month countdown. Herrick City's crystal energy could last for another 3 months, but the passage to Peta City was now sealed. If he didn't bring the crystal energy back, the town would also face a crisis. He had to find where the crystal energy was originally stored and bring at least one back. Aki looked back at the ruins before him, not knowing where to start. He frowned, considering the resources and weapons he had. He couldn't just rush in blindly. He had to consider what he had on hand. As if remembering something, Aki began to summon sturdy vines from under his feet. This is a perfect chance to use my wood element energy. The vines extended from his body and began to probe deep underground. Crystal energy is a collection of cores. It's bound to emit energy fluctuations. I can try to search the entire city, sense the energy fluctuations, and locate the crystals. His body seemed to sink into the vines as he closed his eyes, sensing the information being transmitted. By now, Aki had a rough grasp of how the crystals worked. Suddenly he snapped awake, found it. He then retracted the vines and sprinted away. Beside a pit, a few vines remained stuck in the ground, pointing the way. It's underground. The energy fluctuations are extremely faint. It must be very well protected. Perfect. Without a second's hesitation, Aki leapt down. Before him was an energy transmission pillar that extended to the bottom. He exclaimed, "Oh, the world underground is completely different." Finally, he landed safely. Aki looked up at the energy pillar, amazed. Is this the energy transmission system of a B-rank town? It's magnificent, just like the crystal energy itself. Suddenly, a mechanical broadcast sound came from the doorway. All crackle. Warriors must defend. Crackle. The crystals to the death. All warriors, crackle. Aki looked back in that direction, a doubt forming in his mind. Must defend the crystal energy to the death. He quickly rushed over. An automated broadcast found it, the crystal storage vault. I wonder how much is stored here. Aki was stunned by the scene in the room. On the ground, the warriors had already fallen. All around, huge crystal blocks were being mined. Aki gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, those damn beasts have already destroyed the crystal energy. Aki walked in and surveyed the area. The warriors had desperately protected the crystal energy until their deaths. He placed his hand on a destroyed core. This was a targeted attack. The demon race went to so much trouble to come here. Their goal was to destroy the crystals. They must have been ordered to attack this place, compared to the demons of the past. They're much smarter. In the end, he could only close his eyes and sigh. It seems there are no intact crystals left here. I should go to the base on the surface first to find some equipment and food and then set off. But he still gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up, and resolved to bring the crystal energy back. If Captain Ji Yaotong and the others ran into trouble too, Herrick City would face a crisis of stagnation. He frowned tightly, his pupils glowing as he screamed inwardly, I must find a new town within 3 months and bring the crystal energy back to Herrick City. Outside the door, a red light flashed and suddenly 6 lights turned on. Aki stepped on the gas and the wheels spun rapidly. He then sped forward. He sat in the car driving out of the basement, his expression cold as he gripped the steering wheel, setting off to find a new town. The car drove away from the dilapidated city. In the car, he was still deep in thought. The towns outside haven't been explored yet, and the fog will be thicker at night. In front of Aki, sand had already submerged a city. A desert terrain, the once great city was now buried in sand and dust. These collapsed buildings were once full of life. Now they're probably a resting place for the demon race. He opened the map, observing as he drove. The next town marked on the map should be in this direction. On the continent map, he was so focused on the road that he didn't notice someone lying in ambush nearby. The person cut a rope and a pile of rotten wood immediately smashed down toward the car, startling him. He then turned the steering wheel, quickly swerving around the fallen pile of wood. Aki turned the car around, dodging the deadly trap. Then he got out. He looked around, took off his glasses, his face vigilant. What was that? He then looked at the trap and assessed. Was this done by demons? No, there's a rope. Could it be? Suddenly a figure stood on the trap looking down and threatening. Don't move. A girl pointed a gun straight at him and shouted. Who are you? Which hunting squad are you from? She demanded sternly. State your name. Hunting squads. Human warriors who do not reside in towns, usually operating in small teams with extremely strict requirements for individual abilities. Below, Aki looked up a little puzzled. What bad luck, it's really a hunting squad. She stood on the pile of wood pointing her gun straight at his face. State your name. I don't want to ask a second time. Seeing this, he calmly raised his hands in surrender. What a headache. I didn't expect to run into a hunting squad in a place like this. He still tried his best to explain. Don't misunderstand. I'm not from any hunting squad. I'm just an ordinary warrior passing by. Hunting squads, human warriors who do not reside in towns, usually operating in small teams with extremely strict requirements for individual abilities, wandering outside various towns. They have no fixed residence and their main objectives are exploration and plundering supplies. They are well equipped and their actions are highly organized. Above, she still pointed the gun straight at him, threatening. A warrior? That story is full of holes. If you were a town warrior, you wouldn't come here alone. You're a scout for the Silver Wolf Hunting Squad, aren't you? He asked himself in confusion. The Silver Wolf Hunting Squad, he calmly explained. No, I've already said I'm not from any hunting squad. It's a long story, I can't explain it all at once. The member of the Fallen Gun Hunting Squad still gritted her teeth, vigilantly pulling back the bolt of her gun. A bullet was fired and he just casually glanced at the smoking bullet hole at his feet. The member of the Fallen Gun Hunting Squad threatened even more fiercely. Shut up, you people are no different from demons. Are my comrades from the Fallen Gun Hunting Squad still alive? Answer me. But he still calmly looked up at her, lost in thought, processing her words. Fallen Gun Hunting Squad. What did she just say? Were her comrades still alive? It seemed they had been attacked by the Silver Wolf Hunting Squad she mentioned. Below, Aki clenched his fist, trying hard to reason with her. Listen, I can't prove whether I'm a warrior or which hunting squad I belong to right now, but it's not very nice to keep pointing a gun at people like this. Suddenly, the member of the Fallen Gun Hunting Squad lowered her gun. He then turned his head back as if sensing something. There were others. She immediately raised her gun again and threatened, don't move. Suddenly, she was attacked, her body swaying as she fell backward. Behind her, 2 other people walked over, and Aki also turned to look in that direction. On the other side, 2 people were riding their field motorcycles. The person on the bike holding a gun determined, take out the one with the weapon first. The person on the ground, the muzzle of his gun still smoking, licked his lips and pushed up his glasses. So there are still people from the Fallen Gun Squad out here. I can report this to the boss for a reward. Go take a look. This was the Silver Wolf Hunting Squad's reconnaissance team. On the other side, the hand of the Fallen Gun Hunting Squad member slipped from her weapon and she began to cry, trembling. She collapsed to the ground, lost in thought. They were closing in step by step. It's the Silver Wolf Hunting Squad. Damn it, my arm, I can't lift my arm. That person's hand grabbed her head. Hey, it's actually a woman. We hit the jackpot. The man with the gun grabbed the girl's hair and excitedly pulled her up. Come over here and let me see what you look like. She gritted her teeth, her face filled with stubbornness. Then he turned to his comrade and said lewdly, damn, come take a look. She's a top-quality piece, absolutely gorgeous. Let's take her back to the boss first and let the brothers have some fun too. Suddenly, he rushed over and kicked away the subordinate who was grabbing her hair. The other person was stunned to see this. Aki landed safely, while that guy rolled a few times on the ground. He knelt on one knee, his body radiating energy. The Fallen Gun Hunting Squad member behind him watched in surprise. I don't want to get involved in the grudge between your hunting squads, but it seems you Silver Wolf Hunting Squad are truly the scum of society. A lot has happened today, and I'm in a very bad mood. Before I make a move, he looked at them, his eyes filled with rage, and threatened, get lost. Seeing the energy on his body, the man shouted in panic, a demon. Aki's hand grabbed the muzzle of the gun and the gun deformed along with it. His expression was serious as he bent it. His killing intent radiated without reservation, and he tilted his head in displeasure. Being held at gunpoint twice was really annoying. The man looked at him in terror, trembling. You, why don't you leave? We, the Silver Wolf, will let you go. Aki grabbed the muzzle and below, a fist made of silk thread sent the man flying. The girl kneeling on the ground watched in surprise as the man's body crashed to the ground. He clutched his stomach lying on the ground and looked up in confusion. A core, it has a core device. Are you a man or a demon? Aki's hand tightened on the gun, twisting it out of shape, and he repeated, man or demon. With just one squeeze, he had turned the gun into a twisted piece of metal. His hand lightly burned them as he walked over, still with a smile on his face. That doesn't matter to you. Immediately, a pain scream was heard. Afterward, Aki walked over gently and used his ability to heal the wound on the arm of the Fallen Gun Hunting Squad member. Aki knelt on one knee. Don't worry, I just happen to have a healing ability. The bullet had only pierced the muscle of her arm. All he needed to do was heal the injured muscle. She was still kneeling on the ground. Thank you. Then she looked back down. The man was tied up with the iron rods that were still stuck in the ground. She looked at the wound on her hand and said in surprise, it's really healed, it's unbelievable. This is a skill, right? She thought of healing types and murmured, I heard only grade 4 core warriors can have so-called skills. Skills can produce all sorts of strange phenomena, they're amazing. Are you that powerful? She looked at him with admiration. Could he be a grade 5 core warrior? Aki just fell silent at this question, thinking to himself inside his body. He could feel the power of a grade 2 demon. Although the power he displayed was much stronger than the Grade 2 core warriors he remembered, he calmly smiled and confirmed, "I'm a Grade 2 core warrior. My ability is just a bit special." At this, the member of the fallen gun hunting squad happily bowed her head and said, "Grade 2 core is already very powerful in any case. Thank you for saving my life. I'm truly sorry for pointing my gun at you just now." He told her not to worry about it. "It's nothing. Being alone outside the city, it's natural to be cautious." Then he turned to look behind him. "I'm heading to the nearest town. Do you know the way to the nearest town from here?" She lowered her head, her hair covering her eyes, and suggested, "I know the direction, but if you're going, could you take me with you?" He looked at her and smiled jokingly. "Take you with me? We've just met. We don't even know each other's names. Do you trust me that much?" The member of the fallen gun hunting squad bit her lip so hard it bled. Aki asked curiously, "Do you have something you need to do there?" She explained, "The nearest town is Shinwei Town, a very small C-rank town." Thinking of that leader, she added, "But it's already been occupied by the damn Silver Wolf hunting squad. A few days ago, our fallen gun hunting squad tried to liberate that town from them, but we failed. My comrades were so close to winning." The eyes of the fallen gun hunting squad member were filled with anger. "But we didn't expect the captain of the Silver Wolf hunting squad to have recently become a Grade 3 core warrior, greatly increasing his strength. That leader was full of killing intent." She thought of the broken badge and her former comrades. "My captain was a Grade 2 core warrior. Facing a Grade 3 core warrior, we ultimately couldn't win. In the end, I was the only one lucky enough to escape." She timidly looked up at Aki. "If liberating the town won't affect your plans, I'd like to ask for your help. I will repay you with my life." Seeing her sincerity, he also fell into thought. Although hunting squads appeared in my past life under my management, there were no cases of them going out of line. Now they actually dare to forcibly occupy a town. What on earth are those administrators doing? Then the member of the fallen gun hunting squad lowered her head dejectedly again. "And I heard that the Silver Wolf hunting squad occupied the town to plunder the crystal energy. I don't know what their purpose is." Aki murmured, "Crystal energy." His heart filled with anger. How dare they plunder a town's fundamental energy source? Finally he stood up and urged, "Lead the way." No matter which matter it was, his body radiated killing intent as he gazed into the distance. "They're both enough to make me angry." Chapter 32. That night, in a desolate mountainous area, the member of the fallen gun hunting squad sat by the car pointing the way. Shinwei Town is just ahead. Aki in the driver's seat confirmed, "We need to hide the car before entering the town." Immediately they drove the car into the bushes. He got out and looked around. "I don't remember this town from my past life. It wasn't even on the map." Before him was a gloomy town surrounded by woods. Now Shinwei Town was occupied by the Silver Wolf hunting squad. Suddenly a monster appeared behind him. Aki still calmly took off his glasses. "Let's go. Let's scout out the situation in the town first." The member of the fallen gun hunting squad was also startled and looked over. Seeing them, she shouted, "Demons?" But they were quickly tied up by him with ropes, their bodies slammed to the ground. He covered the mouth of the gatekeeper demon on the ground and calmly walked over. "Cooperate, you beasts can't affect our plan." Then he turned to explain to the fallen gun hunting squad member, "We can't kill them now. The smell of demon blood might attract more of their kind." He turned to look at her and urged, "Let's go." Her eyes shone, looking at Aki with admiration. "Oh yes." Aki walked in front, and the girl followed behind, thinking to herself, "He's so strong. There's hope for both the town's situation and my comrades' matter." The two of them snuck to the city gate, and he said in confusion, "Strange, there are no soldiers on guard on the city wall." She was also puzzled. "Yeah, even the city gate is wide open." Suddenly, someone ran out from inside holding a person in their arms. Aki became vigilant. Someone's running out. Behind them, an invisible hand was trying to grab him. The man desperately held the child in his arms. "Help!" The pursuer quickly caught up, grabbed the back of the man's neck and slammed his head into the ground. Outside, the member of the fallen gun hunting squad impatiently raised her gun and aimed. "The Silver Wolf, those bastards!" But Aki quickly grabbed the muzzle to stop her, explaining with a serious expression, "It'll reveal our position. Let me handle this." Outside the gate, a huge hand reached out. Aki was startled. The hand grabbed the father and son and pulled them back into the city. Then the arm also disappeared, leaving only two subordinates standing at the gate. Aki and the member of the fallen gun hunting squad also realized it. She shouted to report, "There are demons in the city." He frowned, lost in thought. "If there are demons, we can't follow the original plan. We can only charge in and save them one by one." Immediately he charged out, and she also looked on in confusion. Over there, Aki skillfully took down the two guards. The member of the fallen gun hunting squad also quickly rushed up to support him. "Wait for me. This was originally my request." She looked at the two guards who had fallen to the ground, also puzzled. He had just knocked down the members of the Silver Wolf. She looked up in surprise. The two men's bodies were drained of their life force. Their bodies shriveled. What happened to them? Their flesh and blood seemed to have rotted away. It looked like they had been dead for several days. Then the member of the fallen gun hunting squad looked up again at the chaotic battle inside. The city was full of Silver Wolf people. She looked straight at him as he fought them, scouting. Aki brandished his short sword and stabbed at those demons. They're all corpses controlled by a demon with special abilities. He skillfully operated, still attacking with ease. Then there's no need to hold back. Several flashes of sword light cut through the air, and Aki leapt up to eliminate the remaining demons. Finally he landed lightly on the ground, then bent down to look at the decomposing corpses. It must be hiding its special ability through the black aura on this demon. Almost all of them are acting on their own. Then he followed the energy threads to a certain source. Looks like I have to follow the scent of these corpses to find it. Aki shouted a reminder. I'm going to save that father and son. You look around the city and see if there are any other survivors. The member of the fallen gun hunting squad behind him also walked over in surprise. Yes, after speaking, he quickly charged out. His body moved between the buildings and arrived in front of a gloomy castle. Aki rushed in the door to confirm this was the place. Then he broke down the door. He widened his eyes in surprise. Inside, the bodies of the father and son had already been hung on a wooden board. Aki gritted his teeth in regret. Damn it, I'm a step too late. In front of him, a demon was standing there admiring its work. Inside, on a cross-shaped wooden board, was a stolen crystal. The demon murmured, everything in the city is mine, both the living and the dead. I left that father and son alive just to play a game of cat and mouse. They actually tried to run out of the city. That's against the rules. It stood up from the darkness and taunted, come on. Then it looked back at him. Let's see who this guest is. A grade 3 demon. Abilities: Death Core, Illusionary Power, Corpse Manipulation, Element Unknown. Below, he also looked at it and secretly assessed. Behind it is the crystal energy, a full 3 pieces. The Silver Wolf Hunting Squad occupied the town to seize the crystal energy. Did that attract the demon? What would a demon want with crystal energy? The demon walked down the steps looking confused. An unfamiliar face. Are you human or demon? He frowned at it, his gaze falling on the core on its body. It's a purple core as expected. Quite rare, a death core demon, containing a special illusionary power. He calmly walked forward and questioned, you've already killed those people from the Silver Wolf Hunting Squad, haven't you? And even if the captain of the Silver Wolf broke through to a grade 3 core warrior, facing your ability to control corpses, he probably wasn't your match. Seeing Aki, it still couldn't help but feel smug. A grade 3 core warrior, you mean? Then it waved its hand and threw something at him. Are you talking about this? He was a little surprised. A human-shaped corpse demon rushed up to attack him, and he couldn't help but retreat, getting a clear look at the situation before him. A brave warrior, yet he had become a corpse demon. A grade 3 core warrior, the captain of the Silver Wolf Hunting Squad. From the darkness, an army of human figures walked out. It stood in the center, its hands outstretched, controlling the puppets surrounding him. Come on, let's welcome our esteemed guest. He frowned, a little surprised. Not only the Silver Wolf Hunting Squad, but also the town's original warriors, but this was too many people. The demon's laughter grew more excited. The soldiers also roared as it greeted them. Welcome to my party. As soon as the words fell, they quickly charged at him. Aki frowned, lost in thought. A grade 3 demon. I'm in my grade 2 form now. If it were an ordinary grade 3 demon, it would probably be more troublesome. He passed through the soldiers and stared at the demon, but it just so happens to be a death core demon, not good at fighting but good at using illusionary energy to control the battle. Aki swung a fiery fist, burning all the surrounding demons in one blow. Metal sheets fell to the ground, his flames having incinerated the group of demon soldiers. The grade 3 gold element demon pointed at him and concluded, you don't look like an ordinary human. Stand up and fight. Aki stood in the flames, clenching his fists as he looked at it. Under the pile of burned corpse demons, its body trembled. Useless, I've already burned their bodies with flames. Only then did it start to tremble. Damn it, I worked so hard to collect those treasures. His face was filled with anger and he gritted his teeth as he looked at it. Although this may be disrespectful to them, compared to being controlled by you, this is the best way to free them. He stomped his foot to gather power. You can't control the corpses anymore. Then he charged straight at it with his sword. Countless sword strikes fell and it retreated again and again, suffering countless sword wounds. Your fighting power is almost zero. The final blow, he stabbed at its core. The final blow, the core. Suddenly, the child rushed over and blocked the slash, making him stop. Behind the child's body, the grade 3 gold element demon beckoned tauntingly. He fell into thought about the child from just now, then it threw the child's body aside and attacked Aki directly. You're still hesitating. The slash fell, but he quickly jumped back to dodge it. Water surrounded his body as he retreated along the ground, thinking, damn it, my abdomen. Luckily, I had the water element to dodge that fatal blow. Opposite him, the grade 3 gold element demon proudly lifted its foot. Me, I don't just control corpses, I also have the sharp gold element. Gold, Aki fell into thought. Gold element. Then he reached out, trying to heal the wound on his abdomen. It's deep, I have to treat the wound on my abdomen quickly. Wood element recovery. In the great hall, it shook its head and concluded, it seems I'll have to take some risks to defeat you. I went through a lot of trouble to get that thing, it seems I'll have to use it now. Bring it over. Hearing this, a person behind it also walked toward it with a potion. The grade 3 gold element demon took the potion from the father's corpse's hand. You two, father and son, seem to be quite useful. It directly stuffed the entire tube of potion into its mouth. Aki looked up in confusion. Although he didn't know what it was, Aki intuitively sensed danger. Immediately, he ignored his recovery and rushed up, enduring the pain, wanting to interrupt it. Aki swung his sword at it. The grade 3 gold element demon was still trying hard to swallow the potion. In the end, it managed to swallow it in time. A huge shield appeared in front of it, blocking his attack. It looked up, a faint smile on its face. Aki also jumped up to a high wall and looked down at it, his eyes filled with confusion. Where did this burst of energy come from? He confidently strengthened his body, the energy within overflowing, forcibly absorbing the power of the crystal. Impossible. The energy in crystals is refined by humans from violent energy. The grade 3 gold element demon looked up, lost in thought. To absorb it like that, he'll surely explode. Suddenly it grabbed a spirit stone behind it. Aki fell into thought. This hypothesis was already proven in my past life. Suddenly he remembered something and froze. Although the energy in its body is violent, it stops at a critical point. He thought of the potion, puzzled. Is it because of that liquid? There's no way a demon could have made that. How? Below, its body trembled, its voice intermittently shouting, evolving, evolved. A powerful flow of energy spread outwards. Above, Aki watched the smoke gradually clear and understood. It actually used crystal energy to evolve. It had turned into a woman, smiling as she looked up. A grade 4 demon, purple core energy, illusionary power, gold element. His face turned grim. A grade 4 demon. This is going to be tough. She waved her hand, summoning a few energy balls, and sighed. Is this what being a grade 4 feels like? Immediately after, the attack shot straight toward him, who was clinging to the wall. Aki was also a bit puzzled as he watched the hollow metal balls fly toward him. The grade 3 gold element demon smiled and released golden needles. Spikes emerged from the small holes on the outside of the spheres. He quickly wrapped himself in vines. A bad feeling crept into his heart. It already has the skills of a grade 4 demon. Those golden spikes grew longer and longer, forming a maze. He curled up tightly in the vine ball, and below she also leapt up. With one kick she sent him flying out of the ball. It's not that easy to escape. Aki was slammed to the ground, and in a pile of rubble the dust and smoke gradually cleared. He lay there, panting, his body covered in wounds. She also rushed down, pinning his wrists with her 2 sharp feet. He cried out in pain. Above she looked down, smiling smugly. See, there's an insurmountable gap between each stage of evolution. This is the end. Her hand transformed into a sharp spike as she praised. But I quite like you. With that she leaned in close to his face and announced, become my thing. The sharp spike was aimed straight at the center of Aki's brow, ready to strike. Suddenly she stopped the spike. Your corpse, of course. The grade 3 gold element demon looked back at the twisting space, a little puzzled. He also judged that the surrounding space was being distorted. The things in her were already becoming indistinct. A hand reached out from within and grabbed the grade 3 gold element demon's head. King Kuroki emerged from within, grabbing her head and whispering, I can't let a supporting character like you ruin the plan. She trembled. Could it be? Are you King Kuroki? King Kuroki just softly ordered, compress. Her face gradually distorted. On the other side she just gently kneaded the space, twisting her body. Aki sat up, looking at the misty scene around him. Opposite was King Kuroki. Stepping out of the space she stood before him. This was the death of a grade 4 demon. She looked at him with a hint of contempt. As expected, you can't trust scum like humans. Opposite him she calmly walked over, holding a core. Aki looked up in panic. A Bati demon. This oppressive feeling is just like that chickie inside my body. He suddenly realized something. It was the black Bati demon from his past life, the one that had appeared and saved him. Opposite, King Kuroki looked at him contemptuously and said, forget about that. I wonder when King Chiki will wake up. You can't even beat a grade 4 demon. Then she mocked. As expected, humans are an inferior species. His face was full of anger. She pointed at him, her face filled with regret as she murmured, and to think you're the strongest human. You're evolving too slowly, far too slowly. Immediately after, Aki's body was forcibly lifted. King Kuroki crushed the stone heart in her hand and threw it at him. Obediently evolve to grade 4 for me. She plunged her hand straight into his core, forcing a fusion. Then, following the momentum, his body also fell backward, and then he knelt directly on the ground. His body fusing with the new core, his heart full of curiosity. She directly stuffed the core of that grade 4 demon into my chest. He murmured, if I skip grade 3 directly. Suddenly a sharp pain struck him. Aki gritted his teeth, his face contorted as energy surged from all over his body. He cried out earnestly, it's going to explode, my chest can't take it. Idiot, a grade 4 core contains immense energy. Opposite, King Kuroki looked down, her hand on her chin, assessing, is that so? Why so weak? You can't even absorb the energy of a grade 4. His body trembled, cracks starting to appear as energy surged from the fissures. This is bad, it's going to explode. This body can't take it anymore. Quick, think of a way, think of a way. Stupid demon. Immediately, she froze the space around Aki. Baki space lock. King Kuroki shouted a reminder, focus on the space around you, you useless human. Stand firm. In the space, his body expanded to its limit. A scream rang out, and suddenly he closed his eyes and opened them again. His voice was a little impatient. You're disturbing my sleep. Hearing this, King Kuroki also walked over excitedly. This voice, could it be? Inside the space, Aki's body was slowly shrinking, one eye bleeding continuously. He gritted his teeth impatiently. Have you forgotten what I said before, King Kuroki? His hand broke through the space, sending glass-like shards flying toward King Kuroki, which also startled her. The Demon King's complete body appeared after tearing through space from on high. Aki looked down and scolded, you shouldn't interfere with the evolution process of humans. Her legs trembling, she rushed up and hugged Aki. He hugged her back. You finally appeared. He stroked her head, smiling gently. In the abandoned church, sunlight shone on the two of them. Long time no see. King Kuroki looked up a little displeased and explained, I've been observing this human in secret. It's just that this time his strength wasn't enough to resist that newly promoted grade 4 demon. If he had died, wouldn't you? Aki reached out and stroked her cheek, explaining, this body needs to be continuously tempered. Human bodies are different from ours. They are fragile but also full of many uncertain factors. Then the demon inside his body explained further. He had only fused and evolved to grade 2, and you directly made him skip grade 3 and absorb the energy of a grade 4. His body couldn't fully handle it. Then they separated. But the overflow of grade 4 energy this time also allowed me, who was originally slumbering, to temporarily awaken. Then Aki turned and left, not forgetting to remind King Kuroki. From now on, you are not allowed to interfere with the evolution process of humans. The guy thought of the slumbering soul within his body. He needs to evolve step by step with caution to become the most perfect vessel in the future. Immediately, he looked at her and reminded her again. Did you hear me clearly? King Kuroki bowed and confirmed. Whatever you say goes. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something. By the way, during the period of your feigned death, although the remaining 4 kings were restless, none of them wanted to make the first move. The 4 major powers on the continent each control their own territory. A balance has formed between them, just as you predicted. Hearing this, King Chiki was also a little sarcastic. Back then they feared my power and united to destroy me. Now it seems that even without me, their suspicions of each other are endless. He closed his eyes with great regret. Perhaps they have all forgotten their original mission. The two walked out, and King Chiki looked around. What about you? How have you been recently? They haven't suspected you, have they? Beside him, King Kuroki said with dissatisfaction. Only you still remember me. He smiled and added, even if they had any suspicions, they don't have the extra energy now to investigate what really happened back then. She walked over and winked playfully. So I'm doing quite well, don't worry about me. King Kuroki placed her hand on King Chiki's chest, then stood before him affectionately. I was just thinking, with a somewhat seductive smile on her face, I hope your power has recovered. Seeing this, King Chiki also smiled gently. It will, it's just a matter of time. Then he opened his arms and looked at the surrounding scene. I have already forcibly evolved this body to grade 4, but he needs to slowly adapt and consolidate the power within his body. Then he closed his eyes and felt the outside air. You should also try not to have any entanglement with this human, to avoid attracting unnecessary attention and affecting our plans. Beside him, King Kuroki said with a blush, I just missed you a little, so I came to see you. Even if that is just your vessel. Outside, the member of the fallen gun hunting squad only just walked in and saw them. She looked up, trembling. Baki demons really exist. King Kuroki covered her mouth and murmured beside her. King Chiki looked on helplessly. I almost forgot to clean this place up. He looked down with unfriendly eyes, his pupils fixed on the girl. With a slash of his sword in the space within his body, a call urged him to wake up. So you're a demon. Immediately he regained consciousness, his hand plunged into the core of the fallen gun hunting squad member. Below, she looked at him, dying. Aki also shouted in panic, Fallen Gun Squad. Immediately he stood up and looked around. The girl's body was covered in wounds from the attack. Leave this place too. Leave this place too. His trembling hand was covered in blood. I did this. He gritted his teeth in extreme pain. Immediately, energy burst forth and he shouted loudly, the tremor reaching the heavens. His core had changed. Aki looked at his new form, a little puzzled. Grade 4 form, evolution successful. The voice of the fallen gun hunting squad member echoed in his mind along with her smile. Me, I want to go see the City of Dawn. Then she ran ahead, smiling excitedly at him. If I can, I want to be a flower arranger there. I really love flowers. Now her body was being incinerated by Aki. On the wooden plank, the hand of the fallen gun hunting squad member rested on her gradually incinerating chest. Her voice echoed in his mind, full of hope. The apocalypse is too cruel. I think we need more beautiful flowers. In the city, the funeral pyre was lit. He fell into negative thoughts. I cannot forgive my mistake. As he left, the entire city was still burning. It was because I couldn't suppress the demon's power. I hope the flames can free everyone from the demon's torment and end their pain. Aki thought of his newly evolved form, feeling troubled. Grade 4 power is inside me, but I'm in no mood to test it now. There are many problems to consider, and they need to be solved one by one. He thought of King Kuroki and how she forced him to absorb the core, that female demon with terrifying Baki power. I wonder what her relationship is with the king inside my body, forcing me to skip grade 3 and directly ascend to grade 4. Damn demon, what is the purpose of all this? And the potion used by that grade 3 gold element demon. That suspicious machine used to break through from grade 3 to grade 4. It's really unsettling. That's not something a demon could have created. How did they get it? Aki's gaze drifted into the distance, lost in thought. Or rather, who provided it to them? A machine of that level could probably only be manufactured in an advanced town. Could it have come from the so-called City of Dawn? He calmly walked toward the car outside. In any case, I must find a large town as soon as possible, at least to report my safety to Captain Chower in Herrick City. The images of his teammates appeared in his mind again. I wonder how they are doing. Aki got into the car, put on his glasses, pursed his lips, full of doubt. I hope they made it out of the tunnel and reached that town safely. He stepped on the gas and continued in this direction. There's an A-rank town called Biksha. At least there I can still send a message to Herrick City. Immediately, the car sped through the dark forest. The night passed quickly. In another quiet town on Ji Yaotang's side, the 4 of them had already arrived safely in the A-rank town of Bryan. After hearing the situation, he propped his hands on the table and refused. I'm sorry, we can't send troops for support. we just received news that the B-rank Peta City has encountered a high-level demon tide and has already been. This is Bryan City's grade 5 core warrior, the head of the combat division. He sat in his office opposite Ji Yaotong, Si Duliu and Su Meng, explaining, "Your companion Nun is most likely in grave danger. If we rashly send troops to support them, it would be irresponsible of them." He stood at the front of the group, still stubbornly. But sir, this person in our squad is exceptionally talented. Maybe he's still alive." But Bryan just pointed at the table and resolutely refused. Bryan is an A- rank city. The one thing we don't lack here are talented young warriors, but not a single one of them could have survived a demon tide like that. Hearing this, Ji Yaotong's face darkened, unable to refute. Immediately he leaned back in his chair and sighed. "But in the apocalypse no one's life should be abandoned, although we can't send people directly to support them. But I can only send a reconnaissance warrior to check on the situation along the way." Seeing a glimmer of hope, he also smiled and said, "Thank you." Then Bryan stood up from his desk. "I have other matters to attend to, so please excuse me. Make yourselves at home." He walked to the door and said seriously, "A high-level demon tide in Peta City. I wonder if it will affect the demon hunting competition in the City of Dawn." Behind him, Ji Yaotong still said politely, "I've heard about that too. The demon hunting competition is about to be held, but as you know, our Herrick City is just a C-rank town." On the contrary, Bryan smiled and glanced at them, refuting, "That's all right. If you're interested, you can stay for a few days and get to know the one and only S-rank town, the City of Dawn. They will be holding the demon hunting competition, and the minimum registration requirement for a town is B rank. Although your town doesn't meet the requirement at the moment, perhaps the 3 young warriors behind you could." He glanced at the other 3 behind him and finally walked out, subtly seeing them off. "It's also a good thing to have a clear understanding of oneself, this office. Feel free to look around." The 4 of them also bowed in the direction he had left. "Thank you. On behalf of Herrick City, I thank you, Commander of the Combat Division." In the hallway, Su Meng asked with confusion, "Captain Ji Yaotong?" He asked, puzzled. "What is it, shall we?" she asked with wide, curious eyes. "What is the demon hunting competition?" He closed his eyes, recalling the information about it. "It's a competition that only the City of Dawn can hold. It's basically about hunting demons of different grades. It's to select a new generation of powerful warriors who will also receive special rewards provided by the City of Dawn." Ji Yaotong frowned and added, "It's a grand event held periodically, an ideal that all warriors aspire to." He looked back at them with some regret. "Unfortunately, the minimum requirement to participate in the demon hunting competition is a B-rank town, but I believe we will definitely have the chance to participate in the future." Su Meng beside him was also a little helpless. "I wonder how Aki is doing. The demon hunting competition in the City of Dawn, if he were here, he would definitely be very interested." Then he looked at the ground, his face full of self-blame. "Peta City was hit by a demon tide. I hope Aki was lucky enough to survive." After the demon tide had retreated, Su Meng also mused, "I didn't expect to encounter a situation like this the first time we left the town." Si Duliu stood by the window looking out. "Aki ended up in this dangerous situation to save us." Her reflection appeared on the window pane. Hearing this, Ji Yaotong could only sigh. He opened his arms and looked at them comfortingly. "Everyone, we can only wait for the reconnaissance warrior to bring back news. I have already borrowed the information tower here to send a message to Herrick City, clearly explaining the situation. We will be staying in Bryan City for the time being. Since it's a rare visit, we must take this opportunity to learn." Below was a bustling crowd, a prosperous A-rank city. This was the birthplace of many outstanding warriors. The sky above the central castle of the A-rank town of Biksha was still azure. In the reception room of Biksha City, 2 people were sitting opposite each other. A woman placed her hand on the table to confirm. "I have verified the information you brought. As you said, the B-rank Peta City has been destroyed by a demon tide." She flicked the ash from her cigar. "In addition, we have helped you send a message to the C-rank town of Herrick City explaining your squad situation. I believe there will be a reply soon. But as for your request," then she put the cigarette to her lips and coldly refused. "I'm sorry." She lowered her hand and looked at Aki opposite her. "We cannot provide you with crystal energy." She rested her arm on the back of the chair, casually crossing her legs. "Whether to provide crystal energy is not something we can decide. It is usually allocated by a superior town at a fixed rate. This was a grade 5 core warrior, the combat commander of Biksha City, Palasi." She explained, "Your superior town, Peta City, has been destroyed. You can go to the City of Dawn to report again and request a reassignment of your superior town." Hearing this, Aki also fell into his own thoughts. The City of Dawn. I didn't expect the distribution of crystal energy to have such regulations. The rules are quite cumbersome. In that case, I must make a trip to the City of Dawn. He thought of that prosperous city occupied by the demon race. I should also investigate that pile of demon breakthrough equipment. It's just that with my current identity, whether I can even enter the City of Dawn is a question." Then, Aki asked, "Thank you for the reminder. I would like to go to the City of Dawn on behalf of our Herrick City. Is that possible?" Palasi stubbed out her cigarette in the ashtray. No, she looked at him seriously. Unless you hold a captain's position in Herrick City or you have authorization from Herrick City, you are not qualified. If you are not a representative, you cannot speak with anyone either. Hearing this, Aki was also puzzled. If I have to apply for authorization, does that mean I have to go back? What a hassle. She hesitated, which made him look up. But Palesi, with her legs crossed and a hand on her knee, said seriously, "There is another way to go to the City of Dawn, and that is to have a guarantee from a superior town like mine." Aki leaned forward excitedly. "You mean you can vouch for me?" she proposed. "I can vouch for you, but I have one condition." Aki smiled excitedly. "Name it," Palesi smiled. "The demon hunting competition in the City of Dawn. You've heard of it, right?" she added. "If you can act as external support, join my team and serve as a vanguard to help us scout for information during the competition, I will immediately vouch for you. But let me make this clear first." Aki looked at her, crossing his hands as he fell into thought. She emphasized with a cold gaze, "We will not guarantee your safety. In a forest filled with dangerous demons and monsters, the vanguard of a demon hunting competition team. Each team would dispatch a vanguard member, whose role was to investigate the grade of the demons and directly gather information, much like an intelligence agent. However, due to the extreme difficulty of the demon hunting competition and the uncertain grade of the demons, they would attack the soldiers directly. So choosing to be a vanguard was extremely dangerous, casualties were inevitable, and they were usually considered cannon fodder. So participating warriors would try to avoid this position. Hearing this, Aki calmly understood. "It seems no one in your participating squad is willing to take this position, right?" "That's fine," he announced with a confident expression. "I accept." In his heart, he was certain. After all, the demon hunting competition was a large-scale event that he himself had founded in his time. In the nano-equipment armory, making you the vanguard was a last resort. Palesi and Aki discussed as they walked. Basically, no participating town will choose a core member to take on this vanguard role. Because in recent years the vanguards have either died or been severely injured. She coldly stated the limits of the conditions she could meet. "That's why I said what I said earlier. We don't guarantee your safety. I can only do my best to meet your requests. This nano-equipment armory, you can pick whatever you want." The two walked past the items on display. Aki quickly understood Palesi's meaning and agreed. "Understood. Then I'll take a look around." She was a little puzzled by his excited attitude. This guy's core identification insignia is worn down, its shape unclear. He's just a gradeless core from the C-rank Herrick City. At best, his strength won't exceed that of a grade 2 warrior. But he seems to have a lot of confidence in himself. Aki walked up to each item and examined it carefully. He was surprised to discover something. Could a warrior from a C-rank town have some hidden trump card? Palesi was surprised that Aki had quickly chosen his preferred item in just 1 minute. This one. He looked up. Full of anticipation, he looked at the item he had just chosen, which could also transform into a giant nano-sword. Aki knew its combat power like the back of his hand. Although the previous combat knife was very agile, its killing power was insufficient. Seeing that Aki had chosen something unsuitable for himself, Palesi hurriedly tried to dissuade him. "Wait, that's a base model nano device. It requires at least a grade 3 warrior to control it. If you try to force it with your strength, it probably won't end well." But she was a step too late. Aki had already equipped it. "It's easy to injure yourself." The light radiating from his body dazzled Palesi. She raised her hand to shield her eyes, a premonition rising in her heart. Could it be? Aki controlled the sword in a circular trajectory, spinning it at an astonishing speed and slammed it into the ground, affecting even the ground itself. After a series of skilled maneuvers, Aki gave his frank assessment. "It handles pretty well. The weight feels solid in my grip too." Palesi was dumbfounded with surprise. He can actually control it smoothly. Maybe he knows nano-devices very well, but she also recalled some special cases. "I once said that some warriors with extremely high talent can use high-model nano-devices without any hindrance." Palesi's eyes became bright and unusual, even a little serious. To actually meet one today is truly surprising. Not only that, but Aki also boldly asked Palesi for other conditions for testing. "By the way, you should have a live combat field here, right?" They left together, but she was still puzzled by his request. "I will do my best to meet all your conditions, but what are you going to the live combat field for?" Aki also admitted his next plan without hesitation. "I want to test this new nano-device on some demons just as a warm-up." Palesi expressed doubt about Aki's decision. She explained, "Are you sure you want to go alone? Although we have already planted flags on the live combat field, grade 1 demons still occasionally appear. In any case, it's not allowed. How about I accompany you?" Planting a flag is using a smoke-dispersing device to clear the smoke in an area outside the city for temporary occupation for investigation, combat, or experiments. But Aki refused her kind offer. He seemed very confident that he could handle it. "No need, it's just grade 1 demons. I can handle them." Palesi was very satisfied with his firmness and praised. "Not bad, young man." This time she decided to bet on her own conviction, to believe in Aki, who was confident and brave. This was an extremely rare quality for a warrior. "Then be careful, I still have a few grade 4 warriors waiting to be trained. If they had your confidence, everything would be much simpler." The two bid farewell and went their separate ways. As he left, Aki unconsciously revealed a smile. He had successfully stopped her from following him. Of course I couldn't let you come with me, in Aki's mind. There was already a more important plan, because I not only need to test this new weapon but more importantly I need to see. He was also curious about the new equipment he was about to possess. What kind of abilities will I have in my grade 4 form? In the flagged zone. After arriving, Aki surveyed the area again, confirming that this was the flagged zone. The smoke had been cleared quite a bit. It seems this is the place. Hearing a noise behind him, he guessed that he had been targeted by a demon so quickly. The monster roared near Aki, but he still remained calm. The monster pounced, trying to grab Aki, but he quickly dodged to the side. Aki immediately summoned his weapon to respond. He counterattacked, striking the monster with unparalleled force. Aki also felt he had chosen the right thing. It was much more convenient. As expected, this sword is much easier to handle. In just an instant he had finished off the ferocious monster. Aki glanced at it expressionlessly, and then another swarm of demons surged over, but Aki was not at all afraid and was instead excited by their numbers. Very good, I was worried you wouldn't dare come out in broad daylight. He shouldered the sword, preparing to wipe out the group of monsters in one go. This is a good chance to get familiar with this sword. Now let the party begin. A lot of things have been bugging me lately. Aki leaped high into the air to gather power. He jumped high, wielding his sword decisively. Wherever Aki went, demons fell one after another. They were beaten to a pulp. Aki swung his sword, each slash bringing a spray of blood in the mangled limbs of demons. At this moment perhaps it should be said that Aki was the real demon. Those fledgling monsters were no match for him at all. In this bloody dance Aki's figure was light and agile, as if he were born to slay demons, not just relying on the power of wood, water, fire and gold. He swung his sword again and again, honing his skills according to his body's memory. Wherever Aki's blade passed, it was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, bringing swaths of death in the ruins. Aki was fighting a group of gradeless demons, turning the scene into one of bloody carnage, or more accurately a one-sided slaughter. Only the pained howls of the demons echoed in the darkness. It was unknown how long Aki had been killing. The monsters wailed in agony under his merciless blade. Aki was already a little tired, looking at the results of his battle. This is the last wave. But after eliminating a large number of demons, Aki instead felt that he was very weak. Could it be that this body's evolution relies on the demon power within me? Although I'm much stronger than when I first arrived in this world, for me, all aspects are still not up to standard. Getting this winded after just a bit of action won't do. Aki's back was already being targeted. He shouldered his sword, his eyes still full of vigilance. As he expected, two monsters were approaching. That's why it's so strange. One of them was excited when it saw the human warrior Aki appear. Food's here, a grade 1 wood element demon. He calmly taunted them. You've finally shown your faces, a grade 1 demon. The two monsters looked bewildered, not understanding what Aki meant. Aren't you afraid of us? Strange. This must be what a terrified expression looks like. Aki put on a cute and friendly face. The two silly monsters asked each other, are those gradeless demons behind him? One of them volunteered to step forward and check the situation. Let me give it a try. It fought with its inner power. Burn it to death. A bright light shot out. That monster still didn't understand what had happened. It never expected Aki to be able to suppress them. After they tried to burn him to death, he was completely unharmed. The gold element works best against fire. He planned to try a few more different moves as a test. Next, I need to see what grade 4 power is like. The two monsters retreated in fear, stammering, You're not human. Aki's eyes lit up again. He was more certain of his guess. That grade 4 deathcore demon had the power to control the corpses of warriors. I've already devoured it, so I should be able to. He immediately used the method of absorbing that monster's spiritual power to sustain it. Let me use it. The second monster trembled as it watched from a distance. No, impossible. Soon it appeared behind Aki, stronger and subservient to him. Aki was also quite surprised by this favorable treatment. The monster next to it trembled with fear. He can control the corpses of demons? A loud voice echoed in the silent space. Bhiksha City. Palesi asked in surprise and haste, Are you saying that the young man I brought out of the city hasn't returned yet? Grade 5 core warrior, combat commander of Bhiksha City, Palesi. After her subordinate confirmed it, he reported earnestly, Yes, Commander Palesi. The sun is about to set. Due to the demon tide in Peta City, the city gates are scheduled to close soon, including the side gates. Palesi ordered angrily, Report the grade of the demons that have appeared recently. The subordinate immediately complied with a serious expression. Yes, Commander, recently not only have grade 1 demons appeared frequently, but even grade 2, 3 and even grade 4 demons have appeared, that is all. Although Palesi spoke harshly, she was extremely anxious and uneasy inside. Damn it, don't tell me that kid has become food for some demon. I need him back soon. I just submitted the list of contestants. Seriously, don't cause me any more trouble. True to her word, she immediately set off to find him. I'm going to the live combat field to find that kid. Be back before the city gates close. Yes, ma'am. A flash of lightning streaked through the forest. As Palesi rushed past, a sense of unease rose in her heart. I was too careless. She stopped and analyzed the situation carefully. That kid is just an ordinary warrior from a C-rank town. I shouldn't have let him go to the live combat field alone. Palesi appeared very cautious on this mission. although he insisted on doing it himself, and the live combat field basically only has gradeless demons. Even a grade 5 demon appeared there many years ago. But she seemed very determined, running even faster. If I let him die in live combat training, I'll lose all face as a grade 5 warrior, and I'll have failed Herrick City. Her feet slammed into the ground, creating immense friction. As Palesi ran, she warned herself, "Kid, you'd better still be alive." Her eyes were filled with a cold, murderous aura, the scent of demons. But why is there such a thick aura of death? Palesi looked ahead in the direction of the strange smell. It's the direction of the live combat field. Isn't this scent a bit too strong? The clearer the scent, the more she could sense their numbers. The number of demons seemed to be quite large. At this point, Palesi's mind was already filled with many types she could think of. Many grade 1s and grade 2s, no, there are grade 3s too. What's going on? This isn't like the usual behavior of demons, but why are even grade 2s and 3s gathering in such large numbers? Finally, after some searching, she found the exact location. The monster below noticed her and looked up. Palesi remained composed, cold, and fearless. The monster cried out upon discovering her. Grade 5, it tucked its legs in to run, fleeing for its life in terror, not daring to look back. Palesi chased after it and struck it from behind with her palm. The blow was so powerful it caused a violent tremor like an explosion. She had it pinned under her foot. Palesi felt something was wrong. She muttered to herself, "Something feels strange, not like usual." As she expected, another group of monsters appeared one after another. Palesi taunted them contemptuously. "How strange. Since when do you all like to gather together?" She made a cruel and sharp decision. "I have to finish you off before the city gates close." Gripping her sword tightly, she became even more aggressive. "Looks like I'm a bit short on time." Scanning their forms, Palesi judged that these demons were like zombies, all filled with an aura of death. Just getting close, but she had already recovered her spirits, a smug smile on her face. "Whatever, as long as they're demons." Palesi leaned down into an attack stance. "You can all die." Her eyes were filled with pride and sharpness. Teeth clenched, veins popping on her face. The scene was chaotic, the atmosphere grim, and a mutated spiritual energy filled the entire forest. A new batch of monsters appeared. Palesi looked into the distance and judged. "Another batch is approaching from behind. Just how many are there?" Aki jumped down from above and questioned, "What are you doing here?" Without thinking, Palesi immediately counterattacked from behind. Fortunately, Aki blocked in time, avoiding a disaster. He shouted to remind her, Hey, it's me. Look closely." After recognizing him, Palesi hesitated awkwardly for hitting the wrong person. "You kid, are you alright?" But one thing made her unconsciously notice the difference in his fighting style. "Wait, he actually managed to neutralize my slash." That last slash was a completely unconscious attack. Its force and speed were not light. But at the same time, Palesi realized Aki's special ability and strength. "Isn't this kid from the C-rank Herrick City?" She took it back. Even a grade 4 warrior would have to use all their strength to block that last strike. And he actually, Aki waved his hand and explained clearly, "Your grade 5 power is truly impressive. My hand is still numb. I was trying a few moves and lost track of time." "Sorry." She didn't press the matter and got straight to the point. "Forget it as long as you're okay. Alright, for now we have to deal with the strange behavior of this group of demons." After observing them, she concluded, "There are quite a few grade 3 demons among them. They're a huge threat to you. Get behind me." But Aki didn't seem too concerned about it. He reminded her, "Are you talking about these? Don't worry. They're all dead." He walked up to the group of monsters, and in an instant, with the power of a single wave of his hand, Aki easily eliminated them all. Witnessing this, Palesi was too shocked to speak. All the demons fell in an instant. With the task complete, Aki suggested, "Alright, let's head back to the city." Palesi approached and grabbed him by the collar, questioning, What did you do? Were you controlling all these demons? You're clearly a red core. What is your power?" Aki chose to refuse her answer bluntly. "We're just partners. I don't need to explain myself to you." Palesi could only remain silent. Aki only revealed what little he could. "But I can tell you that I can only control some dead demons. Besides, isn't it normal for a warrior to have a trump card?" Palesi was stunned, a little puzzled by his method. "Controlling dead demons. Among grade 5 warriors, I've rarely heard of such an ability." She then proposed to Aki, "In that case, let's set off for the City of Dawn tomorrow." Alright, he also agreed to her request. The sooner the better. The issue of Herrick City's crystal energy distribution had to be resolved as soon as possible. Aki walked forward enthusiastically. "We'll set off tomorrow." Palesi was speechless. "Looks like you're really looking forward to the demon hunting competition." In her mind, she was pondering a difficult problem. Palesi was now in a hurry to get back to the city, still unaware of the situation on the not-so-distant live combat field. In the distant forest, a strange phenomenon appeared. In the distance was a terrifyingly desolate scene. That was also their next mission. It looked dangerous there, full of traps. According to the subsequent report, the live combat field had been completely destroyed by some unknown force. The two's off-road vehicle sped down the road. Palesi got out first and carefully reminded Aki, "We're here. Get out and remember, don't disgrace our town." He tried hard to open his eyes wide, wanting to see his surroundings clearly. Looking at the scenery along the way and the terrain here, he thought again, "I didn't expect it to be real." The magnificent scene before him made Aki think to himself with excitement, "The City of Dawn is indeed the town I used to rule, the one and only S-rank town, the City of Dawn." After a careful observation, he made some more comments about the place. "It seems that after I died in battle in my past life, this town was renamed the City of Dawn. Is it because that battle was called the War of Dawn, but it looks much more impressive than it did back then? Aki looked up, a premonition rising in his heart. I thought it would be a long time before I returned to this town after being reborn. Wait. Suddenly, something came to mind and his mood became unusually joyful and excited. Does that mean I can see the 6 of them? In my past life I led the strongest team, known as the 6 Heroes, my 6 strongest subordinates. I wonder how they've been since the War of Dawn. If I tell them my current situation, will they believe me? Palesi thought Aki was coming here for the first time and put her arm around his shoulder, saying proudly, "What's wrong? First time in the City of Dawn, struck dumb with shock? Haha, don't be so shocked just yet. You haven't even gone inside. The City of Dawn is humanity's only S-rank town and it represents the center of our greatest power." She led the way, unable to stop her proud remarks. Not everyone is as lucky as you to come to the City of Dawn once in their lifetime. Aki immediately thought of a question and asked Palesi curiously. Palesi was a grade 5 core warrior. She must know some useful information. I'd like to ask, how are the 6 heroes doing now after the War of Dawn? She unconsciously stopped in her tracks and asked with some surprise, "After the War of Dawn, that's a strange question," but Palesi added some more information to the question. "Are you asking about the new 6 heroes or the old 6 heroes?" Aki was surprised, looking very puzzled. "What do you mean, new 6 heroes? Aren't there only 6 heroes? The ones from my time?" He no longer hid it and admitted frankly. "The ones who were once called the strongest warriors, led by the king who shares my name, his 6 strongest team members." But before Aki could finish, Palesi covered his mouth. She scolded him for deliberately bringing up the matter. "Are you playing dumb or are you really that stupid, kid?" Palesi's eyes became very serious. She warned, "Everyone knows the new 6 heroes don't like people mentioning the old 6 heroes. You're not to mention these things in the city again." She also specifically added some more important information. "As for the king, the dynasty has changed. The king is no longer the king." Information she mentioned was also noteworthy. "The current strongest warrior is the new king. The king you're talking about, the strongest warrior and who shares your name, is the old king now." Palesi removed her hand from Aki's mouth and instructed, "I'll remind you one last time, don't say such brainless things after you enter the city." Aki still muttered to himself, "New king, new 6 heroes." He immediately and cleverly changed the subject. "Then let me ask how the old 6 heroes are doing now." Palesi immediately turned around impatiently and yelled in Aki's face, "Can't you understand what I'm saying?" Some people stopped to see what conflict was happening between them, but in the end she chose to let it go, turning her back to Commander Palesi. As Palesi adjusted her gloves, she deliberately ignored what Aki had just said. "All right, although I don't understand why you brought up the name Anne, or if it's just out of admiration, I don't care." This time she became very serious, her eyes filled with anger. "I'm warning you, at least after entering the City of Dawn, don't mention the old king or the old 6 heroes." Palesi also simultaneously revealed the reason why they had to keep this secret. "Perhaps in the C-rank town of Herrick City, the people you speak of are still revered, but not all places accept them. Especially the sacrifice the old king made back then in the City of Dawn, no one acknowledges it." Hearing this, Aki stood there in a dejected daze. She urged him to go first, still not forgetting to remind him, "Let's get into the city. Remember what I said." The two walked in calmly. As Aki walked, his heart was heavy, filled with an indescribable confusion. "Not everyone acknowledges me. Not everyone acknowledges my sacrifice." He unconsciously recalled his heroic battles from long ago. "What happened after I died? Back then, I led the 6 heroes and all the warriors in a fight to the death against the demons. As a warrior, he and his comrades fought valiantly to slay their enemies." Aki still clearly remembered the goal he had set back then. "I ventured into the ancient king's monument alone to find the secret of the demons. Some information about this precious treasure. The ancient king's monument in the year 3069, 6 massive monuments fell from the sky corresponding to the 6 different demon cores, red, yellow, green, blue, purple and black. Demons continuously poured out from the monuments. This was the source of the demons, and no one knew what secrets were hidden within the ancient king's monument. To find it, he knew it would not be an easy task. Until then, Onlyan had discovered the secret of the 6 banners within the monument. Recalling these past events, Aki couldn't help but be troubled by them. Was everything I did meaningless? Was my sacrifice not a glorious one? The closer Aki got to the glowing gate, the more he saw a bustling scene of people coming and going, filled with laughter and chatter. The towering buildings seemed to stand tall amidst the blue sky and white clouds. When Aki saw the changes here with his own eyes, he was also a bit at a loss. This is the city center. It's been upgraded quite a bit. It was like a modern and perfect world. This was the magnificent City of Dawn. The word city seemed insufficient to describe it. The districts within the city were independent of each other. The city had various areas with different styles and architecture, with forests and lakes, hills and mountains. It could be considered a world that operated independently, even divided into different zones. This terrifyingly large town was surrounded by towering walls and divided into 7 areas. 6 areas were managed by the new 6 heroes, while the new king resided in the central area. Aki strolled leisurely through the streets, soaking in the atmosphere. Although many buildings had changed, the layout was almost the same, and even the air had a familiar scent. This unconsciously reminded him of the days when he was revered as a great man by the entire city. Memories suddenly flooded his mind, making Aki's heart surge with emotion. I remember in this spot he suddenly recognized one of his marks here. It was my statue. Now the statue had become an old obsolete object bearing the marks of time's erosion. Palesi stopped and looked up. She seemed to sympathize with Aki. The statue of the old king you admire, I know it has been here for decades, carved by the people when the old king was still alive. As she spoke, her words were filled with regret. He was once deeply loved by the people, but, Sai, let's not talk about it. Palesi also frankly stated the tragic truth about the late statue. In any case, I heard it's going to be removed soon, and a larger statue of the new king will be carved in its place. She covered her face, a look of weary annoyance on her features. I really don't know whether to call this lucky or unlucky. While Palesi was still explaining, Aki recognized a strange person in a long green robe right in front of the statue she had just mentioned, one of the old 6 heroes. The person was holding a wreath, standing devoutly before the statue. Palesi introduced the person. One of the old 6 heroes, Lena, was once the strongest grade 7 recovery-type warrior. Aki suddenly trembled all over, unable to speak. The girl's figure appeared in his mind as if every detail could not be erased. Aki subconsciously walked forward, calling her name. Lilina. Lena took off her hood, revealing a movingly beautiful face. Hearing the call, she was a little surprised. Is someone calling me? While she was distracted, a man rushed over rudely, cursing incessantly. How many times have I told you? Mourning is not allowed here, especially not for you, Lena of the old 6 heroes. The yellow chrysanthemums that Lena had carefully prepared were trampled to pieces. Seeing the man's actions, Palesi also felt angry for her. But Aki knew Lena's fiery temper best. Patrolman. Although she's a healer, Lena was famous for her explosive temper. This is going to be good. But unexpectedly, she lowered her head to pick up each chrysanthemum and then apologized to the men. I'm sorry. The drastic change in Lena's personality stunned Aki. Men continued to slander her. No matter what your status was before, one of them even publicly insulted Lena in anger. What are the old 6 heroes? Since you've lost your cores, you're no longer warriors. If the new king hadn't allowed you to stay in the city, you would have been thrown out of the city of Dawn to fend for yourselves long ago. He also brazenly pointed at the statue and said a few insulting words. It's all that damn old king's fault, so self-righteous. While he was still enjoying his rant, Lena couldn't help but give him a resounding slap. Otherwise, humanity wouldn't be living so passively. This statue should have been smashed long ago. What a waste of space. All her anger had built up to a breaking point. Lena was no longer afraid but stood up and retorted. Her face was filled with a deep-seated hatred for them. The man she had just slapped flew into a rage. You bitch, you dare to hit me. A flash of light streaked past like the wind, making the man tremble with fear. Aki had blocked him in time with his sword. Facing his arrogance, Aki issued a challenge. You dare. The men, burning with rage, resorted to violence. You brat, this is the city of Dawn. What do you think you're doing? They began to threaten Aki. Drop the sword or we'll shoot. But he appeared unusually resolute and brave. With your character, what's the difference between you and those trashy hunting squads outside? I must teach you a good lesson today. Suddenly Palesi stopped them. Everyone stop. She quickly diffused the conflict with skillful words. It's just a misunderstanding. We are warriors from the A-rank Bhiksha city, here for the demon hunting competition. Are you trying to start a conflict with warriors from another town? Palesi also turned to Aki at the same time, persuading him. And put away your sword. Don't forget you are now representing Bhiksha city. He seemed a bit hesitant, but Aki remained rational and did not act impulsively. After hearing their origins, the men also seemed somewhat wary and didn't want to get entangled with them. So they're warriors from the competition. Forget it, let's not get into a conflict with warriors from another town. Yeah, if the law enforcement captain finds out, we'll definitely get chewed out. But one of them still glared at them viciously. He warned them loudly, since you're warriors in the competition, just go back to your inn obediently. You're lucky this time. After that, they finally left, no longer causing trouble. Let's go. Only then did Lena dare to speak. She asked them in surprise, do you know me? Hearing her question, Aki hesitated again as he prepared to answer. I almost wanted to tell Lena directly that your strongest warrior has returned. If I speak so casually, will it bring her more trouble? Palesi cleverly sidestepped the difficult question with an excuse. This troublemaker is named N. Suddenly, Lena's bright eyes widened and she repeated in surprise. Anne. Aki sighed, looking somewhat helpless. Palesi is really something, but he deliberately dodged, denying it. Me. I just happen to be named N too. Lena's excited face suddenly fell, a little disappointed. She pulled her hood back on and replied briefly, I see. She turned her head and walked away quickly. Lena's words indeed carried a hint of annoyed complaint, a name that gives one a headache. Hearing these somewhat rude words, Palesi angrily shouted at Lena, hey you, no matter what, he's your senior, and helped you and you can't even say thank you? But the magnanimous Aki persuaded her to calm down. Forget it, let's not cause her any more trouble. A trace of sadness from Lena's indifference flashed through his heart. I will definitely find a chance to explain everything to her later. Watching her receding back, he became even more certain in his heart. She must have a lot she wants to say to me too. The second day in the city of Dawn. That day, the city was packed with people for an important occasion, the demon hunting competition parade. Banners fluttered in the wind as if jointly welcoming a joyous and momentous day. When the new warriors arrived, the people cheered wildly, not sparing any praise. "So cool, so many new faces." Palesi whispered a promise to Aki. She guaranteed, "After the competition is over I will vouch for you. I will recommend you to the person in charge of crystal energy." He expressed his gratitude for her kindness. "You still remember so clearly, thank you." Aki also confidently assured her. "Don't worry, I will definitely achieve results that will satisfy you." Palesi was pleased with his attitude. "You'd better." She also warned him in advance about the worst-case scenario. "Be careful, just don't die in the competition." The people outside were still cheering enthusiastically. "Hey handsome, look over here, good luck." Looking in that direction, Aki recognized Lena's familiar figure in the crowd. He immediately waved and smiled in a friendly greeting. Lena shyly pulled down her hood to cover her face. Within the City of Dawn, the competition area was a forest the size of a town, specially designed for the demon hunting competition. A city within a city, this structure was grand in scale but common in the City of Dawn. Palesi brought them to the entrance and could only bid them farewell here. "I'm not a competitor, so I can only see you off here. Once you're inside, it's up to you." She planted her staff firmly on the ground, exuding a powerful presence. Palesi led the oath, "For the glory of Bhiksha, warriors, hunt the demons bravely." The others shouted in unison, "We will not disgrace our town's mission." Aki could only manage a wry smile. He thought, should I have shouted with them just now? Just then an announcement came to gather the warriors. "All town squads, please enter the arena in order. Vanguards of all squads, please gather in the judgment room." Aki looked up, his heart already prepared. It's starting. The moment Aki walked through the door, the elaborately arranged scene before him made him happy with its organizational scale so lively. After several decades, the demon hunting competition has developed into a competition of such a large scale. Back then it was just a small competition within the town. What a feeling! The people outside could still watch the process, cheering for their favorites. The next team entering the arena is the Bhiksha team. They are boldly using an external support member as their squad's vanguard. Bhiksha, their town is so similar to this place. The town's architecture is so beautiful. The others called out to Aki. "Warrior in." They bowed to him respectfully in unison. "May our friendship last forever." A female warrior was moved by the great contribution Aki was making for them. "We're counting on you for the intelligence gathering mission. We will never forget your kindness." Other warriors also expressed their admiration for him, coming over to shake his hand. "Warrior N, shake our hands." Don't worry," Aki replied shyly and humbly. "I'll do my best, besides I'm not dead yet." In this situation that was both amusing and exasperating, he was speechless on the spot. They all knew the vanguard's risk was extremely high, and everyone was acting as if they were sending him off on his final journey. Aki also noticed the worried and perplexed expressions on the faces of those who had been assigned to these difficult positions. Being chosen as a vanguard, to them this is probably a matter of life and death, right? They all look so desperate, how pitiful. The female guide solemnly announced the rules to everyone. "First, I must extend my highest respects to all of you. Your mission is fraught with unforeseen dangers." All the warriors were filled with fighting spirit. Brave and fearless, they stood in a line listening seriously. "The fact that you dare to stand here in this capacity is in itself an act of courage worthy of great admiration." The female guide excitedly announced the task that the warriors had to complete this time. "Your mission is to infiltrate the competition area and gather as many clues and as much information about the demons as possible for your squad." The supporters outside also cheered enthusiastically. "Go vanguards, go." She also mentioned some precautions and risks they might encounter during their mission. "You must be careful and pay attention to your own safety because what awaits you are demons of unknown grades." Aki keenly noticed the abnormality through the differences in the competition rules. "I took a quick look. Most of the competitors are grade 2 core warriors. The demon hunting competition nowadays is probably a talent competition to select towns with excellent new warrior systems. So naturally warriors of too high a grade would not be allowed to participate." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. "Palesi is really something, knowing full well that my strength far exceeds grade 2. Well, as long as I don't say anything, no one will know my true strength." The female guide also revealed an important piece of information about a mysterious figure. "In addition, let us give a warm welcome to a distinguished guest. For this competition, he will be participating as a judge. He is one of the 6 greatest warriors." Hearing this, Aki woke up as if from a dream. He glanced expectantly at the door behind him. "One of the 6 greatest warriors." As the girl introduced him, the person gradually appeared. "Our humanity's strongest recovery-type warrior. Please welcome him." The man's steps were filled with majesty and dominance. When they saw that figure emerge, everyone present went wild. "Husband, dual cores, so handsome." He walked out with an air of arrogance and soaring presence. One of the great 6 heroes, a dual grade 7 core warrior Vandalin. This was a handsome young man who also possessed extraordinary abilities. One of the new 6 heroes, dual grade 7 core, green recovery type Vandalin. Arena 40 was now livelier than ever. Fervent fans shouted Vandalin's name. 6 heroes, Lord Dylan, Vandalin, Vandalin. He also strode out proudly before the many fans chanting his name. Vandalin, 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 Vandalin. Aki's gaze took in everything about him, filled with the firm resolve that he must win this competition. Aki also keenly noticed his unique qualities. Dual cores were just a concept in science and technology in his past life, it had now been realized. The 2 gems inlaid on Vandalin's cloak caught his particular attention. Dual cores meant that if the sync rate was high, the power would be doubled. It could even unleash unexpected strength. These were precious high-end items that ordinary people could hardly obtain. A warrior's ability came from the power provided by the demon core. The higher the warrior's sync rate with the core, the more they could stimulate the demon core's potential power. Its magical functions and uses were also detailed for the owner, but the higher the sync rate, the greater the impact of the demon core on the human body. It was like a shattering energy. This was also why warriors with low core adaptability or weak physiques had lower sync rates. From this, Aki came to a more certain conclusion. The human technology of his past life could only develop transplant equipment that could analyze cores. It seemed that the current generation of new 6 heroes had not only transplanted cores, but a green spiritual energy emanating from Vandalin's body was like a signal of extraordinary power, and their strength was much greater. When he walked over, everyone bowed their heads respectfully. Thank you for your hard work, taking time out of your busy schedule to watch the competition. But Aki was different from them. He was very defiant, and recalling the situation of the old 6 heroes, he felt an inexplicable dissatisfaction toward him. I would never bow to him like that. Vandalin began to express his views on the warriors who dared to challenge themselves and participate in the competition. All you vanguards are outstanding, knowing full well how dangerous this position is, you still dare to stand here. You are all great and outstanding warriors. He also prepared a precious gift for the victorious warriors. To reward your bravery after the competition, I will personally gift each of you a grade 3 core as a memento. I hope you all return safely. The others seemed even more encouraged, bowing deeper and saying loudly, "Thank you so much." One person saw Aki still standing motionless and reminded him with concern, "Hey, why are you being so disrespectful?" Bow quickly. Aki just scratched his head and found a plausible excuse. "I'm so sorry. My back hurts." He stood opposite Vandalin, stating his reason without any hesitation. "I can't bow." Hearing this, he fell silent, but then Vandalin quickly adjusted his mood and winked playfully. Aki had no reaction to this series of actions. He tried to act like he was fine, but in his heart, he was already disgusted by his attitude. Disgusting. Winking at a man, is it necessary to be so gross? The female guide announced loudly again. Next, everyone will witness our great warrior Vandalin. One of the great new 6 heroes, she announced another matter, making the venue even more excited. Will let us witness a performance of him hunting a grade 4 demon, to celebrate the successful start of our demon hunting competition. The audience screamed incessantly upon seeing their idol take the stage. Please welcome Lord Dylan. I've waited so long for this moment. Then the female guide suggested to the warriors that they give the stage to Vandalin to shine. Next, all vanguards please follow me to the side of the arena to observe, and let's give the stage to our Lord Dylan. Aki was very puzzled by Vandalin's special abilities. A performance of hunting a grade 4 demon, is it necessary to use this method to display the strength and prestige of the new 6 heroes? Capturing and securely imprisoning a grade 4 demon is no easy feat. It seems the overall strength of the City of Dawn today is indeed much greater than in the past. He approached the female guide and asked her politely, "Excuse me, are you the new Judgment Commander?" The girl smiled kindly and admitted, Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you." Unexpectedly, Vandalin bowed respectfully before her, which left the girl a little flustered. "Lord Dylan, what are you doing?" But he leaned close to her ear and said in a suggestive tone, "Then will someone come to replace you later? We are the one and only 6 heroes." Vandalin revealed his despicable and disgusting true colors, showing his shamelessness. Always new 6 heroes, that word new is really jarring. The girl was so scared her limbs went weak, not daring to resist or call for help. "If you weren't a warrior of the City of Dawn, this slap of mine would probably accidentally shatter your internal organs." But the girls outside had no idea of his hypocrisy, instead screaming even more fervently, "What are they talking about? Why can't I hear anything?" Lord Dylan even lowered his head specially, so gentle. After warning the girl, Vandalin ruthlessly pushed her away and shouted harshly, "Get lost." Aki glanced back at him in surprise. The badge on his cloak lit up again, and the device on it appeared at the same time. Having driven away the female guide, Vandalin pretended to take on her task. "In that case, I will represent the 6 heroes, and bring everyone a performance of hunting a grade 4 demon. I wish this demon hunting competition a complete success," he began his smooth talk. "And I wish all our vanguard warriors a smooth start." The stands erupted in thunderous cheers again, leaving Aki utterly speechless. Lord Dylan, they are not worthy." Then with an order, "Bring it up." A huge object slowly rose from the ground. Vandalin coldly suggested, "Open it." He slowly walked inside. The atmosphere became more captivating and tense. "Everyone, the live broadcast of our competition will now feature commentary." From that strange box, a few terrifying monsters appeared, letting out frightened roars. "To capture this grade 4 demon in the transport box, we dispatched 3 grade 4 warriors to catch it. This shows just how terrifying its power is." That huge and ferocious monster walked out, accompanied by an introduction. "What you see before you is a rare form among grade 4 demons, extremely ferocious. In a group there are only 2 or 3 like this, a fierce grade 4 demon, red core gold element." It walked out and said in the arrogant tone of a warlike monster, What is this? Although I don't know what you humans are trying to do, not only did you not kill me, but you put me in an open-air arena like this and gathered so many people. It took heavy steps, then said provocatively. Truly unwise. The monster charged forward swiftly, constantly mocking them. You warriors are truly unwise. It transformed into a pillar of light in front of Vandalin. The warriors, intimidated by the monster, could only scream and flee in all directions. Heavens, a grade 4. It began to transform its body and shouted its move. Shield. It unscrupulously leapt toward the audience in the stands. But Vandalin only needed to stand still and use a divine rope to pull the monster back and subdue it. He glanced at it calmly and sneered. Do you see clearly now who's the unwise one? He continued to ask about the shield surrounding the stands. The protective barrier surrounding this place, it's very sturdy, isn't it? Its origin and creator were also a highly skilled and extraordinary figure. This shield was established by one of our 6 heroes. He is known as the strongest illusionary warrior. The moment the children touched it, they were both curious and excited. Brother, look, it's like an invisible dome. So fun. The demon is so fun. Vandalin then made other demands of the monster. Then for the next act, it's up to you. It gathered its power, becoming enraged, accompanied by a terrified threat. Die. Facing this heavy pressure, the demon could only tremble in fear. No, although it appeared scared, it still seized the opportunity to counterattack, preparing to strike. Come and get me if you dare. Immediately, a sharp slash was unleashed. Surprisingly, even though the ground was split into 3 pieces, Vandalin remained unharmed. He stood within a shield he had created, continuously mocking the demon. Well, a demon is a demon after all. Low-level and brainless, not to mention having no etiquette whatsoever. These words enraged the demon. You're courting death. It immediately charged forward, continuously pounding the shield, but to no avail. After some effort, the demon reached out, trying to grab the shield. However, with just a flick of his finger, its hand was sent flying. At this, Vandalin smiled smugly. You have no right to fight back. Although the demon had lost an arm, it was still defiant. It's just the power of a grade 6 core. What's so great about it? Why so arrogant? Vandalin's illogical power was attributed to one principle. Normally, a green core represented recovery, and most healing-type warriors were grade 6 core warriors. The moment he lowered his shield, the monster prepared to attack with its remaining hand. Human warrior, even with only one hand left, it's still enough to drag you down with me. Before it could do anything, it was bound by Vandalin's power. Seeing it trussed up, he proudly made a full reintroduction. Oh, let me correct you. Although I'm a green core warrior, I am a dual grade 7 core warrior among the 6 heroes. As soon as he finished speaking, its body began to swell. Tissue proliferation. At the same time, Vandalin waved his hand, making it stab itself with the claws on its hand. After it was done, he smiled smugly. You talk too much. Now it's your turn to shut up. When the monster could no longer bear it, it was detonated by Vandalin's power. After finishing, he strode forward and confidently announced, Let the blood of the demon mark the beginning of our demon hunting competition. Next, I will officially begin the demon hunting competition. Everyone present cheered in unison. 6 heroes, 6 heroes, 6 heroes. Aki stood in the line observing everything and couldn't help but marvel that the power was indeed astonishing. Thinking of this, he began to analyze everything Vandalin had just displayed based on the power he had unleashed. A dual core not only provided twice the energy of a single core, but could even supplement each other, making the power unleashed even stronger. The new 6 heroes are no simple matter. The moment this thought appeared, Aki became even more curious. I wonder what the person known as the new king is like. Just the way they treated Lena is enough to displease me. After that announcement, the commentator began his work. Now then, first, let's have our great 6 hero leave the arena, and at the same time, please have all vanguards return to the field. After receiving permission, everyone began to move. As they passed Vandalin, they all bowed in respect. Oh, the vanguards are all bowing in unison. Lord Dylan is indeed very popular. Only Aki was walking leisurely. Vandalin was walking when he suddenly stopped. He called out to him. Wait. Aki, unafraid, turned and asked casually. Vandalin asked with displeasure, You seem to be quite dissatisfied with me. Being asked this, Aki quickly regained his relaxed and casual demeanor and replied, You've misunderstood. I'm used to maintaining a sense of hostility before a competition to raise my vigilance. You also know that being a vanguard is not an easy position. Vandalin was skeptical of this answer, but he didn't pursue it further. Oh, what an interesting warrior. I'll be paying more attention to you. After saying this, Vandalin continued walking forward. I hope you won't disappoint me. This vague blessing annoyed Aki greatly. Won't disappoint you, what a joke. When I was fighting intense battles with demons, your parents were still playing in the mud regardless. He still lined up with the others to await orders. Now all squad vanguards, please assemble. All vanguards, please get ready and focus on listening to the competition rules. After a pause, the commentator began to explain, starting with the most basic information. The vanguard, meaning the one who goes first, is the first person in the squad to act. The eyes that investigate this forest. Your mission is to find the best combat route based on your squad's strength. After introducing this information, he began to state the rules. Hunt demons before the time limit ends to earn points. After explaining the rules, the commentator mentioned some precautions. This competition not only has gradeless demons but also some grade 1, grade 2 and a few grade 3 demons. They are all randomly distributed in various parts of this forest within the city. After saying everything that needed to be said, he gave a final reminder. The forest area within the city is vast. All squad vanguards are required to carefully check their routes while searching and must pay attention to their own safety. This is not a joke. You must pay attention to your own safety. Don't forget you are acting alone. Try your best not to attract the demon's attention. At these words, the vanguards present were a bit bewildered. Does he really need to remind us of this? Who has the time to go and provoke demons on purpose? Yeah. Although gradeless and grade 1 demons were no cause for alarm, they were still quite dangerous. Yeah, who knows if they'll attract other demons. And grade 2 and grade 3 demons are even more of a problem. In any case, everyone needs to be extra careful. Don't forget, in past demon hunting competitions, the survival rate for vanguards was less than 36. While everyone was discussing this, Aki took the opportunity to observe his opponents, grade 2 core warriors and even dual core grade 2 warriors. Their strength might be far inferior to a true grade 2, some were restless while others were laughing and talking. The sync rate was also closely related to a warrior's own presence. Perhaps because they were young and didn't have the heavy burden of being a captain, they seemed a bit immature. After a quick scan, Aki came to a final conclusion. They weren't like Captain Ji Yaodang's squad, battle-hardened and razor-sharp. That was a skill and awareness honed through 1,000 battles to protect a town with scarce resources. Just then his gaze fell on a trembling girl. Some warriors were already starting to get scared, grade 2 and grade 3. He thought that would be the end of the reminders, but the commentator continued. Finally, every match will have a special segment. This time, he delivered a shocking piece of news. The existence of a grade 4 demon. That's right, in the forest area within the city, there is a grade 4 demon imprisoned in a container. If you and your squad are strong enough, you can make it your target. Without letting the crowd remain confused for long, the commentator announced the rule. As long as that demon is hunted down, the competition will end immediately, and that squad will be victorious. Hearing this news, Aki's face lit up with joy. As expected, this arrangement has been kept to this day. Contrary to his joy, the others shied away from it. Everyone knows that. A grade 4 demon represents the highest score, but no squad would dare to risk it. That's a grade 4 demon, a grade 4. Just then, the commentator announced the start of the competition, and Aki immediately charged forward. That grade 4 demon is my target. Right from the start, someone was being chased. It's a grade 1 demon, but there are 3 of them gathered here. I should try to avoid this coordinate, otherwise it will lower my scoring efficiency. In another corner, a girl was also being chased by a group of monsters. Grade 2, a red core grade 2. In other corners, fleeing vanguards could also be seen. A grade 3 demon, run. Just then, a person ran past Aki and casually reminded him, there's a grade 3 demon over there. If you want to live, don't go that way. After saying that, he left, leaving Aki standing there. Grade 3, this direction is the only path I have to take. Just then, a branch appeared out of nowhere and knocked down all those vanguards. Haha, a grade 3 demon. Blue core wood element demon slowly emerged. The audience in the stands couldn't help but feel afraid at its appearance. Look, a grade 3 demon. Get out of there, young warrior. Seeing that there were still survivors, the demon's anger flared. Damn humans imprisoning us here for so long. The more it spoke, the angrier it became, unleashing its full power. Damn humans. Faced with this hostility, Aki wasn't surprised. Because they were imprisoned here, the demons in the city forest were mostly more brutal than those outside. Seeing him dodge its attack, the demon pursued relentlessly. Don't even think about running. Aki continued to dodge, not launching any attacks. With so many people watching, it's really inconvenient. After some calculation, he charged straight at it. I have to finish this quickly. However, before he could make a move, the demon's sharp claws were already in front of Aki's eyes. He nimbly dodged. Unintentionally, Aki saw the target he needed to attack, the position of its core. He immediately stopped, drew his sword and lunged. The grade 4 is still waiting for me. Sorry, I don't have time to play with you. This scene left everyone present dumbfounded. That warrior killed a grade 3 demon in a second. A vanguard single-handedly killed a demon? The reason Aki could kill it so cleanly with one strike was all thanks to this huge gold element sword. Adding the gold element to a weapon could enhance its sharpness, durability, and destructive power at this moment. Vandalin was also watching the competition through a screen and couldn't help but be surprised. That was a fluctuation of the gold element just now. Having successfully killed a demon, Aki cheered with excitement. Oh yeah, got the core, a grade 3 agility type core. His happiness didn't last long. He took a deep breath and continued to charge forward. The grade 4 should be somewhere up ahead. Aki ran while observing his surroundings. If that design hasn't changed, his gaze unintentionally fell on a room in the distance, to give the most noble person a chance to enjoy the most spectacular panorama. A simple idea formed in Aki's mind. The grade 4 demon will be placed at the highest point closest to the most noble VIP room. This gaze and his trajectory were completely captured by Vandalin's eyes. Aki, it seems your target is the grade 4 demon. Knowing the location, he became even more motivated. This grade 4 is my target. After running for a while, Aki finally stopped. After scattering, most people still conservatively followed the main group. It seems the vanguards of the other squads have no intention of looking for that grade 4 demon. Looking at the faces of the people passing by, he commented. Although they knew the grade 4 demon represented victory, these young warriors were still afraid of the accompanying threat of death. Vandalin watched Aki's every move from above, then ordered his assistant. "Get me the file on that warrior." The girl beside him immediately came forward with a tablet. "Yes, Lord Dylan, which vanguard warrior would you like to know about first?" He pointed straight at the leisurely Aki on the screen and ordered. "That white-haired guy." He was walking leisurely. The girl tapped a few times and found all the information. Found it. "He's a warrior registered with Biksha City. His registered rank is grade 3 core warrior." Hearing this number, Vandalin couldn't help but frown and thought, grade 3 core. I remember the vanguard position allows grade 3 warriors to participate, but few grade 3 warriors are willing to participate in this kind of competition. It's a thankless task, and a level higher than the other competitors. Thinking of this, he had a realization. So that's why he's so arrogant? Vandalin fell silent for a moment, then asked again, "What's his name?" When the girl read this, her body trembled for some reason. His name is Aki." The moment this name was spoken, he crushed the armrest of his chair. "What did you just say?" The assistant was terrified by his gaze and handed the entire tablet to Vandalin. "I was just reporting to you based on the information. Please take a look." Aki. Seeing that name, Vandalin's face showed his displeasure. What a damn name. No one knew about the turmoil that was happening. Everyone was focused on the competition. "Charge Vanguard." "Vanguard, it seems the vanguards have found demons." Just then, the voice of the competition commentator sounded. "The vanguards have already discovered demons, and they are using various methods to record the coordinates. This is a gathering place for gradeless demons." After that, the vanguards moved on to the next location one after another. Before the commentator could finish, Aki had already leisurely completed the remaining parts. Recording coordinates, planning routes, and formulating the best scoring route. This was the duty of a vanguard. Watching the contestants quickly shuttling through the trees, he smiled. Pushing each other through the forest, how nostalgic. At this time, in the Biksha City locker room, everyone was gritting their teeth in anger as they watched this scene. "He looks like he's just taking a walk. Is this guy really reliable?" The more they watched, the more they couldn't stand it and turned to complain. "Commander Palesi, look at that guy named Aki." The person who was called out only gave a perfunctory reply. "Yeah, I see him." Palesi sat there, recalling what Aki had said to her. "Palesi, if you trust me, I won't take the conventional route like the other vanguards, but I can guarantee that Biksha City will win." Recalling those words, she thought to herself, guaranteed to win. The confidence in his eyes at that time didn't seem like a joke at all. As if to convince herself, Palesi recalled some other things. The abilities he showed in live combat before. In any case, there was still one thing that made her very unhappy. This brat is getting bolder and bolder. He even dares to call me by my name." After a while, she decided to relax and wait and see. "However, you've made me more interested in you." The vanguard was scouting the path. In a corner of the forest, a huge explosion suddenly occurred. From the explosion, Aki's figure gradually appeared, a dead demon at his feet. "The fifth one." Looking at the prey he had just hunted, he commented. "Once you get to the deepest part, the fighting desire of these demons increases several times over." He carefully observed the creature he had just felled, and a thought sprouted in his mind. "This monster, I wanted to study it carefully." But after some calculation he could only sigh. "But I have no choice but to kill them. They keep chasing me. No wonder so few people are willing to be the vanguard. For a low-level warrior, it really is like sending them to their deaths." Looking at the demons lying on the ground, Aki thought, "But as a vanguard, I've already killed 5 grade 2 demons for the team. I'm sure they can see the squad's points have increased significantly." Thinking of the current situation, he looked forward in anticipation. I hope it won't surprise them too much. However, it was all too late. At this moment, in the Biksha City preparation room, everyone was scared out of their wits. After a fierce battle, Aki looked up at the highest room and thought, the grade 4 demon should be at the highest point on the mountain, right? Looking at the indistinct figure in that room, he guessed that the person in the most noble VIP room was the new 6 hero, Vandalin. As Aki expected, Vandalin was currently observing his every move with great interest. Such great ambition. Is your squad's target the grade 4 demon? Is it your squad's decision, or your own? As Aki continued to advance, he remembered the name in the file, Aki. Having guessed the target location, he headed straight there, and this move also caught the commentator's attention. The vanguard from Biksha City is heading towards the grade 4 demon. Strange, how would he know the location of the grade 4 demon? The people in the waiting room were terrified when they heard this commentary. Does that guy want to plan a route for our squad to kill the grade 4? Our squad doesn't have the strength to fight a grade 4 demon. Is this your decision, Commander Palesi? As the commander, Palesi could only stare blankly at the screen. No, I don't know what that guy is trying to do either. Aki, you brat, don't cause trouble for me. Our squad can't kill a grade 4, no matter how much they struggled. Aki had already found his target. He had found the grade 4 demon. After finding what he was looking for, he looked around and observed. Regarding this action, the commentator guessed. The vanguard from Biksha City seems to be observing his surroundings, secretly calculating a plan. I'm sure he's preparing to leave. As long as he returns to the squad smoothly, their squad will be the first to set out, however. Man proposes, God disposes. Aki's action of tearing off the warning tape stunned the people in the live broadcast room. The audience present was also dumbfounded. Not only the tape but the surrounding things were also destroyed by Aki. A chilling notification appeared. You have lifted the container's restrictions. After achieving his goal, he provoked without ceremony. Get out here, grade 4 demon. Vandalin, watching from above, stood up in excitement. Is that so? Interesting, very interesting. You never intended for your squad to fight this grade 4 but wanted to take it on alone. You want to win the competition directly as a vanguard? The people watching the competition, after a moment of stunned silence, also began to buzz with discussion. Unbelievable, the vanguard from Bhiksha. He has lifted the restrictions. Does he want to take on a grade 4 demon alone? This is an unprecedented situation in the history of the demon hunting competition. Like a frenzy, everyone chanted Bhiksha's name in unison. The commentator also declared heroically, a vanguard single-handedly challenging a grade 4 demon. Palesi was dumbfounded in the waiting room, and the others were equally panicked. Commander Palesi, is that kid crazy? The atmosphere of the competition had now reached a climax. Aki's actions had excited the entire stands, but this was a grade 4 demon. He was surely dead. She remained silent, just recalling what had happened. Although you have that miraculous control ability, Palesi took her last drag of the cigarette, crushed it, and thought, but a grade 4 demon is not as easy to deal with as you think. Even I have to use 100 of my power to deal with a grade 4 demon. Single-handedly challenging a grade 4 demon? Aki, are you really confident? At the same time, the grade 4 blue core water element demon that Aki had deliberately released appeared. Freed, it was very excited, finally broken, and what came into its sight was the proud and upright Aki, just one human warrior. Underestimating its opponent, the demon took the initiative to attack. Then let's start with you. Explosive drill strike. Faced with this blow, he was already prepared. He just waited for it to charge over before bringing his sword down. The warrior swung his giant sword, forming an earth wall. However, that wall was instantly destroyed, but the demon, which had transformed into a drill, did not slow down. To a grade 4 demon, this earth wall was nothing more than a piece of paper. Our warrior is in danger. The demon, thinking victory was in its grasp, charged straight at him. Human warrior, just you alone, how dare you be my enemy? You'll be crushed just like that earth wall. As its claws were about to touch Aki's body, the ground began to crack. Just then a demon crawled out and grabbed its arm. With this helper, Aki arrogantly announced, "Who said I'm alone?" Seeing the creature fighting alongside him, Vandalin couldn't hide his surprise. It was the grade 2 demon he had defeated earlier. Not only that, but countless demons revived and attacked the grade 4 demon together, but at its level it only needed to retreat to dodge. After successfully creating distance between them, it became annoyed with the current situation. This smell, it's the aura of death from them. What on earth happened? You can control corpses? Seeing its resentful expression, Aki continued to provoke it. What? This was originally an exclusive ability of you demons, right? But I'm not in the mood to explain it to you slowly. In the waiting room, Palesi was not surprised by this scene. There it is, that kid's special ability, control. The people in the stands were now dumbfounded. Are we seeing things? What did that vanguard from Bhiksha just do? I can't believe those 3 demons are actually helping him fight. Are those the demons he just killed? Heavens, can a warrior have such an ability? Controlling the corpses of demons to fight, it's insane. Completely unaware of the crowd's reaction, Aki remained focused on the target before him. Go on. Facing the impending attack, that demon immediately launched an assault. You think you can defeat me with just a few dead grade 2 demons? Taste my furious water jet. Suddenly, Vandalin appeared out of nowhere, stomped the demon directly into the ground and sent it to its death. Vandalin's sudden appearance made Aki both surprised and wary. He could crush a grade 4 demon with just one blow. He didn't beat around the bush and made his move directly. Sorry, I'm truly curious about your strength and abilities. I'd like to have a simple match with you. After that spectacular entrance, Vandalin began his assessment. Controlling dead demons, the first time I've heard of such an ability. I believe your strength is already enough to defeat a grade 4 demon. After speaking, he attacked with his full strength without any hesitation. Let me test your strength. Commentator, seeing this through the screen, couldn't help but get excited. It's our great warrior Dylan. He wants to personally test that outstanding warrior. The audience this time is truly lucky to witness this with their own eyes. The audience present also erupted in fervent cheers. Lord Dylan is so enthusiastic about newcomers. Can Lord Dylan last longer than that grade 4 demon just now? The people from Bhiksha City were completely bewildered. What on earth is going on? One of the 6 heroes is personally testing Aki's strength. This is really out of control. On the other side, Aki raised his sword, watching the person opposite him warily. What's wrong with this guy, testing my strength? That silent hostility cannot be concealed by those words. Seeing his expression, Vandalin smiled and praised perfunctorily. Not bad, it seems you're not flustered at all. Your experience is completely unlike that of a young warrior. Faced with this sudden friendliness, Aki also relaxed a little. I've been through a lot of training. Because I was born with a special ability, the captain in charge of me has been very strict with me since I was a child. Having received a compliment, he took the opportunity to boast. Perhaps because of that, my strength is much higher than my peers, you know, they call that a genius. Aki was very pleased with his plan in his heart. Even if I make up a story, I bet you won't bother to verify it. Hearing these words, Vandalin smiled. You're really interesting. I'm getting more and more interested in you. In that case, as soon as his voice fell, he immediately rushed up to launch a preemptive strike. Almost instantly, a huge fist slammed down accompanied by provocative words, "Show me your full strength." Luckily, Aki dodged. Although he dodged, he still had to concentrate to avoid the debris that splashed from that blow. I didn't expect the scattered rubble to be just like bullets, extremely fast and powerful. Aki thought as he created distance to prepare a counterattack. If I hadn't been on guard against him, I definitely wouldn't have been able to dodge that blow. Although he dodged the last attack, a scratch was still left on his face. Not good, it seems he's serious, this damn guy. Seeing that Aki was still unharmed, Vandalin slowly walked forward. "You've been on guard against me, haven't you? Otherwise you couldn't have dodged that last move." At this point he suddenly became excited, preparing another move. "Does this mean I can expect more from you?" Before Vandalin had a chance to strike, Aki asked first, "Pardon my asking, but you don't seem very friendly towards me." "Why?" To this question he answered briefly. "There are mainly 3 reasons." While Aki was still looking bewildered, Vandalin had already appeared behind him. First, he slammed a fist down. "I don't like your attitude." After Aki dodged, Vandalin once again flickered in and out of sight behind him. Second, another fist swung. "You stink of demons." Aki continued to dodge. This time he ran directly into the depths of the forest, analyzing as he fled. "As I thought, he's more or less suspicious, as long as I have the demon's power inside me. But this guy is definitely not using more than half his strength right now. This kind of pressure only appears in the face of absolute power. Besides that time with the Bati, how long has it been since I felt this again?" As he was lost in his own world, Vandalin appeared from nowhere, whispering in Aki's ear. Third, this time there was no move, just simple words. "I really hate your name." These words successfully ignited the anger in his heart. "Hate my name? In the end you hate my past identity as the king, don't you?" With this realization, Aki felt even more resentful. "I fought desperately for you all, lost many comrades for you all." All the answers were revealed. Vandalin reached out his hand, ready to end everything. "HMPH, I've played with you long enough." Hearing this declaration, he laughed mockingly. "Played with me long enough?" Unwilling to accept this, Aki turned and thrust his sword straight at Vandalin. "Who the hell do you think you are?" The two clashed directly. One red and one green force colliding, creating a world-shaking explosion. Luckily the arena had a protective shield. After a struggle, both sides retreated simultaneously. This time a small scratch appeared on Vandalin's face. Seeing the two figures still standing, the commentator was incredibly excited. "Heavens, it's unbelievable. This vanguard actually caught Lord Dylan's attack. He stands there, his entire body seeming to radiate a powerful aura. I can no longer comprehend what this vanguard's strength truly is." On the other side, Vandalin said nothing, just silently healed himself with his green core. Seeing this, the commentator was surprised. Although it was just for a moment, he didn't expect Lord Dylan to actually be injured. Only the person involved himself hadn't said a word. Vandalin then, without another word, erupted with power. After preparing, he smiled dangerously. "I'll kill you, and then just explain that you had a thick demonic aura on you." The people on the other side of the screen couldn't hear anything, only knowing to cheer enthusiastically. "The great Dylan has activated his skill. What a feast for the eyes. The high-speed rotating energy gears will crush everything, so cool. I believe Lord Dylan will end everything. Let us all enjoy the great Dylan's performance." Vandalin stomped his foot to gather power, then charged straight forward, facing the impending attack. Aki assessed the situation. "This presence, it seems he intends to kill me. If I keep holding back, I'm afraid I'll die here." "You forced my hand." Looking at the person charging up with an excited face, he became even more resolute. "Vandalin, new 6 hero, if you want me dead. Even if I can't beat you now." True to his word, Aki also unleashed all his power. "I'll make you pay the price." The two charged toward each other. Just then a third person appeared. The attacks were blocked before they could touch each other. A protective shield suddenly appeared, blocking Lord Dylan's skill. Vandalin's face darkened at the sight. "That was not a wise move. Why did you interfere?" Lena appeared from nowhere, reaching out her hand to stop them. "You said you hate this kid?" "One of the old 6 heroes, Lena, grade 7 core. Recovery type, but I like him very much." Seeing clearly who was standing in front of him, Aki couldn't hide his surprise. "Lena, could it be that she used her green core to recover her body and return to her peak?" Vandalin, however, looked at Lena with a scornful expression. Lena, have you forgotten? You all are not allowed to wear combat suits, are you?" After a few taunts, he turned to threats. "Are you trying to challenge the king's rules?" To these suggestive words, Lena still replied calmly. "It seems you're the one who remembers incorrectly, isn't that right? I'm only restricted from participating in any demon hunting activities. It doesn't go so far as not being able to wear my uniform, does it? If I only have my combat uniform, does that mean I have to be naked every day?" Seeing this, Aki couldn't help but recall when they were still comrades. Lena is still the same Lena, still as quick-witted as before. She was the most lively person among the 6 heroes. Recalling the past and looking at the present, he couldn't help but feel that life was truly full of irony. "In my past life I always stood in front of her. I didn't expect that now, it's her turn." When Lena's figure gradually became clear, the commentator also became excited. "How is this possible? The person who suddenly appeared here is none other than the old 6 hero, Lena." The commentator became more and more excited as he spoke. "Heavens, could this be some kind of mysterious connection? This demon hunting competition truly has too many surprises." Seeing Lena's determination, Vandalin smiled contemptuously. I respect you because you were once a warrior, but that doesn't mean I will give you face, you shameless woman. Although she was being taunted, she wasn't angry at all but retorted, and you? In broad daylight, a dignified sixth hero, it's a bit inappropriate for a conflict like this to happen, isn't it? Fearing Vandalin would not know when to back down, she moved to the side and pointed at Aki to apply pressure. This kid behind me is the son of an old friend of mine. Your test of him should be enough, right? Thinking the matter would end here, Lena casually added a sentence. Or perhaps your real purpose wasn't to test him at all. This sentence successfully made a vein pop on Vandalin's forehead. As expected, this time he no longer held back, erupting with his full power. What an annoying thing. Seeing this, the commentator got excited. Lord Dylan has used the Drill Chariot command skill, releasing a dense barrage of energy in the area ahead, making it impossible for the opponent to use skills to dodge. Since the opponent was like this, Lena didn't need to be polite either. So boring. However, before the two could exchange blows, Aki took the initiative to step forward and block a blow for Lena. Seeing this, she couldn't help but be stunned, reminded of the past, and the commentator was extremely surprised by Aki's action. This vanguard actually managed to change the trajectory of the first wave of attacks. Unfortunately, the next wave of attacks came at them again. It seemed unstoppable. These words successfully reminded Lena. Coming back to her senses, she quickly threw him behind her, then reached out and blocked all the attacks. I'll handle this. Standing behind Lena, an alarm bell rang in Aki's heart. Crap. The reason I was bluffing like that was because I was afraid Lena would make a move. Looking at the girl getting into her stance, he became even more worried. Once her temper flares, as Lena got ready and charged forward, Aki thought of the worst-case scenario. There will be casualties. Her swift charge made the commentator excited. Is this a battle between the six heroes? This is even rarer than a grade 7 demon. Facing his approaching opponent, Vandalin said excitedly, It seems I'll have to use my full strength against you. As soon as his voice fell, he also charged forward with his strongest move. The knowledgeable commentator became even more excited. This stage now belongs to the grade 7 warriors. Using all the vocabulary he had, he described everything one by one. Lord Dylan has used the secret technique, demon-piercing encampment spear. He's really serious. Behind them, Aki took a deep breath. Just as their moves were about to collide, he suddenly shouted, stunning everyone, Thank you, great warrior Dylan. Lena didn't expect this move either and turned her head. Aki ignored everyone's gazes and focused on shouting, Thank you, great warrior Dylan, for teaching me so many combat skills. In a corner no one could see, he smiled smugly. As expected, it worked. Realizing the plan was gradually working, Aki became even more enthusiastic. The great warrior Dylan took time out of his busy schedule to impart his experience to us of the younger generation. I am truly grateful. Palesi, seeing this through the screen, was also baffled. What on earth is going on? If she was like this, the audience at the scene was even more bewildered. Aki ignored everyone's confusion and continued to flatter loudly. May I ask if you are satisfied with my performance? The commentator didn't let the atmosphere remain awkward and came out to smooth things over. The vanguard from Bhiksha is very excitedly expressing his sincere gratitude to Lord Dylan. The audience was also gradually swayed. I thought we were going to see a duel between two of the six heroes. Is it over just like that? Stop arguing. The six heroes only fight in emergencies. We should be satisfied to see Lord Dylan make a move twice. Yeah. After some discussion, everyone began to chant in unison. Great warrior, Lord Dylan, Lord Dylan. Having achieved the desired effect, the commentator pushed things to a climax. That's right, taking time out of his busy schedule to nurture the next generation. He is truly worthy of being our grade 6 hero. Everyone, let's cheer for our grade 6 hero. In this situation, Vandalin was also left with no other choice. When he realized the mystery behind it, he could only accept the reality. What a smooth move. After speaking, Vandalin announced, Then I can't continue my previous actions now, right? Aki didn't answer immediately but continued to act. No, thank you very much for your guidance. Since you started, you should finish. I believe I won't disappoint you in the future. I will continue to work hard. Aki said this on the surface, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, this flattery is so useful. With so many people around, this guy can't force a move. His opponent gave up, so Lena didn't advance. It was boring, so she didn't fight. Vandalin also agreed and used his power to conjure a microphone. Forget it, you brat. You really know how to surprise people. After composing himself, he turned to the stands and praised loudly, Good performance. You've passed the test. You are a very outstanding young warrior. Keep it up. Then the commentator also officially announced, Congratulations to the vanguard from Bhiksha City. He has earned the recognition of the great Lord Dylan. This was a truly spectacular test. Congratulations to Bhiksha City for winning this competition. After this announcement, everyone chanted a name in unison. Bhiksha. Palesi heard the result in the waiting room, looking completely bewildered. What? We won just by lying down? Not wanting to keep everyone waiting too long, the commentator made the official announcement. I declare this is the fastest and most unexpected demon hunting competition in history. And this miracle was created by a vanguard. With the results out, Lena also left, whispering a few words to Aki as she passed. Soon the news of Aki's victory spread everywhere. The external support strength was exceptional. Bhiksha City won this demon hunting competition with just a vanguard. At this moment, Aki was being praised to the heavens by everyone. Aki, this kid really has guts. Palesi came over, patting his head and praising him endlessly. You really won the championship for our Bhiksha City. Do you know how much of a reward I'll get when I go back? Faced with these words, Aki could only smile awkwardly. I don't know what to say, I almost got myself killed. Palesi, he thought it would end there, but she then hugged him, pressing him tightly against her chest. It's my treat tonight. You can do whatever you want. Being held like this, Aki struggled to breathe and foamed at the mouth, forcing everyone to step in and rescue him. Hey, Commander Palesi, and seems to be suffocating. Commander Palesi, please stop. Commander Palesi. Calm down. He was finally released. Aki called out to Palesi. He successfully caught her attention. He asked tentatively, do you remember what you promised before? Asked this, Palesi answered honestly. Of course I remember. I'll be your guarantor so you can talk to the person in charge of crystal energy and achieve your goal. Are you satisfied now? Yes, thank you for your trouble. Having dealt with one matter, Aki looked down at his clothes. The cloak is dirty. By the way, can you help me prepare a casual cloak? Also, if there's a victory celebration or something, I have something to do, so I won't be attending. Hearing this, a girl next to him suddenly spoke up. Does Warrior N have an important date? Is it with a man or a woman? Asked this. He smiled gently and answered vaguely. Just meeting an old friend. That afternoon, Aki, dressed neatly, arrived at a cliff. Hey, I'm here. You asked me to come here, what's up? Lena wasn't surprised by his appearance. As expected, you're here. After a pause, she began to analyze. Someone said your name was in before, and I only told you to meet at the secret base. After stating these pieces of evidence, Lena approached and questioned, how did you know about this place? Before he could answer, she pressed on, are you really? This time, Lena could no longer hide her excitement, her eyes welling up with tears. Are you in? The reason for Lena's excitement could be traced back to when they were still comrades in arms. See, I was right, wasn't I? Not only does no one come here, but you can also see a wide view of the town. After showing off to Aki, she stood at the edge of the cliff, opening her arms to enjoy it. I like it here. This is me and you. Before she could finish, she suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly clarified. I mean, this is my secret base. At her flustered state, Aki smiled gently and flicked her forehead. After flicking it, Aki smiled teasingly. A secret base, Lena? Are you still a child? This action successfully ignited the anger in Lena's heart, and she cursed incessantly. Flicking my forehead again, you'll make me stupid. Who doesn't want their own secret base? Besides, you foolish, and all you know is how to kill demons. You don't understand anything. Although he was the one being scolded, Aki didn't care much. All right. After she had completely calmed down, he lowered his hand, looked into the distance and praised. But it is indeed very quiet here. As she watched the sunset, Lena reached out and used her power. See, with my ability, the words gradually formed one by one. When both their names were carved into the stone, Lena said happily, I've decided from now on this will be our secret base, and you can't tell anyone. Back in the present, the names were already blurred. Lena couldn't hide her excitement. Are you that? And you still remember our secret base, right? Asked this. Aki hesitated, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this reaction, she quickly turned to wipe away her tears. Sorry, I lost control for a moment. I scared you. After composing herself, Lena confided, You're very similar to someone very important to me from the past. After a pause, she commented on what had just happened. Your actions in the competition were too reckless. If I hadn't appeared in time, you probably would have lost your life. This will be my repayment for you standing up for my statue. We don't owe each other anything. Just as Lena was gradually accepting the reality, Aki called out, Lena, suddenly being called like that, she froze, turning back in disbelief. What did you call me? No one spoke. Aki walked forward and flicked Lena's forehead. After doing this, he said the exact same words as back then. Still remember the secret base? After all these years, are you still a child? The familiar words and familiar action made Lena burst into tears. And, seeing her expression, Aki breathed a sigh of relief. You're still alive and well, really. That's great. At this point, he took a deep breath and then announced, Yes, I am in. I'm back. Only then did Lena run over and hug Aki tightly, causing him to fall to the ground. He had admitted it. She cried while scolding him. Why did you only come back now? Why? Speaking softly wasn't enough. Lena shouted loudly to express her feelings. Why did you only come back now? The two embraced and talked just like before. After a tearful reunion, they sat down and recounted everything that had happened. You're saying you traveled from half a century ago to now, and there's a Bati in the ancient king's monument. Isn't the highest demon rank grade 7? Faced with this question, Aki wasn't surprised and answered calmly. It's hard to understand, right? Actually, I don't know the whole story either. He thought that was the end of it, but then he gave another piece of information. Even I find it absurd to say it myself. In short, I, who was supposed to have died half a century ago, have traveled directly to the present, and there's a strange thing inside my body. Hearing this, Lena said with relief, Like you said, in any case, it's great that you're still alive. Having said all that needed to be said, Aki took the opportunity to ask the question on his mind. Oh right, Lena, I don't understand why the people in this city are so hostile towards us now. Raising this question, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Back then, we sacrificed our lives for everyone. Why do they hate us so much? Asked this. Lena thought for a moment and then answered. Actually, if you really want to put it that way, the reason is you. Being told this, Aki was very confused. I know you don't understand, she explained more clearly. In the War of Dawn back then you led a team of warriors to the Ancient King's monument, do you remember? Most people tried their best to persuade you not to enter the Ancient King's monument rashly. The logistics and warrior representatives even went to the front lines to stop you, because the situation was very unfavorable for us. Raising this issue, she couldn't help but show her sorrow. Everyone's opinion was to maintain the balance at the time, but you completely ignored everyone's advice back then. You told everyone, wait for us to come back. Then you took a team of warriors inside. After a pause, Lena mentioned another sensational event from that time. After that, the news of your death in battle at the Ancient King's monument spread. With the news of your death, the morale and confidence of the warriors were completely gone. Because the warrior representing the strongest had died, the king had abandoned us, and despair enveloped all of humanity. He thought the story would end there, but she added, after you sacrificed yourself, the demon tide launched a large-scale counterattack. The land that had been regained was once again occupied and trampled by demons. There were warrior corpses everywhere. Someone did a count at the time. 9 out of 10 warriors would die in battle. For many people, they believed all of this shouldn't have happened, although it's all in the past. Lena still felt regretful when she mentioned it. If you had listened to the advice back then and not rashly entered the Ancient King's monument, perhaps the number of survivors from the War of Dawn would have been several times higher. After finishing the sensational event, she mentioned another. Afterward, as time passed, the new 6 heroes and the new king gradually emerged. Helplessly, they were also the ones who opposed your decision back then. So now many people hate you. At this point, Lena remembered the scenes of herself and her comrades being cursed by the public. And we, the surviving 6 heroes, were despised by the world because we were seen as your supporters. After all these events, she calmly decided, and was eventually stripped of her warrior status by the new king. Knowing the whole truth, Aki trembled all over with remorse. My decision back then, I caused the deaths of many people. Seeing that expression, Lena looked up, enjoying the breeze, her tone calm. So many years have passed, I'm used to it. It's all in the past. Who was right and who was wrong is no longer important. Putting that issue aside, she remembered something else. Occasionally when I pass by your statue from back then, I would also stop and look up, remembering many things. Back in the present, Lena's eyes were filled with astonishment as she looked at Aki. But you've come back to life in a strange way. This is truly a miracle. After calming down, Aki couldn't help but roar in anger. What kind of reasoning is this? Back then, I entered the Ancient King's monument to solve the demon problem from its root. I made that decision for the sake of humanity, so that our descendants would no longer be harassed by demons. Hearing these words, Lena gently comforted him. And I know your difficulties. Perhaps you can't blame them either, because many people couldn't accept the outcome back then, and as the king, you naturally became the target of humanity's accusations. Since she had said so, he could only accept it and agreed not to pursue the matter further. Aki turned to ask about his old comrades. What about the rest of the 6 heroes? Hearing this, Lena paused for a moment. Although it was a bit awkward at first, she still answered honestly. Of the past 6 heroes after you sacrificed yourself, 3 more died in subsequent battles. 3 of us are left, including me. After briefly explaining the situation, Lena began to specify each person's situation. The Earth Element Yellow Core Aran, one of the 6 heroes, was seriously injured back then and later voluntarily gave up his identity. He's living in seclusion in some town at this point. She looked at the town below and stated her own plans. I was also planning to leave this place full of memories. Having spoken of her own affairs, Lena then revealed a shocking piece of news. But the Blue Core Illusion duo, because he resisted the new king, had his hands and feet broken and was nailed in the dungeon to await death. Knowing this fact, Aki was furious. What? Duo, they actually did this to us. This damn bunch of guys. Unable to accept his comrade being treated like this, he asked tentatively. Why didn't you unite our supporters to resist the new king? Lena answered bluntly without a second thought. Because he is too strong. He alone is a grade 7 Tri-Core warrior. I don't think even you, at your strongest back then, would be his match. Fearing Aki could still argue, she brought up some other matters. You've noticed, right? The current new 6 heroes are far superior to us in the past. Grade 7 dual-core warriors. The facts were as such, but Aki still couldn't accept it. But we can't just watch Duo die in the dungeon. We have to save him no matter what. He said this, but in his heart, he still couldn't believe it. Tri-Core, how on earth did he manage that, damn it? As if seeing Aki's reluctance, Lena offered a suggestion. Perhaps there's a way you can try it. Not keeping him waiting for long, she said directly, And do you know about the elemental powers that demons now possess? Hearing this method, Aki was half convinced. Elemental power. Seeing his confused expression, Lena slowly explained, demons not only have the 6 core abilities of red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black, but now they have also evolved elemental powers like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. After a pause, she added an explanation, even giving an example. So the demons now are not as easy to deal with as before. Knowing this information, Aki had his own thoughts. So it's divided into the 5 great elements, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, which means my body is only missing the water element. After thinking for a moment, he looked up at the girl in front of him, confused. But what does this have to do with warriors? Asked this, Lena fell silent. After pondering for a moment, she proposed a hypothesis. What if warriors could also fuse with elemental power? The moment this idea was proposed, Aki couldn't hide his surprise. Warriors can fuse with elemental power now. Is fusing with elemental power similar to my ability to control elements? As if she knew what he was thinking, Lena added some more information. Not only is there a huge gap in strength between Grade 4 and Grade 5 warriors, but now powerful Grade 5 warriors also compete for precious fusion cores. At this, she couldn't help but remind him with a hint of nostalgia, by obtaining fusion power from Dogula, the City of Bones. I believe you must still remember this special place. Hearing this name, Aki frowned, his head lowered, his expression unreadable. Dogula, the City of Bones. Of course I remember. As he thought of it, everything that had happened replayed in his mind. It was one of the most brutal battlefields where I once led 1,000,000 warriors to fight the demon race. It's now called Dogula, the City of Bones, because it was the central battlefield of that great war. So that's why it's called the City of Bones? Seeing that he didn't speak, Lena continued her account. Many years have passed since the War of Dawn. Countless human warriors and the corpses of the demon race are buried beneath the City of Bones. One day, someone discovered a special kind of demon appearing there. At this, she recalled the scene of soldiers seeing a demon emerge from underground. That special kind of demon is at least a Grade 5 demon. Of course it wasn't that simple. She hesitated for a moment, then revealed the most crucial piece of information. In addition, there is one difference between them and the demons outside. A fusion crystal floats in their empty chest cavities. After telling the whole story, Lena concluded, it is that special crystal that allows warriors to fuse with elemental power. But not every warrior is strong enough to fuse with it. Aki didn't understand, so she simplified her earlier words and summarized, the warrior's rank must be no lower than a Grade 5 core, and they must also have extraordinary resistance. Hearing these conditions, he thought of something and asked naively, can you fuse with all 5 elements by getting that fusion crystal? The moment this idea was proposed, Lena hurriedly objected. No, how could it be possible to fuse with 5 elements? You can only fuse with 1. Fearing the person she cherished would act recklessly, she carefully warned him. The elements generate and overcome one another. No one has ever succeeded. In theory, a single body cannot contain multiple elements at once. Even the current new king and new 6 heroes have only fused with 1 element. This information made Aki unable to hide his surprise. You mean they've also fused with elemental power? I didn't notice at all when I fought Vandalin. Regarding this doubt, Lena walked closer to him and explained, because he was worried that if he went all out, the arena's protective shield wouldn't hold and cause injuries to the audience. That guy cares a lot about his image. If he had used his full strength against you from the beginning, you probably wouldn't have even had a chance to fight back. At this, she tucked her hair behind her ear, looked into the distance and commented, although I don't want to admit it, the strength of the new 6 heroes and the new king is indeed much greater than ours back then. Not only do they have dual cores, but they also have elemental power. This is also why I couldn't save Duo from prison. Understanding the whole situation, Aki said nothing. I already have 4 types of elemental power in my body. Is it because of that, Bati? But Lena is right. Even so, compared to my current strength, the new 6 heroes are far superior to me. As a warrior, I can't rely solely on the demon's power forever. Recognizing this fact, he was filled with determination. To save Duo, I must become strong enough. With this resolve, Aki stated his plan. I understand. It seems I must make a trip to Dogula, the City of Bones. Having already known the answer, Lena looked at him with concern. But you haven't reached the strength of a Grade 5 core yet. From Grade 4 to Grade 5, before she could finish, Aki continued for her, is a huge gap. I know that, of course. Before Lena could say anything, he comforted her. The concept of a huge gap was something I established back then. It's just that in this life, at this, he raised his hand and clenched his fist. Perhaps I no longer need to abide by these rules. I think I can break these limits. After that meeting that night, Aki and Palesi were strolling down the street, pulling me out of the bar in such a hurry. I thought you would stay for a few more days and have some fun. The plan has changed. I have to leave after I'm done talking about the crystal energy. Hearing this, she stretched and sighed. Young people are really full of energy. After relaxing, Palesi said firmly, don't worry, since I promised to be your guarantor, I will definitely go with you. Despite this enthusiasm, Aki remained expressionless. Thank you. Just then, a familiar voice called out, the issue with Herrick City's crystal energy supply has been resolved. Looking up, the two quickly saw the figures of Captain Ji Yaotong and Si Duliu. Next, we'll go to the combat division to request support. Seeing familiar faces, Aki couldn't help but get excited. Oh everyone, Palesi also walked over, sensing something was off. Why did you stop, Aki? Si Duliu was walking when she heard a familiar voice and quickly turned back. I think I heard. What came into view was the figure she had been longing for. Unable to contain her excitement, Si Duliu froze on the spot. Aki, the other 3 also turned their heads. It was a reunion of familiar faces and each of them was stunned. Aki, contrary to the 4's surprised attitude, Aki was very calm. Hey everyone, unable to hold back any longer, the 4 rushed up and hugged him tightly. Aki, what are you doing here? Captain Ji Yaotong also stepped forward to shake his hand. Aki, this kid is really still alive and he's gotten so much stronger. Captain Ji Yaotong, you've worked hard. Su Meng also took the opportunity to observe and comment. But Aki, have you gotten a lot taller? Aki smiled awkwardly and found an excuse. I didn't notice, maybe it's the influence of the demon core? After a round of greetings, Sumeng began to talk about their purpose for being there. We were originally just following Bryan City's commander to observe the competition. On the way, Siduliu seemed to have heard some news about you, so we left the Bryan City squad to find you. It turned out the information was wrong. We've just arrived in the City of Dawn, and Captain Ji Yaotong just finished discussing the redistribution of crystal energy. Being called out, Captain Ji Yaotong smiled kindly. We were originally planning to continue looking for you. I didn't expect you to already be in the City of Dawn. Hearing this, Aki was very happy. That's great. So the crystal energy distribution issue has been resolved. I was just about to go negotiate as a representative. As he was about to continue, Palesi spoke up. It seems you are Aki's separated companions. I won't disturb your reunion then. Realizing his rudeness, Captain Ji Yaotong said awkwardly, we were too excited so we didn't notice you. I'm sorry and thank you for taking care of Aki. No matter what was said, Palesi was already walking away. Since you've just arrived, you probably don't know, but it was Aki who took care of me in Biksha City. After she left, Sumeng whispered a reminder. I spoke with Siduliu. Since you separated from us, she has barely eaten anything. At this point, Sumeng added mischievously, look at this picture I took of Siduliu. Her face is full of worry and she's absent-minded when you talk to her. The person mentioned had been standing quietly to the side all this time. Hearing this, Aki slowly walked over to Siduliu. He comforted her softly. Captain, I'm reporting for duty. I'm sorry for making you worry. Hearing this, Siduliu couldn't hold back any longer and hit him. You jerk. After hitting him, she gently instructed, in the future, you're not allowed to leave the team alone again. Aki smiled gently and agreed, yes ma'am. The four then chatted happily. Lena witnessed everything from behind a nearby wall. The happy scene made her think just like us back then. The next day, in a desolate city, Siduliu supported Aki, running forward with all her might. Hang in there, Aki, she encouraged the unconscious man as she ran. We got it. Seeing no response from the person beside her, Siduliu tried to endure the pain and urged him, don't sleep. Aki, don't sleep. After saying that, she continued to drag her body forward, even though her legs were already trembling. Don't sleep. Aki, please wake up. It was so hard. She encouraged him like that. But Aki had already lost consciousness, and his hand gradually loosened its grip on the jade stone. The jade stone they had worked so hard to get rolled behind them. That jade stone was the elemental crystal that allowed warriors to fuse with the elemental power of the demon race. Before they could retrieve their prize, a demon appeared. Low-level warriors, to think you have an elemental crystal. But here you only have one fate. At this, the demon charged forward to attack. To die, due to her severe injuries, Siduliu was sent flying and fell to the ground. Because she was knocked down, Aki, whom she had been supporting, also rolled to the side with her injuries compounded. Siduliu could only lie to the side, her body trembling. The demon walked over and upon seeing her remarked, oh, you can still move. No matter what the monster said, she still tried her best to crawl to where Aki lay. With the last of her strength, Sidulia's heart was filled with regret. I'm too weak, I couldn't protect you, I'm sorry. No matter how hard she tried, she could only watch her beloved from a distance. Aki, suddenly, Siduliu woke with a start, shouting, staring at the familiar ceiling. Her eyes were dazed, her face covered in cold sweat. So it was a dream. Realizing it was all just a dream, Siduliu propped herself up, her mind in a whirl. Why did it feel so real? Thinking of this, she became even more worried. Even the feeling of being stabbed. After pondering for a while, Siduliu sighed and warned herself, forget it, I won't think about it. Putting the matter aside, she uncomfortably touched her sweat-soaked nightgown. I'm all sweaty. I need to take a shower. Before she could do anything, Aki kicked open the door and walked in, panicked. What's wrong, Siduliu? I was in the next room and heard you scream. Are you all right? With his appearance, Siduliu quickly pulled up the blanket to cover her body. Aki was speaking when he suddenly saw something he shouldn't have, his face flushing red with shyness. Before he could admire the view, a pillow hit him in the face. Don't look, didn't anyone ever tell you to knock before entering a girl's room? Being yelled at like that, Aki weakly retorted, I heard you scream, so. Before he could finish, he was pushed out, his face black and blue. Get out. After that incident, the two had cleaned up and were preparing to leave the C-rank town. Let's go, are you ready, Siduliu? After what had just happened, Siduliu angrily demanded, call me captain. Faced with this unwarranted anger, Aki could only smile bitterly and agree. All right, Captain, are you well rested? Feeling better? We have a long journey today. Hearing this reminder, she was still stubborn. You don't need to worry. Although she said that, Sidulia's mind was in turmoil. It was just a strange dream, it scared me to death. Damn it, after what happened just now, this guy is acting like nothing happened. Ignoring Sidulia's mood, Aki took out a map to study it carefully, then analyzed it. We are now in a C-rank town, a necessary stop on the way to Dogula, the City of Bones. If we go all out, we can probably reach Dogula by evening. I hear you have to pass a strength test by the city gate guards to enter the City of Bones now, otherwise it's considered illegal entry. What a hassle! Hearing this, Siduliu also put away her anger and began to think seriously. Didn't Captain Ji Yaotong already say so? The City of Bones is now an important strategic location, a place for powerful Grade 5 warriors to obtain elemental crystals. A specially constructed city wall surrounds the entire area. There's also an army composed of high-level warriors stationed around it. The entire outer city is heavily guarded, not only against trespassing warriors, but also to prevent the demons inside from escaping one day. This is also a defensive measure for the castle. Although the situation was serious, Aki could still joke around with her. Are you really not scared to go to the City of Bones with me? Although it was Captain Ji Yaotang's request, I didn't expect you to agree without hesitation. After all, that's a place only grade 5 warriors dare to meddle in. Hearing this, Sidulyu mercilessly commented, it's Captain Ji Yaotang who's worried about a troublemaker like you. It's unsafe without a grade 6 recovery-type warrior around, and I happen to be grade 6. Being scolded in such a roundabout way, Aki was speechless on the spot. After successfully shutting him up, Sidulyu added, also, I'm not here for you, I'm here for the mission. Captain Ji Yaotang told me to level up with you and try to reach grade 2 by the time we go back. Don't you forget, although she was being tough, she was pouting in her heart. How on earth did this guy level up so fast? To think he went from a grade 1 warrior to a grade 4 warrior in such a short time. What an annoying guy, it's so infuriating. Hearing this, Aki smiled, remembering what Su Meng and Shinai had said a few days ago. Won't fall behind. Captain Ji Yaotang has also arranged special training for us, and it's outside too. We'll have another match when we get back. Snapping out of his thoughts, he confirmed, I wouldn't dare forget, I wouldn't dare. Aren't Su Meng and Xuanyi also undergoing special training from Captain Ji Yaotang? It seems they're very motivated too. Seeing that Aki was being serious, Sidulyu also fulfilled her duty. I'm the captain. Thinking about how you left the team alone last time, I have to watch you. Looking at her like this, he thought of the Sidulyu from last night again and smiled gently. That sly smile of his accidentally caught her eye, making her furious. Why are you smiling like that? Are you thinking about what just happened? Archie hurriedly denied it. Of course not. They then walked to the city gate and saw a squad recruiting new members. We're short 1 6th tier core healer. Minimum requirement is a 5th tier warrior. Any agile type warriors? Our squad is about to depart. This was Dugara, the City of Buried Bones, the main gate and battle preparation zone. As they stepped forward and looked at the long line of people, they both sighed in awe. Finally, they had arrived at the City of Buried Bones. The elemental crystals are right here. After saying that, Archie walked ahead while Sidalyu followed behind him toward the city gate. Everywhere they passed, the crowd whispered. A 4th tier warrior with a 1st tier kid following him. Where'd that little brat come from? Seriously, has he gone crazy wanting strength that badly? Is he here to serve as bait for the demons in the city? Since the two didn't respond, the onlookers grew even bolder. Are those two lost? They won't get in. They'll never pass the strength assessment. Hearing all this, Archie let out a contemptuous smile. Looks like they're underestimating us. If the others only whispered behind their backs, this particular group walked up to provoke them directly. Well, trying to show off in front of a girl, huh? Their words immediately caught Archie's attention. From a distance, a red-haired man with an arrogant expression strutted over, accompanied by a burly man and a beautiful woman. What an idiot, a 4th tier weakling pretending to be something he's not. His tone grew increasingly rude. A 4th tier warrior bringing a 1st tier brat into the City of Buried Bones. I can't imagine how you two plan to die. Hearing these taunts, Sidalyu frowned in displeasure. Where did this trash come from? Archie immediately spoke up to defuse the situation. Ignore him. Trashy provocations like his aren't worth responding to. The crowd, however, began whispering even louder at the appearance of the red-haired man. Isn't that Hao Taiyan, young master of the Min family from Eula City? I didn't expect him to come to the City of Buried Bones to fight over elemental crystals too. Their attention then shifted to the burly man behind him, and they were shocked once again. The one following him is a 6th tier warrior, one of the top mercenaries in his family. I remember seeing his information on the mercenary roster before. He's really strong. Didn't expect him to sell himself to the Min family. With that, the gossip ignited and the crowd wouldn't stop talking. I've seen him too. He obtained an elemental power that suits him through an elemental crystal. With someone like that escorting him, it looks like the elemental crystal this time will fall into Taiyan's hands. Bathed in all this praise, Hao Taiyan became even more arrogant. I am Hao Taiyan, young master of the Min family from Eula City, an A-rank town. You must have heard of the Min family, right? We're the biggest warrior clan in Eula City. Then he called out, hey you long-haired beauty. After successfully catching Sidalia's attention, he mocked, take my advice, this City of Buried Bones isn't a place to fool around. She didn't react at all, ignoring her coldness. Hao Taiyan continued flirting, his hand roaming over the woman in his arms. You're a 6th tier core, right? Ow. Pulling the girl tighter against himself, he went on. Young master here still needs a personal healer. I can make an exception and keep you by my side. The two simply ignored him and continued their own conversation. Being treated as if he didn't exist made the fury in Hao Taiyan's chest explode. Don't you know who the Min family is? Damn it, young master here was only being polite because you're pretty. Before he could finish, Sidalyu cut him off with a sharp insult. Who gave you permission to speak to me? He froze, stunned, but she wasn't done. You talk about your family all day long, must mean you're useless on your own. Enraged, Hao Taiyan shoved the girl in his arms aside and prepared to strike. You filthy bitch, shut up, were those words directed at me. Believe it or not, I can crush you with one finger. Provoked, Sidalyu shifted into a fighting stance. May not be strong enough yet, Sidalyu snapped, but I've never been afraid of anything. A lustful bastard like you dares to get angry. I'm insulting trash like you who's scared of who. I'll fight you right here. At that moment Hao Taiyan lunged forward to strike. Just a first-tier warrior, huh? He sneered, raising his hand to hit her. Today I'll teach you a proper lesson. But before he could land the blow, Archie intercepted him, catching his arm mid-swing. Shocked and furious at being stopped, Hao Taiyan snarled, "Let go or I'll take you down with her." Archie remained perfectly calm in the face of the threat. "You're Hao Taiyan of the Min family, right? You were the ones who provoked us first. If you keep attacking and word gets out, it might reflect poorly on your Min family." Worried the man might act recklessly, Archie pointed toward the city gate and hinted, "And causing trouble in a place like this, the guards might not let you enter the city of buried bones at all." Having said what needed to be said, Archie added coldly, "Why don't you think it over?" Ignoring every word, Hao Taiyan struck out, "Think my ass." Before he could do anything, someone spoke up. Young Master Hao Taiyan, the burly man had approached at some point, his tone subtly threatening. "That kid is right, young Master Hao Taiyan. The warriors who come here all have some strength. If you get a bad reputation right after arriving, it won't be good for you when word gets back to the family." Fearing he still wouldn't accept, he lowered his head and reminded him in a low voice, "Even if you want to teach them a lesson, you shouldn't be so rash as to do it here. Getting into the city of buried bones smoothly is what's most important. Inside, anything can happen." He paused and asked in a deep voice, making Hao Taiyan hesitate, "You know what I mean, right?" Then, as if thinking of something, he smiled sinisterly and agreed to stop. "Fine, this young master won't bother with trash like you." After speaking, he left with his two subordinates. "Let's go." As he passed Archie, the burly man observed him carefully. Before leaving, he took the opportunity to display his strength, earth element power. Instantly, countless energy rays shot out. However, Archie immediately caught them. Witnessing this, Sidalyu was very confused. "What's wrong?" Archie decided to play dumb. "Nothing, just swatting a mosquito." Not letting her ask more, he changed the subject. "Let's go for the assessment. I believe we'll pass without a problem." It turned out that when he caught those energy rays, Archie had used the gold element's hardening ability. Seeing him still unharmed, the burly man couldn't hide his surprise. "That kid actually blocked my hidden earth element attack with his hand, not to mention his incredible reaction speed. His hand should have been pierced through. That kid." Realizing this, he instructed the young master, "We need to revise the list of heavyweight contenders for the elemental crystal we made earlier. That kid just now, I think he's the most troublesome contender. His strength is definitely not just 4th tier. Fearing the master wouldn't believe him, he gave his sincere assessment. "I can't see through that kid's strength. We should find a chance to get rid of them both first, to avoid future trouble." At that moment at the city gate, the female guard looked at the screen in surprise. "The sync rate is so high, over half. The other person is also over 40. Seeing this reaction, Sidalyu asked directly, "Since there's no rank requirement, our sync rate test should be a pass, right?" Asked this, the girl stammered. Well, Archie didn't notice this, focusing only on the girl beside him. "I remember her sync rate was 39 before. Not only did she level up to a 1st-tier core, but she also increased it to 42 in this short time. That's a fast improvement." The girl opposite them summarized the information. "2 people, 1 4th-tier red core warrior, and a 1st-tier warrior with a 6th-tier core. You want to enter the city of buried bones to fight for the elemental crystal, right?" Before the two could answer, she asked for confirmation. "The lowest level demons inside are 3rd tier. Are you sure?" The two affirmed without hesitation. "Yes, we have enough ability to protect ourselves. She's my squad's healer and also an agile warrior." "We're sure." Suddenly being praised, Sidalyu was both pleased and embarrassed. "I'm so mad being called a healer, I hate it." Although the two were determined, the girl tried to persuade them again. "No warrior below 5th tier has ever dared to enter the city of buried bones before. Although there's no strict strength requirement, your duo is the lowest ranked in history." Not only that, but she also said, "Let me remind you, the so-called elemental crystals can only be found on special elemental crystal demons in the city, and after these demons are killed, they only respawn after a certain period." After rambling for a while, she warned, "So you'll be facing not just demons, but also powerful warriors and contenders. Even surviving will be a challenge. Even so, do you still want to go in?" Archie answered without hesitation as before. "Of course, and our goal is more than just surviving." Thanks for the reminder. Since he had said so, she could only agree. "Then please go this way." Getting permission, Sidalyu took a deep breath to calm herself. "The city of buried bones is rumored to be a place of near certain death. I should be scared, but for some reason I'm very calm, full of confidence, as if as long as Archie is here I have endless courage." Soon the two walked side by side into the city filled with a gloomy, dark aura. Inside Dugara, the city of buried bones, everything was desolate, as if there were no longer any signs of life. In a corner of the city, demons watched their every step into this ghostly domain, sinister smiles on their faces. However, Archie and Sidalyu had already grasped their movements, using piles of earth and stone to hide themselves and observe. Sidalyu looked around at the aura of death in the city and couldn't help but sigh. "This place has been completely occupied by demons." Archie frowned slightly and said, "Although Dugara is called a city, in reality it's considered just a city now. Do you know why? Because the old Dugara city was no less grand or popular than the current city of Dawn." He added, "Because it's located in the center of the continent, it was once the most densely populated city. It was gradually abandoned later due to the demon invasion. Do you know how prosperous this place was before it became the city of the dead it is today? Yet it turned to ash in an instant. When the demons appeared, this place also became a battlefield. Because of that, the land around the city was later overrun by demons, and no one dared to live here anymore. He lowered his head and said with regret, "People call this place a city, perhaps because they've forgotten its former prosperity." After listening, Sidalyu asked, "Hey, you really know a lot." Unexpectedly, Archie shrugged and replied casually, "Not really. I just loved to wander around as a kid and heard a lot of stories." She could only curse silently in her heart. That bastard. Ending the boring lecture, the two decided to stand up and deal with the problem at hand. "Let's go. We need to find the special demons with elemental crystals quickly. We have to conserve our strength as much as possible and avoid unnecessary fights." Looking up, Sidalyu quickly spotted a huge explosion in the distance. "It looks like some warriors are in a tough fight over there. Archie, should we go help?" Unexpectedly, she received Archie's cold reply, "Better not." He had actually refused, "At least not in the city of buried bones, don't help." In a corner, Archie sighed to himself. "Lou grew up in Herrick City. She's kind-hearted and doesn't understand the dangers of the outside world yet." He explained, "You think warriors as annoying as the ones we met at the gate are rare? There are many devious, selfish and sinister people here." He urged, "Just in case, it's best we put away our kindness for now." Unexpectedly, as he turned his head, he noticed something unusual. His half-closed eyes immediately widened. A strangely shaped creature had suddenly appeared behind them, launching a silent attack. It rushed over as fast as the wind, unimpeded. They were quickly surrounded by a thick fog, blurring their vision. Just as it was about to strike, Archie was lucky enough to dodge in time, saving Sidalia's life and leaving her stunned. The force of his feet even caused the ground to sink. Unfortunately, all of this was witnessed by the strange creature. It had witnessed the entire hero saves the damsel moment. However, it was still very confident. "Oh, you actually reacted? My water-based attack is silent. Logically, you shouldn't have been able to dodge it." The 5th-tier blue-core water element demon was still full of confidence in its abilities. Sidalyu finally came back to her senses and let go of Archie's life-saving hand. "A 5th-tier demon? When did it get behind us? This thing probably used the silence of water flow combined with agile movements to get close to us." She sighed in relief inwardly. "If he hadn't turned around and spotted it in time, I'm afraid I would have been." Archie didn't have time to think about that. Right now, all he could think about was how to deal with this 5th-tier blue-core demon. "Lou, we need to end this quickly. Try not to attract the attention of other demons or squads." He quickly decided to finish it. "Leave no trace." Sidalyu also made up her mind. "I can't be so careless anymore. I don't want to be a burden." The 5th-tier blue-core demon also saw their intention and provoked them gleefully. "Wait, you want to finish me quickly? A 4th-tier warrior and a 1st-tier warrior? To think I'm being underestimated by you." It laughed contemptuously. "How cute." As soon as the words fell, it leaped onto a roof, instantly creating a 2-story gap between itself and Sidalyu and Archie. Taking advantage of its high position, it extended its clawed hands, waiting for its prey to take the bait. With a wave of its hand, thousands upon thousands of ice arrows shot toward them. "Die!" it shouted. Aki immediately devised a countermeasure. A close-quarters assault. The dense barrage of ice arrows fell to the ground. If not for their agile movements leaping out of the attack range, there probably wouldn't have been a complete corpse left. The Grade 5 blue-core demon watched the scene of its slaughter with glee, laughing wildly. "A Grade 4 and a Grade 1, rest assured, I have no desire to see your corpses again." The moment it finished speaking, a sphere larger than its own body formed behind it. Dark clouds gathered as if in a thunderstorm. It was astonished by what it saw. Wood, gold, elemental power. Even more shocking, the sphere, which had formed in an instant, was already several times larger than its body within a few seconds. Aki emerged from the earthen sphere, transformed and wreathed in flames, wielding a colossal sword that could split it in two. The Grade 5 blue-core demon was utterly shocked. "How can you possess more than 2 types of power? Aren't human warriors supposed to be unable to control elements until they're above Grade 5? Aki ignored its questions and, taking advantage of its momentary daze, launched a cold spinning attack. But this Grade 5 blue-core demon was no pushover. It quickly stomped its foot to counterattack, preparing to impale him. In the next moment, the water underground froze into sharp shards of ice, piercing straight up from the ground. A moment of carelessness would mean instant death, however. Facing all this, not only was he fearless, but he even taunted it with excitement. "Water element, I have that too." He moved across the ground with the speed of light. It couldn't even track his every move, its mind filled with a single thought, so fast. Aki swiftly wove through the countless sharp ice shards and in a moment was at its feet. Seeing its bewildered state, he sneered. Feeling dizzy? As if provoked, it began to vent its anger with a taunt. "Just kidding. So what if you can use elements? Can you match the unique agility of my water element?" Just then, Aki suddenly shouted. Lu, Sidalyu, who had been out of sight, suddenly appeared behind the Grade 5 blue-core demon, completely out of its line of sight, and easily stepped onto its back to pin it down. From her higher vantage point, Sidalyu had a better view and had already chosen the right coordinate. When the time was right, she kicked it forward with all her might. Aki smoothly aimed the tip of his sword directly at the center of the Grade 5 blue-core demon's body. He praised her without reservation. Nice teamwork. As he spoke, the giant sword pierced through its body, leaving it no room to counterattack. Before it could even utter its last words, its water core was struck by Aki's sword. That single thrust had not only pierced its body but had also perfectly pushed the core out from within. Aki was very satisfied with their result. A pleasure working with you, Lu. The force of the sword's thrust was too strong, its speed beyond imagination. So it was only after a few seconds that the green fluid slowly trickled down the grade 5 blue core demon's body. Shining core was pushed right into Sidulia's line of sight. She slowly picked up the core with her own hands and said one last thing to the grade 5 blue core demon. Your grade 5 blue core was taken by me, a grade 1 warrior. Rest assured. After securing the core, Siduliu coldly kicked its corpse down and announced, I don't want to see your corpse either. Instantly, the massive body of the grade 5 blue core demon crashed to the ground. Aki praised Siduliu for her swift movements just now, and she became incredibly proud at his compliment. Don't forget, the Sidu family is a martial arts family. This is just basic skill. Aki nodded and continued. Then let's hurry up and get out of here. The fight just now must have attracted a lot of attention. While Aki wasn't paying much attention, Siduliu inadvertently noticed a trace of red fluid slowly seeping from his cheek and reminded him, You're injured. Let's find a place first so I can treat the scratch on your face. Only then did Aki realize, subconsciously touching the wound, he comforted her. It's just an accidental injury. Does a small wound like this need treatment? Am I that fragile in your eyes? Unexpectedly, Siduliu was exceptionally serious about this. She glared at him and said in a low, stern voice, I made it clear when we set out. Healing is my responsibility. Whether it's a major or minor injury, it's my job. Otherwise, I have no purpose here. Aki could only feel helpless upon hearing this. Does she have to be so serious and resolute? No wonder she's called the unsmiling demon of Herrick City. He could only nod along with her. All right, you're right. It's also a good chance to recover our strength. Just as the two were relaxing after having killed the blue core demon, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared behind Aki, catching Sidulia's eye. This person's movements were silent. Even Aki hadn't noticed anything unusual until Siduliu shouted, Aki, watch out. A surprise attack shot toward Aki. The spot where he stood caved into the shape of a spiderweb from the impact of the blow from behind. Luckily, Aki reacted in time, using his sword to block the force from the man's hammer. Are we being targeted already? The man seemed to have just been testing him with that attack. Afterward, he came to a conclusion. As expected, he's no simple foe. He continued to press his hammer down on Aki's sword. His low voice was that of a self-righteous person. It seems I wasn't wrong. Although you're a grade 4 warrior, your strength far exceeds that of a grade 4. Aki impatiently flicked his sword up to counterattack, shouting, Get lost. The man was quickly knocked back by this unexpected force and the weight of the hammer in his hands. Facing Aki's counterattack, the man, a grade 6 earth element warrior, finally revealed the inherent displeasure of someone whose plans had been thwarted. Siduliu also reacted, immediately preparing to rush up and support him. However, before she could take 2 steps, a paralyzing sensation spread through her entire body. Her pupils constricted in shock. A grade 3 warrior had suddenly appeared behind her, secretly restraining her and threatening, You put all your attention on your companion, which allowed me to paralyze you smoothly. She was a tall grade 3 paralysis conduction warrior, and a despicable one for using a sneak attack. She quickly restrained Siduliu, who was already unable to move freely. Siduliu could only curse inwardly. Damn it, this is paralysis conduction, unique to recovery types. She was in a position of power, warning her. We're both grade 6 core recovery types. You should understand your situation, right? If the paralysis technique, originally used for healing, is channeled directly into an opponent's body, it can render them completely immobile. After dealing with Siduliu, she walked toward Aki. At this point, Aki finally deduced, So it's you guys. I was wondering how we were targeted so quickly. He seemed to know exactly whose subordinates they were. Shouldn't you be protecting that esteemed young master Hao Taiyan instead of coming after us? This isn't a good idea. This is a place where life and death are uncertain. Just then, the very person he mentioned happened to appear, slowly approaching with an arrogant taunt. Still talking tough when you're about to die? Hao Taiyan laughed madly, deliberately provoking him. Don't want to lose face in front of your goddess? Hearing his words, Siduliu felt as if she had been struck by lightning, and she roared inwardly, What the hell does he mean, his woman? I'm so mad. She just admired him because he was more talented than she had imagined. However, that anger was only expressed through gritted teeth. Siduliu said nothing, thinking to herself, Forget it, now is not the time to be angry. As expected of a young master who indulges in pleasure, he made some indecent gestures toward the grade 3 warrior as soon as he approached and didn't hesitate to whisper sweet nothings to her. Well done, baby. I'll reward you well when we get back. Of course, a lecher like him wouldn't let Siduliu go. He casually pinched her chin, lifting her face like the domineering CEO in a cliché romance drama, teasing the heroine. As for you, I want you to watch him die with your own eyes, and then I'll play with you slowly. No woman has ever dared to refuse me, young master Hao Taiyan. You've made me very interested. The moment he finished speaking, Siduliu became as frenzied as a leopard smelling meat. She didn't expect this guy to actually say something so pretentious like a domineering CEO. He was so confident because he had a powerful and loyal right-hand man always ready to protect him. Young Master Hao Taiyan, didn't I tell you to stay away and not show yourself? I can handle this person myself. If you like that woman, I'll bring her back for you. But he refused to listen, rejecting his words immediately after hearing them. Do you hear? I'm sure no one would dare attack us. This young master won't hide. That's no fun. He was very confident. Besides, I'm also a grade 5 warrior. Are you underestimating me a little? At this point, Aki couldn't stand Hao Taiyan's annoying attitude any longer and interjected. Do you not want your hand anymore? I didn't want to make a big deal out of it since you're from a noble family, but now it seems you really are scum. I want to confirm something. His eyes filled with anger, he said in a low voice. You've definitely harmed a lot of girls, haven't you? As if his sore spot had been poked, not only did he not admit it, but he also pulled Si Duliu in to threaten him. Look what nonsense he's spouting. Still trying to act cool, this young master is going to bed your woman tonight, you grade 4 trash. The grade 6 warrior finally couldn't stand this verbose guy he respectfully called young master anymore, and secretly gritted his teeth. This young master, spoiled by his family, has no idea of his own capabilities. The so-called grade 5 warrior, how many connections did your powerful father have to pull to barely get you that position? He continued to comment. As a warrior, he's never hunted a demon alone, yet he talks about a limitless future. What a joke. I'm a grade 6 warrior. If the Min family's compensation wasn't so generous, I would have snapped the neck of an annoying and clueless guy like you into pieces long ago. However, he still couldn't completely turn against that guy or the Min family. All he could do was sigh and tell himself, forget it, I'll use gentle and respectful words to persuade him. Young Master Hao Taiyan, the master has already instructed you that when we are outside, you must follow all my instructions, so don't. Before he could finish, Aki coldly interrupted. Then I don't need to have any scruples about killing him. Immediately after, Aki seemed to transform into a huge ball of fire, shooting straight toward that guy like an arrow, becoming the target of everyone's attention. An experienced person like that grade 6 warrior quickly saw Aki's target. He rushed over to protect him, shouting, watch out, but the closer he got, the more he noticed something strange. He has the aura of the fire element. Isn't he a grade 4 core? How could he master elemental power? And Hao Taiyan, who had never been in a real battle, could do nothing but stand there dumbly in the face of danger, just watching him rush over to attack like a rocket. At this moment his inner anger had reached its peak. He announced loudly, you bastard who disgraces the name of a warrior. What use is there for you to live in this world? Hao Taiyan clearly knew he was dangerous, but he had no experience defending himself. As he was used to being protected by others, he still stood there frowning but made no move to dodge or run. In the end, Aki's speed was just a little faster than that grade 6 warrior's. Attacking him just before the grade 6 warrior could intervene, he still shouted desperately, you stay away. But in his heart an extreme panic arose. Why can't I even think of resisting? He's clearly just a grade 4 warrior, but he looks just like a demon god. Before his eyes were the furious flames burning from Aki's body. He didn't even dare to look at him directly, constantly shouting for help, help, save me. Just then the grade 6 warrior arrived in time to save the fragile young master. He swung his hammer, preparing to strike back for his master, but this move was seen through by Aki. As the hammer came down, he also shouted, give me your left hand. Unfortunately, his goal was not achieved. Not only did Aki dodge the hammer blow, but he was also completely unharmed. Before he could react, he swung his own sword back in retaliation. A single swing of his sword was dozens of times more powerful than the hammer blow just now. This cunning old fox was easily sent flying by a single sword strike from a grade 4 warrior. He couldn't underestimate this opponent. His moves were flexible, and Aki followed up with a continuous barrage of attacks. He finally realized the core of the problem. He can actually control the fire element. How on earth did this guy do it? But my earth element is no pushover either. What he didn't expect was that within that whirlwind of flames there was an attack from another element. He finally panicked. Wood element. Countless sharp wooden strips of various shapes flew toward him to attack. They quickly drew some fluid from his body. He was instantly knocked back, and to save his life he had to duck to avoid the fixed pursuit of the long wooden strips. His heart was still in a constant state of panic. He can also control the wood element. What on earth is going on, however? He quite enjoyed having an opponent of equal strength, finding him a bit interesting. I underestimated you. It seems you're hiding a lot of secrets. You can actually control 4 elements. The hammer in his hand fell to the ground, creating a shallow pit. He questioned in a deep voice. I'm really curious. How did you do it? Unexpectedly, from that hammer and the lava, he gathered all the earth from the shallow pit, forging a new hammer 3 times larger than the original. That was the earth element, the lava great axe, the trump card of a grade 6 warrior. He asserted, if I can master 2 elemental powers, I will become even stronger. He intended to use that hammer to force him into a corner. Within 10 minutes I'll make you tell me the truth willingly. However, such a superficial threat had never worked on him. Faced with him, Aki had only a cold attitude. Is that so? He counterattacked secretly with his left hand. By some unknown method, a familiar hand quickly blocked the hammer the grade 6 warrior was about to swing down. The corpse of the blue core demon had actually come back to life, becoming Aki's capable assistant, helping him deal with this unwanted trouble. This was his unknown ability, controlling the corpse of a grade 5 blue core water element demon. The red core grade 6 warrior held his weapon, but he was stunned. A demon, why can't I feel any demonic aura? He gritted his teeth. I only noticed when it got this close. Watching the demon snatch his weapon with lightning speed, a grade 6 warrior supported himself with one hand, recognizing it as a grade 5 demon. The demon moved agilely, dropped his weapon, and vanished into a stream of water. Watching its movements, he was surprised. Agile water element. The demon flew quickly toward the grade 6 warrior, intending to attack. He hurriedly turned and fled. Kid, can we call a temporary truce? Let's deal with this demon together and then… Aki on his side coldly moved his fingers to control it. A truce? Why do you think this demon is only attacking you? The grade 5 blue core demon flew in the air, arms outstretched. A series of ice arrows shot straight at him. He struggled to dodge. The demon is being controlled by that guy. He stared straight ahead, guessing the demon was his puppet. How is that possible? Just how much strength is he hiding? He slammed a palm on the ground and a thick rope shot up from it. At this time, the demon continued to fire ice arrows, while the grade 6 warrior used the thick rope as a shield. Aki stood on his side and commented, "Pretty strong. No wonder a noble family was willing to pay to hire him." He stood behind the shield, observing the situation, an axe stuck upside down in the ground. Flying axe, he controlled the axe with his power. The axe flew straight at the demon from behind, almost piercing its back. But in an instant it dodged, and the axe continued to fly straight past. He controlled the axe, knowing he had quickly unlocked the giant axe mode, but it still dodged. He glanced at Aki. It's because that kid is controlling it. Looking at Aki's cold and dangerous expression, he guessed, this ability, could he be a corpse-controlling warrior? The grade 6 warrior focused, charged at the demon with his axe, deciding to deal with the grade 5 demon first. Suddenly, vines erupted from the ground at his feet and tangled him tightly. He looked at the vines, using the wood element to disrupt my movement. The demon had already flown into the air, taking aim at him. It swooped down and hit him with a dragon's tail whip. The grade 6 warrior was bleeding now. He gritted his teeth. If it were just a grade 5 demon, it would be nothing to fear. But with that unfathomable kid launching sneak attacks from behind, damn it, how Taeyeon hid behind the grade 3 warrior, trembling as he pushed her forward. The demon, it's a demon. First deal with the demon. Quick, go, you charge up too, do you hear me? She was shoved by him, but she tried to stand firm and explain, but young master, I'm not good at fighting. I only specialize in healing. And I still have to use paralysis to watch this woman for you, right? Sidulia's hand suddenly trembled and glowed. Her fingers twitched. The cowardly Hao Taiyan was terrified, pressuring the female warrior. What does that grade 1 warrior matter? If anything happens to me because of that demon, you won't get a single cent, she tried to explain. But suddenly a beam of light shot out, piercing her chest in a spray of blood. Siduliu said coldly, I feel sorry for you. As a warrior, shouldn't you fight with all your might and not lose to any man? She was stunned. A sneak attack. My body has been paralyzed. How did you break free from my paralysis? Siduliu remained in her attack stance, her gaze sharp. I'm a grade 6 core warrior to begin with. I've long since committed all knowledge about healing to memory. I just had to use energy to reverse push your skill to break free. A recovery type can save people, but they can also kill, right? Her eyes were half closed. This woman is a genius of the recovery type. Siduliu pulled out her sword, letting her fall forward, looking at the grade 3 female warrior on the ground. Siduliu said coldly, Scum, now it's your turn. I avoided her vital organs. Whether she lives or dies is up to her, but you're different. Hao Taiyan clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. You dare to sneak attack us? You're just a grade 1 warrior, only daring to attack from behind. Even though I can't beat the demon, you're just a grade 1 female warrior. You're dead. Siduliu held her blade in one hand and walked forward coldly, her aura chaotic and her posture weak. It seems you have no combat experience at all. You must be the type whose family bought your grade 5 warrior title with resources to enhance your family's reputation. Tisk, you're just a rich kid, a disgrace to the title of warrior. At this, her eyes glowed and her face became fierce. He was no pushover either. Burning with rage, he cursed inwardly, HMPH, you bitch, how would this bitch know I have no combat experience? He remembered the scene of himself lying in the machine room. 10 years had passed. His father had recruited many powerful warriors to guide him, forcefully fusing a core into him, although the process was extremely painful and he couldn't endure it each time. At least thanks to the energy protection of those warriors, I barely reached the level of a grade 5 warrior. Then he thought of the 2 warriors following him. For this trip to the city of buried bones, his father had spent a lot of money to recruit this warrior to escort him and had also arranged a healer for him. He could have obtained the elemental crystal effortlessly. The whole plan was ruined by this damn woman and that kid. His eyes were bloodshot, veins popping on his forehead. He shouted at the grade 6 warrior. Hey, what are you doing? Get over here and protect me. My dad gave you so many benefits just so you would protect me, you hear me? Get over here and protect me. The grade 6 warrior on his side was focused on fighting the demon. That guy got more and more worked up, impatiently ordering, if you hear me, then finish it quickly and get over here. At this point his mouth was bleeding and there were several cuts on his face. He gritted his teeth and then roared in anger. You piece of trash, shut the hell up for me. You're nothing but a playboy who can't even touch a gradeless demon. His body froze. He was stunned, dazed for 5 seconds, his expression indescribable. At that moment he looked at Siduliu, raising his hand as if to use his power. Siduliu circled behind him with lightning speed. She punched him in the stomach. He trembled in pain, then swung his fists wildly. Get lost. Siduliu leapt back. His pupils vanished, leaving only glowing whites. He clutched his head and shouted, "It hurts." Watching his movements, she calculated. This guy has no idea how to use his energy. If he randomly activates the terrifying energy of a grade 5 core now, she remembered her father's past instructions. Listen closely. If you suffer a backlash from the core's energy, it will become even more out of control. If you encounter such a warrior, everyone must get away quickly. The extent of their loss of control is unpredictable. Any damage they cause will be severe. At that time, Ji Yaotong had instructed her seriously. If you ever experience an energy backlash, you must calmly guide the energy back to its familiar pathway, otherwise the berserk energy will eventually lead to self-destruction. She looked straight ahead. In that case, then she rushed toward Hao Taiyan. There's an ending that suits you perfectly. Siduliu charged forward to attack with divine speed. Hao Taiyan, still unaware of the danger, said stubbornly, "You still dare to provoke me?" He slashed directly with his blade. "Take this." He attacked continuously, sending several slashes straight at Siduliu. She also formed a shield with her power to block his attacks. Not only that, but he looked even more ferocious. "I'm a blue core agility type warrior. You're just a grade 6 core recovery type warrior, and you want to compete with me in speed," she reminded him. "Less talk." Siduliu recalled her childhood training. Compared to the training her father had given her as a child, his attacks, though relying on the immense power of a grade 5 core, were completely without technique, just pure hacking. He charged straight over again, madly. "You're just a grade 6 core, how could you possibly dodge my fast attacks?" Siduliu ducked under a strike. "To defeat you head-on, I only need one opening." She thrust her blade straight at him. Blood splattered. Siduliu's eyes were icy cold. "My father once said, no matter how strong you are, if you don't know how to use your power, that power is worthless." She thrust forward, knocking him to the ground with a loud crash. Hao Taiyan gritted his teeth, refusing to yield. "I am the young master of the Min family from Eula City. No one is allowed to look down on me. You all deserve to die," he roared at the sky. "All of you deserve to die." Siduliu quickly flew back, putting distance between them. "Damn it. His loss of control is causing him to self-destruct much faster than I thought." She planted her sword in the ground. "At this distance I can't dodge." A light shone from Siduliu's body. She gritted her teeth. "I can only raise a shield and face it head-on." Hao Taiyan seemed to be growing more and more frantic. The people on Aki's side also stopped because of the battle here. He thought to himself, Siduliu, watching the immense light emanating from Hao Taiyan, the grade 6 warrior hadn't expected the idiot to have his defense broken by a grade 1 brat. At the same time, Aki also flew quickly in that direction. A green light formed a huge sphere. Finally the light disappeared, leaving a huge crater and wisps of smoke. Siduliu raised a hand to shield her eyes. "Can the shield still hold?" Someone stood in front of her, having broken the defense of a grade 5 warrior. Siduliu opened her eyes, dazed. It was Aki, who had used an intertwined defense of gold and wood to shelter her. He looked at her. "Good job, Siduliu." Siduliu sat on the ground analyzing. He didn't have the strength a grade 5 warrior should have at all. His character was poor, he had no combat experience, and he couldn't even keep up with a seasoned grade 1 warrior. A wound had also appeared on her face. "If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have been able to beat a grade 5 warrior on my own. I might have been defeated in an instant." He walked closer. You were injured too when you fought him just now. Heal yourself quickly." Only then did Siduliu see that her body was covered in scratches. "I didn't notice just now." He smiled and praised her. "Your decisiveness and courage just now were excellent." She froze, her cheeks blushing, then quickly changed the subject. "Less nonsense, is the fight on your end over?" What about that grade 6 warrior?" she cried out in her heart. "Why is he suddenly praising me so seriously?" The two looked toward the smoke-filled crater. He thought, the demon I was controlling was destroyed in the explosion just now. In the end it was just a mindless body. As for that warrior, he's a grade 6 core. I guess he probably— A sound and a few coughs came from that direction. "He's not dead, but this useless young master is dead. Even if I can escape from the Min family now." The grade 6 warrior walked out, covering one eye with his hand. "But in the future, I'll be harassed every day by assassin warriors hired by his family." He sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. According to the explanation, assassin warriors were an underground organization composed of desperado warriors who acted as they pleased. They specialized in taking on missions to assassinate other warriors, but their prices were extremely high. It was said that a grade 7 warrior with terrifying power existed within this organization. If one wanted to hire an assassin warrior of that level, the price alone was not enough to satisfy them. One had to offer a corresponding price in return. The grade 6 warrior shouldered his axe and announced, "I'm done fighting. You two freaks are something else, so strong yet using such low-level cores." He also agreed. "You're right, there's no point in us fighting anymore." Just as he had expected, the person he needed to protect was already dead. In a place like this he had lost his reason to fight. He thought, "If you had really fought me along with that demon just now, I wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed." Controlling elements, manipulating a demon's corpse, you're hiding a lot. His gaze became even more serious. "What level is your strength really at? And what is your origin?" He smiled and said, Just a grade 4 warrior who happens to have some special abilities. With the power of your grade 6 core, if you fought me to the death I would be in danger too. He muttered to himself. Special abilities, could he be one of those rare geniuses? I've heard before that some exceptionally outstanding warriors possess abilities that ordinary warriors do not. The grade 6 warrior looked straight at the young man opposite him. I'm very curious. You've already mastered elemental power, so why come to the city of buried bones to find an elemental crystal? It should be useless to you. He just smiled and said softly, that's none of your business. But in his heart, he thought, originally, elemental crystals were for ordinary grade 5 warriors to fuse with one element for their own use. But I want to try and see if an elemental crystal can allow a warrior to fuse with the powers of various elements. The image of the glowing crystal appeared in his mind along with a diagram of the 5 elements. If I gather all 5 elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, he calculated. And what will happen if I fuse the 5 elements using the elemental crystal? His eyes sharpened. I must find a way to become stronger. He thought of that figure, battered and bruised in the darkness. Duo, one of the old 6 heroes, wouldn't be locked up in a place he could easily escape from. To save Duo, I can't completely rely on the demon's power within me. Then he thought of those in power, because I might have to face the new king and the new 6 heroes. The grade 6 warrior shouldered his axe and turned to leave. Forget it. I suggest you two leave this place as soon as possible. The tremors from that idiot's self-destruction just now will attract both demons and warriors. In a place like this, it's best to save your own skin first. His figure gradually faded into the distance. Good luck to you. At this time, Aki and Siduliu had already arrived at another location. The two looked at the ground and then fought a demon. Finally, night fell, and the two encountered a squad that had set up a fire nearby. Aki smiled and shook hands with the members of that squad. Siduliu followed beside him, observing everything. On a cold night, a crescent moon hung high in the sky. Siduliu asked with concern, "Don't you want to sleep for a bit?" She tilted her head and looked at him. Aki, he leaned against the wall and said, "You sleep first, I'll catch a nap later." Siduliu lay in her sleeping bag. Aki, your combat skills, your ability to negotiate with people and all that other seasoned experience, you're not much older than us, where did you learn all this? He just answered softly, Then he clapped his hands and said with certainty, "Maybe it's because I know how to be flexible." Yeah, that's it. Siduliu was helpless after hearing this. Your words and actions are like the soul of an old man. He sat under the moonlight feeling as if his own soul was right beside him. Maybe, go to sleep, good night. Dawn broke and Siduliu was packing her sleeping bag. I hear fighting. Aki felt it too. Yeah, and the intermittent aura of a demon. Siduliu walked closer. You didn't sleep? He glanced at her. I took a nap. It's nothing. The energy fluctuations over there are very chaotic. It seems there are warriors in pursuit too, he guessed. An elemental demon might have appeared. Aki stepped onto the railing with one foot. Follow me, I have a way to find that demon first. Then the two quickly flew off. Siduliu followed behind and asked in confusion, "Why are you so excited?" He just smiled. "It's normal." The two landed and he grinned. "That's right, I'm excited. To me, this kind of demon is what I've really been looking forward to. In my past life I fought every kind of demon. This elemental demon makes me very curious. Before anyone else finds it, I have to catch it first." After speaking, he continued to charge forward. Aki and Siduliu were flying one after the other. He looked back. Its movement speed has slowed down. It must have found a hiding place. Let's take this chance to drag it out. Siduliu asked doubtfully, "Do you know where those elemental demons are? This area is huge, it's hard to find." His eyes were serious. "Don't worry, I know, although I don't want to admit it. Ever since the aura of the elemental demon appeared, I feel like I can sense its presence." He closed his eyes, sensing his surroundings, as if he could sense his own kind. It's heading towards the center of the earth. Siduliu suddenly pointed at a dark shadow in the distance. "Look over there." A squad was also flying towards them from above. He frowned. It seems the rapid response squad also noticed the battle just now, but it'll take them some time to find the elemental demon. He had to make a choice. He had to take a shortcut. He grabbed her arm. "Siduliu, we have to go." She looked blank. Then Siduliu was instantly pulled away. She screamed in panic. Then the two of them fell into a deep pit together. He held Siduliu as they flew down while she screamed loudly. "I can feel it hiding under the castle. This is the fastest way to find it." Aki looked straight down. "Recently, I've become very interested in mastering elemental power. I've been wanting to try this." The two fell straight down and tree roots extended from the walls beside them. Very impressive. That was Aki using the power of the wood element to weave the tree roots into a wood element deceleration net. He broke through the deceleration net as he flew down. Siduliu screamed in Aki's arms while he was thrilled. So exciting. In the end, only screams remained. A call came from the darkness. "Aki." Siduliu sat on a pile of rocks searching. "Aki, where are you?" He spoke with difficulty. "Under you." He smiled and scratched his head. "Sorry I scared you. Can you get off now?" His words made Siduliu's face turn bright red. Then there was a loud bang and a bump appeared on Aki's head. He observed and commented, "I didn't expect there to be a cave like this in the underground ruins." Siduliu's face hadn't lost its blush yet. How much further? The two were getting very close by the wall ahead. The two looked inside. It seemed to be resting. Inside was a grade 5 demon. "An elemental demon," he whispered. "Found it. The elemental demon. This is the elemental crystal demon, and it's a grade 5 demon. but unlike ordinary grade 5 demons, the aura it emits is very powerful. He shared some knowledge. Once a battle starts, it will attract many powerful warrior squads. See Duliu, we have to deal with this demon before anyone else finds this place. Get the elemental crystal from its chest and then leave. He calculated. I guess we only have 5 minutes to fight. I need your help. See Duliu didn't expect to have to deal with a grade 5 elemental demon in 5 minutes, but she still compromised. What do you need me to do? Then the two whispered their plans behind the wall. See Duliu was full of doubt. High-level energy operation. Where did you learn so much experience? I've never heard of the energy operation method you mentioned. He comforted her. In any case, I believe you can do it. I'll go first then. He released his power and flew straight over. The demon sensed it and roared angrily. Warrior, its eyes were fierce. As he rushed over, he calculated. Based on my observation, there are many warriors with extremely strong perception abilities among the other squads that have entered the castle. If I don't deal with it at the fastest speed, those powerful squads will arrive soon. It won't be so easy to get the elemental crystal then. One of the demon's hands was already showing its power. I didn't expect you to find my hiding place so quickly. You're not simple. His foot stomped on the ground and the ground cracked. I guessed right. You can indeed control elemental power. He flew into the air. The demon looked at the person opposite it and said in surprise, Your aura, you're a demon. It used a simultaneous stream of water and fire, and the two sides had already begun to clash. As they fought, he observed, I see. As long as you balance the energy between the elements, you can control them at the same time. He smiled. My turn. Fireballs and water balls also appeared in his hands. He struck directly with both hands and the two terrifying forces collided. They fought fiercely. On Dulia's side, she remembered Aki's instructions. Don't be surprised by my power and appearance next. You can think of it as my special ability. Remember, I am Aki. Seeing his fighting style, she also realized that this was Aki's special ability. Looking at his appearance, she guessed that this aura was indeed very similar to a demon's. At this time, the two forces had disappeared, leaving a huge golden ring in the middle. The demon didn't expect him to master my skill with just a glance. Why can you also control the water and fire elements? It commented, not ordinary. Aki continued to attack and the sounds of collision went bang bang. The demon stood in front, using the wood element to heal while feeling confused. Gold element, he smiled. You really know how to use elements to recover from injuries. He used gold element enhancement, his eyes sharp. I've already seen through your abilities, so this is the end of it. The demon moved and tree roots emerged from the ground, entangling its feet. It realized it was the wood element. You're controlling this too, he said. I remember during the demon hunting competition. That grade 4 demon used the gold element just like this. He rushed forward and used a giant blade to slash, successfully cutting through the tree roots and accepting the challenge. Alright, let's see whose elemental power is stronger. It used a 3-headed blade shield. I'll bet all my gold power on this. He snorted. You finally concentrated your energy. Then Aki shouted, See Duliu. Now, See Duliu held her staff from behind, pointing it at it. She remembered what Aki had said. This is a high-level energy operation method. Try to gather the core's energy. Then feel its presence. Feel the flow and form of the energy in your heart. From an intangible energy body, it becomes tangible, transforming energy into a weapon. Then that weapon, carrying its power, flew straight over. Let me use it. See Duliu held the weapon, her eyes sharp as she rushed forward to attack. I didn't expect Aki to have me launch the final blow. She squatted on the ground. But that's a grade 5 demon, and a special one at that, plus it's extremely high intelligence. If it concentrates on defense, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish it in a short time. Aki explained to her. I will force it to concentrate its energy in one place to counterattack me. You should also know that when it concentrates its energy to attack, its defensive energy will be extremely weak. That will be the best time for me to launch a sneak attack. Back in the present, See Duliu had already dealt a fatal blow to the demon. The demon could still think. They had been preparing for this strike from the very beginning. A beam of light shot straight from See Duliu into the demon's body, slamming it against the wall with a loud bang. Her eyes were cold and sharp. See Dulia's energy was still emitting power. The energy-gathering principle that N taught me can extract the maximum energy from my grade 1 core. I didn't expect it to be able to pierce through the demon. It seems it didn't use any energy for defense just now. The light shot straight into the demon's body. It tried to use the wood element to recover but failed. It shouted that it couldn't be healed, and a glowing crystal appeared on its body. Aki praised her and flew straight over. Good job, See Duliu. He reached out and took the elemental crystal, finally succeeding in his goal. The demon knelt on the ground, the power in its body gradually disappearing. Why can't I recover immediately? He looked back at it. Because See Dulia's attack is pure recovery energy. When attacking, this energy will repel recovery methods that don't belong to it. The demon grew weaker and weaker, its speech becoming intermittent. Repel, you've calculated everything from the beginning. After speaking, it fell to the ground. See Duliu ran over from a distance. Aki, are you alright? He held the core, winked and smiled. I'm fine thanks to you, we got the core. That strike of yours just now was so cool. You really are a genius, girl. Hearing his praise, her cheeks couldn't help but blush again. See Duliu crossed her arms in front of her chest and said coolly, stop talking nonsense, but she was very pleased in her heart. Of course I don't want to drag you down, he asked with concern. What about you? You used almost all your energy in that last strike, right? Sidulyu walked closer. It's fine, at least I can still move freely. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps da-da came from a distance. She tilted her head to listen. Sidulyu frowned. Just as you predicted, they found us. He also guessed that some warriors with strong perception abilities could accurately determine the location of the bottle's energy fluctuations. There was definitely no shortage of such people in the squads here. Aki and Sidulyu began to move. As he ran, he felt the footsteps coming from his left. Let's go to the right, we just need to find a way out of here. Before they could finish speaking, Aki's body suddenly trembled. He clutched one side of his chest and covered his mouth with his hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Sidulyu was stunned. She ran over and supported his arm. Aki, are you okay? Aki was also stunned. What on earth happened? He propped himself up on the ground. I didn't feel any demon's attack. He spat blood, his face contorted in pain, his hands gripping the ground idly. It hurts. What is this? My body hurts so much. An aura emanated from his body and he cried out in agony. Sidulyu asked worriedly from the side, Aki, where are you hurt? Aki rested his head on the ground and understood. I see. This body is overloaded. This body was already very weak, although the sync rate is much higher than my previous body. He remembered the previous few battles and realized, but I've used too much of the demon's power during this time. Have I finally reached the limit of this body's load? Damn it, why now of all times? Aki trembled as he forced out the words. Sidulyu, you take the crystal and leave first. The other warriors are almost here. Take the crystal and go, wait for me. But Sidulyu didn't agree. She held his arm tightly. Shut up, she helped him stand up. Sidulyu struggled to support Aki as they walked. I don't know what happened to you, her voice grew firmer, but I don't have time to listen to your explanation. I'm the captain. I will absolutely not leave you here alone. The two struggled to run. It seems like we can reach the surface if we go forward. Hang in there, Aki. You'll feel better when we get to the surface where there's more oxygen. For a building complex the size of the city of buried bones, there must be other exits. Aki was exhausted at this point and couldn't feel anything. At this point the two had already walked out of the cave. Sidulyu was drenched in sweat. Finally back on the surface, so if we go this way, we should be able to leave the castle right. But why does this place look so much like the building from my dream before? Before them was a tall city gate covered in vines. A sound came from behind them, and several figures flew through the air, landing steadily on the ground. One of them smiled and said, teaming up with you three temporarily really paid off. Your perception abilities are very strong. One of the men with his arms crossed over his chest said politely, we're all grade 5. No need to be so polite. A bald man smiled and said, was that fight just now caused by them? Looking at the people who had just appeared, Sidulia's eyes widened in shock. 6 grade 5 core warriors. Damn it, a man with a mole on his forehead sized her up. A grade 1 core warrior. Am I seeing things? Your squad only has 2 people? Was the other one injured while fighting that demon just now? His gaze paused, and seeing the elemental crystal tightly clutched in Aki's hand, he quickly pointed and said, wait, in his hand is the elemental crystal. The others were also stunned, their faces filled with surprise. The man with the mole laughed happily. Great, looks like we won't have to waste our energy. We 3 brothers will be taking this crystal. The bald man was equally excited. Our squad won't agree to that. Sidulyu supported Aki, her mind in chaos. What should I do? I'm no match for them. Damn it, if only I were a little stronger I could protect him. Aki suddenly moved and she looked at him. And you, he handed the crystal to her. Help me hold the crystal. Blood was still trickling from the corner of his mouth. Their target is the crystal, but they won't let us leave here alive. But Sidulyu was still very worried. But your body, he comforted her. At least I can still fight. He held his weapon in one hand and strode forward proudly. I am a warrior. I will fight until the very last moment. When those people saw Aki walking out with his weapon, they mocked him. Oh, an injured grade 4 core warrior, you've got some backbone. The bald man was equally disdainful. You want to fight both of our squads? We have 6 grade 5 core warriors. If you know what's good for you, hand over the crystal yourself, and I'll give you a quick death. Aki tried to keep his breathing steady. He closed his eyes. I can feel it. The demon's power within my body can barely be awakened anymore. Is it because my body can no longer withstand that powerful demonic force? This is going to be a tough fight. Those people began to charge, announcing, to each their own. Whoever snatches it gets it. In that case, let's see who can get it first before the others arrive. Suddenly, a series of images of a battered and bruised battle flashed through Sidulia's mind. She froze. Why did I suddenly remember that dream? In any case, I have a bad feeling. Watching the group of warriors pounce on Aki like hungry wolves, Sidulyu shouted with worry. And the bald man laughed happily. Kill them quickly and this elemental crystal will be ours. The other squad was just as happy. Sorry, but our squad is taking this one. The man with the mole on his forehead was observing and calculating. Our squad has already found a new buyer. Even if we can't use the elemental crystal, we can make a fortune just by selling it. Even if we split it, it's enough for the 3 of us to buy a lot of powerful equipment. At this moment, Aki knew he only had 1 minute left. He struggled to support his body. I can feel it. If I push the demon's power in my body again, my body might be able to hold on for another minute. This broken body, why now of all times I have to at least, he looked at Sidulyu, at her worried expression and made up his mind. I have to let Sidulyu leave here safely. The 6 warriors charged over madly, he thought, if I still have 1 minute. He then closed his eyes and began to make his move. It's enough to kill you. The countdown began. 60 seconds. The man with the mole on his forehead panicked. This aura, the bald man was also taken aback. What's going on? Is he a demon? He rushed forward with 2 streams of power like the wind. Suddenly, he was no longer where he had been standing. The others also panicked. He's gone. The man with the mole used his intuition to lock onto the enemy. He sensed Aki, but Aki also rushed over to attack at the same time. 58 seconds left. His eyes froze. 57 seconds left. He saw him charging straight over. He quickly pointed. But it was too late. Aki had already swiftly struck him with his sword. He smiled and said, then let's start with you. 55 seconds left. The others were stunned. The man with the mole was dazed by the attack. Third brother, his other companions rushed forward. Kill this demon and avenge third brother. Aki coldly swung his sword. 54 seconds left. The rabble was hit by his move in the blink of an eye. The bald man's eyes also widened in disbelief. 52 seconds left. He then used the golden earth element Thorn Tide. Aki used a flurry of slashes and countless chaotic strikes attacked his opponent. The bald man was almost on the ground just to withstand the wind pressure and not be blown away. He assessed his skill and speed so fast. He took out 3 people so quickly. What on earth is he? The members of the 3 brothers squad lay on their backs caught in Aki's threads while he walked coldly, weapon in hand. 40 seconds left. The bald man assessed. Although those 3 brothers had strong intuition, they were still just grade 5 warriors. To be taken out so quickly, he calculated. We must team up. We can't lose to a single demon, the others replied in unison. All right, we have to fight with everything we've got. He stomped his foot, shattering the ground, and charged up. Go ahead and try. But suddenly his body acted up again. He covered his mouth but couldn't stop the crimson liquid from gushing out. He thought in agony, it feels like my internal organs are about to shatter, damn it. 36 seconds left. Sidulyu shouted worriedly from the side, Anne's body can't hold on anymore. 34 seconds left. The bald man grinned, and no, that's right, he was already injured. A grade 1 core warrior behind him would be a piece of cake to deal with, but this guy in front is an unknown. How about 32 seconds left? The bald man and his companions lunged forward. Now's our chance, charge up and kill him. Aki struggled to hold himself up. You want to kill me together? Then give it a try. He used his power to form a huge red ring around his body. Bald man said contemptuously, it's just a protective shield, shatter it directly. Quick, now's the time. The group rushed forward to attack the shield. A man with green hair said breathlessly, Big brother, should we keep attacking? We've already used a lot of energy. The shield is shrinking, but we can't break it no matter how hard we hit. The bald man was confused. What's going on? Shrinking. Suddenly, he realized something. Could it be? He quickly shouted, it's a trap. Everyone stop. Aki grinned. Too late. I'll take your energy and give it back to you. He used energy reversal just as time hit 0. With a huge bang, the bald man was sent flying and the shield erupted with immense energy. From a distance, it was a pillar of red energy shooting straight into the sky. A squad over here saw it too. Over there, that kind of energy, it must be related to the elemental crystal. Let's go. The group quickly rushed towards the source of the energy. Over here, after the energy explosion, a huge deep crater and wisps of smoke remained. A charred, unrecognizable arm lay on the ground. Sidulyu rushed over. At this point, Aki's face was covered in wounds. He coughed a few times and then closed his eyes. Good thing I controlled the range and extent of that energy explosion, he thought with relief. As long as you're okay. Sidulyu then spat out a mouthful of red liquid and fell backward. She quickly caught him. He half opened his eyes and said with difficulty, Sidulyu, don't worry about me, you go first. The energy explosion just now will attract a lot of warriors and demons, but Sidulyu was firm. If it were you, would you abandon your comrade? You hold on to that crystal for me. I'll carry you. She carried him on her back, struggling to walk. I can't let you fight alone anymore, leave the rest to me. Sidulyu remembered the dream she had and she frowned tightly. Damn it seems to be getting more and more like that dream. The dream scene appeared. Aki was on the ground covered in wounds while she reached out and shouted Anne. A door opened and a red aura emerged from within. Sidulyu carried Aki on her shoulder, struggling to move him. Just hang on a little longer. Anne, he however was muttering, we got it. Sidulyu tried hard to call out to him. Don't sleep and don't sleep. Sidulyu struggled to carry Aki and even though she was out of breath she didn't abandon him. Don't sleep. And please wake up, it was so hard. We finally, Aki's hand holding the crystal loosened. The crystal rolled onto the ground. She looked at it, then reached out to pick it up. Sidulyu picked it up, trembling. The scene just now, I don't know when it started, but the images from the dream have been appearing in my mind. These are all scenes from my dream. And next a dark shadow appeared above the two of them. Sweat poured down. Sidulyu realized above she looked up and saw 2 demons. Her legs trembled as she walked and she quickly started running with Aki on her back. The demons still charged over. One of them attacked, saying, a grade 1 warrior who got an elemental crystal. Here, your only fate is death. It pierced Sidulia's chest with one blow, then ran off. Aki's body was thrown to the side while Sidulyu collapsed on the ground. The demon walked over. How did 2 pieces of trash like you get here? I didn't expect you to even get the elemental crystal. Our trip wasn't wasted after all. A hole was pierced through her chest. She gasped for breath, thinking, My heart was pierced by the demon, can't it recover? The demon walked over to Aki and turned him over. This guy is still breathing, how strange. The other demon approached, sniffing at Aki. The smell on him is very unpleasant. Sidulio reached out from her side, trying to stop them. Don't touch him. The demon still felt uncomfortable. This man, I don't like his smell, let's chop him up for a toy. Sidulio shouted, don't touch him. Her face was full of anger, her gaze looking like it could pierce them right through. The grade 5 blue core demon walked over. I am impressive, still knows how to get angry when you're about to die. It kicked her in the stomach. It was a hard kick accompanied by a taunt, but you're too weak. She was sent flying and admitted, yeah, I'm too weak. She looked at Aki, pinned to the ground by the demon. I couldn't protect my comrade. I couldn't protect him. Her eyes were half closed, but deep inside she was still screaming, don't touch him. Her vision gradually blurred. Damn it, I want to protect him. It's all because I'm too weak. I can't accept this. In the darkness it was her whisper. If only I could be a little stronger. Damn it, I really can't accept this. A footstep was heard. That person made time and space stand still, a voice said. The Red King's banner instructed me not to help that human warrior. A girl walked out. It was the Black King's banner. One of the 6 great king's banners, the one who controls time and space. She smiled, but I still interfered in the end. What a headache, she approached. But I can't be blamed. The one who made me worry was you residing in that human's body, wasn't it? Red King's banner. The Black King's banner brushed her skirt. A human's body really can't withstand the power of my dear Red King's banner. She floated in front of Aki's body, brushing her hair back with one hand as she looked at him. This body was overloaded long ago, wasn't it, for you to have held on until now, just as the Red King's banner said. The willpower of the human he chose is really amazing. Aki was still unconscious on the ground. Suddenly she remembered. Oh right, I should check. She bent down close to him. Are you in there? The Red King's banner didn't respond. All was quiet. She stood up. Damn it, I finally get to see you, but you won't wake up. Ah, right. That woman. The Black King's banner looked at Sidulio. She flew to her side, looked at her, and commented, there's a familiar power fluctuation on you. How interesting. She stood and observed. It seems stronger than I thought. Your ability, it's a pity you're human, unable to awaken the power you should have. Her gaze was direct. Then she put a finger to her lips, a cunning expression on her face. If the Red King's banner told me I can't help that kid directly, then can I help him indirectly? I'm so smart. Then let me help you start a new life. She helped Sidulio's body up. The Black King's banner opened her mouth wide. You have the fluctuation of time on you. Perfect, I'll give you my power. She touched Sidulio's mouth and transferred her power. A clock bell rang, making a tick-tock sound. Blood cells were flowing. The hands on a clock suddenly spun rapidly. And then what appeared was the purple grade black core, the ability of time and space. The Black King's banner moved away from Sidulio's mouth. Looking at this face, she was surprised. I didn't expect your body to accept my power so readily. Very good, it seems your desire to become stronger is extremely intense. A spatial gate appeared. She waved goodbye. Then I'll be counting on you. Then the spatial gate closed tightly. Time and space flowed again. Sidulio was kicked away, crashing heavily to the ground. Over here, the demon was preparing to torture Aki, but it was startled when its arm was seized. What is this? The grade 5 blue core demon was also surprised. A hand had emerged from the ground, grabbing its weapon. The grade 5 demon looked at Sidulio, who had just been kicked away. How is this possible? A voice rang out. As I said before, Sidulio at this moment looked incredibly powerful. Don't touch him. Sidulio's appearance at this moment was that of a demon. Black and white Sidulio, grade 4. Ability, time and space. Blue smoke emanated from her body. Sidulio's appearance was full of menace. Touch him again and see what happens. She attacked with a hand that had long, sharp black nails. The other demon panicked. She's one of us. She stepped on the ground. One of us. Her eyes were sharp. I am not one of you beasts. The grade 5 blue core demon sneered disdainfully. Whatever you are, kill it, and charged straight over. Sidulio calmly stretched out her hand to cast a spell. A square box like a greenhouse appeared above its head. Then a huge door fell from the sky, landing squarely on it. Smoke billowed. It gritted its teeth, green liquid trickling from the corner of its mouth. You can control space? The huge door pressed down on it and it struggled to get up. Don't underestimate me. It's just a door, not enough to kill me, she smirked. Who said there was only one? And then many huge doors, just like the one before, appeared. Sidulio waved her hand to control them, unleashing the move spatial manipulation. Total collapse. The huge door panels flew straight forward, causing a massive explosion, accompanied by the demon's blood-curdling screams. In the end, only wisps of smoke remained in the sky, leaving a bottomless pit. One demon was left. Sidulio slowly walked forward and it trembled all over. How deep was that pit created by the spatial attack? My companion didn't even leave a corpse. Her eyes glowed. Now it's your turn. The demon's legs trembled as it backed away. Why? She's clearly just a tiny human. But why does she exude such an oppressive aura? The demon trembled. Wait, I'm confused. What are you guys? It asked, trying to negotiate. You don't need to say anything. Your ability makes it clear you're one of us, and a rare spatial ability at that. And your companion, it looked at the unconscious Aki on the ground. He has an aura that makes us feel fear. It questioned. Who are you? She patiently gave an answer. We are human warriors. It laughed. You're human warriors? It said loudly. Do you believe your own words? Just a moment ago you had the strength of a grade 1 warrior, and in the blink of an eye you have the power of a grade 4. Even we grade 5s can't stand against you. Before it could finish, a slash came straight down, cleaving its entire body in two. Sidulu tore its body in half with her hands. "You're too noisy." After finishing off the two demons, she turned back to look at Aki and placed a hand on his face. "It was always you saving me before," she said in a low voice. "This time I'll save you." Her hand glowed and she reached out in another direction toward the elemental crystal. The elemental crystal lying on the ground suddenly disappeared, then reappeared in Sidulia's hand. "Let's get out of here." The exit of the City of Bones. Outside, two warriors were pacing back and forth. The two suddenly noticed something, and upon checking they found they were human. "Warriors are back." Opened the gate. The gate was opened a crack and the sound of footsteps came from inside. It was Siduliu, supporting Aki's shoulder as they walked out together. Her face was covered in scars, but she still smiled and said, "We're out." Her body began to collapse, but she still managed to finish her words in her consciousness. "We're out." Then the two fell to the ground together. The two warriors from before rushed over, quick, to the treatment room. Suddenly, one of them stopped. "Wait, look behind the gate." The two warriors' eyes trembled. It was a group of demons compressed by space. Heavens, what is this sight? How on earth did they get here? Inside were a group of demons that had been annihilated by Sidulia's square objects. Some had been pierced through, others were like they were trapped in a cage. A voice echoed in the night sky. "As expected, I wasn't mistaken. You are well suited for my power, little sister. You also have an unawakened predictive ability within you. I'm very curious." Siduliu at this moment felt as if she were in water. She slowly opened her eyes. The Black King's banner appeared in her dream. Her figure was huge while Siduliu was as small as if she were in her palm. "I'm looking forward to it too." Siduliu suddenly woke up, her eyes wide open. Before her was the ceiling and a ceiling fan, and next to her, curtains swayed in the wind. She sat up, rubbing her head. "This is the infirmary outside the city. It seems we've been saved," she thought to herself. "Who was that in my dream just now? My wounds are healed too. What's going on? Such serious injuries, yet it's like they never existed." Memories flickered in Sidulia's mind. A series of intermittent memories from the city surfaced. "Why can't I remember the memories from the castle clearly? My head hurts." That memory was like being shrouded in a black fog. Aki appeared, draping a blanket over Sidulia's shoulder, interrupting her thoughts. "You were the one who saved me." Siduliu looked up at the person who had just appeared. "Anne?" He stood by the bed. "I heard from the people who brought us here that you held on until the city gate. Truly amazing." A series of images of Aki being injured in the city surfaced, and Siduliu asked with panic and concern, "Anair, are you all right? Are you okay?" He held out a strong hand and affirmed, "I'm fine, only some minor injuries left, nothing serious." He closed his eyes. "I'm sorry, I was too careless. My body wasn't feeling well in the castle. 'Cause of the elemental core, we almost died." Siduliu suddenly remembered and turned her head to look for it. "Ah, right, your elemental core. Where's the core?" Aki was holding the crystal in his hand. "Don't worry, it's with me. I found it tucked in my clothes when I woke up. Did you put it there for me?" "Thanks, you're so thoughtful." Siduliu put a hand to her chin and thought. Me, he stood by her bed. "Anyway, we've achieved our goal for coming to the City of Bones this time. Next we need to find a safer place to try and refine this core." Siduliu put her feet on the floor, agreeing. Okay, let's inform the medical staff." Then she put on her coat and walked out. "We can leave after we've completed the procedures." Aki agreed. "Okay." At this moment his gaze turned serious again. "What happened in the castle? Siduliu, why do you have the same aura as me?" He looked at the glowing aura within Sidulia's body and thought with confusion. The car sped down the road. Siduliu wore a very beautiful pair of sunglasses on her face. She tilted her head. "You need a place for secluded training." And Aki wore a very cool pair of black glasses sitting in the driver's seat. "Yes, a place where I can concentrate. I might need to spend some time studying this elemental crystal to make it easier to fuse." He thought of the crystal and believed that based on the principle that elemental demons can use all elemental powers, this crystal contained the last element he needed, the earth element. As he drove, he calculated, what would happen if I fuse all 5 elements and then use the crystal to merge them into one? Siduliu immediately thought of a place. I've heard my dad say that some B rank or higher towns offer rental training rooms, usually for warriors to train in. It might suit your needs. He excitedly stepped on the accelerator and sped off. "That's great. There's a B-rank town not far ahead. Let's go check it out." In the B-rank town of Salamanca, built according to ancient architecture, it had a quaint exterior but a modern commercial city inside. Aki walked on the street, looking around and commenting, "This town seems quite famous." Siduliu walked ahead, agreeing very much. "Yes, I've seen many warriors who are not locals on the street." Seeing 2 men in brown cloaks with guns on their backs ahead, Siduliu said in surprise, "Oh, there are even some Hunter Squad warriors playing here." He was also surprised. "Oh, even a city kid like you knows about Hunter Squads." She tilted her head and explained, "It's common knowledge. Hunter Squads are human warriors who don't live in towns. They wander outside the towns without a fixed residence, mainly for exploration and finding supplies. They usually operate in small squads, with extremely strict requirements for individual abilities. They are well equipped and highly organized in their actions." In Sidulia's imagination, those Hunter Squad warriors looked very majestic, exuding a powerful aura. She carried her bag and walked ahead, explaining, "Although Salamanca City is a B-rank town, it's a rare commercial city." And he walked behind her. "No wonder warriors from other forces can enter the commercial city for trade." Under the city's purple-red sky, trade was flourishing. Aki hoped, I hope I can find a suitable training room smoothly, in a rental training room building called Super Training Room. A loud shout was heard. Ha, 3 battle points. What's that? The owner rested his chin on one hand and sized him up. Are you serious? He was very confused. As a warrior, you don't even know what battle points are? Then he also explained, battle points are the exclusive currency for you warriors. Warriors can use battle points to spend in any city. Then the owner leaned in to look at the core on Aki's chest. You're not a warrior, and it's a grade 4 core. How could you not know this? Are you here to cosplay? At this time, Sidulyu spoke up, pointing a finger at a machine. Battle points are tied to your identity. It's easy to find out how many you have. Just scan your finger on this machine, the owner praised. This beautiful lady is very knowledgeable. Aki also understood. Oh, okay, he sighed in his heart. In my past life there was no such thing as battle points. Supplies were distributed fairly among everyone. You just had to apply for what you needed. Times have really changed so fast. He placed his finger on the machine and the machine prompted. Detection result 0 battle points. Those who were drinking tea burst into tears of laughter. They said contemptuously, Ah, is this kid here for a laugh? 0 battle points. No battle points, and you want to rent a training room? Big brother, you've been played by this kid. The owner at this time angrily shouted at Aki. Is it fun to play with me? 0 battle points. No battle points, and you want to rent a training room? Is this kid here to cause trouble? He scratched his face and smiled. Am I so poor in this life? Why does it feel not strange at all? And the owner was still chattering. My training rooms are the best in the area. The cheapest one costs 600 battle points a day. At this time the machine's prompt sounded again. Balance 1.2 million battle points. It was Sidulyu who pressed it. Sidulyu had a cold expression. Book a spacious room. The owner was dumbfounded. Those guys were so surprised their mouths hung open in disbelief. Sidulyu gradually became impatient. Hurry up. Sidulia's father's other identity, the richest man in Herrick City. It could be said that Sidulyu was born with a silver spoon in her mouth. He carried his bag and walked. I owe you for this one, I'll pay you back later. Sidulyu walked ahead, no need. The owner was warmly greeting them. Please follow me, my dear beautiful lovely guest. He walked behind and was also a little surprised. Although I know your family is rich, I didn't expect you to be this rich. She blushed a little with embarrassment. It's all right, my dad taught me to be humble. It's their fault for laughing at him. The two walked to a room and the owner pointed to a huge iron door. This is it. The 3 of them walked in together. The owner chattered on, introducing the huge room of nearly 200 square meters built with sturdy materials on all sides. In addition, there's a balcony at the end which is a special rest area. If you encounter an accident during training, you can hide underground. What do you think? Not bad, right? My training rooms are top-notch. Aki observed for a moment and quite agreed. Not bad. Sidulyu crossed her arms in front of her chest. As long as you like it, she decided. Then this one it is. As for how long we'll stay, we'll see after my companion is done using it. The owner smiled like a flower. Yes, no problem. I'll take my leave then. If you need anything, just call me. Sidulyu looked at it in front of her. Then I won't disturb you. You can use it as you please. I'll be wandering around the city during this time, she calculated. I'll rent a room nearby later. I also need to calculate my gains from these few days, he also agreed. Okay, I'll contact you when I'm done. And it's getting cold. I'll lend you my coat. Sidulyu retorted. Who wants to wear your coat? At this time, Aki put the crystal box on the ground. I must become stronger. I must save Duo, one of the old 6 heroes, the blue core illusionist Duo. Because he resisted the new king, his hands and feet were broken, and images of Duo being tortured and covered in wounds, and the images of those in power, the new 6 heroes and the new king appeared. At this moment, Aki's eyes were full of determination. When the time comes, I will settle the score with you. He remembered those times in the city. This backlash from the demon's power proves I can't just rely on the demon's power. He looked down at the elemental crystal box. I must make my own power stronger as well. I'll use the earth element crystal inside first and then fuse the 5 great elements. Aki began his training, and the green stone glowed. Respond to me, elemental core. Meanwhile, Sidulyu was strolling through the streets on the way here. I think I remembered some things that happened in the city of buried bones. She was deep in thought. It seems like a certain power suddenly awakened within my body. Moreover, my strength instantly reached grade 4. It was a power that felt both strong and unfamiliar. A power that craved battle and to become stronger. She recalled how she looked when she saved Aki in the city. It was as if something was whispering in her ear. She felt a large hand and heard a voice. Fight, become stronger. She felt like it was another me. Is it because my body is too eager to become stronger? Holding the core in her hand, she wondered, what is that power? I haven't fully mastered that power yet. In front of her was a long line of people. Someone announced, the arena is awesome. No pushing while queuing for tickets. At the Warrior Martial Arts Arena, a few men handed their tickets to the ticket checker. They walked up and Sidulyu watched the competition in the Warrior Martial Arts Arena ahead. Watching the people walk in with excitement, she also knew that because the warriors here came from different factions, the arena's rankings would attract a lot of people. She suddenly realized, the martial arts arena, wait, maybe I need to fight to familiarize myself and master this mysterious power. No matter what the me inside my body whispers, one thing is certain, I truly will. At this moment her body seemed to become 2 people. One was her usual self, and the other was when she transformed into a demon to fight and become stronger. she pondered. If I want to participate in the martial arts arena, it's best to hide my identity. Someone was hawking masks here, selling nano jackets specially designed for warriors. Next to her at the venue was a stall selling masks and clothes for warriors to use in the martial arts arena. She decided to buy a mask to wear. That's right, I want to become stronger. I don't want to be a burden anymore. She made up her mind, and I don't want anyone or any demon to look down on my strength. If a certain mysterious power has awakened within my body, then let me control it. She walked into the warrior martial arts arena where a sign hung on the door, ticket checking closed. The ticket checker was counting the tickets, grinning from ear to ear. He was going to make a fortune today. Siduliu walked up to the boss. I want to participate in the martial arts arena. How do I join? He was full of enthusiasm. Oh, welcome, female warrior. What's your rank? Your name or alias is fine too. Siduliu wore a cat-shaped mask. Grade 4 warrior, she said coldly. Call me Rakshasa Cat. The man rubbed his hands, grinning from ear to ear. Welcome, welcome. Our Salamanca warrior martial arts arena welcomes you. Will you be participating today? Or, Siduliu decided she could fight now. He was even more delighted. That's great. It's been a long time since we've had a newcomer in the female warrior martial arts arena. The strength on the male warrior side has basically been set for a long time. Female warriors rarely participate in the martial arts arena. With a little promotion, we'll definitely make a fortune, he said to his subordinate. Come quickly and lead the way. Take this female warrior directly to register. The boy, holding some equipment in his hands, hurried over. Company coming. He reached out his hand respectfully and invited, please follow me. The boy seemed a bit nervous. I've already registered you on the computer. Rakshasa Cat Warrior. Then let me briefly introduce the rules of the martial arts arena to you. Siduliu watched as an injured warrior was carried out. She instructed, just call me Rakshasa Cat, no need for honorifics. The boy smiled and said, yes then I'll call you Big Sis Rakshasa Cat. She walked behind him. Her expression was still cold. Whatever. By the way, the highest rank of the warriors participating here is, the boy walking in front said. Currently in the Salamanca City Martial Arts Arena, the highest rank of participating warriors is Grade 5 Core Warrior. Boy also explained, but don't worry, Big Sis Rakshasa Cat, that's for the male warrior martial arts arena. The current highest rank in the female warrior martial arts arena is about the same as yours, a Grade 4 female warrior. Siduliu asked in return, you mean they're divided into male and female martial arts arenas? The boy admitted. Yes, the number of participants in the male warrior martial arts arena is very large. This form of martial arts arena rarely has female warriors participating. Siduliu was even more confused. Why divide them into male and female martial arts arenas? Isn't it better to compete together? The boy, holding the computer, walked ahead and explained, they used to compete together. But I heard that the male warriors were unwilling to fight female warriors. He smiled and said, they said it was embarrassing and they would feel bad even if they won, so they were separated later. Gradually, very few female warriors came to participate. But Siduliu didn't think so. She said bluntly, strength determines the outcome. There's nothing to be ashamed of. The person who said that must be a self-righteous weakling. The boy's face suddenly turned red. So cool, he also agreed. Yes, you're right. Warriors use strength to determine the outcome. Big Sis were here. The two stood in front of the martial arts arena's door. The female warrior martial arts arena was packed with spectators, cheering and making a lot of noise. Siduliu was secretly glad. Phew, so many people. If I weren't wearing a mask, it would really make me nervous. She looked at the martial arts arena in front of her. I just have to go up on stage, right? The boy said. Yes, good luck, Big Sis Rakshasa Cat. There's prize money if you win. Siduliu repeated prize money. But she was a young lady from a wealthy family and wasn't interested in prize money. Is there anything else besides prize money? The boy was stunned by the question. There's prize money, and he put a hand to his chin and thought, rankings. Your ranking on the martial arts arena's leaderboard will rise, which is also a kind of honor. Siduliu accepted it for the time being. That's enough. She walked onto the stage, elegant and poised. Nothing is more important than a warrior's honor. Looking at her style, the boy stared blankly, holding up the computer to cover his face, his cheeks flushing red. I think I'm in love. On a night with a crescent moon, speakers faced in all directions and a voice sounded, ladies and gentlemen, you are all very lucky today. Our female warrior martial arts arena has a new member. Let's welcome the Grade 4 warrior. Siduliu was walking onto the martial arts arena. Rakshasa Cat, the host introduced her. The people below cheered enthusiastically. It's been a long time since we've had a female warrior. Let's fight soon. She evaluated the audience's reaction, so enthusiastic. It seems female warriors participating in the martial arts arena are really rare. I'm curious about the situation on the male warrior side. The host continued his introduction. It seems everyone is already impatient. Then let's welcome our other challenger. Also our only remaining female warrior at present. The people below shouted, hurry up, I want to see Manhwa, the goddess of our female martial arts arena. Manhwa walked out and Siduliu was surprised. What? The only remaining female warrior in the female warrior martial arts arena? She looked at the martial arts arena's leaderboard, which had only one name. Ranked first, Brilliant Manhwa. Indeed, there was only one person. Please welcome Brilliant Manhwa. she walked out to greet the audience. I love you all. The people below were mesmerized by her beauty and shouted continuously. Finally, we can see the beautiful Manhwa fight. Manhwa, kill me. Siduliu quietly observed the situation. She closed her eyes and sighed. I understand why ordinary female warriors don't come here to participate in the martial arts arena. Because the current female warrior martial arts arena has degenerated. Manhwa held a fan and smiled. Are you my opponent? Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Brilliant Manhwa, Grade 4 Ling Core. Siduliu introduced herself briefly. Rakshasa Cat, Grade 4 Black Core. Since that awakening, I can feel a powerful space-time power. I need to fight with all my strength to determine my specific abilities. She looked at the person in front of her, but in the current situation, Manhwa said calmly, Oh, Black Core is rare and you're even wearing a mask. I'm very curious about you, little sister Rakshasa Cat. She waved her hand and proposed a condition. If you lose, you have to take off your mask. She looked at the screen and smiled. This is a bet with your big sister. The people below saw her beauty and shouted, Manhwa is so beautiful. Siduliu felt very uncomfortable and she deliberately looked at the camera and said, such a show-off. Since we're both grade 4 warriors. She began the agreement. Then let's have a serious fight, the host announced. Then Rakshasa Cat and Brilliant Manhwa officially begin. Siduliu got into a stance. Manhwa stood on her tiptoes. Are you ready to enjoy my graceful dance? Siduliu was stunned for a few seconds as Manhwa performed a few dance steps. She blinked, making the martial arts arena incredibly romantic. Beautiful flowers bloomed wherever I walked. It was the classic Manhwa's gentle steps. How lucky to see it, stunningly beautiful. The men below shouted. It's happening, Manhwa. Keep dancing, the people below commented. It seems Rakshasa Cat has lowered her stance. Did she give up in the face of such a large-scale attack? They also shouted, Manhwa. She continued to sing amidst the splendor. Feel, Siduliu coldly slapped her, almost dislocating her jaw. The audience's eyes almost popped out and the ticket checker's mouth hung open. Unable to believe his eyes, the boy was also stunned, announcing Ko. Manhwa fell to the ground. Foaming at the mouth, Siduliu said contemptuously, You're even more frivolous than that useless young master I met in the city of buried bones. I can't even feel the aura of a grade 1 warrior from you. And even your skills are just for attracting attention, she believed. It is because of people like you that female warriors don't get the respect they deserve. Warriors exist to fight. She clenched her fists uncomfortably. Please don't insult the word warrior. Don't look down on warriors. Bastard, the boy trembled. This is really. The boy shouted loudly in support. So cool, big sis Rakshasa Cat, that was amazing. The audience was also stunned. Dumbfounded, they reached out, grabbed the image of Manhwa printed on their clothes and tore it to shreds. Then they shouted again, Rakshasa Cat is so cool, big sis, kill me. The ticket seller ran out quickly. Rakshasa Cat wins, defeating her opponent with a single slap. Truly astonishing, so cool. Let's congratulate her on reaching the top of the leaderboard. Siduliu said disdainfully, what a child's game. This martial arts arena with only one person can be abolished. Take me to the male martial arts arena's leaderboard. He was stunned. What did you say? Siduliu was imposing. I want a challenge in the male martial arts arena. In the city of Salamanca, the crowds were bustling. A man on the street was carrying a girl on his back. Passers-by were gossiping. Look at that guy just wearing a bathrobe to go shopping. Is that his daughter on his back? What are you talking about? It must be his sister. Look, he's still young, in his 20s. The man was Nio. He held the girl's hand, smiling. We made it through. Suddenly, the girl, who was Dozi, glanced and pointed at a place selling candied haws with a sign that read sweet to death. I want to eat that. He walked over. This, I hear it's sweet and sour, the lady boss greeted. Sir, would you like to buy some candied haws? She welcomed them warmly. My family's candied haws are the sweetest in this town. Dozi stretched out her hands to eat. He reached out and picked up the large candied haw. All right, he handed it to Dozi. Here you go. Then the two turned and left. This should be enough for you to eat until tonight, right? Let's see what else is fun. The lady boss unhappily called out. Hey, wait, brother, you haven't paid me yet. Suddenly, the lady boss stopped. Dozi's eyes looked coldly at the lady boss. The lady boss angrily rolled up her sleeves. What are you looking at? Trying to dine and dash. You think you're so great because you're strong? Believe it or not, I'll hit you. I used to participate in the martial arts arena too. Nio felt uncomfortable. The human world is so troublesome. His eyes glowed and the lady boss's eyes glowed along with his as if she were hypnotized. Dozi held the candied haw in her hand. Go home. The lady boss also walked away blankly. Yes, Dozi opened her mouth wide to eat the candy. The deputy captains and captain-level warriors have already left the city. Nio agreed. Yes, just kill a few warriors around the city and they'll panic, he smiled. Humans are so fragile and cowardly. When she completes her mission, he said excitedly. Let's slaughter this whole town. Dozi bit off the candied haw. Okay, at the martial arts arena, the host shouted loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone in the male warrior martial arts arena is really lucky today. A female warrior has actually requested to challenge the male warrior leaderboard. This is the first time in history, the people below shouted. That's great. Isn't Brilliant Manhwa the only female warrior? Let the female warrior come up quickly. The ticket seller pointed a finger. Please look in the direction of my right hand now. Let's welcome our challenger, Rakshasa Cat. Siduliu walked out from inside and the people below shouted, So cool, female warrior. Beat up the male warrior. he continued to introduce. On our male warrior side, no one was originally willing to accept the challenge. But after some discussion, please welcome our first combatant. A male warrior walked out. It was the grade 4 warrior, Iron Hand Blade. This warrior looked very fierce. He sized up the grade 4 female warrior who was at the same level as him. And a rare black core at that. The ticket seller continued to announce, next I will hand over the martial arts arena to our warriors. Rule 1, you are not allowed to cripple your opponent. Rule 2, you are not allowed to kill your opponent. Shake hands both sides. The male warrior extended his hand. Rakshasa cat, please. But in his heart, he was scornful. HMPH, if it weren't for the extra reward, I wouldn't bother fighting a female warrior. Dulyu also extended her hand. He whispered, Rakshasa cat, let's make a deal. He calculated. Why don't we cooperate and split the profits in the end? It's good for both of us. I won't be embarrassed and you'll save face. How about it? Dulyu paused. Seeing she wasn't shaking his hand, he became unhappy. Wasn't I clear enough? Dulyu turned and walked away. A warrior like you isn't worthy of shaking my hand, he stomped, shattering the ground. You're asking for it. Ming didn't care about the rules at all. He charged straight in to attack. He threw a punch straight at Dulya's face, but she sidestepped and successfully dodged it. He praised her. Quite flexible, aren't you? He continued his attack. This should be just enough to split you in two. The attack went straight for her face, the commentator remarked. It seems Rakshasa cat didn't have time to dodge. As a result, the ground cracked severely. Frightened audience members covered their eyes with their hands. Oh my god, was she killed instantly? Did she die on the martial arts stage? That warrior's eyes were filled with excitement. The people below murmured. Did Blade's full power strike actually kill his opponent? That's forbidden. He was punching at Dulya's body lying on the ground when suddenly a hand touched his face. He was sent flying, completely caught off guard. Damn it, what the hell is this? How is there someone else on the stage? He stared dumbfounded. There were two Dulyas on the stage. What's with this Rakshasa cat? The host shouted. Heavens, Rakshasa cat was hiding an ace up her sleeve. She stood there, completely unharmed. It seems you have no intention of stopping. Her expression was terrifying. Father was right. People really do bring out their potential when pushed to their limits. The crowd below roared. Is this a black core ability? What an eye-opener. Go Rakshasa cat, he gritted his teeth. The black core's ability is truly bizarre. It really makes me want it. He continued to attack. I'll just take it from her, the host commented. Blade is using his agile core's skill, Swift Serpent Step. She closed her eyes. First he'll feint with a left punch, then follow with a right hook. If I can dodge all that. Threw a punch with divine speed. She opened her eyes. Finally he'll use all his strength for a left punch. He was surprised. How does she seem to know exactly what I'm thinking? His hand was caught. Dulyu had used space to restrain his hand. Then it's simple. Then she flew into the air and delivered a flying kick from above. She said coldly, I just need to control your hands. He gritted his teeth in anger. His left arm was paralyzed by the energy channeled into his pressure points. Isn't this a technique for grade 6 core warriors? How does she know it? Dulyu reached out to strike. He immediately dodged. Trying to beat me barehanded. The host was highly focused. Blade has manifested his spare nano-gauntlets. To think he can operate equipment on both hands simultaneously, truly worthy of a powerhouse with a sync rate as high as 40. He threw a punch straight over, too arrogant. Dulyu used space again. An arm from her space blocked his punch and he was pushed back. The commentator spoke. Blade was pushed back by a hand that appeared from another dimension, causing him to lose his balance and be pushed back repeatedly. She suddenly understood. So that's how it is. I remember now the ability I obtained. She continued to charge forward. It's controlling space and foreseeing the future. The sync rate measurement lens on the ticket seller's face beeped. Rakshasa cat's sync rate is skyrocketing. He reached out to adjust the sync rate measurement lens. The sync rate measurement lens is expensive. Although not as precise as a proper measuring device, it's small and convenient. It's already as high as 42. The number continued to rise to 50, 60. Still rising. How is this possible? Is my measurement lens broken? Memories of the City of Buried Bones kept flashing in Dulya's mind. I remember everything from the City of Buried Bones. The one who granted me power was a demon. That warrior was panting. Such a high sync rate, what on earth are you? At this moment, Dulyu used another move, summoning giant door panels just like in the City of Buried Bones. Those door panels smashed into the warrior, causing him to spit out red liquid. The audience was terrified. Heavens, what kind of power is this? This Rakshasa cat is so strong. He cursed. Damn it, I'm at least ranked 10th on the male martial arts leaderboard. How could I lose to a female warrior? I'd rather die than admit defeat. Dulyu walked forward. You've got guts. She materialized many more door panels. Her eyes were icy cold. He hurriedly shouted. I give up, I surrender. From now on, Iron Hand Blade will be known as Chicken Blade, the ticket seller shouted. Blade has surrendered, I can't believe it. Rakshasa cat is so cool. Congratulations to her for defeating the 10th ranked fighter on the male martial arts leaderboard and achieving her first victory on the male warrior stage. The audience below cheered enthusiastically for Rakshasa cat. Big sis, kill me, the ticket seller continued to ask. Rakshasa cat, do you accept the challenge? Please state your choice. Dulyu said coldly. Next, the host became even more excited. Rakshasa cat, she says she will continue to fight. The audience grew even more excited. So cool, fight to the end. Fireworks bloomed brilliantly in the sky. Fireworks, the people here cheered. Tonight is truly a grand celebration. We will watch Rakshasa cat fight until dawn. In the training room, Aki sat and sighed. He was confused. Damn it, it's been half a day and I can't sense any fluctuation from the elemental crystal. Normal breathing techniques are useless, he calculated. Forget it. I have no experience in this from my past life. Calm down, what elemental power? This is a new power I've only encountered in this life. He thought of the earth element. I'm still missing one element, earth. If all 5 elements exist in one body, what kind of power will I gain? He suddenly opened his eyes as if he had remembered something. He thought of the demon's elemental power. He thought, if the so-called elemental power is a derivative of the demon's power, using human breathing techniques to sense it probably won't work. Do I have to be in my demon form to actively sense the energy inside? He closed his eyes and pondered. HMPH, how ironic. I want to become stronger on my own, not over-rely on that demon power, but in the end I still have to rely on that power. The aura within his body emanated, his core shone with light, the ground bulged and smoke filled the air. The smoke enveloped him and a giant hand appeared. Aki grinned. Earth power, I can feel it. Ji Nio and Dozi saw the light emanating from a distance. Seeing his strange reaction, Dozi asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" Ji Nio's eyes were thoughtful, then he closed them. "It's nothing, maybe I was just too worried," he asked again. "Are you ready?" Dozi lowered her head to listen to him. "Little Dozi, you've been under my guidance since you were grade 2, he smiled. "I have high hopes for you. Don't let me down. After you complete the mission, you'll be qualified to advance to grade 5. He closed his eyes and Dozi's aura emanated. "Yes, I'm ready." The two stood on high ground, their auras emanating, ready to begin. Before the storm, everything in the city was still calm. A few children cheerfully called out to each other to go play. "I heard there's a super strong female warrior at the martial arts arena named Rakshasa Cat." "I know. She's challenging the male warrior's martial arts arena all by herself. It's never happened before. Let's go check it out. I heard she's already defeated many male warriors." The sound of their playfulness intertwined with the crackle of fireworks. A scout in the distance reported to his boss. "Boss, it feels like the whole city is about to pour in here. We're almost overwhelmed." A look of astonishment crossed his face. Really? As heaps of money poured into his pockets, the boss jumped with excitement. I'm going to be rich. A moment later, the crowd swarmed in, pushing and shoving just for a ticket. "Boss, I want to buy a ticket. Give me 10 tickets. The stands were already packed. Stop pushing. The situation was hard to control. A staff member grumbled, "It's all your fault. Now I won't get to see Big Sis Rakshasa Cat." All the spectators held up banners shouting the name of this new legend, Rakshasa Cat. They even worked together, each person holding up a piece, to form a portrait of Rakshasa Cat to cheer her on. Her opponent, a man with slicked back hair, was panting, cursing inwardly. Damn it, when did a formidable warrior like this appear among the female warriors of Salamanca City? His eyes were fierce, finding it hard to believe he was at a disadvantage. All the previous male warriors had been defeated by her. A rare black core, her attack methods and abilities are indeed a rare spatial power. Looking back at their past few clashes, he had a hard time keeping up. But the strangest thing was that his proud agility was nothing in front of her. It was as if she could see through his thoughts. He felt the terrifying aura emanating from Rakshasa Cat. This person, this female warrior, is more than just someone with spatial abilities. He truly realized he couldn't be careless. "I thought my abilities were quite good, but I feel like she's much more seasoned than me. Damn it, this is a huge embarrassment." A cold light flashed in Rakshasa Cat's eyes, intrigued by the weapon her opponent had chosen. "Daggers, I used to use daggers often too." She reached out and took out a special black dagger. "Let's have a match." The dagger spun lightly once and landed steadily in Rakshasa Cat's palm. She charged forward, passing through 2 dark spatial rings. The slicked-haired man was surprised, using space to shorten the distance, instantly rushing in front of me. Seeing her imitate him, he gritted his teeth. "Bastard, are you looking down on me?" A bright light flashed across his chest, and he also equipped his weapon to counterattack. "Let's see you try." The blade glinted with a red light. The tense atmosphere of the battle was at its peak. After several rounds of fighting, the slicked-haired man found an opening and used his dual blades to parry her. In that instant, he flicked the dagger out of Rakshasa Cat's hand. His plan had succeeded, and he grinned triumphantly. "As long as I find the right moment, I can send your dagger flying with my dual blades. What do you think? Can't beat me now, can you?" He didn't stop there, continuing to focus his power in his hands and striking a pose. This was the skill he was most proud of in his life. The air was compressed and shot out like a blade. Wind assault. Faced with this situation, Rakshasa Cat reached her hands into space. The slicked-haired man hadn't understood why she was doing that when the attack arrived. In the instant he was blinded, Rakshasa Cat had somehow gotten close and kicked him, sending him flying. The guy rolled a few times on the ground and then crashed into the entrance gate. The slicked-haired man hurriedly stood up from the chaos. "Damn it, I couldn't see a thing for a moment." The host announced the winner without hesitation. Thrown out of the martial arts arena area, Rakshasa Cat wins. Another victory. Next, she will face the number 1 on the male warrior martial arts leaderboard. Hearing this, the slicked-haired man flew into a rage. "Wait, who said being thrown out of the martial arts arena counts as a loss?" The boss looked confused, puzzled by his shameless attitude. "It's always been like this, it's just that no one has taken advantage of it before." He still refused to admit defeat. "I don't care, I want to keep fighting. Tell the next person to wait." As soon as his voice fell, a loud bang shook the roof, and a terrifying aura washed over them, giving the slicked-haired man goosebumps. The man simply dragged an iron rod past the two of them. The slicked-haired man swallowed, which was enough to show how scared he was. The boss couldn't be bothered to say more to him and turned to continue his introduction. He is the #1 on the male warrior martial arts leaderboard. He has been the champion for 6 consecutive months. The man who exuded a dangerous aura was a resounding legend. He was known as the strongest grade 5 core warrior among the free warriors of Salamanca City. There were even rumors that he possessed the strength of a deputy captain. Let's welcome the current champion. The host's loud cry resounded through the stands. Welcome the strong, the Lulan martial artist, Cario. His appearance instantly silenced the entire arena, leaving only whispers. Seriously, challenging the champion directly, isn't that a bit too hasty? It's fine, everyone is so quiet because they feel his matches will be brutal, you know. I heard the champion used to be part of a hunter squad, so he's naturally cold-blooded. There have even been warriors who surrendered directly out of fear of him. The staff member was running while pressing his communication device. Boss pitting Big Sis Rakshasa Cat against that guy, that's not good. Can we stop the match? The boss's impatient voice immediately cut him off. What do you know, I'm just respecting her wishes. Isn't challenging what she came here for, although the truth was that he was happy about the money rolling in. I've already put out the ads. Ticket prices will increase tenfold. I'll definitely make a fortune. As for the two of them, it's a case of the snipe and the clam fighting while the fisherman benefits. He didn't care who lived or died, it had nothing to do with him. A thick killing intent emanated from Cario. Rakshasa Cat, also known as Siduliu, her gaze also turned serious. Grade 5 core? I want to see what the difference in strength is between me and a grade 5 core warrior. As she was assessing her opponent's strength, the other party spoke first. You're a truly charming female warrior. His eyes were so gloomy it sent a chill down one's spine. I've watched all of your matches. Bizarre spatial ability, astonishing judgment, very good. Even among grade 4 core warriors, you're a very powerful existence. It makes me want to crush your flesh and bones. Rakshasa Cat immediately drew her weapon and assumed a wary stance. His killing intent was completely different from the guy's before. She focused her mind and used her special ability. I see it. Rakshasa Cat saw the ultimate move her opponent would use in the next few seconds. He wants to use an aerial skill to suppress me. Very well, I'll use my spatial ability to get behind him for a sneak attack. Just as she relaxed, thinking the path was simple, the tip of the iron rod was already before her eyes. Rakshasa Cat instinctively leaned back, barely dodging the blow. Cario's tone held a hint of excitement because she hadn't guessed correctly. What are you looking at? Trying to see through my flaws with your judgment? For some reason he didn't attack as predicted. It's useless against me, mask woman. Rakshasa Cat quickly retreated, creating distance. What's going on? I clearly saw it. A piece of her mask fell off, a result of the misstep from that last blow. Where, something must have changed the future. His last move was different from what I predicted. Why? Is there something wrong with my foresight? Cario's beady eyes were cold and grim. Mask woman. He effortlessly swung the iron rod that weighed hundreds of pounds. If you try too hard, I'm afraid I won't be able to finish you off nicely. I'd hate for people to say I'm bullying a weak woman. That would make me unhappy. Of course, this was meant to provoke Rakshasa Cat's patience. A cold light flashed in her eyes as she focused her senses once more. I was a little surprised, but you've successfully angered me. She calmly saw through his footwork. Cario stopped spinning the iron rod and gripped it tightly. Oh, angry, he was like a madman, both competitive and fond of goading his opponents. I like your impatient type. With the power of time, Rakshasa Cat could clearly see Cario's movements. The left side. He'll grip the end of the rod and use its rotational force to attack from the left. Therefore, with complete confidence, she swung her dagger. I see it clearly now. Her prediction was wrong again. The opponent attacked from the right. Before she could prepare, she was hit by a heavy blow. Cario's strength was immense and she was sent flying far away. I'll shatter both your mask and your skull. The audience covered their eyes, terrified by his strike. My God, another hit to the face with the rod. Cario is too brutal. Truly worthy of someone who used to be in a hunter squad. Did Rakshasa Cat's mask fall off? I'm curious what she looks like. Only the one involved knew what had just happened. No, she blocked that last attack. Rakshasa Cat, though sent flying, quickly stabilized herself. The fight was so intense that even the boss's voice seemed to blend into the chaos. It turns out that in the nick of time, Rakshasa Cat took a risk and blocked that last blow with her dagger. It was too fast. We thought Rakshasa Cat had been hit in the face again. Although she blocked it, the hand holding the dagger was trembling. So fast I barely reacted. If it weren't for the force of that move, I almost forgot he was a red core. This means the opponent is a guy with superior strength. His speed and power values are far beyond mine. This is a grade 5 warrior. Rakshasa Cat's mind also analyzed the recent situation. I see it's not that my foresight is flawed, but that he's using high-speed feints to confuse me. What I saw was just one of those feints. To defeat this opponent, her experience from life-or-death struggles told her she could only rely on the power of the black core. She couldn't be stopped by her own limitations. She had to take the offensive. The thought had barely formed when Rakshasa Cat stomped her foot and leaped into a spatial gate. In an instant, she vanished from the arena. Cario wasn't surprised at all. That spatial ability that changes your position again, trying to seize the offensive? He shouted, knelt on one knee, and swung the iron rod toward the sky. It's not good for a woman to be too assertive. His figure spun around the martial arts stage. Lulan's secret technique, shadow stepping dance. This was a move he had devised to counter Rakshasa Cat's ability. No matter which direction you appear from, you'll be hit by my rod. Your moves are useless against me. Spatial abilities are indeed troublesome, but as long as I defend properly it's fine. Therefore, he created a whistling tornado. Besides, my defense is my offense, the boss exclaimed. Heavens. Cario's rod has actually spun up a tornado that shoots straight into the sky. If this weren't an arena, this building would surely be destroyed. Cario stood in the center of the tornado, continuously spinning his iron rod. Come on, let me guess where you are, then I'll smash you like a game of whack-a-mole. Suddenly, Rakshasa Cat's voice came from beneath Cario's feet. You underestimate my spatial ability. The sharp blade was unstoppable. She unhesitatingly slashed his Achilles tendon. Damn it, unable to stand steadily, Cario collapsed to the ground with a thud. No, he could only watch as Rakshasa Cat emerged in front of him. My foot was cut, I can't stand, but how did she appear from under my feet? It's not just simple spatial movement, she can also phase through things. Her clear blue eyes revealed a hint of triumph. If your speed can hinder me, then I'll just limit your speed first. Don't worry, a small wound like this will heal after a few days with a healer. If you beg me, I can also heal you with the power of a grade 6 core. Cario had never felt such fear. Damn it, I underestimated the power of the black core, and is her aura really that of just a grade 4? Rakshasa Cat narrowed her eyes slightly, brushing away the messy hair on her body. Now you're no different from a target. This scene truly shocked all the spectators. Wow, Rakshasa Cat's ability is completely different from that Cario's. Cario's attacks are useless against Rakshasa Cat now. A grade 4 completely overpowering a grade 5, that's amazing. At this moment, the staff member ran out anxiously. Why do I keep faintly hearing screams from the arena? The match isn't, was Big Sis Rakshasa Cat humiliated. He didn't want his idol to be sullied by others. That Cario is the champion, and he's always been known for his cruelty. Big Sis Rakshasa Cat was too hasty. How can a grade 4 beat a grade 5? I have to stop this match, even if I die. His footsteps quickly appeared in the light. Unexpectedly, what he heard next was the greedy boss's excited voice. Rakshasa Cat has the absolute advantage. Could it be that the champion of the male warrior martial arts arena is going to change today? He also took the opportunity to promote a product. Hurry and buy the first ever beautiful commemorative fan badge set for Rakshasa Cat. It will definitely appreciate in value several times over in the future. Limited to 1,000 sets, the young male employee's eyes widened, stunned. As expected of Big Sis Rakshasa Cat, the boss with his sharp eyes noticed his arrival and urged, Rakshasa Cat is sure to win this. Idiot, what are you still standing there for? Hurry over and help me with the commentary. His eyes gleamed with the light of a golden opportunity right before him. I'm going out to the entrance to sell another batch of new goods. Every second is money right now. The boss handed the microphone to the boy, instructing, remember to work hard to stir up the audience's passion. The boy replied generously, yes. The moment he took the microphone, he shouldered a heavy responsibility. Big Sis, let me witness the moment you take the championship. A brilliant future filled with his idol unfolded before his eyes. Leave the support to me. The employee shouted passionately into the microphone. Will Rakshasa Cat become the champion of the male warrior martial arts arena today? Let's wait and see. The audience cheered and roared wildly. The boss hurried out, his steps so light he was almost floating. Let me calculate. If today goes smoothly, I can directly earn 2 to 3 months worth of sales. This Rakshasa Cat is truly my money tree. Just as he was gloating over his wealth, he passed a little girl hiding in a corner. He immediately stopped, recognizing the little girl. The boss turned his head back to confirm again. A little brat, the boss, in a rare gentle tone, asked, Hey little one, you can't stay here. Are you lost? Where are your parents? The little girl spoke, repeating the 2 words he had said. Parents? When the little girl lifted her eyes, they had crimson pupils and pitch-black sclera. Dozy doesn't have any. The boss instantly recognized who was before him. You're a demon. Before he could scream, he was killed in one move, his head rolling on the ground outside. The bright lights and noise continued. Rakshasa Cat. Dozy was also drawn in. It seems very lively over there. The demon was already approaching its grand plan of slaughter. Let's go take a look. Amidst the clearest cheers, the voice of the employee still rang out, cheering for Rakshasa Cat's victory. Today, a female warrior will ascend to the peak of the male warrior martial arts arena. His tone was firm, full of confidence in the outcome. She will prove that warriors are not defined by gender, but only by strength. Rakshasa Cat stretched out her hand, activating her ability, which emitted a green light. Come on, a rectangular frame appeared behind Cario. The rectangle even elongated, pushing the kneeling man towards her. At the same time, Rakshasa Cat also leaped into space to get closer to him faster. Cario had never felt so humiliated. Damn it, being pushed around like a toy, you want to beat me head on? He had to go with the flow, turning to swing his iron rod. Bring it on. Suddenly, a strange feeling flooded Rakshasa Cat's mind. An image of a little girl in demon form standing before a corpse appeared, and she immediately slammed on the brakes, clutching one side of her head in excruciating pain. Rakshasa Cat's firm psyche suddenly blurred. What is this feeling? A sudden sense of unease. A fleeting vision. It wasn't foresight. Could it be? Her opponent, of course, wouldn't let a single second of her distraction pass. An opening, her body nimbly somersaulted in the air, dodging the fatal blow, and she used Cario's head as a springboard, flipping over him. Despite this, Rakshasa Cat still couldn't shake off the feeling from just now. In that blink of an eye, a bone-chilling coldness flashed in her eyes. I sense a powerful demonic aura suddenly appearing. It was an unbelievable intuition, yet one she couldn't ignore. This is inside the city. How is that possible? A demon appearing here, but the feeling just now was no illusion. That was the aura of a demon. Rakshasa Cat was certain. With the power within her, the demonic force inside her smelled its own kind. Karyo, having just been stepped on and sent sprawling face first, was furious. Damn it, to make me look this pathetic, I'll definitely kill you today. The audience also burst into laughter. See that? The champion, that Karyo guy, got stepped on and fell flat on his face. Only Rakshasa Cat calmly turned her head to look around. Everyone noticed her unusual behavior. What's wrong with big sis Rakshasa Cat? It's like she's looking for something. You guys just don't feel right unless there's excitement, do you? Hey, why did that Rakshasa Cat stop? Yeah, what's she looking around for? Rakshasa Cat, keep attacking. Karyo propped himself up with his iron rod and roared. Are you looking down on me, bastard? What the hell are you doing? In any case, he was injured now. The place where I was cut hurts so much. Normally I would have already chased you down and given you a few whacks. Rakshasa Cat could only remind him softly. You might not believe this, but I think I just sensed the presence of a demon, even if it was just for a moment. Her gaze was firm and steady as she advised. Let's pause the match first. In any case, you're a warrior too, right? Karyo frowned, confirming what she had just mentioned. A demon here, of course, he didn't believe such baseless words. This is Salamanca City, a B-rank town. How could there be a demon in the city? Are you really stupid or just pretending? The moment he finished speaking, something as fast as lightning pierced through Karyo's chest. Rakshasa Cat's eyes widened in shock at the sudden scene. He looked down in disbelief at the sharp object piercing his chest. What is this? It's not your ability, is it? The sharp object moved slightly a few times, then suddenly spun around, destroying Karyo's upper body. Blood splattered before Rakshasa Cat's eyes. The tail, tipped with sharp blades, had shot out from a little girl. It's a grade 5 warrior. Dozy giggled, very pleased with the first gift she had caught off guard. She was so startled by the sudden appearance that she took a few steps back. Not a child, it's a demon. Everyone had yet to react to her appearance and Karyo's death. She quickly turned to the only person with enough capability, gesturing for the host to use the microphone. The employee who had been so excited just moments ago was spared, but he was so terrified his face turned ashen. Unable to speak a word, Rakshasa Cat had no choice but to cleverly shout, "Damn it, it's a demon, everyone get out of here." The audience was still dazed, unable to hear clearly. What is she shouting? Can't hear. Sounds like something about a demon. What happened to Karyo just now? Where did that little girl come from? Just then, Dozy turned slightly, revealing her distinctive eyes. They finally began to swallow nervously, becoming suspicious. Could it be? In an instant they scrambled from their seats in a panic. A demon, run. There's a demon in the city. Don't push, make way. Watching the chaotic crowd trampling each other as they fled, Dozy's face was filled with contempt. Just a little scare and they're in a total mess. Humans are truly a bunch of weaklings. Rakshasa Cat's expression was incredibly grave. How can a demon take the form of a little girl in this appearance? The demon grinned. A look that didn't belong on a little girl's face. The mission is to kill 6 grade 5 warriors. 1 down, that was easy. She grinned, a cruel and expectant smile on her face. Then I have to work hard on the rest of the mission. Anyway, Master said after the mission is complete, I can slaughter the city. Rakshasa Cat couldn't let her run rampant here. She drew her blade and threatened, "Demon, what is your purpose for infiltrating the town?" Only then did Dozy notice her presence. The tone she blurted out seemed somewhat surprised. "A female warrior. How rare." She smiled faintly and said softly, 1 minute. Master said 1 minute is the reaction time of a B-rank town to a demon. Once I show myself, you human warriors will be after me within a minute. A grave look appeared in Rakshasa Cat's eyes. Able to freely change its appearance, she absolutely could not underestimate the demon before her. This is definitely no ordinary demon. Those red eyes indeed belong to a demon, completely unlike a human's. This is the martial arts arena, right? It proposed a request that couldn't be refused. 1 minute, I'll have a match with you. How about it? At this time, other places were still quiet. Aki was suddenly startled as if he felt some power vibrating, and he looked up towards the scene of the incident. Something's been off about the city since yesterday. His golden eyes were filled with doubt. Why are there 2 strange yet powerful auras? Aki quickly reassured himself, as the probability of this was very low. Am I being too sensitive? No, he forced himself to focus on absorbing the energy. I can't be disturbed by anything right now. This is a crucial matter and cannot be interrupted. The reason this elemental crystal can grant warriors elemental power is that it contains the pure energy of the 5 great elements. This elemental energy is inherently uncontrollable, but if I can resonate with it, I can pinpoint the earth element I need. He sat cross-legged on a stone platform shaped like 2 cupped hands. Once I complete the resonance and obtain the earth element, my body will have gathered all 5 great elements: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The next step is to fuse the 5 elements. His snow-white eyebrows furrowed slightly as he waited patiently to see what would happen at this moment. At the emergency exit of the martial arts arena, all the spectators were crammed together, unable to move. This way, go this way, hurry, stop pushing. If this keeps up, we'll all die here. Get out of the way, you're stepping on me. If they were even slightly careless, they would be trampled in the stampede. Hurry up, don't block the way, damn it, don't push. Stop pushing from behind. Accidents were bound to happen in the narrow passage. My foot got stepped on. Help, can someone help me up? My child, don't crush my child, please let me go first. Dozy took in all the screams, which were mixed with cries. She was so satisfied she could have danced on the spot. It sounds so pleasant. The demon's eyes widened with excitement. Master Ji Nio said that humans are low-level creatures easily consumed by fear, and fear is a despicable emotion. It causes the host to lose their composure and their original rationality. Dozy was arrogant about their nature. We demons are not easily swayed by emotions in our actions and judgment. We are higher beings. Rakshasa Cat had to repeatedly confirm in her mind, that's right. I can't be fooled by its childlike appearance. The terrifying power it exudes cannot be underestimated. This is a very high-level demon. What it says and thinks is completely different from the demons before. Despite this, she forced herself to speak without fear, trying to gather intelligence. Who is this Ji Nio you mentioned? How many of you have infiltrated this town in total? Her speed was like lightning, streaking past Rakshasa Cat from behind. Don't forget, you only have 1 minute. Its 4 tails struck the air, and Dozy discovered that she had already escaped. Spatial ability. In an instant, Rakshasa Cat had escaped death with her ability. Dozy's expression changed slightly, sensing the aura of her own kind. The aura on you is very strong. Who granted you this power? She quickly saw the traces left behind. Black spatial ability, could it be? A terrifying yet magnificent image appeared in Dozy's mind. It's that lord. Rakshasa Cat straightened her shattered mask. Such pure agility, energy, truly worthy of a high-level demon, and it could quickly guess that my power was granted by someone else. But who is this lord it mentioned? I have to find a way to get it to reveal some information. So Rakshasa Cat lied without hesitation. That's right, it's that lord. We're on the same side. What is your purpose for infiltrating the town? A terrifying, dangerous look appeared on Dozy's childlike face. An evolution mission? Rakshasa Cat's voice suddenly rose in disbelief. Evolution mission? Don't demons level up by devouring their own kind of the same or higher rank? What on earth is an evolution mission? Dozy's expression froze for a moment, her mouth slightly agape. She then smiled, understanding. Her tail also retracted, as if she were harmless. Devouring to evolve, that's the method for low-level demons. Dozy slowly walked toward Rakshasa Cat. She revealed only a small piece of information. We have more than one way to evolve. She frantically agreed with her. That's right, inwardly she was overjoyed. Heavens, do the other warriors know about this? I have to get more intel. Who is that lord, however? She was too eager and accidentally revealed a flaw in her story. The demon's voice sounded softly. If we were on the same side, how could you not know about this? They were already very close and her hand was caught. To think you would lie to me. The sharp blade was about to touch her face. I'm done for. My rhythm is broken. I don't have time to use my spatial ability. As Dozy's tail swung, Rakshasa Cat ducked into a blind spot. The tail streaked past with several dazzling flashes of light. In just an instant, Rakshasa Cat had witnessed the power of a high-level demon firsthand. Heavens, several gashes were cut into the audience seats. Before she could finish her thought, those tails moved again. A cruel smile appeared on Dozy's face. In front of the flame beam, suddenly, the person she was holding vanished, reappearing behind her. Rakshasa Cat had already used this skill several times. Luckily, I had a few fights in the martial arts arena, so my skills are more practiced than before. As long as I adjust my state, I can attack the demon's weak point with all my strength. The back of the neck. Suddenly, several cracks appeared on Dozy's neck. Self-destruct. In an instant, Rakshasa Cat dove into space and fled far away. She landed lightly. Before the explosion happened, she had already put up a shield for herself. Dozy's voice continued to ring out. Your spatial technique is quite good, forcing me to change my form. Only then did Rakshasa Cat realize it wasn't a self-destruction. She seemed very excited and began to speak, but it doesn't matter. Blue flames erupted from her entire body. This was her blue flame form. I was originally planning to use my original form for this mission. This battle truly made Rakshasa Cat even more suspicious of the demon. Original form? How many secrets do high-level demons have? I've run out of patience. Dozy's clawed feet stomped on the ground. I still have a mission to complete. It seemed she was finally going to fight Rakshasa Cat seriously. I will tear you to shreds. Exactly 1 minute later, all the high-level soldiers who had received the news rushed to the arena. The man in the lead couldn't understand it. Damn it, for this to happen right when the captain and deputy captains are away. Could it be such a coincidence? The blonde man following behind also agreed. I find it strange too. The demon incidents around here used to happen regularly. We've always handled them well, but a few days ago it was as if the demons did it on purpose. There have been several waves of brutal massacres around the town. Something strange is happening in the human world. Some supply transport personnel have also been mysteriously attacked, including many high-level warriors. The remaining uncle with messy hair analyzed. So, to stabilize the economy and security of our Salamanca city, the captains organized a large-scale clearing operation. I didn't expect a demon to be reported in the city on the very first day. How strange. The man in the lead interrupted him and encouraged the team. Forget it, let's go check it out first. The 3 of us grade 4 warriors will team up. An ordinary demon won't be able to defeat the 3 of us. We are all candidates for deputy captain. Don't underestimate us, you damn demon. At this moment, they hadn't discovered the other demon in the city. Ji Nio, chewing on a foxtail grass, heard everything clearly. Strange, it seems I'll have to make it look more like an accident in the future. He was filled with curiosity about the human way of thinking. Humans are so strange, always ignoring what they should pay attention to, yet having strange ideas about things that don't need attention. Ji Nio glanced at the martial arts arena, which was already burning with blue flames. Let's go see how Do Zi is doing. The battle was not over. Both sides were fighting with all their might. Rakshasa Cat had to keep moving, unable to stop. He had a bad feeling about those blue flames. I absolutely cannot touch those blue flames. I can feel that terrifying heat even from a distance. Do Zi created several more fireballs shooting out sparks. She was very annoyed by Rakshasa Cat's slippery movements. All you do is dodge, what a waste of my time, big sis warrior. The moment she finished speaking, she stopped her leaping steps. She suddenly accelerated, charging straight at her. Don't call me big sis. Rakshasa Cat crossed her arms and flew over. I find it disgusting. A spatial gate had appeared behind Do Zi at some point. She was immersed in the dark space, smiling contemptuously. Pushing me into your space is useless. You can't hurt me with your human abilities. But what happened next made her stop smiling. After realizing her surroundings, Do Zi was stunned. Looking down, it was a 10,000-foot drop. This female warrior teleported us directly into the sky. How could she do that? What level is her spatial ability? She truly couldn't believe this was happening at the hands of something she looked down on. This ability to drag others isn't a natural one. I've only seen it in a few high-ranking human warriors. To think someone could research spatial abilities to this extent, could her power really be from that lord? Do Zi's flames also burned Rakshasa Cat's skin. Just a touch burned me this much, but is it because the demon's power has also affected my body that I can withstand it? As she used her ability, her core stone glowed faintly. I must take advantage of the moment when its agility core is hard to use in the air. Before she could recover, she had quickly locked her neck with her legs. Rakshasa Cat smiled faintly with excitement. This move was originally just an attack technique that used the body to fly into the air and grapple with an enemy on the ground, but now I can actually… As Do Zi struggled, she gently turned and flipped, using her spatial ability, upgrading this move into a fatal one. A flash of light streaked through the center of the town and several spherical shadows rolled an unknown number of times before landing on the martial arts stage. Rakshasa Cat slammed Do Zi onto the ground, and her mask finally couldn't hold on and fell off completely. Si Duliu questioned, "How many more demons like you have infiltrated this place? Speak." Do Zi gritted her teeth, never imagining she would be so utterly defeated today, to be beaten like this by a human warrior. She shouted with resentment, "Who gave you this spatial ability? Was it one of the great kings, Lord Black King's banner? Otherwise you couldn't possibly have such a high-level ability. What on earth is your identity?" Connecting this name with that woman, Black King's banner. The woman who appeared in my mind. Who is this king called Black King's banner? Could it be that there are kings among the demons? An astonishing new piece of information. Isn't the highest rank for a demon a 7-core demon? What level of existence is Black King's banner? Do Zi, in her first utter defeat, screamed and struggled. Damn human warrior, you're clearly using our demon power, yet you act so high and mighty. Master Ji Nio was right. Humans are a bunch of despicable and disgusting things. Just then, Do Zi's arm, which she was holding, suddenly erupted in purple flames. Si Duliu quickly retreated, but the blast wave of the explosion was wide, and in an instant she couldn't resist it. My body can't move. Is this a purple core's mental attack? In a brief moment, it suddenly stopped. Do Zi had grown a human-like body. How has it already evolved to grade 5? She murmured to herself, then covered her face. Master Ji Nio will be disappointed again when he sees me like this. She strained, and a crystal core grew from the top of her head. Blue and purple flames intertwined, emitting an aura of death. In an instant she had leveled up again. I didn't expect you to force me to use my full strength. At this moment she was a grade 5 demon with a dual core form. As the two faced off, someone had already arrived. It was the 3 grade 4 warriors who had come to provide support under emergency orders. It's a grade 5 demon. The uncle with the handlebar mustache charged forward without fear. Don't get distracted. So what if it's grade 5? The 3 of us will team up. It's no match for us. Without pausing to breathe or assess the situation, they just charged forward. Si Duliu was still dizzy from the last move. No, don't come over. She couldn't stop the 3 from rushing to their deaths. Do Zi glanced over faintly, full of contempt. Foolish humans, you aren't qualified to be the targets of my mission. The 3 were stunned by her true form, dual core. Time seemed to stand still, or perhaps her speed was too fast. Bewitching sound. 3 grade 4 warriors were frozen. Do Zi's lips moved slightly, chanting a few incantations and finally ending with 2 simple words. Kill each other. The 3 immediately swung their blades at their comrades. A few lives ended so cheaply. She reached out and caught a falling head. You're different. She casually crushed the head, then smiled and turned to Si Duliu. You are qualified. She was very interested in this person who could push her to this extent. The target of my assessment mission. At this time she was kind enough to mention the evolution conditions for high-level demons. We can obtain the qualification to evolve through assessment missions. The content of my assessment is to kill 6 grade 5 warriors and slaughter the entire city. I see. The things that were considered strange were all caused by the demons. To make things smoother for me, my master helped lure those formidable deputy captains out of the city. Those human warriors. If they teamed up, they would indeed be a big headache for me. but there are still a few grade 5 warriors left in the city. That's enough. Dozi glanced at the two corpses. Although you're just a grade 4 warrior, your strength, she casually admitted to someone she was about to kill, is already qualified to be my target. Sidulia's body seemed unable to fight any longer. What should I do? A grade 5 dual core, its abilities are very strong. I'm no match for it right now. What should I do? Aki. His figure intertwined with her memories, confusing her. Strange, why am I thinking of Aki at a time like this? It was all those difficult days of saving Aki from danger. Dozi stretched out her hand, forming a small purple sphere. Alright, I've wasted too much time on you, and energy gathered. Thank you for bringing me a little fun. Sidulia's sharp eyes noticed the flames being drawn over. Her foot shattered the ground. Purple curse acceleration. In an instant, Dozi's body had appeared before her. Die. The pitch-black sphere carrying an immeasurable power was already right in front of her. Sidulia's state of mind seemed to have wavered slightly, and this fluctuation originated from the Black King's banner residing within her. I can't interfere too much, little sister. Her voice was soft, filled with many worries. We all have someone we want to protect. Her body felt like it was sinking into a bottomless ocean. And I have already given you my power, the voice guided her mind. You have gradually mastered spatial skills, but to what extent can you use them? Suddenly, she was right in front of her, smiling as she said, that depends on your own resolve. A smile tugged at the corner of Sidulia's mouth. Just a demon, that's all. When she opened her eyes again, her pupils had turned completely green, and it dares to talk to me about resolve. Dozi, being so close, was the first to notice. However, she never expected to be sent flying by a single blow. To be sent flying by someone who seemed exhausted and powerless to fight back. Dozi's voice was filled with resentment, and she knew it clearly. What is this tyrannical aura? It must have been given to you by Lord Black King's banner. What is your identity? Aren't you a human warrior? Lord Black King's banner has betrayed us demons. Sidulia's cold voice rang out as several cubes floated around her. I don't care. Her feet barely touched the ground to protect him. I must accept this power without question. I must keep getting stronger. With her newly awakened power, she truly flew. Keep evolving. Dozi gritted her teeth, unable to accept it. Don't think you can compare to us just because you've accepted our demon power. You foolish human warrior. As for Lord Black King's banner's intentions, it seems if I want an answer, she once again unleashed the power of a dual-core demon. I'll have to take your head back with me. Sidalu raised an eyebrow contemptuously. You're welcome to try. I'll kill you, you dual-core demon, even if it costs me my life. The two, with completely different powers, charged at each other again, clashing in a fierce battle. A massive explosion echoed across the empty martial arts stage. Jinio smiled, walking with a lazy stride. The kind of weather I loathe. The sky was now covered in dark clouds with flashes of lightning. Rumble, rumble, so noisy. As he was admiring the gloomy scenery, a loud shout came. Hey you! A group of patrol members rushed over. What are you doing? The messy-haired man barked. Why are you still wandering around here? Don't you know a demon has appeared in the city? Jinio wore only a bathrobe on the outside, and he scratched his chest muscles. There's a demon in the city, and you want to go bother them? A hint of cruelty suddenly flashed in his eyes. No, my apologies, I misspoke. You want to go deal with them? The leader was already annoyed, and now he had run into this strange person. Answer me, are you a resident of this town? Damn it. I heard a humanoid demon appeared in the city this time. Where do you live? Do you have an ID? Jinio shrugged and squinted, smiling charmingly. I'm just a passerby, don't get so worked up. He then reached into his robe. I have an ID, let me find it for you. Watching him fumble around for a long time made the men nervous, not knowing what he was dawdling for. The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Suddenly Jinio made a heart shape with his hands. The messy-haired uncle's face turned livid at this ridiculous joke. The group, enraged, dropped all pretense of politeness. Damn it, is this a time for jokes? I don't care what you are, I'm going to tear you to pieces. Little did they know, this joke-loving man before them was the most dangerous demon of all. No, in an instant he radiated a dangerous power. This is my proof. Jinio raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A force struck, swept past him, and spread to the group of warriors. Piercing screams rang out as their time of death arrived. A splash of crimson blood happened to land on his face. Jinio wiped it off in disgust. I hate blood. It would have been fine if you just didn't bother me. Honestly, he was already extremely displeased with and contemptuous of humans, rude humans. Suddenly his steps halted at a certain place. It was a building still brightly lit, a training room. So it was coming from here. Jinio seemed to realize that the aura he had sensed came from this place. That strange aura from before. So he charged into the enemy's den without a second thought. Alright, let's go take a look. At this moment, Archie was oblivious to what was happening outside, completely focused. A white stone glowed, a pentagram symbol upon it. I can refine the earth element now. He completely relaxed, preparing to fuse them. Good. First, I need to solidify the earth element within my own body. That way, all 5 great elements, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, will be gathered. Let's try fusing the 5 great elements. Cold sweat unconsciously beaded on his body. He hadn't expected introducing the earth element into his body to be so mentally taxing. A slight lapse in concentration and the flow of elemental energy could be instantly cut off. It was not simple at all. Focus. The elements are being perfected one by one. I absolutely cannot get distracted or all my previous efforts will be wasted. At this time, on the first floor of the training room building, someone couldn't help but ask curiously, "Big brother, what do you think that kid is planning to do with such a big room all to himself?" The owner here just sighed in annoyance. "You don't understand the joy of being a kept man. Do you think a rich older woman would like my type?" Suddenly, an emergency news flash appeared on the large TV screen. A belated announcement played on the news notifying citizens that a demon was suspected to have appeared in the city, and all residents should stay home and not go outside. Emergency news. The owner's eyes were completely glazed over, not noticing a person who had just walked in. The screen was still repeatedly displaying the emergency news alert. Demon suspected in the city. The owner's terrified gaze shifted to the very suspicious-looking man. Several employees saw this and immediately stepped forward to block him. "Hey, what are you doing? You don't look like a warrior." "No, didn't you hear the news about the demon in the city? The shop is temporarily closed, please leave." Nio completely ignored them and walked straight in. Seeing this, the owner stood up and shouted loudly, "Hey, this is a training room for warriors, you can't just barge in." He uttered only a single word, and the group's bodies contorted, twist. Because of this, he was able to judge what kind of people they might be. So it's a training room for warriors. Could that energy aura be from a human warrior? Nio followed that special aura. Which room is it? However, he couldn't pinpoint it, so he searched room by room. Who are you? With his strength, he could easily slaughter everyone. Not you. Where did you come from? Get out, not you. In all the training rooms he passed, no one was left alive. Which room is it? Archie still had his eyes closed, integrating a crimson energy into his body. His breathing was steady, in and out, concentrating his mental power. Of the 5 great elements, only the final fire element remained. He was just a little bit away from completion. Outside, Niao's footsteps had reached the end of the corridor to the largest room here. The sign on it read, "In use, only this one is left." How grand. He bared his teeth and extended his claws, looking forward to this encounter. Human warrior. Nio launched an attack at that spot without hesitation. "Let's say hello." He didn't feel a hand reach out. His palm struck the huge iron door, however. Not a single crack appeared on the door. Niao's originally calm state of mind wavered. Because the door was completely unharmed by his attack. "I can't break this door." This feeling, suddenly, where he had released his hand, a hand slowly emerged. The entity fully materialized, gripping his hand tightly, causing him pain. Then he saw a demon's body emerge from the door. Nio was both in pain and momentarily surprised. You are the Red Banner. I remember you, you are." Then his hand was squeezed even tighter. The Red King's banner put a hand to his lips, signaling for silence. "Shish." His cold eyes held a hint of pleading. "Keep your voice down." He glanced back at the door, then winked at Nio. "This is his most important stage. Even I am looking forward to it." The Red King's banner released his hand and snapped his fingers, creating a zone of silence. "I must eliminate the echo." Nio's expression was truly dazed, looking quite comical. You are the one from the legends, Lord Red King's banner." The Red King's banner's tone was somewhat amused. "In the legends, it seems I've become a legend. Those guys are living quite comfortably." He recognized which faction the other belonged to at a glance. "Are you a subordinate of the Purple King's banner? How is their strength now compared to before?" Nio hurriedly knelt, full of reverence. "Yes, I am a subordinate of Lord Purple King's banner. The lords have always been the strongest in our clan. Of course, that includes you, Lord Red King's banner." The Red King's banner shrugged and smiled faintly, looking incredulous. "I've fallen to this state now. It's not good at all." His gaze swept over to the two fighting on the martial arts stage. "Your strength is not bad. You must be one of the Purple King's banner's trusted generals. I sense another demon in the city. Is it your companion?" Nio answered without looking up. "Yes, that is my apprentice. I am here today to test its strength. The higher-ups have given it a trial opportunity. If it passes, it will be granted power and promoted." Hearing this, the Red King's banner bared his teeth with a hint of nostalgia. "A mission to slaughter and destroy a city, right? A rule I set a long time ago. Interesting, isn't it?" He spoke again to propose, "But it's not convenient this time. I don't want him to be disturbed." Nio still couldn't help but voice his doubts. "He is here. Aren't they all human warriors? My lord, who are you referring to? Is it the one with the strange aura I sensed earlier?" At this moment, a voice full of interest sounded above his head. "Him? He is my secret." The following words struck Nio like a bolt of lightning, leaving him frozen on the spot. "I can't let you go back and report to the Purple King's banner and the others." He hurriedly looked up and pleaded. "Wait, Lord Red King's banner, I absolutely won't say a word. I am still a subordinate of the Purple King's banner." Before he could see how the Red King's banner moved, his upper body was gone. He gently closed his eyes, his mission complete. "This way I can be at ease. This is not something a small fry like you should know about. The secret that I am still alive." The Red King's banner turned and walked into the iron door. "No one can know." As Archie was completely absorbed in his mind, the Red King's banner's voice drifted through the room. "You've grown astonishingly to be able to materialize the power of elements in your consciousness." He was truly amazed by this person. "A human warrior's constitution can only harbor one attribute, yet you want to stuff 5 in. How greedy." The Red King's banner floated around him with great interest. "But I like that." He couldn't be observed. "It must be very painful, right? After all, even though I'm right in front of him, he can't sense me. What you are doing is unprecedented, forcibly stuffing 5 incompatible attributes into your body. It's already lucky you haven't exploded and died yet." At this moment, the Red King's banner's expression changed slightly. He has completely entered his own sea of consciousness. For a human, this level of mentality is already very good. Archie, you were called the strongest warrior by you humans in the past, right? It seems choosing you as my vessel back then was the right decision. The Red King's banner stretched and muttered to himself, I should return to your body now. To prevent others from disturbing you, I had to reluctantly use my soul form to come out. It consumed a lot of my mental energy. The demon's voice was full of interest. However, it's all worth it. This way your constitution will be significantly improved. It's a good thing for me too. Suddenly, before he was about to enter Archie's body, a strange phenomenon occurred. The light spread across the entire elemental circle, lightning. The Red King's banner looked back at Archie's frowning face. On the roof of the building, dark clouds had gathered, swirling into a storm. He seemed to have a vague premonition about this matter. Could it be? Immediately after, a powerful bolt of lightning struck down, enveloping the training room. The power of the lightning was so immense that the building shattered and the ground split in two. In an instant, everything was nearly reduced to ruins under the lightning's power. The Red King's banner protected himself with a crimson shield. He clicked his tongue, disgusted by this thing. Why is it lightning? The elements around Archie moved like bubbles. Suddenly, the Red King's banner guessed what he wanted to achieve in his mental state. He actually wants to pull the 5 attributes into his body and then fuse them into one. Is that possible? Archie truly turned the impossible into the possible in an instant. Something grew from his shoulder blades, and then his body emitted an immeasurable power. A white bolt of lightning struck here again. Looking at Archie over there, who looked like he was undergoing a tribulation, the Red King's banner had to change his mind. This human, it seems I've underestimated him a little. This kid is not only evolving to grade 5, but he's also relying on his control and fusion of the 5 attributes. He frowned. A rare sight. Did he create this unique lightning attribute? This white lightning is really uncomfortable. Because he had never liked this element. Then he vanished into nothingness. Lightning is an attribute I hate. The place where the lightning struck Archie could be clearly seen from the martial arts stage. The lightning's energy shot straight into the clouds. What is that? Just as Sidalu looked away. Her opponent, Dozi, charged forward without hesitation. You're distracted. She immediately returned to the fight, blocking with a strike. Dozi smiled faintly, praising the demon. I'm surprised. You're only in a grade 4 state, yet you can have such powerful strength, truly worthy of Lord Black King's banner's power. Sidalu also knew her limits. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to last much longer. Even though the grade 4 power in my body has awakened, it might be a grade 5 demon, dual core. A difficult calculation flickered in her eyes. The captain-level figures of this city should have received the news and are about to return. I must change my tactics. Use my ability to stall for more time. Just as she came up with a plan, Dozi attacked with her fists again. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Her fists were as fast as the wind, right in front of Sidalu. She still flexibly bent down to dodge. Several cubes rose rapidly behind her. Sidalu decisively shot them at her opponent, and the distance between the two was widened again. She took a wide stance and suddenly stomped hard. Her father's words from martial arts practice still echoed in her mind. When you can't be sure you can overpower your opponent, then I'll create some distance, observe its movements and find an opening or weakness. She quickly kicked at 3 cubes and in an instant her foot appeared on the cube opposite her. Dozi sneered without a trace of fear. Spatial power, it suddenly roared, unleashing a sonic wave, the bewitching sound. Faced with this attack, Sidalu couldn't dodge, allowing its mental assault to hit her. Dozi immediately blocked her kick and decisively drilled a hole in her shin before she could retract it. A second too late, Sidalu managed to pull her leg back. Excruciating pain shot through her, but she had to steady herself, her face twisted in agony. Her ankle was pierced. Even with her healing ability, a wound like this couldn't be restored in a short time. Dozi just chuckled with excitement. A town targeted by us is destined to become a city of the dead, even if I fail. Ah, of course I won't fail. With my master Ji Nio here, I can now go all out without fear and easily turn this place into a city of the dead. In any case, this city won't survive the night. 2 streams of blue-purple flames merged into one and shot straight towards Sidalu. Give up, human warrior. She knew she couldn't block this attack with her current ability. I'm going to die. Suddenly, a bolt of white lightning struck down. Dozi, who was full of confidence in her own power, cried out in disbelief. My skill was destroyed by lightning. How is that possible? A tall figure stood in front of Sidalu, saved by a grade 5 demon, but she quickly recognized the feeling with joy. It was him, Aki. He had completely fused the 5 elements and entered a new state, a magnificent awakening worthy of the history books. Grade 5 form, Thunder God. On the other side, Dozi stared at him, gritting her teeth in anger. Who are you? Sidalu also walked up behind him, looking at him doubtfully. Anne, are you in? He turned to look at her. Aki smiled at her and praised. It's me. This thing is strong. You've done a great job, Lu. He squinted, secretly sizing up Lu's appearance as she obtained a demon's power too. After confirming it was him, she also looked at him with concern and reminded him, and be careful, it's a dual-core demon, and not an ordinary one. It's a high-level demon, and its abilities are... But Aki calmly interrupted her, to her surprise. I know, don't worry. He raised his hand, energy flowing out, and smiled confidently as he stood in front of her. A high-level demon, you say? I specialize in fighting high-level demons. Dozi looked at them and also recognized something. You're a warrior too. The aura on you is just like that female warrior's. You both have the aura of our kind. He suddenly stepped forward, cutting it off with a wave of his hand, somewhat displeased. The aura of your kind, don't talk as if we're the same as you. His expression darkened, and lightning crackled in his palm. We are the ones who specialize in hunting beasts like you. On the other side, Dozi's hand trembled, clearly sensing the danger. His lightning is truly unsettling. I must kill him quickly. It bent down its core, unleashing a fierce attack toward the two of them. Both of you die. Aki remained calm, but Sidulyu behind him had already rushed forward to shield him. Watch out. Then he reached out and placed a hand on her forehead, stopping her, which left her a bit confused. You're injured, so don't move rashly. He smiled confidently, swinging his hand back to gather power as energy and lightning converged on his arm. Leave the rest to me. Immediately, Aki swung his hand and a bolt of lightning shot out, splitting Dozi's attack in two, which then streaked past both sides of them. Lightning blade, the two separated attacks flew backward, even slicing through a tall building in the distance, and the thick smoke gradually cleared. Dozi stood in the distance, looking vaguely at their figures in the smoke, stunned. It split my energy. This move of mine is a pure concentration of energy. How could it be split? What on earth is his lightning? Aki looked at the lightning swirling around him as the smoke gradually cleared and couldn't help but remark. It seems fusing the 5 attributes produced something quite impressive. He frowned, looking at Dozi with a puzzled expression. This lightning seems to be extremely effective against you demons. Then he recalled the painful process of fusion, thinking, when the 5 elements were merging inside my body, I thought I was going to be burned to ashes. The whole body was in excruciating pain as if being pierced, and I nearly passed out at the time. I thought it was the elements rejecting each other, but I never expected them to fuse into this mysterious lightning attribute in the end. Aki looked at the small bolts of lightning on his fingertips and smiled. How about we test its effects on you demons? On the other side, Dozi's face scrunched up in anger. You want to kill me? You only blocked one of my attacks. Aren't you overestimating yourself? It crossed its arms, its body still radiating energy. I have already unleashed my core's potential in this place. If my master found out, he would definitely give me a scolding. A giant face appeared around it, dark energy pointing straight at the two of them, who also looked on in confusion. Dozi thought, Master, just consider this as Dozi being disobedient, but I want to use my strongest power to blast these two humans to smithereens. Across from them, Aki frowned, understanding its move, core potential. What it's talking about should be similar to the core power we warriors unleash, rapidly boosting one's strength to its maximum state in a short period. Looks like this thing is planning to go all out. Its body also changed rapidly. It stomped its foot hard, causing the ground to collapse, and wings appeared on its back. It pushed off the ground and then shot into the sky, the ground unable to withstand the thrust and shattering as energy scattered. Immediately after, an attack also came from below, startling Dozi. Aki's lightning was chasing it. It looked back down in terror. Aki was bent over, his hand extended forward, unleashing lightning with a grim expression. In the sky, several concentric circles appeared around it. It looked down at the two of them, clenched its fist, and shouted, much to their confusion. Lock on! The attack rained down from the sky, and he quickly raised a shield to block it. Aki stood behind the shield, gritting his teeth, his eyes wide as he secretly observed, damn it, the attacks are relentless. I can only defend. My lightning isn't fully refined yet, and it has an agility core, making it hard to hit. If I keep fighting it in the air like this, I'll really be at a disadvantage. Then he remembered his previous attacks. Although I can also manifest wings, I can only maintain them for a very short time. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Aki looked back. That's right, Lu, what's your ability? Below it was still frantically attacking the two of them. I have to admit, you possessing our demonic power has made me look at your human adaptability in a new light. It sneered proudly. But lowly humans are ultimately lowly humans. Even if you borrow the great power of my clan in the end, you are still just lowly humans. A powerful energy vortex surrounded it. This, it said proudly, is true demonic power. Those vortexes began to swirl. This move was originally meant to destroy a city, Dozi whispered. And it eventually turned into a powerful energy tornado. It waved its hand, striking straight at the ground. Great demon maelstrom. Below, Aki quickly turned and rushed toward Sidulyu now. He wrapped his arm around her waist, trying to dash out and evade the attack above. Seeing this, Dozi laughed even more triumphantly. Run, 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 you can't escape my maelstrom. Immediately, the tornado engulfed everything around them, enveloping the two of them. A horizontal tornado swept through with the terrifying power to destroy an entire city. It roared triumphantly from above. Got them. They should be turned to ash this time. The smoke began to slowly clear. Dozi looked up and saw a portal below, also stunned. A spatial gate, could it be? A voice suddenly sounded from behind it. I remember now. Dozi turned to see Aki raising his foot with Sidulya's arms wrapped around his neck, rushing out of a spatial gate above its head. Ah, we warriors will never retreat. Chapter 72. Immediately after, Aki swung his hand, and a bolt of lightning struck Dozi's body directly. Then, its aftershock plunged straight into the ground and it was sent flying down. the smoke also began to gradually clear. It was stuck in a pile of rocks, coughing incessantly, its body scorched black as it lay weakly on the cracked ground. Why is his lightning so tyrannical? Green fluid trickled from the corner of its mouth. Dozi gritted its teeth, struggling to breathe, and its body was paralyzed. Above, Sidulyu still had her arms wrapped around his neck using her ability. Two spherical spaces appeared in the air at their feet. Then he stepped onto it. Aki stood on the spatial platform, looking down from above. Lightning paralyzes enemies and slows their movements. Sidulyu beside him also jumped onto another spatial platform. Aki declared, "Tonight is the night you die." Aki narrowed his eyes, staring at it intently. Demon Dozi lay motionless, still gritting its teeth, trembling with rage. You dare to kill me?" Immediately it threatened loudly. "If you kill me, my master will definitely avenge me. My master is a super strong immortal being." Hearing this, he was also a bit confused. "There are immortal beings? Although I don't know who your master is, if it comes," Aki stated confidently, looking down with a sharp gaze. "I will kill it again and again until it is completely and utterly dead." Hearing this, Dozi clenched its fists and shouted in discontent, "How dare you look down on my master? You have no idea how strong he is." Before it could finish, Aki waved his hand, creating a giant lightning spike that pointed straight down. Sidulyu beside him also watched in amazement. "No matter how strong you are, I just need to be stronger than you." Only then did it push itself up with its arms, trembling as it barely managed to stand. Looking at him with resentment beside him, she suggested, "And let me give you a hand." Aki, holding the lightning spike, looked over. "You can." She created a cylinder behind Aki, saying, "A stronger push." Immediately, she waved her hand and used spatial manipulation. Aki's body was rapidly pushed downward. He still held the lightning spike tightly in his hand. Then he swung his arm back, gathering power and preparing to hurl it straight down. His lightning spike carried a powerful electric current, and his shout. Aki roared as he threw it down with this move. Lightning style. Twin dragons. The two ends of the lightning spike shot toward Dozi like two giant dragons. It looked up, able only to take the blow head-on. Immediately, a massive explosion sounded, and dust and smoke obscured everything. Two cores also flew out from the smoke below. Dozi's body trembled as it reached forward, muttering, "Cough, it hurts so much, master." Memories of the past flooded its mind. Ji-Nio holding it, lifting it up happily. "Oh, to think I picked up a little member of our clan, and a dual-core one at that. From now on I'll teach you how to evolve and disguise yourself." In battle, it sat on its master's neck, frantically waving two sharp tentacles to attack its surroundings. He praised it. "Yes, just like that." It muttered to itself, "I know the joy of slaughtering humans, and I know the fear of facing the strong. These are all instinctual emotions that low-level demons have." One afternoon, Dozi lay on the grass watching the sunset while Ji-Nio sat leisurely beside it. "But master, what is sadness?" Ji-Nio, with grass in his mouth, also looked over. He nodded and smiled. "Not knowing sadness is a good thing. I hope you never know that feeling." At this moment, Dozi's body was burning, with only its lingering soul left. Its tears streamed down endlessly, its heart sinking into helplessness. "Master, I've let you down. The thought of not being able to see you after I die. I feel sadness." Immediately, its body vanished under his weapon, its heart still muttering with regret. In the end, Dozi understood too. Finally, Aki landed calmly on the ground. Aki looked at the empty space beneath his weapon. Finally, it's dealt with. From behind, Sidulyu walked over, clutching a wound on her arm. It was a high-level demon. Although it was still a growing high-level demon, its power was terrifying. He turned back and smiled at her. "To be able to fight it until now with the ability of a grade 4 warrior, you're already very strong, Lu." Hearing this, she also blushed as she looked at him. Aki put his hands on his hips and looked at her, appraising Ly. "Lu has also obtained a demon's power. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I'll definitely pay more attention to her." Suddenly, he saw blue-purple fluid flowing from her ankle. Aki shouted with concern, "How's your injury?" At this, she also looked down at the wound on her foot where an energy thread was tied. She explained calmly, "I used the energy of a grade 6 core to control the injury. This wound is very serious. If I want to make a full recovery, I'll need a place where I can rest quietly." Suddenly, an oppressive aura came from behind them, making both of them look over in surprise. Aki moved in front of her, his face full of concern. "It's the aura of warriors, and they're exceptionally strong." Seeing this, Sidulyu also smiled excitedly. "I know these auras. The captain-level warriors who went out of the city for a mission must be back." They thought of Ji-Nio. It seems this surprise attack was planned long ago by this demon and its master. They confirmed the lack of high-level warriors in the city and lured all the captain-level warriors out. That must have been part of their plan as well. Sidulya's gaze was firm as she added, "Perfect, we can tell the captain-level warriors about the demon's situation and this demon's plan, and remind them that demons are not as simple as they think." Her gaze was firm as she thought of the Red King's banner. There were incredibly powerful beings among them. Perhaps even existences beyond grade 7 that we humans have yet to discover. Hearing this, Aki was also a little surprised and fell into thought. This girl had already realized the problem. Humanity's understanding of demons was limited to the grade 7 level, and they were unclear about the specific types of demons. Then he thought of the battle and Dozi's abilities. For example, this dual-core demon, although still in its growth stage, had shown a level of strength that not even a grade 5 or perhaps even a grade 6 warrior could handle. Aki suddenly thought of something else, but she thought to herself, "Is it right for us to stay here, looking the way we do now?" Hearing this, she also looked at her own form. He added, "You've just obtained a demon's power, so you can't change back to your original form right away, can you?" Then he thought of his own abilities, looked at her, and said with certainty, "You must know by now, the reason I've far surpassed the strength of an ordinary warrior is because I borrowed the power of a demon." Finally, he proposed, "It seems now you're the same as me." Sidulu looked at her own abilities and could only listen in silence. She thought, if ordinary humans or warriors see us like this, will they think we're human? Immediately after, he also extended a hand and proposed. Aki also said in surprise, "Let's go, we should leave this place first." He stomped his foot and reminded her, "Hold on tight." He leapt up, carrying her on his back as he flew away. "I'll take you to get your injuries treated, then we'll continue on our way." Above, the dark clouds gradually dispersed and sunlight pierced through them, and then in the training room, a body lay on the ground, an arm fallen to the side, and it moved. The body that had been shattered into pieces was slowly reassembling. Snow also ran over, slamming a hand heavily on the ground. Nio gasped for breath as his body gradually regenerated, thinking, "Luckily, I have the ability to resurrect." Reassembling, he recalled in terror the appearance of the Red King's banner within his body. "The Red King's banner is too terrifying. I must report this to Lord Purple King's banner. We must stop the evolution mission immediately and take Dozi back." He suddenly seemed to realize something. Wait, Dozi's aura. He looked out the window where the sun was still shining brightly in, filled with panic. "It's gone." Later, the commander-level warriors returned. They were assessing the situation. "The other squads have already split up to search for clues. Will the public please make way?" Suddenly, a blonde soldier in a gas mask came from behind carrying a box. "Chief Captain, inside are 3 cores," he reported. "These are the collected core fragments." Iron Handblade glanced at them and determined, "It should be from a grade 5 demon, but it has completely lost its energy." His face held a hint of contempt. "Having lost all its energy, it's no different from a useless rock. Forget it. Hand it over to the analysis team. Let's see if we can get any more information." The person opposite him quickly closed the box. "Yes, sir." He frowned, his face full of anger. "What a strange surprise attack. It's like it was planned, causing the deaths of many high-level warriors. And this martial arts arena, which has become a battlefield, still radiates an astonishing demonic aura." A huge crater in front of him made him fall into thought. This is definitely no ordinary grade 5 demon. The question is, who was this demon fighting? Iron Handblade stood with his hands on his hips, full of confusion. How did it die? Who killed it? And this aura, why does it feel like there was more than one demon? On the other side, the black-haired girl's eyes widened as she looked somewhere. If the aura isn't from just one demon, could it have been a fight to the death between demons? He looked back. "You mean a demon deliberately acted to protect the town?" He looked up at the sky and reminded him, "Don't say such foolish things." On the other side, a group of people was queuing. The blonde man in the gas mask carried the box, walking forward excitedly. "An unexpected incident is my time to shine. I feel like the captain has taken a liking to me recently. I'll definitely have a chance at the next promotion." Suddenly a voice came from a nearby alley, hypnotizing him. "Come here." His body obeyed the command and left the line, his feet stopping as he looked at the alley. Then he bent down and quietly walked in. Inside, Nio used his ability to control him, making him walk over. His face was full of anger as he questioned, "Tell me what happened at the martial arts arena." The hypnotized blonde man answered slowly. "The demon that attacked the town has been eliminated, but we don't know who did it." "I don't know anything else." Hearing this, he also fell silent, his face sinking, full of surprise. Dozi is dead. He thought of the Red King's banner, also a little puzzled. Did the Red King's banner do it? No, if the Red King's banner had acted, this city would have vanished long ago. Then Nio interrogated, "What's in the box?" The blonde man answered honestly, "The collected demon core fragments," he commanded loudly, and the man obeyed. "Open it." Inside were 2 shattered cores. He looked down. "Dozi, let me see who killed you." His eyes widened, energy pouring out as he used soul seeing. Immediately a wisp of purple smoke rose from the cores and a giant soul gradually took shape. Soul seeing. Control conscious energy to enter a core, allowing one to see the last sight the core's owner saw. The more complete the core, the more images and information can be obtained, and vice versa. Then they gradually shrank, and a small screen appeared before him. On it was the image of Aki and Sidulu. Nio watched in surprise. A man and a woman, 2 human warriors. He widened his eyes in astonishment as he listened to the events unfold. "Although I don't know who your master is," on the large screen his confident face appeared clearly. "If it comes, I will kill it again and again until it is completely and utterly dead." His voice made Nio even more furious, and he gritted his teeth. "Master, thinking of you, I think I understand this feeling of sadness." Immediately he swung his hand and beheaded the blonde man. The head fell to the ground and the box in his hands also fell open. He picked up the shattered core fragments and walked out of the alley. "First I'll go back and report the news about the Red King's banner." Nio's energy radiated outwards. He stomped his foot in anger. "Then I'll kill you all." On the other side, Aki picked up Sidulia's foot, channeling energy with his hands, trying to heal her injuries in the car. He treated her wounds seriously, then smiled and explained, "This battle consumed too much of your energy. You don't have enough power to recover from your injuries. My wood attribute is not much weaker than your grade 6 recovery. Leave it to me." Opposite him she blushed and stammered, "Thank you." No one has ever touched my feet before, let alone a man. She held her pose full of doubt. Where should we go next? He thought calmly, then smiled and explained. The original purpose of this trip was to find an elemental core to fuse the attributes within my body. Now that I've succeeded, I think it's time for me to continue on my way to gather the information I want. Sedulia's eyes widened as she looked at him. Information? What information are you collecting? He looked at her, a little surprised, then thought of Xiao Lin from that day. That's right, besides Xiao Lin, no one else knows the secret of my rebirth. Aki thought of the defeated Lu Yi again. Lu Yi also doesn't know that I want to save the imprisoned duo. He thought of the opposing forces, the standoff between the new king and the new 6 heroes. I wonder if Lu and the others will stand by my side if they find out. He snapped out of his thoughts and focused again on treating the wound on her foot. It's nothing. I think it will be more convenient for me to travel alone in the future. Your current strength is about that of a grade 4 warrior, completely on par with Captain Ji Yaotong. Hearing this, Siduliu also grew worried. You want to be alone? You're setting out alone? After finishing the treatment, he withdrew his hand and blinked at her. But I'll accompany you for a while. There are some things I want to say to Captain Ji Yaotong. All right, your wound is healed, but it will be a bit sore after the muscles mend. Don't do any strenuous exercise during this time. As dusk gradually fell, Aki announced, then let's set off. She also agreed. Okay. 3 days later, in the C-rank city of Hesperus, the surrounding scenery was still peaceful. A camera captured a white dove spreading its wings. Joey leaned against the window looking at the sky, camera in hand, her face full of annoyance. So boring. She fell backward onto the floor. I wonder when Lu and En will be back. It's so boring without them here. Snow, who was lifting weights above, also looked down. Maybe they're working hard to level up. He smiled at her and reminded, we can't fall behind either. She turned over and lay on her stomach, propping her chin on her hands as she looked at the camera. I know. I just think it's boring. It's so boring without them here. I want to go out and practice something. Leveling up in Hesperus City is too slow. Suddenly a voice came from the side, startling her. If you think it's slow, then I, as the captain, will take everyone out to level up. How about it? Snow and Joey both looked at the door. Lu, she also tilted her head and smiled at them. The two quickly ran over. He shouted happily, Lu, you're back. Where's brother Un? Sidulia's face darkened as she told them. He went to see Captain Ji Yaotong to request the cancellation of his warrior status in Hesperus City. Hearing this, the two also cried out in surprise. Cancel his warrior status. In the captain's meeting room, Ji Yaotong's face was full of anger. He slammed his fist on the table, leaving a dent. He gritted his teeth, full of helplessness. Cancel your status in this city, third captain of Hesperus City, Ji Yaotong. He looked at the grim-faced Aki and questioned, what on earth happened? Joel and Gago, who were beside him, remained silent. Joel propped his chin on his hand. Gago, first captain of Hesperus City. You go out for some training, and now you look down on us in Hesperus? Aki in front of them smiled and explained. No, Captain, you've misunderstood. How could I be such an ungrateful person? He explained with a calm expression. It's just that for what I plan to do in the future, I don't want to implicate everyone. Implicate Hesperus City. Gago crossed his legs and looked at him, puzzled. Implicate us and Hesperus City, be clear. Canceling a city's status is no small matter. Opposite him, he also scratched his head, looking troubled. Actually, I don't know how to explain it clearly either. In this era, saying such things would be treasonous. Aki complained inwardly, what a headache. I can't just tell them I'm the Reborn and I want to overthrow the current king and the new 6 heroes. His eyes were firm as he looked at them. It's hard to say and I don't know how to explain it, but I hope everyone can believe my reasons. I just don't want to implicate you all. Ji Yaotong looked at Joel beside him, about to say something. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, praising, good kid, you've got a bit of my old carefree spirit. Gago's eyes widened, puzzled. She frowned in dissatisfaction. You don't understand anything. Are you just going to agree? Then she turned to Ji Yaotong again. Tang, you say something too. What if he goes off and does something dangerous? He looked at Aki, lost in thought, then stood up, hands on the table. And it's not that I don't believe you, I'm just worried. How about this? Finally, he calmly made a decision. If you can defeat the 3 of us, I'll agree. How about it? Joel propped his forehead in annoyance. I guess I have to listen to you. Over there, he calmly smiled and proposed. I like this, it's just that I'm quite strong now. How about we do it another way? Hearing this, the 3 of them huffed. Ji Yaotong asked, let's just consider it a test of your strength from your time away. Who among the 3 of us do you want to spar with? Immediately, Aki put his hands behind his back and slowly walked towards them, his killing intent overflowing. How about this to put everyone at ease? Let's have everyone attack at once. In the warriors' training room. Snow asked again in disbelief. You mean brother and not only wants to leave Hesperus, but he also wants to cancel his warrior status for this city, right? He lowered his head, somewhat dejected. So he's drawing a line between us. Joey still looked at Siduliu optimistically. Doesn't have his reasons? She also lowered her head in frustration. He didn't tell me the specifics. Earlier on the way back, Aki had been driving and stated, Lu, there's something I want to do, something that might not be permissible right now. Aki thought of his past life and muttered, something related to my past. I want to challenge some high and mighty powers and rescue an old friend of mine. Then he added calmly, So to avoid implicating everyone in the future, the reason I'm returning to Hesperus City with you this time is to cancel my current warrior status here. Beside him, she interrupted in a panic. Why so sudden? Do you have to cancel it? Maybe we can help you, he retorted, surprising her. No. Even if you all knew what it was and were willing to help with everyone's current strength, Aki finally concluded, leaving her staring at him blankly, you wouldn't be able to help at all. Now, Sidulu lowered her head dejectedly. That's how it is, I don't know the rest. The space fell silent. Joey murmured, doesn't see us as a burden. Then Snow also wiped his sweat and closed his eyes, accepting it. Brother, from the moment I met him he's been someone who knows how to take care of his comrades and would sacrifice himself to save others. In him I can always see many things worth learning from. If he's that determined he must have his reasons. I trust him. Snow's hands were still clenched so tightly they trembled, but he raised them in anger. This feeling of not being trusted, it really sucks. I can't accept this. Beside him, Joey also stepped forward to suggest, Lou, you've always hated giving up the most, that's why I like you so much. Are you planning to give up this time? She blinked. Aren't you going to take us with you to save some face? Snow was still full of enthusiasm. That's right, Captain. We're a 4-person squad, we've never even gone on a mission together. How can we just disband like this? Hearing them say this, she also looked up in surprise. Gee guys then, Joey held up her camera excitedly showing them a picture. Yeah, a 4-person squad can't be missing anyone. In the photo all 4 of them were smiling brightly at the camera. See, Dulia's lips moved. She smiled as if they had given her new motivation. That's right, I can't believe that stubborn guy wants to leave the team all by himself. Then she turned around and urged, let's go. The 3 walked towards the door with Siduliu in the lead. We're going to find him. Over on Aki's side, several people stood below the arena. Ji Yaotong said provocatively, as expected, you go on one trip and come back with a higher opinion of yourself. Ha, and this was the warrior's practical combat field. He grinned, completely looking down on us. Don't underestimate us. We are the guardians of Hesperus City. Aki leaned back, grabbing the back of his neck to stretch it. The 3 charming guardians of Hesperus City. Beside him, Ji Yaotong was also stretching his knee joints. Gago stood with her hands on her hips, staring at him intently, not being serious at all. You made that name up again, didn't you? Ji Yaotong said in dissatisfaction. Who would pick such a weird name? But he thought the 2 of them were very annoying. You 2 are so boring, incredibly boring. Opposite him, Aki had his hands behind his back, looking at them apologetically. Captain, sorry to trouble you. So how will we decide the winner? Ji Yaotong explained on behalf of the 3. We have to defeat the opponent with all our strength. Do you think we're joking this time? A formidable killing intent emanated from his body as he approached with a serious expression. And if you insist on canceling your warrior status in the city, then treat this as an assessment. Although I know you're a very talented warrior and your strength has improved a lot from your training outside, wanting to challenge the 3 of us at once is a bit too arrogant. And Aki opened one eye and looked up. All right, I'll remember the captain's guidance. Beside him, Gago also released her power, smiling. A young warrior just too conceited right now. In that case, we'll teach you a lesson, she thought. Then the 3 of them charged on his command. Gago stared at him and reminded Ji Yaotong, since this is an assessment, even if it is your subordinate, you can't hold back. He also confirmed, I hope everyone fights seriously. Let's see if he has the strength to act alone. Then he stomped his foot. I'll take the lead. His body leapt up quickly, throwing a punch at him. Aki was still calm. Don't be like that. Then he leapt up. A cloud of dust billowed up and then gradually dispersed. His hand still easily caught Ji Yaotong's fist. Trembled in confusion. How is this possible? His expression was still calm as he looked up and reminded him. Captain, I said it before, the 3 of you should attack together. Behind him, Joel and Gago were also stunned by this scene. Gago shouted in confusion. He blocked Ji Yaotong's last attack with a single hand. Just how much have you improved, you kid? Beside him, Joel also gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and Ji Yaotong and Joel erupted with core energy. Opposite her, she also stomped her foot for leverage, and the 2 threw punches at the same time. In front, Ji Yaotong also clenched his other arm for a combined strike, but Aki still calmly shifted his body and swung his hand to attack. Thinking that he had to avoid attacking them head-on, the 3 looked at him in surprise. Then he just struck lightly and knocked all 3 of them back. He gritted his teeth, trying to pull back his fist, muttering and summoning wood. With a wave of his hand, giant vines grew from the wall behind him, catching the 3 of them, and they were quickly pinned to the wall. Above, Joel's face was dark with anger. His body struggled hard. Your appearance, no wonder I thought you were strange last time. Only then did he realize he was a demon. Below, Aki looked up at them. I hope you captains will calm down. I've shown my ability, and I hope you believe I have no ill intentions. Now let me explain. The 3 were quickly released from the vines. He stood calmly in front of them and explained, Captain Ji Yaotong must remember, this time I went out. I went with Lu to the city of buried bones. Ji Yaotong confirmed, that's right. I let Lu go with you so you'd have a companion on the road. He thought of the ice crystal like white quartz. There I obtained an elemental crystal, and later, due to an accident, I refined that crystal. Aki smiled, extending his hand to show them his mutated body having gained unimaginable power. Then he remembered her appearance and added, Lu also gained a similar power during this time. It's just that when controlling this power, both my and her appearances changed. Then he remembered the conversation the 2 had in the car. I already told Lu on the way back. Using this explanation to account for his and her changes, they must have heard about the elemental crystal too. This way, it's at least more plausible. After all, I can't say we got demon power. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. Lu also got the same power as you. So what's her current strength? Aki put his hands on his hips and answered calmly. Her ability isn't very proficient yet. She needs more practice. Her current strength is about the level of a grade 4 warrior. The other three also widened their eyes in surprise. She approached, a little puzzled, as if she couldn't believe her guess. Your ability seems much stronger than Lu's. Could it be that your current strength is... Aki's body gradually returned to its human form, and the core on his chest emerged. What he said to them made all three widen their eyes in horror. In my human state, you can consider me a grade 5 core warrior. Lightning flashed in Aki's eyes as he fell into thought, but if I use the demon's power to control the thunder element, then that's not necessarily the case. Beside him, Joel also shouted excitedly, I can't believe it. I've heard of that kind of elemental crystal. You need strength to obtain it, and you need fate to comprehend it. From now on, Gago also agreed. Maybe they both got their own lucky break, she said excitedly. A grade 4 warrior and a grade 5 warrior. Our Hesperus city has brought honor to our city. She turned back to look at Ji Yaotong. Tang, why aren't you saying anything? His face darkened, and he also approached and looked up. Captain Ji Yaotong. Suddenly he smiled. It's nothing, I'm proud of you two. I just suddenly remembered many years ago when my brother was about the same age as you two. Memories of the Blood Moon night flooded back. In the dilapidated castle of a low-level city, he held his brother's body and wailed in despair. Hesperus city also encountered a small-scale demon tide. My brother was taken by a demon, and when I found him, he was already a corpse. From then on, I swore to become a strong enough warrior to protect the people around me. Then he looked at him seriously and urged, as a warrior, the stronger you are, the greater your responsibility. Hearing this, Aki also looked up in surprise. So Captain Ji Yaotong has a story like that. No wonder when our squad was captured by the demon, he thought of Ji Yaotong frantically searching for his squad members. I heard Captain Ji Yaotong was almost frantic when he was looking for us. It seems he was reminded of his brother. Then he closed his eyes. Although I don't know the specifics of why you want to cancel your warrior status here, I see that not only have you not succumbed to this power, but you're also very good at controlling and bearing the pressure. Ji Yaotong's eyes were filled with emotion, smiling. As your captain, I am proud of you two. Beside him, Gago also looked over knowingly. Wait, Tang, you mean, he said calmly, making Aki also widen his eyes in surprise. I agree to him canceling his warrior status. His expression was gentle, smiling. I believe this kid knows what he's doing. They have their own choices and future. Aki bowed and cupped his hands full of respect. Thank you, Captain Ji Yaotong. Later, his car drove away and the three saw him off at the city gate. Gago had her arms crossed and her other hand gently brushed her hair, full of regret. That kid just left like that. She remembered how he used to practice when he was still weak. I still remember how frail he looked during his assessment. It was really pathetic. She put her hands on her hips and looked into the distance. How far do you think he'll go this time? Joel closed his eyes. I don't know, but we really can't keep this kid. Maybe I shouldn't say this, but that fool and that guy named An, he thought of his past life's appearance and smiled unconsciously, always remind me of a great existence. Ji Yaotong looked at the gradually receding car, maybe his future achievements. They looked up at the sky and he added, might even far surpass that existence. On Aki's side, he sat in the car, lost in thought. Next, I have to at least get to grade 6 so the plan to save Duo will be more secure. It seems there's a demon nest nearby I can go investigate. If I can collect more cores, maybe there's more hope for leveling up. Suddenly a sound came from the back of the car, surprising him. The trunk was moving and a fist punched the trunk lid open. Aki screamed, what the hell is that? Inside, Si Duliu, Jui and Snow stuck their heads out, gasping for air. Jui tilted her neck back. I'm suffocating, I can't take it anymore. She looked up and questioned. Luckily Lu told us he was actually planning to leave the team alone, Snow also asserted, and is a bad guy. Aki's lips trembled. Gee guys, he looked at them in a panic and shouted angrily, when did you get in the car? Later, the car was parked on the side of the road and the four of them were in a standoff. Captain Sidulia's cheeks were flushed and she spoke shyly. You are the captain. You must respect the opinions of your team members. Aki wanted to punish him, but we already talked about it in the car, but she yelled back at him, I don't want to hear it. Then she paused, then turned her face away, puffing out her cheeks in anger. I don't want the team to just disband like this. HMPH, you don't understand anything. These words left Aki stunned for a moment. While the two were silently looking at each other, Jui had already taken a picture of the moment with her camera. Then she frowned and complained, Snow and I are about to die of boredom in the city, but you and Lu go out for a trip. And as soon as you come back, you say you're leaving the team. I strongly disagree. Snow hurriedly chimed in, that's right, and since we're a team, your business is our business. Jui put her hands on her hips. Yeah, I want to help too, Snow. If it's something dangerous, then you shouldn't go alone even more. Hearing this, Aki scratched his head, a bit helpless. I really don't know what to do with you guys. He also thought to himself, that's right, as a member of the team, I should tell them the situation. It's not convenient to tell them about my rebirth. As for the other things, whether they can accept it is up to them. After thinking it over, he changed his mind. All right, maybe after you hear it, you can all make a choice. My business is not simple. If I get everyone involved, I'm afraid everyone's safety. After that, they discussed for a long time. After hearing his plan, Joey and Snow cried out in panic. You want to rescue the illusionist duo who was imprisoned by the new king? Sidulu remained silent, listening to them discuss. Aki confirmed again, that's right, this is my secret. Now that everyone knows, this is not something that's allowed. Do you still plan to? As a result, the two of them cheered excitedly again. This is so exciting. Wow, I'm participating in confronting the new king and rescuing a former hero. As expected of him to have such a big secret. Nothing else needs to be said, I trust on. I'm in too. Sidulu also jumped down from the rock and briefly decided to join. Seeing that they were still determined to follow him, Aki had no choice but to explain again. Wait, your reactions are a bit off. Did everyone hear clearly? That's confronting the new king, Snow confirmed again. We residents of Hesperus City have always been loyal followers of the former king. You could even say that without the former king there would be no Hesperus City today. Sidulia's eyes were sharp as she continued. My grandfather, Siduja, was one of the subordinates of the old six heroes. He also followed the former king's guidance and established Hesperus City with several comrades in arms. So I think my grandfather would support this matter too. Hearing this, Aki's eyes widened and he exclaimed in his heart, Siduja. No wonder I thought the surname Sido sounded so familiar back then. Why is the surname Sido so familiar? It turns out it was that kid. I still remember the first time the six heroes brought that kid to see me, his nervous and simple appearance. Time really flies. After analyzing for a while, he had no choice but to agree. Alright, but if you all want to join, your current strength is far from enough. If you all want to help me, then I'll have to take you to meet someone. The three listened, their eyes lighting up and widening. A beautiful girl with a ponytail appeared, a conspicuous flower-shaped birthmark on her left eye. This was Valina, one of the former six heroes and a six-core warrior of the Seven Banners. Upon seeing Valina, the three of them were so stunned their jaws almost dropped. She looked at them and asked cheerfully, You want me to train them? Aki replied, Yes please. I'm afraid I won't be very efficient on my own. Sidulu and the others were screaming with excitement in their hearts. I have to take lots of photos of Lena. How does this guy and know such a godlike being? And he can even ask her to train us. Valina readily agreed. Alright, Aki then added a reminder. But how much your strength can improve in a short time is not up to me. It's up to you all. She smiled and said, These three you've brought with you have good potential, but their current strength, Aki whispered, can't be helped. Who made me the captain in this life? Valina closed her eyes as if reminiscing. Just like before, more and more people are gathering around you and you can't bring yourself to abandon them. So you fused with that elemental crystal, and even developed the thunder element. It seems this body of yours, while not as strong as before, hasn't disappointed. He pointed a finger at himself, blinked and wore a confident expression. His actions were exactly the same as in his past life. Who am I, Iman? Sidulia's expression faltered for a moment at that sight. Then she smiled gently, sighing in her heart. Yes, you're still the same omnipotent him. As the two of them were deep in conversation, Snow and the others grew curious. What are those two talking about? Snow replied. I can't hear, but isn't Valina really old? Why does she look the same age as us? Sidulu chimed in seriously. Being a six-core warrior has restored her bodily functions, maintaining her body in a youthful state. This is something only she can do. At this moment, Aki turned back to look at them and spoke. I also want to become a six-core warrior. Our goal is for everyone to reach at least the strength of a grade 5 core warrior before the operation. Otherwise, going there would be no different from a suicide mission. This statement shocked the three of them again, each lost in their own thoughts. A grade 5 core warrior, something they never dared to dream of before. Then, according to the plan, Aki turned to Valina and said with a smile, I'll leave them to you. I'll go level up on my own, and I also need to find a way to take their strength to the next level. Valina grinned, saying excitedly, Getting them to grade 5 is indeed a huge challenge. Then, with a confident look, she took off her cloak and said loudly to the three, Sidulu, if you want to get stronger in a short amount of time, we might have to use our old training methods. It will be very hard, very tiring. Can you all handle it? The three answered in unison, No problem. The scene shifted to the gates of Dawn City, with Aki driving away alone. He thought seriously, if I can find more elemental crystals plus some dual-core equipment, it might produce unexpected results. The Red King's banner suddenly appeared in the passenger seat and spoke, It's a good thing you fused with that crystal. It can help me out when the time comes. As for the crystals you mentioned, I actually know a thing or two. Aki replied, Why have you appeared? I thought you wanted to sleep for a while? He had a thoughtful expression. It's thanks to you cleverly digesting that elemental quartz, which unexpectedly provided me with a bit of mental energy. Unfortunately, this bit of mental energy is still too weak and I used up what little I managed to get by helping you solve that troublesome guy last time. Forget it, you wouldn't understand what I'm talking about anyway, so I won't bother with you. As for the quartz you mentioned with your stupid method, I'm afraid you wouldn't find one in a year. But I can help you find a few things with similar effects in a short time. Hearing this, Aki was stunned and slammed on the brakes. The tires left long skid marks on the ground as he quickly turned and asked repeatedly, You have a way? Why are you helping me? What's your scheme? The Red King's banner was still pressed against the dashboard from the sudden stop, not having recovered yet. He turned around and reminded through gritted teeth, "Give me a heads up next time you break suddenly," he replied nonchalantly. "Who's to blame for you not wearing a seatbelt?" The Red King's banner then turned to the matter at hand. "Did you fight a dual-core demon before?" Aki's eyes widened as he recalled, and he confirmed. "I did. It seems you're not completely cut off from the outside world while you're in my body," the Red King's banner continued. "It's just that the dual-core demon you fought was too low level. Otherwise you could have gotten a demon-subduing core," Aki asked in surprise. "A demon-subduing core? What's that? Does it have the same effect as elemental quartz?" The Red King's banner laughed heartily. "Haha, the effect is only stronger, not weaker. You should know how ordinary demons evolve. The devouring demons of the same or higher rank, but enlightened demons, the so-called high-level demons, can only achieve a leap in rank by fusing with a rare demon-subduing core. If you want to help those three comrades of yours improve their strength for you human warriors, refining this demon-subduing core will surely grant you immense power." "Aki, you said the demon I fought was too low level. Does it have to be a grade 6 demon? And how do you refine a demon-subduing core? Is it the same as for me, sensing the core's energy and then resonating to fuse with it?" The Red King's banner immediately retorted. "Haha, no, it has to be at least a grade 6 dual-core demon. Only dual-core demons of grade 6 and above have a demon-subduing core inside them. Who doubts you? What's your scheme? Why are you telling me this? Are you planning to suddenly appear and snatch the demon-subduing core to gain mental energy and control my mind?" His gaze was sharp as he scrutinized him. "Aren't you a demon too? If you betray your demon race, will you be fine?" The Red King's banner continued to laugh. "Haha, besides us 9 Great King's banners, myself included. The other demons are nothing but chaotic products of the ancient stone tablet. Forget it. You know nothing about the situation of us dark kin. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Besides, you underestimate me. A mere demon-subduing core, I can't even be bothered to look at it." Suddenly his speech slowed, becoming mysterious. "Besides, didn't I tell you before?" The Red King's banner began to crawl towards Aki, startling him. He was struck by a force emanating from his chest and shouted in alarm. What are you doing?" Suddenly a flash of light passed, and the Red King's banner grabbed both of his wrists with one hand, pinning them firmly against the back of the seat to restrain him. Then he leaned down and continued, "I once said, you are in me and I am in you. In this life you are me and I am you. If you want to evolve, I will follow your will, because when you evolve, I will evolve too. When you become stronger, I will become stronger too. So don't doubt my good intentions, just focus on getting stronger and leveling up, understand?" Aki gritted his teeth, trying to struggle free, but it was futile. This was the power of a king's banner. Even in its weakened state, it could pin him down with a single hand. Panting, he frowned and warned angrily, "Stay away from me, you damned demon. Being this close is disgusting." Only then did the Red King's banner release his hand and let out a cold snort. "HMPH, stubborn fellow," Aki then continued to ask. "Then where should I go to find a grade 6 dual-core demon? Don't you know that these high-level demons are elusive and very mysterious?" The Red King's banner's eyes glinted and he clicked his tongue. "Tisk, tisk, tisk, why are you humans all so impatient? I can't help you find one lest I attract an existence you can't handle. It would be very troublesome. I've told you how to achieve your goal, the rest is up to you." Aki frowned again and thought. "A grade 6 dual-core demon, a high-level demon of this rank," then he replied. "I know where to go, although I don't like that place now, and it's very dangerous to go there. If what you say is true, then the risk is worth it. Hold on tight, we're setting off," he asked in confusion. "Oh, where to?" He continued to drive toward Dawn City. The Red King's banner was more careful this time, asking, "How do you buckle this seatbelt you mentioned?" A short while later, his car returned to the gates of Dawn City as night fell. "We're here. Let's stop here for now. It's a blind spot in the town," the Red King's banner then reminded him. "Then I won't appear until you get the demon-subduing core. Appearing consumes a lot of my mental energy." He jumped out of the car and replied, "Got it." He continued, "I don't know your specific plan, but let me remind you, after you get the demon-subduing core, don't think about forcing your comrades to comprehend and refine it. That will only cause their minds to shatter and they will die," Aki replied nonchalantly again. "Nagi?" Suddenly he stopped in his tracks, turned back and scratched his face, a bit embarrassed. Hey, do me a favor." The Red King's banner showed a surprised expression. "Oh, so you have times when you need to ask me for help. Go on." He looked troubled. "Can you change my appearance? I'm here in Dawn City this time, and I want to find a way to join some high-level subjugation missions. I can't use my old look, especially after the demon hunting tournament." Right, if you can, give me a weapon too. The greatsword I have now is useful, but it feels like it's not strong enough." The Red King's banner's body emitted several streams of power. Since you and I are one now, this small matter is of course no problem." He disappeared from the car, turning into a stream of power, and then shot straight into Aki's body. His expression changed in an instant. The eerie power enveloped Aki's body, and his appearance rapidly changed. A sword appeared in midair, and the Red King's banner spoke, "I'll lend you this sword to play with. Its name is Red Dynasty." The sword had a sharp appearance and exuded a powerful aura. Aki pulled up his hood to cover his head and replied with a smile, "Thank you, you damn demon." Then he gripped the hilt. "All right, let's go try joining a subjugation team." Aki was full of enthusiasm, his eyes sparkling as he walked forward. The scene shifted to the military training ground in the northwest corner of Dawn City, where a loud announcement echoed. Welcome outside warriors to sign up for this clearing operation. The rank requirement is no lower than grade 4 core. If the subjugation is successful, there will be generous rewards. Please, all outside warriors, enter the training ground in an orderly fashion. This was the training ground, and everyone was discussing as they walked in. I hear a powerful warrior from Dawn City will be leading the team. Who is it? They lined up one by one to enter. The announcement sounded again. Please proceed in an orderly fashion. Aki also appeared here. His sharp eyes thought, all sorts of people are signing up, but for subjugating demons the more the merrier. A man with a buzz cut walked out and said, to all warriors participating in the clearing operation, thank you for your help. I am the person in charge of this clearing operation. This was the leader of the clearing operation, Chief Captain Ran Yang, a grade 6 Red Corps warrior. At this moment whispers arose again. To think the Chief Captain himself is leading this time. It seems we've run into a tricky situation. I heard that Captain Ran Yang once single-handedly faced a grade 5 demon and a grade 4 demon on a mission and then beheaded the grade 5 demon. Truly astonishing. The warriors of Dawn City are famously much stronger than those in other cities. They are the top elites, Ran Yang said with a grim expression. This week my squad was responsible for scouting the demons' tracks. They went missing in the rotten forest 3 kilometers north of Dawn City. The entire squad of 6, none of them returned. The scouting squad's captain was a grade 5 Blue Corps warrior and a comrade of mine for many years. His strength was not weak. The other members were also top-tier grade 4 warriors who had never had any accidents over the years. According to the last message sent back from the scouting squad, it's highly likely they encountered a powerful demon, at least grade 5, and we can't rule out a dual core or high-level demon. Whatever it is, it poses a threat to the transport lines around Dawn City. Since we can't mobilize too many warriors from the city, we need the help of you outside warriors this time. Aki listened and thought seriously. Can't rule out a dual core, at least grade 5, which means it could be a grade 6 dual core demon. The Red King's banner said that at least a grade 6 dual core demon is needed to have a demon subduing core, Ran Yang continued. Although as warriors we are always prepared for sacrifice, I must see them if they are alive, and their bodies if they are dead. I will definitely clear out the demons. Then the leader of the clearing operation shouted, all right, everyone understands the situation now. If you are willing to stay and help, please step forward. We'll arrange the teams and set off immediately. We'll try to be back before sunset. The scene shifted to the northwest gate. Everyone participating in the clearing operation had gathered here. The public outside shouted loudly, cheering for the clearing squad. We wish the squad a great victory in the clearing. Eliminate all demons, set off. We wish the squad a great victory in the clearing. Eliminate all demons, eliminate all demons. A short while later, the clearing squad had reached the desert surrounded by the white bones of monsters. Ran Yang explained the situation as they walked. The total distance to get there is 3 to 4 kilometers. There are many demons along the way, so all warriors must stick close to the team. Stay quiet. If you leave the group, you'll be swarmed by demons and the consequences will be dire. Aki followed the team, also looking around thinking that guy was right. After leaving the city gates, our squad has already attracted the attention of demons. At this moment, others voiced their opinions. I say, Captain Ran Yang, don't treat us like rookies. Our team has so many powerful warriors. If a demon comes, wouldn't it just be courting death? The leader of the clearing operation then glared and barked, quiet down, you fools. But it was too late. The man's chest was pierced by a force, a horrifying sight to behold. Ran Yang's pupils constricted. Sand demons. At that moment a demon emerged from a pit in the ground, still holding the posture of its attack on the unfortunate man. Sand demons were a race of demons from the desert lands that like to hide in the sand and ambush their prey. Immediately after, smooth round heads began to pop out from under the sand, looking utterly disgusting. Someone shouted, It's sand demons. We've walked into an ambush. The moment the words left his mouth, the sand demons leapt out from the sand. Ran Yang gritted his teeth in alarm. The enemy was flanking them from the rear of the squad, and their numbers were almost equivalent to a small-scale grade 3 demon tide. He then summoned his weapon and charged forward, shouting, Warriors don't fight alone, form teams of a few to engage the enemy. And so the clearing squad attacked with all their might, taking on the demons. Ran Yang swung his sword with a murderous aura. Just a bunch of grade 3 sand demons. Not even worthy of my attention. Ran Yang brought his sword down, carving a long gash in the ground, and the group of demons was instantly decimated. Ran Yang revealed a sinister, triumphant smile. However, a large number of sand demons continued to emerge. An anxious cry rang out, Captain, our squad has been scattered. This is not good. We need to get everyone to regroup and fight. If the squad is separated, we'll be picked off one by one. A few warriors have already been separated far from the main group. Save them if we can. Before that, we can only fend for ourselves. The number of sand demons grew, and they worked together to attack the scattered members of the clearing squad. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air, but just then, Aki suddenly appeared, and with a swing of his sword, the bodies of several demons split apart. The young man who had just been attacked looked up in astonishment. Aki stood there like the king of hell, a black aura emanating from his body. He reached out and grabbed a demon that wasn't quite dead yet, crushing it with his bare hand. After finishing it off, he released his grip and reminded the young man, Get back to the squad, don't just stand there stunned. The man struggled to his feet and asked, Aren't you coming with us? The squad is getting farther and farther away, and there are more and more sand demons. Then he fled with his companions. Let's go, there's no time to worry about others. Aki watched them go with a faint smile. Then his eyes became bright and dangerous, his cold, sharp face erupting with unrestrained power. I'm actually better off alone. Wielding the Red Dynasty, Aki walked alone towards the swarm of sand demons as dense as ants on the other side. Blood sprayed into the air accompanied by a piercing scream. A member of the clearing squad was struggling to block the attacks of several demons with his sword. Before he could be overwhelmed, the demons attacking him were dispatched. Ran Yang appeared above, blocking the sunlight, and reminded him, "Stay in formation, don't fall behind." The man was stunned. Captain, the leader of the clearing operation, the grade 6 Red Corps warrior, Chief Captain Ran Yang. At this moment another person ran over, panting to report, "Captain, the squad has fully regrouped." Then the others gathered, supporting one another. "Captain Ran Yang, one of the separated warriors, is back." Ran Yang hurried over to them and asked anxiously, "You were the group that was separated the farthest, are there any others?" The young man Aki had rescued answered with some difficulty, "Yes. There was an outside warrior who saved us and covered our retreat. He stayed behind alone to deal with the remaining demons." Hearing this, Ran Yang gritted his teeth. Staying behind to cover the retreat alone, what a fool. Why not retreat with everyone? The person behind him had a look of resignation. Brave but clearly an inexperienced warrior. That's practically suicide, the rescued young man said sorrowfully. This ambush was on a large scale. If he stays behind alone, he'll have to face dozens of sand demons. I urged him to retreat with us. But he didn't even look back. He just said one sentence and walked straight off. Ran Yang asked curiously, "Oh, what did he say?" The young man recalled the spectacular sight and blurted out, "I think it was, I'm better off alone." At this, someone behind them sneered, "Ha, what arrogance. He'll be lucky if his body is left in one piece." Ran Yang thought in silence, dozens of them. So many demons, even I would have a hard time getting out unscathed. Then he said gratefully, "If he hadn't stayed behind to draw the attacks of that demon horde, our losses would have been much worse. Whether he's alive or dead, he is one of our warriors. Let's go take a look. There are probably still many scattered demons. Be ready to fight at any moment." After a while, the young man led everyone to the place where he had parted with Aki. "Captain, it's just ahead." As Ran Yang approached, he said, "The wind is strong here, visibility is low. Everyone be careful," the young man continued. At that time, our squad was separated the farthest by the sand demons, and with the swirling sand and dust we were quickly put at a disadvantage. Just then a hair-raising power swept over them. A cloud of sand and dust rose, and the young man shouted, "Ah, Captain, a demon is coming." Ran Yang remained at the front and calmly shouted, "All units, prepare for battle." But as the power drew closer, a human leg appeared. Aki, his face cold, sheathed the Red Dynasty and revealed himself. Ran Yang and his companions stared in astonishment at the scene before them. The rescued young man then shouted happily, "Ah, it's him. He's the one who covered our retreat." Aki's attention was also drawn by the shout and he looked straight at them. Why is the squad here? I thought you had already moved on." "I was just about to catch up." At this moment, a thick killing intent still emanated from his body. Ran Yang faced him nervously, thinking, why does he have such a dangerous aura? Is it from being stained with the demon's blood? At this, the man who had mocked him earlier gave an awkward laugh. "Are you all right? I heard you stayed behind to cover the retreat. Where are the remaining sand demons? Weren't there dozens of them?" Aki simply replied faintly, "The demons? I killed them all." As he spoke, the scattered remains of demons were revealed on the sand behind him. Ran Yang hurried forward to press him. "You eliminated dozens of sand demons by yourself? What's your rank?" The man who had mocked him earlier also followed with malicious intent. "Impossible, Captain. There's something not right about this guy. If his rank isn't higher than yours, Captain, how could he possibly eliminate all the demons alone?" At that moment, the symbol of a grade 5 corps appeared on the ring on Aki's chest, and he announced confidently, "I'm grade 5, he calculated in his mind. "Although with my current potential, my strength has already far surpassed that of an ordinary grade 5 or even grade 6 warrior. Fighting a grade 7 warrior wouldn't be a problem, but I'm not lying." The other man was still in disbelief. A grade 5 corps, not bad by any means, but Ran Yang was shocked. "To think you're only grade 5 even for a grade 6 like me, dealing with dozens of sand demons alone would be a struggle. How did you do it?" Aki just smiled and explained simply, "I'm just good at guerrilla warfare. I tried not to let them group up and then pick them off one by one." He thought to himself, "It's useless even if you suspect me, I came prepared." Ran Yang's expression became even more inspired. "I see, guerrilla warfare, so you dealt with them one by one, not giving them a chance to surround you. What a battle genius. Young outside warrior, well done." Thanks to him covering the rear, the squad had enough time to regroup. "All right, everyone turn around, let's continue forward." And so the group began to move again, and after a while they reached their destination. "Captain, we finally reached the place where the scouting team went missing." Ran Yang looked up and asked in confusion, "The map clearly marks only 2 entrances, why are there 3? At that moment 3 cave entrances appeared at the mouth of the rotten forest. At this, a man hurriedly said in a panic, "Captain, if we explore them one by one, I'm afraid we won't have enough time. This forest isn't large, but it's not small either. And we still have to find people, which will take more time than usual. The number of people in this squad is only enough to form 2 teams. Based on the squad's combat power, I suggest splitting into 2 groups to ensure sufficient fighting strength, but we can't split any smaller." Ranyang hesitated. I understand that splitting into 2 teams is the safest, but there's still one entrance left. What if the scouting team is in that direction? Just then another voice interjected. Then let me explore the remaining entrance alone. The 2 men turned back in surprise. You'll go alone? Aki walked forward, his expression cold and sharp, his face full of confidence and determination. At that moment, terrifying roars echoed from within the entrance, and a green-haired warrior gritted his teeth. Captain, that sound doesn't seem right. Time is of the essence. Let's split into teams and investigate immediately. Ranyang was calmer. That sound, based on my experience, I'm afraid there's more than just a grade 5 demon inside. Aki spoke up and asked, Captain, do you know how large this forest is? The green-haired warrior roared. What are you asking that for? Ranyang heard this, raised his hand to signal for silence, and then answered Aki seriously. I'm not sure of the specific area. It hasn't been properly measured. One of the tasks for the scouting team this time was originally to measure its area. From what we know, a standard 10-person scouting team would need about 3 to 4 hours to complete a sweep without stopping. Aki fell silent. If that's the case with our current numbers, 3 entrances, we don't have enough people. He twirled his finger. If I explore one of them alone, we can still make it back before sunset. Even if I'm not strong enough and something happens, it won't affect the progress of the other 2 teams. What do you think? Someone in the back whispered. This guy must be getting cocky after showing off a little earlier. Captain, although this kid's words sound arrogant, there's some truth to them. Who can say otherwise? Besides, with the previous situation, who knows if what he said was even true? Captain Ranyang. If we're splitting up, you have to put us brothers in the same group. In that case, I have a suggestion. Don't put me in that self-righteous hunter squad. Looking down on hunter squads, you guys are just a bunch of stragglers without a team of your own. You have a problem with independent warriors. At this point, opinions were divided, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. You want me to punch you? Bring it on. Seeing this, Aki sighed helplessly, thinking just like before, the chaos of outside warriors is uncontrollable. Suddenly, Ranyang slammed his sword into the ground and roared. Everyone shut up. If you want to fight, wait until we get back after the mission is complete. While you're in this squad, you must follow orders. If you really want to fight, I'll be your opponent. The surroundings quickly fell silent again. He frowned, thinking, they're outside warriors after all. Their lack of discipline is finally showing. In any case, I need to find the scouting team and get back as soon as possible. The longer we drag this out, the more problems there will be. He then agreed to Aki's request. All right, but I'm warning you, kid, if you go alone and run into any danger, no one will come to your aid. Aki walked calmly towards the entrance and replied, I know. I might even finish scouting before you do. Hearing this, the people behind him started cursing angrily again. Arrogant brat, even if he did well before, he still wants to show off in a situation like this. Exactly, there's at least a grade 5 demon in there, Ranyang continued. Alright, then we'll see who finishes first. The clearing mission has changed. Considering the demon's rank, rescuing the scouting team is the priority. The rest of the members split into 2 teams. Prepare to enter. The remaining people then split into 2 groups and entered the entrances on either side, while Aki walked into the middle entrance alone. He walked into the silent forest. A demon was hiding on a branch, secretly observing Aki as he passed below. Seizing the opportunity, it leaped from the branch. The demon pounced, ready to attack, but Aki quickly drew the red dynasty. With a clang, a sharp glint of the blade flashed and a bloody disposal was concealed. His expression was calm, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. The blade was still hovering over the demon's corpse, while countless other demons had already appeared around him. The unlucky demon's body fell to the ground. Aki spoke calmly. In a rotten forest of this scale, you're bound to form a pack. You couldn't resist when you saw only one enemy, could you? He then grinned excitedly. But the reason I came alone was so I could use my power without holding back. The Red King's banner emerged from Aki's body. The Red King's banner stomped his foot hard. Come on, all of you. I'll keep killing until the strongest among you appears. Then charged alone into the pack of demons. Even during the day, the forest, with its canopy blocking the sun, was as dark as ink and eerily quiet. The green-haired warrior walked at the front with a lamp, instructing seriously, keep an eye on the other directions. We must not let our guard down. As long as our squad sticks together, the demons won't be foolish enough to attack, so there shouldn't be any major problems. A few people were still casually talking about Aki, mocking him. Hey, what do you guys think? Is that arrogant fool dead yet? Haha. Even if he's not dead, he must be running for his life from the demons. Ha ha ha, the green-haired warrior reminded. Shish, be quiet. Hey, look, what's that? Ahead, a person was kneeling, their face buried in the roots of a tree, their back covered in huge claw marks. The green-haired warrior shouted, That's the uniform of our scouting team members. How lucky our squad found someone as soon as we came in. And so, the green-haired warrior carrying the lamp ran joyfully towards the body. Haha, I can't believe we were the first to find them. This trip was worth it. Does this mean we get the reward? Ha ha ha. Brother, are you from the Dawn City scouting team? We're here to find you. Where are the other team members? Where's the captain of the scouting team? Brother, are you alright? Come with us. He didn't notice the face in front of the body, only hearing a crunching sound. The green-haired man looked down curiously. Brother, what are you digging? In the next second, his pupils constricted and his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Under the ground was a mangled, terrifying head. The green-haired man fell backward, screaming in terror. Then a sinister voice sounded. Perfect timing. This guy has been eaten clean. One man gritted his teeth, terrified. A 6-core dual core. the demon corrected him. A blue-purple core, this is a grade 6 dual-core demon. The demon stood up and said, "You've come at just the right time." It grinned, baring its blood-stained teeth. "I am a blue-purple core, a grade 6 dual-core demon." Screams echoed through the forest. Grade 6, the core is a grade 6 dual-core demon. The green-haired man hadn't managed to get up yet, secretly materializing an item. "I have to inform Captain Ranyang." A flare gun. The green-haired man pressed the button and the flare shot straight into the sky, radiating light. The force also affected the blue-purple core. It gritted its teeth and roared, "It's too blinding, I don't like it." Then the blue-purple core flew after the flare, grabbed it with its hand and then squeezed it tightly in midair. The clearing squad members below were terrified. "Are you kidding me? To be able to catch a flare with its bare hands at that speed." The green-haired man struggled to his feet and shouted, "Don't just stand there, run, we're no match for it. Go report to Captain Ranyang." "Let's go, retreat for now." But at that moment everyone's movement stopped. The blue-purple core landed on a branch and released its power. "You can't escape, come and play with me." It bared its blood-stained teeth, looking utterly disgusting, followed by a series of miserable screams. At this moment Ranyang looked up at the sky, feeling a sense of unease. "It's too quiet. This smoke feels strange." A sword pierced a demon and green liquid sprayed from its body. The companion following Ranyang asked while fighting the demon, "Strange? What's strange?" He turned around and said worriedly, "This rotten forest isn't large, but we've been in here for so long without hearing any sound from the other squads, as if we've been isolated." The girl was more optimistic. "Is that so? I think it's normal. Besides, with you leading the team, those outside warriors are cooperating well, dealing follow-up damage after every engagement, and we're making good progress. I just wonder how that arrogant guy is doing on his own." Suddenly a force came from behind, startling Ranyang. He hurriedly turned around only to see his other companions had all fallen. The female companion from before began to transform and spoke. "You're their leader. Do you like this scene?" Her body turned into a demon. "You're next." Its expression was ferocious and fierce. Ranyang gritted his teeth and swung his sword. "Die!" Suddenly Aki appeared, a red dynasty flashed, and with one strike he severed Ranyang's attack on the blue-purple core. He said in surprise, "It's you. Why are you protecting the demon?" He blocked his sword and replied calmly, "Captain Ranyang, the shockwave just happened to clear the smoke. Take a closer look. Is the person you want to kill a demon?" At this moment only his companion from before appeared, which made Ranyang very confused. How can this be? The companions who had fallen before also sat up in a daze. Aki explained, "Everyone is under the demon's illusion." Ranyang asked in surprise, "There's a purple core demon here that can affect the mind?" He confirmed, "Yes, and it's much stronger than an ordinary purple core demon. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have killed more than half of the team members." Female companion from before shouted in panic, Captain, I just saw everyone die and a demon was coming at me with your weapon." Aki thought to himself, "It seems everyone sees their own terrifying illusion, which either disrupts their minds, causing them to kill each other, or makes them collapse directly." Ranyang shouted, "All members, check on the companions around you." Then he turned to Aki and asked, "How did you find out? Didn't you take another path? Luckily you showed up in time. Otherwise I might have killed them." Aki still emanated an invisible killing intent. "It just so happens that I have an ability. This kind of illusion doesn't work on me. The power of the Red King's banner and the thunder element, these two powerful forces made him almost immune to illusions. I was also attacked just now, but I found that no matter how many I killed, I couldn't kill them all. Later I realized it was all caused by this smoke. This smoke can cause hallucinations, making people get lost here without realizing it." Ranyang was very surprised by his power. "What kind of ability do you have to be able to resist this illusion? Are you really a 5-core warrior?" Aki replied calmly, "Captain Ranyang, I'm not your warrior. I'm willing to help, but I hope you don't ask any more questions about me. This demon might really be the grade 6 dual-core demon I need." Ranyang replied with a sharp gaze, "All right." Suddenly a desperate cry came from the forest, "Save me, Captain Ranyang." He was startled. "It's the other squad. All warriors, follow me." Ranyang's eyes gleamed as he charged towards the cry. On the other side, the green-haired man was being frantically attacked by the blue-purple core. "Interesting. There's someone over there who's not affected by the illusion." And the power that erupted just now, it revealed a sinister smile. "Come, let me see who you are." Aki also sensed something, but still thought calmly, "A grade 6 purple core demon is not simple. Rushing over like this might just be playing into its hands. Forget it, I can't just leave them. I'll go and adapt to the situation." With this thought he also followed Ranyang's team. As they rushed they analyzed, "How many warriors have died here in total? It's getting darker." Ranyang was still at the front, not forgetting to remind, "Stay close to the team. This is not an ordinary demon." But when he looked up, Ranyang stopped, sliding to a halt on the ground, his pupils constricted, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. That is, hanging from the tree in front of them were the bodies of the clearing squad members, looking incredibly miserable and terrifying. A team member couldn't help but scream in terror, "Ah, Captain, it's the members of the other squad have all been hanged." Ranyang turned back to comfort them. "Don't move, don't panic. Have you forgotten this demon is a purple core? This must be an illusion to disrupt our minds. Calm down, it's waiting for us to defeat ourselves without a fight, then it will strike." But Aki walked forward and confirmed, "This is real. This is indeed the rest of the squad." At this moment the green-haired man's eyes rolled back, his tongue lolled out, and he was hanged. Aki reached for his sword and announced, "The demon is nearby." Suddenly one of the hanged people could still speak, Captain, save me." Ranyang quickly noticed that person. Ranyang and the others were very happy. He's not dead yet. Quickly get them down," a team member shouted happily. but he was immediately stopped by Aki's sword. HMPH, Ranyang said angrily. What do you mean by this? Aki reminded him with a sharp gaze. Captain, look carefully. At that moment from behind that companion the blue-purple core which had attached itself to him like a parasite appeared. It grinned. Oh my, you've really piqued my curiosity. To think you saw through my existence at a glance, how strange. My illusion doesn't work on you, and those corpses are useless now. Then it began to control the bodies of the clearing squad members. Seeing this, Ranyang gritted his teeth in hatred. You damn beast. Unable to contain his anger, he charged at the blue-purple core with his sword. Ranyang raised his sword with both hands. Mountain cleaving strike. A slash cut a long crack in the ground. A moment later, smoke began to rise from the space and the large tree was split in two. A team member said, Did it work? But the blue-purple core appeared on another branch. Impatient human. Everyone turned back in panic. It continued, but you're still far from it, little six-core warrior. Ranyang gritted his teeth and roared, then I'll keep hitting you until I can hurt you. Aki tried to stop him. Wait. But everyone had already swarmed forward, attacking the blue-purple core at the same time. He watched with great concern. Damn it, there are too many people. I can't stop them in time. They've been blinded by rage. At this moment, the blue-purple core revealed a sinister expression again. Then let's play together. Ranyang roared as he swung his sword. Play with your mother. Suddenly his pupils constricted. I hit smoke. A cloud of purple smoke spread out. A clearing squad member shouted. The demon turned into smoke and disappeared. Find the demon. The smoke dispersed and nothing could be seen clearly. Suddenly a person turned to look behind Aki, his body showing a blurry image of the demon. It looked very terrifying. The person pointed and shouted, the demon is over there. Aki frowned and thought, I see, I'm immune to the demon's illusion. But they were mentally disturbed from the beginning. Under the illusion, it uses an illusion to make them think I'm the demon and fight me, while it watches from above, reaping the benefits, right? A mysterious and terrifying circle appeared in the air as if controlling all the clearing squad members to charge at Aki. He laughed inwardly. Ha, interesting. Ranyang attacked Aki with his sword, shouting, Die, demon. Aki took the blow seriously. Captain Ranyang, I didn't expect to have to fight you. His expression became excited. The clash of their attacks produced a blood-red shockwave. The blue-purple core was watching from above, smiling triumphantly. Hee, wonderful, wonderful. It's been a long time since I've seen such wonderful infighting. Aki also saw through its purpose and was a little angry. Are you treating us like monkeys? All right, I'll test the true power of the thunder attribute. Then the attack was launched. Someone shouted, this demon actually blocked Captain Ranyang's red core strike. Aki had already transformed back into the Red King's banner form. If the thunder element itself has a restraining effect on demons, the sword in his hand began to change and glow, and a burst of lightning power erupted. Ranyang and his men continued to charge at him. Keep going, kill it, avenge the other warriors. Aki roared, Captain, I'll have to put everyone to sleep for a while. Aki thrust his sword into the ground and a shockwave was released, striking the charging crowd. A series of miserable screams rang out. Why is there lightning? A moment later, the illusion in Ranyang's eyes was dispelled by that power. But before he could regain his senses, he was knocked unconscious by the force. The blue-purple core above was also panicked. What kind of power is this kid's lightning? Not only does it have powerful demonic energy, but it also gives me a feeling that makes my heart palpitate. After dealing with everyone, Aki breathed a sigh of relief. As expected, I just need to control the force. My special lightning can clear their negative statuses, including that demon's illusion. Then he looked up at the circle in the sky. The demon was still in the sky. The blue-purple core panicked. Oh, the lightning dispelled the illusion. What does he want to do? Aki walked forward with a dark face. He opened his mouth, sparks still coming out of it, and then roared at the demon. Get down here. It was shaken by Aki's power and had to struggle to resist it. His voice actually carries that strange lightning power. The circle behind the blue-purple core began to crack, then shattered into many small pieces and disappeared into the air. The blue-purple core lost its footing in the air and began to fall to the ground. You really have some skills to be able to break my illusion. Then it narrowed its eyes, the core on its head flashing dangerously. It suddenly attacked Aki triumphantly, shouting, But you still die, human warrior. Aki calmly dodged its attack and replied coldly, The one who dies might be you. The Red Dynasty unleashed a slash. It sent the demon flying, crashing heavily into the tree trunk behind it. Luckily I blocked it. He actually attacked first. Aki spoke again. As expected of a grade 6 dual-core demon, I've really come to play with you. It began to panic in its heart. Not only did he have a strange thunder element power, but seeing itself he showed no tension or fear, but was very excited, as if he were the demon and it was the prey. A sense of unease rose in the blue-purple core's heart. Aki stomped his foot hard, the ground cracked, and he used the force to charge forward, swinging his sword to cut the demon. The speed was too fast. When the attack was unleashed, a large area of the ground was shattered into pieces. Aki opened his eyes, searching for his prey, but didn't see it. Suddenly, 3 blue-purple cores appeared in the air. They spun and charged down, preparing to attack Aki. Here, they landed near Aki, then tilted their bodies and condensed their cores at the same time. He was hit by several very fierce attacks at the same time. As Aki struggled to block, he analyzed the situation. It created several demons. It's not just a simple illusion. I'll deal with one first. With that thought, he turned and slashed at the clones. With a few swooshes, the other demons continued their harassment. I'm here. I'm over here. This is the real one. Their goal was to distract Aki. As he dodged nimbly, he thought about the combination of the dual core's illusion and agile movements, but there was only one real body. Immediately, he activated his Eye of Thunder. One of his pupils began to change, seeing through the situation as he carefully observed its movements. The moment he found the real body, Aki rushed in front of the blue-purple core and said in a grim tone, "It's you, isn't it?" It couldn't react in time, falling backward to dodge the attack and tumbling to the ground. The blue-purple core struggled to slide along the ground to regain its balance. In an instant, the illusory clones also dissipated. It worried inwardly, "This kid's lightning power is truly my nemesis. My moves are useless against him." Suddenly, Aki vanished from before it, catching the blue-purple core completely off guard. Aki swung his sword as he leaped down from behind it, shouting, "Die, give me your demon-subduing core." Then a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. The scene shifted to Dawn City. Si-Dulyu was quietly looking at the sky, seemingly with something on her mind. Meanwhile, Jui was being pushed back by a force. She struggled to resist but was ultimately knocked down near where Si-Dulyu was standing. Jui was about to get up when she looked up and saw her deep in thought. Jui asked curiously, "Lu, what are you doing?" Si-Dulyu replied, "Nothing. I'm just sensing An's aura." Jui asked in surprise, "How is that and that bolt of lightning?" "Why?" At that moment, Snow was also knocked back, sliding next to the two of them. He asked again, "What are you two looking at?" Jui pointed in the direction of the lightning and said, "We're looking at An." Snow stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is that An?" Jui also said, "I don't know either." Lu said, "I can feel An's aura from over there." Snow seemed unconvinced and said speechlessly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Isn't that just a bolt of lightning? It's probably just raining over there." Just then a loud shout came, startling all three of them. "What are you three spacing out for?" Valina approached them with a cold expression, then reminded them seriously, "You three, if you don't get stronger before An returns, you'll only become a burden to him." She recalled Aki's request. "Before I return, please help the three of them get stronger. I need them to have powerful strength. I'm counting on you." Valina returned to the present, her expression firm. Valina resolved in her heart, "Anne, I will definitely fulfill your request. You must come back safely too." Then she shouted loudly again, "Keep fighting. It's my turn now. This time you must defend against my attacks for 10 seconds. Jui jumped up in fear like a mouse seeing a cat. 10 seconds? We could barely handle 5 seconds just now. On Aki's side, he was swinging his sword, preparing to slash the blue-purple core. It extended its demonic claws, preparing to attack him from below, and roared, "Bastard, only I get to attack people from behind." With a slash of his sword, all of its moves were countered. Aki said, "Can you be faster than lightning?" "What, are you that stupid?" A 6-core demon. The blue-purple core's body began to tremble. Why do I feel an unfathomable presence from him? Is he really just a human warrior?" Aki swiftly thrust his sword through its body again and green fluid gushed out. "This is the end, you damn demon." The blue-purple core still struggled, saying, "Damn it, it's all because of your bizarre lightning. My dual cores can't even unleash half their power, but don't think you'll get them. Let's die together." Its hand gripped the sword blade tightly, a strange expression on its face as it prepared to self-destruct. But just then it was affected by a force, and before it could react, Aki used his lightning control to lift its body into the air. He used his lightning control technique. "You want to self-destruct? I'll help you." Just like that, the blue-purple core was suspended in the air, about to endure a powerful lightning strike from above. The blue-purple core was like a piece of roasted meat now. Another bolt of lightning struck down, nearly blasting it to smithereens. It roared in defiance. Are you human or a demon?" Aki was silent for a moment, then answered the blue-purple core confidently, "A warrior." After that power erupted, it caused a massive explosion in the forest and the shockwave spread in all directions. The move ended, leaving behind thick smoke and dust. After the smoke cleared slightly, 2 cores connected by flames were revealed. Aki caught the falling item and held it tightly in his palm. "Is this the demon-subduing core?" A demon-subduing core. After the battle, the moon rose higher and brighter, its light filtering down through the forest. At this moment, Ranyang and his men had all been propped up against the roots of a tree. Ranyang also slowly opened his eyes, then rubbed his slightly aching head. Was I unconscious? Since when?" Then Ranyang looked around again. "Everyone is here. Were they all unconscious?" Seeing this, Aki, who was sitting nearby, spoke up. "Captain, you're awake?" Ranyang was startled and turned to look at him. "It's you." He was leisurely holding a water bottle, looking at the other man. Ranyang's eyes lit up and he picked up his sword, ready to charge into battle. "Is it night already? Where is that dual-core demon?" Aki simply replied softly, "I killed it. I've also dealt with the surrounding demons. Don't worry." Then he threw the water bottle to him. "Captain, have some water." Ranyang looked at him in disbelief and said, You're saying you dealt with that dual-core demon all by yourself?" Aki confirmed again. But as for the members of the other squad, we did all we could." Ranyang was still very confused. "That was a grade 6 dual-core demon. What level of strength do you have?" He sat up and said, "Just say I happen to have an ability that counters this demon. The most important thing is that everyone survived, isn't it? I'll go check if there are any demons that slipped through. It's the middle of the night now, so you and the other warriors should rest a bit longer." Ranyang hurriedly turned to look at his companions. They were all lying on the ground. Aki continued, "They probably won't wake up for a while." Ranyang's face darkened. "This demon's illusion is truly impossible to guard against. Even my mind was corroded without me realizing it," he then explained. "A dual-core demon of the same rank can be considered a top-tier combatant. With 2 different cores, the power isn't just simply doubled. You're already very strong to have woken up so quickly." Ranyang sighed helplessly. HMPH, I'm a powerful grade 6 warrior, one of Dawn City's top fighters, yet this demon completely played me this time. I couldn't even use my full strength, it's so frustrating. As the chief captain in charge of this clearing operation, I won't press you about your specific identity, seeing as you saved our squad, but as a warrior, I can't just let this slide. I am very, very curious. Between me, a grade 6 warrior, and you, an outside warrior who can defeat a grade 6 dual-core demon single-handedly, who is stronger, let's have a match. Let me see your strength. Aki intended to refuse. There's no need, Captain. I believe your true strength is certainly not weak. This situation was special. A lack of intelligence on the demon caused you to. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. He pointed his sword at him. Don't refuse me. Just say that I'm extremely curious about your strength. Please have a match with me. He had already assumed a fighting stance. Aki thought, somewhat troubled, a belligerent and competitive personality. That's right, if a warrior doesn't have those two traits, how can they become a strong fighter? Then he replied, I don't have a problem with it. A short while later the two had arrived at a nearby clearing. Ranyang eagerly took his stance and reminded him, let me be clear, don't hold back. If you're really strong, then show me what you've got. Aki reached out and drew the red dynasty from his back. I know, I was once as eager for battle as you are, so I'll take this match seriously. Ranyang stomped his foot hard and was the first to charge forward and attack. Good. Countless slashes were unleashed, a move called Wild Slash. The space around them seemed to be split into several pieces by the attacks. After the attack, thick smoke and dust remained. Before Ranyang were several deep gashes on the ground, but Aki was nowhere to be seen. Where did he go? Sensing danger, he looked up into the air and saw Aki swinging his sword down. Ranyang quickly blocked. He was above and behind him. The two blades clashed at that moment, and Aki's power pressed down, forcing him to struggle to block. His knees began to bend. Aki changed his move again, using his foot to stomp on Ranyang's hand that gripped the hilt. Just like that, a shockwave erupted between the two, and the dust began to settle. Ranyang was lying on the ground, and Aki was sitting on him, having taken his weapon. At this point, he said, you lose. No matter how many times we try, I'll find an opening the moment you strike, counterattack, and take your weapon. Do you want to try again? Ranyang looked at the young man before him and began to tremble. He's right. It doesn't matter if I'm ready or not. My weapon will be taken. This is a gap in strength, his power, his oppressive aura. I've only ever seen it from them. The new 6 heroes. Just then, Aki suddenly extended a hand. All right, let's stop here, he said, smiling at the other man. Ranyang was stunned again, thinking this feeling now is completely different from before or from the new 6 heroes. It's more like a gentle senior. Cold one moment, warm the next. What a mysterious warrior. Having thought this, he also smiled in relief, then reached out and took Aki's hand. All right, I admit defeat. A short while later, he stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes as he asked curiously, with your strength, why join a temporary squad like this? You're definitely not an ordinary grade 5 warrior. You might even be the strongest warrior I've ever seen, second only to the new 6 heroes. Aki frowned upon hearing that name. He asked back in disbelief, the new 6 heroes second only to them. What? Ranyang didn't understand yet and continued, grade 7 warriors are the peak. The gap between grade 6 and grade 7 is probably even greater than the gap between grade 1 and grade 6. The strength of the new 6 heroes is not something a grade 6 warrior like me can compare to. No one has ever seen their full power. I heard one of them once broke into a place called Ancient King's Banner alone and came out unscathed. That's already beyond our imagination. Aki was stunned, exclaiming in his heart, broke into Ancient King's Banner? Aren't they the Ancient King's banners? The terrible scenes from his past life surfaced in his mind. From the moment he stood there fighting to the moment he fell, Aki frowned, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Something's wrong. They're still hiding something. Ranyang suddenly spoke again. It's almost dawn and the other warriors will be waking up soon. Are you coming back to Dawn City with us? Aki nodded and replied, yes, let's go back together. I happen to have some things to take care of, he calculated in his mind. It's time to see what this demon-subduing core can do. Soon they were back in Dawn City. Scene shifted to the clearing squad's headquarters. In the tactical command room, Ranyang reported to his superior. The superior sighed, dual core grade 6 purple core, that was a tricky one. I heard from some warriors that there was a very strong outside warrior. How was his strength? Ranyang concealed the truth and replied, just a grade 5 warrior. After the mission he left the team on his own. His performance during the mission was acceptable, but the other team members were also excellent, especially the warriors who sacrificed themselves. The superior said, a grade 5 warrior. This was Dawn City's strategic chief captain, the grade 7 yellow core warrior, Tian Songyao. Tian Songyao turned, shrugged and said calmly, I thought it was an even stronger outside warrior. If that were the case, I'd have to meet him and find a way to recruit him for our team. If there's nothing else, go get some rest. The detailed report can wait. Ranyang replied, yes sir. After he walked out, discussions started around him. Look, Captain Ranyang is out of the tactical command room. I heard that although the casualties were heavy, they successfully cleared the grade 6 dual-core demon not far from the city. Ranyang, however, was sweating nervously, thinking, I did as he requested. He recalled the previous night under the moonlight. Aki had requested, Captain Ranyang, after the mission is over and we go back, I hope you can downplay my strength. I joined Dawn City's temporary squad, but I don't want to attract the attention of the higher-ups. This is my request, he had replied. You saved the members of our squad, so if it's something I can do, but don't you care about the mission reward? Who exactly are you? Aki let out a long sigh. Phew, then he looked at the sky and answered nonchalantly. I'm not sure myself. The scene shifted to a small inn in Don City. After several days of exhausting battles, Aki finally took a shower, washing off the demon blood. He looked at the demon-subduing core on the bed, lost in thought. Then he sat down, picked up the demon-subduing core and examined it. Next up is this thing. A demon-subduing core. This thing is completely different from a normal demon core, especially the demonic aura it contains. If an ordinary warrior were to forcibly absorb it, the consequences suddenly. The Red King's banner emerged, resting a hand on his shoulder and finishing his sentence. The consequences would be unimaginable. Very good, you've obtained the first demon-subduing core so quickly. The sudden appearance startled Aki, making him jump. Why did you suddenly pop out? The Red King's banner continued. Now that you have the demon-subduing core, do you know how to use it? But then again, besides you, no one else can use this thing. He was confused by this. Why? The banner answered. Because you're special. As he spoke, the Red King's banner tapped Aki's forehead with his finger, changing his appearance. Aki immediately roared. Hey, what are you doing? The banner replied nonchalantly. I like you this way. Aki gritted his teeth, his face full of displeasure. What on earth are you trying to do? Don't be so familiar with me. The Red King's banner laughed mockingly. Hey, humans are so ill-tempered. I'm just reminding you that this form of yours is very useful. The demon-subduing core is a unique product from the body of a high-level demon. The power it contains is not something an ordinary human body can withstand. It's too violent, enough to drive an ordinary warrior's mind into a frenzy, even causing them to self-destruct and die. But you have two things within you that can suppress this violent power. Aki asked curiously. What two things? The Red King's banner continued. First, your demonic constitution. Because of my existence, you are completely immune to the corrosion of any demonic aura. Second, the thunder attribute that you evolved on your own. Aki seriously gathered a ball of power in his palm. You mean this? The Red King's banner frowned. Tisk, that's the one. You don't have to show me. Put it away. Aki noticed his expression and realized this guy was also repulsed by his lightning. The Red King's banner continued. Your annoying thunder attribute has a miraculous effect on demons. It can suppress demonic power, but it can also purify the demonic aura produced by this demon-subduing core. In other words, by combining these two abilities, you can already help other human warriors fuse with a demon-subduing core. But the prerequisite is that they must have a sufficiently strong constitution and mind. Without a sufficiently strong mind, the process of fusing with a demon-subduing core can easily affect one's sanity. As for the rest, you'll only find out when you're helping them fuse. Is there anything else you want to know? Aki changed back to his human form and continued to ask. So how exactly do we fuse? How should I help them? The Red King's banner answered seriously. One-on-one stark naked energy combination. Upon hearing those two words, Aki's face turned beet red as if it were about to explode, and he blurted out, What? A scream then echoed from the inn. Stark naked, calm combination. How do we combine? The Red King's banner couldn't help but find it amusing. Why are you so worked up? To sense the other person to the fullest, isn't this a very normal thing to do? Combination means the combination and sensing of energy. You just need to guide your own energy into the other person's body. After hearing this, Aki also began to analyze the situation frantically. This is too terrible. Snow is one thing, but Lou and Joey are girls. Will they think I'm a pervert? No, wait. Snow is the weirdest one. His eyes widened as he imagined a scene of a shirtless Snow showing off his muscles. And I'm ready, let's begin. This made him clutch his head and scream. I'm not doing anything with a naked man. The Red King's banner sighed helplessly. What on earth are you doing? The Red King's banner couldn't comprehend human shame at all. A short while later, as Aki was sitting in his room, there was a knock on the door. Velina cheerfully twisted the knob and walked in. I'm back, and her face was beaming with the joy of seeing him. Aki asked, You're back? Where are the three of them? Velina extended her hand. Right here. I took good care of them. His three teammates appeared with a brand new look. The moment they saw Aki, they rushed over. And how did you change your appearance again? I'm used to it. It's more convenient to sense his aura. Aki then spoke to everyone seriously. Speaking of training, I have something important to tell you all. A moment later, the sound of conversation drifted from the inn-room. Suddenly, Velina kicked Aki, who looked to be in immense pain. She frowned and retorted, Are you serious? The others also found it hard to believe. My God, did I hear that right? A full-body combination? Velina gritted her teeth and whispered, In your past life, you were completely oblivious to all my hints and night raids, but in this life you've learned to play these games, you pervert. Believe it or not, I'll make sure you can't have children. Aki, sweating profusely, explained, What nonsense are you talking about? I already said this is a last resort. For the demon-subduing core, this kind of cooperation is necessary for it to be effective. Without me there to assist, they would definitely be corroded by the demonic power within the core. Also, can you move your foot? I'm feeling a bit of a draft down there. His legs had already started to tremble. Velina was silent for a moment, then angrily turned and walked out of the room. You guys do it, I'm going to sleep. HMPH, call me when you're done. The door was slammed shut, startling everyone. The room fell silent. Joey asked in a small voice, What's wrong with Senior Lena? Aki seriously cut to the chase. It's not just that the method is strange. It's also very dangerous. However, if it's really effective, I'll find the remaining two demon-subduing cores as soon as possible. We only have one right now, so I can only help one person level up. So who's first? Joey's face showed some hesitation. Even though we're comrades, being naked with a member of the opposite sex is really embarrassing, she thought. Of course it's fine with Snow. A not-so-pure image appeared in her Fujoshi mind. Joey's eyes sparkled as if she had her camera ready. At this moment, Siduliu, who had been silent, spoke up. I'll do it. Her face was completely red as she sat on the chair hugging her knees and said softly, I already have some demonic power in my body, so it might be easier. How about I go first? But just then, Snow suddenly shouted, making Siduliu feel as if she had been struck by lightning. For something this dangerous, of course I'll go first. My constitution was made for moments like this. Aki also happily agreed. All right, thank you for trusting me. The Fujoshi Joey, camera in hand, chimed in enthusiastically. I completely understand and support you. No one noticed Siduliu curling up on the chair in disappointment. A short while later, Aki was taking off his clothes and commenting, Your physique has been trained to be much stronger by Senior Lena. You feel much more solid than before. Very good. Snow also slowly did the same. When he got to his pants, he asked, Do I need to take off my underwear too? Aki hastily pulled them back up, shouting, You don't have to take off your pants, you don't. It might just affect the outcome a little. The action was a bit ambiguous at this moment. Siduliu and Joey were hiding outside the door, peeking. Wow, this is the perfect angle. Siduliu asked worriedly, Is it okay for us to peek like this? It should be fine, right? Valina also appeared above them, looking like she was enjoying the show. We're not curious, we're worried. We're ready to support them at any moment. Joey was surprised. Senior Lena, what are you doing here too? Valina immediately put a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Shish, quiet. Focus on your research. The three girls were hiding outside the door, peeking. Inside, Snow sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the demon-subduing core and sensing it. A demon-subduing core, just as you said, this core contains an extremely terrifying demonic power. Just holding it in my hand makes my spirit tremble. Aki sat cross-legged behind him, placing his palms on Snow's back, transferring power as he instructed. Place the demon-subduing core in your palm, relax, close your eyes, and use your energy to feel it and establish a connection. It might hurt a little later, but don't worry, I'll be here to assist you. Snow closed his eyes tightly, a bit nervous. Okay. Just then in Snow's subconscious a small point of light appeared in a sea of darkness. I see it, it's a golden energy just like my core stone. Does this demon-subduing core automatically identify the energy that suits it? He was now standing before that immense power. It's so warm, should I just approach it like this? Snow walked towards the glowing sphere, but suddenly his steps halted. The sphere was now enveloped by a giant demon. Snow looked up in astonishment. Is this the source demon? It's terrifying. This is the horrifying power of demons. His hand trembled as he reached for the sphere. Suddenly a strange power was released from it. He was enveloped by that power, his entire body invaded, and then threads of that power began to seep in, injecting themselves into his body. Receiving too much power at once, Snow roared in pain. This power, this source demon, how could a human possibly withstand it? At this moment the eyes in the darkness began to open. Snow struggled to endure the oppressive feeling. Damn it, I've really been tempted by this source demon and my resolve is wavering. It's eroding my mind. Damn it, am I going to become a mindless monster? At this moment the Red King's banner was observing the situation from a corner of his consciousness and spoke. HMPHC, I told you to do as I say, otherwise your companion might just explode and die. Now it's your turn. The Red King's banner opened one bright eye and released its power. The Red King's banner appeared near where Snow was struggling to hold on. The demon also looked at him now. I didn't expect a king's banner to descend here. The Red King's banner appeared as a small entity in his hand. This thing is conscious. I thought it was just a manifestation. You can think of this thing as a kind of source of demonic power, and I happen to be in existence closest to that source power, so it can sense me. I can't act against it. If you want to help your companion, then hurry up and do something. Don't blame me if your companion loses his mind. At this moment, Snow was sinking deeper and deeper into the demon's power. That small entity descended, thinking as it dove, Snow, you can't fall here. Just then the demon spoke again. You have an extremely disgusting aura on you. An aura that makes one jealous. It must be completely eliminated. Then a flash of light streaked before him. Aki was charging forward when he suddenly saw something blocking his path. At that moment he was knocked back by a small demonic entity. Aki held his sword, sliding to a stop to stabilize himself. What is this? Why is there another demon here? The newly appeared entity was the source demon Green Banner. The Red King's banner had shrunk and spoke. It's not that easy. If you want to help your companion, you'll have to deal with this demon manifested by the demon subduing core first. At this moment the source demon Green Banner was walking over menacingly. A strange chair immediately appeared behind the Red King's banner. He sat down lightly, then crossed his legs and said leisurely, Begin. Aki was so angry he turned and roared, Don't order me around and don't sit there like you're at a parent-teacher conference. The source demon Green Banner was also speechless at this situation. Just then it leapt up, launching the first attack, its body soaring into the air preparing to stomp on him. Bring it on. In an instant a powerful tremor erupted around them. The Red King's banner watched the show with an expectant look. Go on, let me see that strange power of yours. And because both cores have manifested as yellow cores, is his power much stronger than before? Aki was currently fighting the source demon Green Banner. He used Thunder Flash, kicking it while shouting, "Get lost," but after that blow the demon's body was completely unscathed, shocking him. Not a single scratch. It seems I'll have to put some effort into this if I'm just using my fists and feet. Right, as expected of a yellow core, its defense is astonishing. At this moment the source demon green banner condensed a shield. Aki remarked, "It created a demon shield, combining both offense and defense. Is it that confident in competing with me in terms of physique?" A bright light flashed in his eyes. "Then let's give it a try." At this moment the source demon green banner began to tremble. What is this strange power? The combination of demonic power and lightning power is actually this strong. Aki swung his sword, unleashing several sharp sword auras with swift and skillful movements. Tried its best to dodge, but in the end its body was pierced by the tip of his sword. Aki smiled triumphantly, having thought of a perfect method, upgrading his lightning with demonic elemental moves. Then his two attacks simultaneously struck the giant sphere enveloping the demon. Just like that, green blood sprayed into the air. The green liquid began to seep from Aki's sword, which was still embedded in the sphere. The giant demon thought to itself he actually seized the demon-subduing core manifested by the dual-core demon. The power of the core is being transmitted through the sword. Observing from behind, the Red King's banner couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Even the source demonic power is afraid. What kind of bizarre power have you evolved? Perhaps I can really make use of this power of his. The Red King's banner licked his lips as if filled with a great desire. Perhaps it can make my plan go more smoothly. Because of this, keep evolving, human, keep evolving. And at this moment Aki used the move Rising Dragon. A transparent dragon opened its mouth and swooped down. He stood there quietly, enduring the power that poured down upon him. Aki gritted his teeth, enduring this overwhelmingly powerful force. The five banners form was evolving, releasing a shockwave of wind. More strange shapes began to grow on his body. Aki let out a breath and asked with a displeased expression, "Any more tricks?" At this moment he was in the state of a fully evolved six banners form. The demon contemplated for a moment, then it gradually vanished from within Snow's sphere. He was curled up there. The Red King's banner spoke, "Impressive. Devouring the entire energy of this demon-subduing core not only allowed you to evolve, but the remaining energy is just enough for your companion to successfully awaken his demonic power." At this moment Snow's eyes slowly opened. The Red King's banner said, "Your companion is waking up." The scene shifted to the quiet inn-room. On the bed Aki was sitting and helping Snow, surrounded by three girls, each busy with their own thing. Sidulyu was still dozing off. Velina had just woken up and asked while yawning, "Is it not over yet?" Joey, full of excitement, was taking pictures from every angle with her camera. Suddenly she stopped. "Wait, it seems Snow has noticed us." Sidulyu was still sleeping soundly, even blowing a snot bubble. The power emanating from the two had begun to weaken. Suddenly Snow opened a pair of strange eyes and glanced at them. Velina thought with alarm, "Snow's eyes, those are the pupils of a demon." Then a force erupted from Snow's body, accompanied by the panicked screams of several girls. The force destroyed the entire inn. A strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A ring of light began to flash from within the dark clouds. Snow's body was lifted up by the energy pillar, and then strange shapes began to grow on him. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. The things on his back grew more and more, and in the next second they burst out from his back. It was another 2 arms. The 3 girls were all stunned, shouting together, "He has 4 arms." It wasn't over yet. Immediately after, his body began to be covered by a strange blackness. Snow sat up, his body completely transformed, looking even more terrifying than before. Snow had successfully transformed into the 4 banners demon form. Velina thought in disbelief, "How is this possible? Not through a core, the demonic power has truly fused with a human." At this moment, Aki had quickly put on his clothes and reminded everyone, "This is no time to be surprised. The power that erupted during Snow's upgrade was too violent. It will definitely be discovered by the warriors of Dawn City. We have to leave here quickly." Sidulyu hurriedly ran out saying, "Anne, you think of a way, I'll guard the door." Suddenly, a large hand appeared in front of her, blocking her way, and said, "Everyone pardon me." After speaking, he grabbed the hands of his 4 companions with his 4 hands. Aki asked with an excited smile, "You have a way? Then we're counting on you." Snow, suddenly, a pair of transparent yellow wings appeared on his back. Just like that, he pulled his companions and soared into the sky, flying away from the inn. His flying speed made the girls scream in panic. Suddenly, Joey's eyes sparkled, full of admiration. "Wow, Snow is so amazing." Just like that, within a few seconds they had flown out of Dawn City. A short while later, at the inn in the city, there was a large hole still smoking on the roof. People who heard the news gathered here to observe the situation. This was just an accident. "Everyone please stop crowding around." Discussions arose. How did the sign on top fall down? The weather just now also changed suddenly. A group of people had also arrived here to inspect the situation. A subordinate came to reporting to the captain. Besides the hole in the roof and the damaged guardrail, no other traces were found. This captain was the captain of the Dawn City Guard, a 6 banners warrior. He thought with a serious expression that aura just now was definitely a demon. "It only took me a few minutes to get here." Suddenly that subordinate cried out in panic, "Captain, look over there." The guard captain immediately knelt down. At that moment a person slowly descended from the sky. The guard warrior knelt. "Why have you come in person, Lord Dillon?" This was one of the new 6 heroes, the strongest recovery-type dual-core warrior, Fan Dillon. On Aki's side, everyone had arrived at a spot in the forest and decided to stop there. Snow put his companions down. Joey exclaimed excitedly, "Wow Snow, how do you feel?" He looked at his hands seriously. "I feel my body is full of demonic power." Then he jumped down, simultaneously changing back to his human form. At this moment he was only wearing a pair of small shorts. Joey found it funny. He can change back to human form at will. Valina, however, noticed the key point. "But to be able to level up to grade 4 in one step, is it because of Anne's help?" Snow said. "I feel that Anne has been helping me while I was unconscious. He even regulated the power of the demon-subduing core. Unfortunately, because the demonic power is too strong, I need time to adapt, so I could only upgrade to grade 4. Otherwise, I might have been able to upgrade to grade 5. Anne is hiding quite a few secrets, isn't he?" He seemed to have already realized what was going on. Aki knew this too, so he was silent for a moment, not knowing how to explain. Then he changed the subject. "It seems we can't go back to Dawn City now. It will definitely attract attention." "Lena, I'm sorry." Valina shrugged. "Sorry for what? That's not the Dawn City of the past anymore. It's fine if we can't go back." Sidulyu then said, "In that case, let's strike while the iron is hot and help me and Joey level up too." Joey said excitedly, "Aha." Joey agrees with Lu's opinion. "I want to become stronger too," Valina asked more seriously. "Next we need to act together." "And what do you plan to do?" Aki looked at Snow. "You said you need time to adapt to the power, right?" Snow replied. "Yes, I feel there's a power inside my body that I haven't sensed yet." Aki heard this and smiled with some excitement. "Very good, I also want to see your current strength. Then let's go hunt a grade 6 dual-core demon together." Subsequently, Snow had already transformed back into his demon form. Joey, full of interest, took pictures with her camera. Just like that, yes, Valina was sitting and contemplating. Aki approached and asked, "What are you looking at?" He leaned closer to her and asked curiously, "Aren't you usually very straightforward? Why are you so silent today? Is it because of Snow?" Valina closed her eyes, somewhat sad, not knowing what to say. "Seeing a human warrior combined with demonic power, I feel a little strange inside. If this had happened a while ago, perhaps it would not have been accepted. And also has demonic power in his body, right? What will happen to humans and demons in the end? I'm getting more and more confused." Aki looked at her silently, then spoke. "Lena, at first I couldn't accept the demonic power in my body either. I hated it, and it was disgusting." Those images surfaced. "But just like the origin of us warriors is to gain power by synchronizing with demon cores through equipment, and now if we don't rely on this power, at least I don't think it's possible to defeat even stronger demons. Or one could say demons are no longer the only enemy." Fanen's sinister appearance surfaced in his mind. Valina was still contemplating. "Besides demons, there are the new 6 heroes and the new king. I admit they are much stronger than we were before, especially the new king. Although it was just a fleeting glimpse, the new king gave me a feeling that he was so strong it scared me. That is definitely not a power a human warrior can possess." Her body began to tremble. "And it was at that moment that a person like me, who wanted to fight to the death, also gave up resisting. It's funny, isn't it? As one of the 6 heroes to be scared to this extent." She was getting agitated when Aki suddenly tapped her on the head. "Silly," he looked at her and smiled comfortingly. "What are you afraid of? I'm here." Valina looked at her reflection in the water, wanting to say something. At this moment the trio of Sidulyu spoke up. "And we've rested enough. Let's find a town to stay in." He turned back and replied, "Okay." Aki sat up and said, "Let's go too, to hunt a dual-core demon. We'll definitely get the remaining 2 demon-subduing cores, especially since we have a legendary warrior like you with us." Valina's cheeks flushed red as she replied, "Okay." The sky was high and the sun was bright, but after a while they had arrived in a strange land of death. A demon was currently devouring bloody raw meat with gusto. Soon after, Aki's group observed the situation inside the cave from behind a large rock. Snow said with disgust, "Is it eating carrion?" Valina replied, "Grade 1 and 2 demons are everywhere. It seems this place and found is a huge demon nest." Just then a sword pierced through that demon's head. The other demons were frightened and retreated, screaming, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" Aki walked in, grabbed the hilt of the sword and said, "I searched from dawn until sunset and finally found a rare large nest. I hope there's a dual-core demon here. Don't disappoint me." The demonic aura emanating from him made them start to become wary. "You, the demonic aura on you?" At this moment 2 hands appeared behind them, grabbed their heads and then forcefully smashed the 2 heads together, making the 2 demons unable to resist. Just like that, a few bones fell to the ground. "Done?" This was Snow's masterpiece. "It's done," Joey exclaimed in admiration. "Wow, as expected of Snow in his power form," Aki proudly continued. "With Snow's current strength, demons below grade 4 are no match for him at all. I can feel a not-so-weak power in the depths of this nest. Maybe we can find a demon-subduing core." Sidulyu said, "And I want to fight too. I can do it." Aki immediately turned back and interrupted. "No, I know you also have a demon form." "Not now. Combat consumes a lot of stamina and energy. You and Joey can't fight before fusing with the demon-subduing core. Snow's fusion consumed a lot of energy and stamina, and because the subsequent fusion process must be maintained in an absolute state, we can't take the risk. Lena, watch them." Valina immediately replied, "Okay." Just as they were walking in, both of them suddenly stopped. At this moment, from the depths of the cave, other demons rushed out like they were flying. The leader roared, "For humans to come here, they're courting death." Snow calmly waved his hand and said, "Let me try on my own." then he suddenly disappeared from his spot and reappeared in front of the leading demon, throwing a punch. He slammed the demon's head into the ground with one punch, making the remaining demons panic. A demon? Is this a demon or a human? Another demon began to stomp the ground forcefully, roaring, "Whatever it is, it must die." They attacked together, simultaneously attacking Snow. At this moment, Joey imagined herself with 4 arms and curiously asked, "And will I become like this after I demonize?" Aki frowned and replied, "No," but he thought to himself, Snow has become more fierce and warlike after demonizing. I wonder what Lu and Joey will be like over here. Snow was grabbing the heads of 2 demons with 2 hands, then used the move Bone Flower, starting to beat them to a pulp. As he beat them, he said, "I used to be very weak, possessing the famous defense core, but facing a low-level demon tide led by a grade 1 demon, I could only watch helplessly as the captain protected the town. Facing a grade 2 fire-type demon, I could only escape under the captain's protection. It's different now. I have power. From now on I will make you demons fear me." Suddenly, a powerful aura rushed over. Aki thought nervously, the auras are all gathering here. As expected of a demon nest, there are more and more demons. At this moment, a dense crowd of demons appeared from the demon nest. Velina said seriously, "Do you need my help? I'm afraid if we drag this out, something will happen." He turned back and replied, "Then I'll have to trouble you. It's also good to get the demon-subduing core as soon as possible." Velina acted quickly. She bent down, her palm pressed on the ground, and a force erupted from her body. Joey exclaimed in admiration again, "Oh, to be able to fight alongside the former 6 hero Lena, can I witness the strength of a 6 hero level?" Velina stomped the ground hard, the ground cracked, and in the next second countless attacks were launched heading straight for the demons in front. Sidulyu raised her hand to block the shockwave. "Is this the speed and power a grade 6 core can achieve? I've never even imagined it." Joey continued to take pictures with her camera, crying out in frustration, "It's too fast, I can't capture anything." Snow hurriedly turned back and asked, "And what skill is this?" The demons in front were cleared in an instant. Aki grinned excitedly. She didn't use any skill at all, she just activated her shield and ran over. "Snow, let's follow. Lu and Joey, don't make a move, conserve your energy and stamina," he reminded everyone. Velina had already rushed out thinking, "It seems there's a wide space in the depths of the cave, it seems the demons were all rushing out from here just now." Entering the end of the cave, she also stopped and the shield began to dissipate. Above, a demon was sitting leisurely and said, "To be able to fight your way here, your strength level is different from the warriors I've seen before." This was also a grade 6 dual-core demon. Velina leaped up, preparing to attack it. It quickly jumped away from that position, dodging the attack. The demon's seat was blown up, making it shout in anger, "My throne, ah, you destroyed my favorite throne, my throne." Velina landed lightly on the rock, a giant battle axe resting on her shoulder, looking majestic as she said coldly, "Throne, you are not worthy." At this, the demon slammed its fist into the ground and roared, "Nonsense." Countless tentacles shot out from the ground, stabbing toward Velina. Just then, Snow appeared, smashing down with his 4 fists. "Let me handle this." With that one blow, all the tentacles were shattered to pieces before they could reach Velina. Before the demon could react, it felt a chill from behind. It turned in a panic. "Someone else?" Aki's eyes glinted as he swung his sword, shouting as he slashed down, "Hand over the core." And with that, the demon coughed up a pool of green fluid. A moment later, Aki had its core. "Got it. A demon-subduing core, just one more to go." Suddenly, he turned back to look at her. "What's wrong? Are you ready to go?" Velina was covered in sweat, panting heavily. "It's nothing, I'm just a bit low on stamina. It's a shame I can't fight alongside everyone every time. This old core is almost out of energy. Grade 7 cores aren't easy to find, especially since the new king explicitly forbade us old 6 heroes from using cores after he took power." Aki looked at her with a thoughtful expression as she continued, "But I'm old now, and I don't want to force myself to be a 6 hero anymore. It's you, and you must create a miracle again for us to witness." She wore a gentle smile as she spoke. Aki's hand trembled for a moment, then his expression grew firm. I promise you, I will take back everything that was lost." A scene shifted to a city district. In a warrior's inn in an city, Aki held the tube containing the 2 demon-subduing cores and sighed in relief. Finally got 2. Now it was time to help them fuse with the demonic power. He asked the other 2 to stand guard carefully. Velina replied, "Don't worry." Snow added, "This is a C-rank town, there shouldn't be any problems." Suddenly, Velina asked hesitantly, Can you handle 2 girls at once?" She nudged him as she spoke, teasing him. Aki's face turned beet red as he shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" This moment, inside the room, the 2 girls heard the commotion. "It sounds like they're saying something in the hallway." Joey asked quietly, "Lu, are you nervous?" Sidalyu remained silent, unable to answer. Just then, Aki pushed the door open. He turned on the light and asked, "Are you 2 ready?" "Who's first?" Someone answered. Ready." Sidalyu said, maybe let Joey go first." In the room were 2 girls who had already taken off their outerwear, leaving only a few layers of undergarments. The scene was quite suggestive, startling Aki. Well, you've decided to let Joey go first." He couldn't help but look away. "Damn it, I don't know where to look." Suddenly, Joey threw an arm around Sidalyu and revealed, "Actually, Lu really wants to go first." This made her so shy she was practically steaming. "Gee, Joey continued. "She's just not used to speaking up." Sidalyu's face and ears were as red as if they'd been boiled. I didn't say I wanted to go first," but Aki quickly composed himself and said with a smile, "Of course, it's no problem, let's have Lu go first." Joey enthusiastically took out her camera. "Then I'll go rest in the next room." I definitely won't peek. Sidalyu jumped in fright and shouted, "Put that camera away." A moment later only the two of them were left in the room. Aki was taking off his jacket. Sidalyu sat on the bed staring intently at him. Noticing this, Aki asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there something strange about me? Why are you staring at me like that?" Sidalia's cheeks were so red they were about to catch fire. And nothing in her mind. She was already screaming, "Ah, save me, why is he taking his clothes off in front of me?" Suddenly Sidalyu asked again, "And then do I have to take off my bra too?" She looked incredibly charming at that moment. Aki shouted, "And no you don't, I wouldn't be able to concentrate at all if you did." She immediately retorted, "No, it's not like I want to take it off." The people outside heard them as well, and everyone's face grew hot. All the lights in the room were on. After taking off their clothes the two sat facing each other. Aki carefully opened the tube with the demon-subduing core and handed one to Sidalyu. "Here." She felt the power emanating from it. "And is the demonic power in this the same as the one inside me? Although I still don't know exactly how the power inside me came to be. I've always admired and feared my other self. Sometimes I dream of being enveloped by a giant, familiar yet strange figure. That extremely powerful and evil force, it's so blurry." Aki answered seriously. "I understand, to be honest. I'm curious too, so maybe we'll both find some answers this time. If you're ready, then turn around and hold the demon-subduing core in your hand." Sidalyu immediately did as she was told. "Okay," he continued to instruct, "then pour your spirit into it and forget everything else." Then he reached out his hands preparing to touch Sidalia's bare back. "Here I come." Her body trembled involuntarily. "Okay." Sidalyu closed her eyes, silently repeating the instructions, "Pour my spirit in, forget everything." At this moment the two began to enter her mindscape. Sidalyu opened her eyes. Her body was sinking into a dark space, and she saw in that darkness a sphere of demonic power that belonged to her. Demonic power? That is the demonic power. At this moment a six-banner source demon was also enveloping her sphere. Sidalyu landed on a foothold, and as she approached the demonic power, she thought, "The power representing absolute recovery is all here." As expected, it's a powerful and evil aura. The six-banner source demon began to open its eyes. Suddenly, a force struck in front of Sidalyu. She was affected by it. "Although it's evil, if I have this power I can become stronger to protect him, to protect more people." And so she unconsciously reached out her hand. At this moment the demon continued to entice her. "Become a servant of the great demon race and you will obtain immense power. Accept the power of the demons, human." Sidalia's trembling hand was about to make contact when suddenly another hand grabbed it. That figure spoke. "Oh my, that won't do, my lovely female warrior." Sidalyu said in a panic, You're the demon I've dreamed of." It was another version of Sidalyu, her demon form. That hand wrapped around Sidalia's body as it continued. "Source power, my apologies, this is my girl. I already took her in a while ago." This was the Black King's banner, one of the 6 great king's banners, the master of space and time. The green demon then spoke, "One of the 6 great king's banners, the Black King's banner. No wonder I thought it was strange. This human has a familiar power inside her. So it was you. HMPH, you've already bestowed a part of your source power upon her, haven't you?" The Black King's banner looked down at Sidalyu and answered, "Well, she still needs to help me keep an eye on a certain human. I have my own arrangements. Besides, I'm very interested in this girl, so don't give her any more trouble." Sidalyu spoke. "The demonic power in my body, my other form, that's you. You're the Black King's banner, one of the 6 great king's banners, an existence even stronger than a grade 7 demon." The Black King's banner pinched her chin again. "For you, this is indeed our first meeting. I do miss your lips." Just then the Red King's banner appeared and said, "I knew it was you." What a headache. The 6-banner source demon also looked up and remarked, "How rare, 2 kings gathered together." In the air, Aki stood beside the Red King's banner. The Red King's banner continued, "Didn't I tell you not to interfere?" Black King's banner. Aki thought, "Lose power comes from the Black King's banner." Suddenly the Black King's banner covered her face and said excitedly, "Red." Sidalyu made a similar gesture, and both of them beamed like flowers, jumping on their feet and shouting happily, "You're here." Aki and the Red King's banner landed. The Black King's banner ran forward excitedly and said with a pout, "Red, oh don't be mad." Then she winked and said, "You told me not to interfere with that kid's business, and I've been obedient. I just arranged for a human female warrior to be my assistant and help me gather some intelligence." Seeing that expression, Aki thought with surprise, "The Black King's banner, the strongest demon who controls space and time. What kind of plan do she and the Red King's banner have?" The Red King's banner stroked the Black King's banner's head and chided, "You're messing around. Any interference you make with anyone around and will increase the risk of my exposure and only bring more potential dangers." The Black King's banner explained, I'm just worried about you. If something happens to this kid you'll also." The Red King's banner interrupted sternly, "Don't you trust my choice?" The Black King's banner pretended to understand. All right, I get it. Since you don't like it, although it's a bit of a shame, I'll just have to kill that human girl." Her hand reached behind her. Aki's eyes changed. He switched to his demon state and roared, "Dare!" He waved his hand and charged forward to attack. "Then I'll kill you first." But with just one finger, she destroyed Aki's demon form. Sidalyu screamed in panic, "Anne!" Aki reverted to his human form and fell to his knees. He was bent over, clutching his stomach. Sidalyu rushed to his side. Are you okay, Anne?" Aki was trembling with pain. The Red King's banner reminded. Don't you hurt him, the Black King's banner replied. Don't worry. I just paused his time, making him feel constant pain. I was just joking. I didn't expect him to actually dare to make a move on a king's banner. Then her gaze changed and she released the spell. Only then could Aki move. Sidalyu called out worriedly. Anan, are you alright? He was lying on the ground, panting heavily, with no strength left to resist. This is the power of a king's banner. The Black King's banner reached out her hand again. Ha, I like this girl so much, how could I bear to kill her? That eerie demonic claw reached over. Sidalia's body froze and she was dragged over by it. Sidalyu cried out in pain. The Red King's banner turned back. Let's go, it seems your help isn't needed. Aki frowned and shouted worriedly. No, I can't trust leaving Lu with that female demon. The Red King's banner's steps suddenly halted. He looked down coldly. Are you telling me you don't know anything? She is the Black King's banner, master of time and space, one of the strongest existences, the strongest of the demon race. If she really had any killing intent, you would have stopped breathing before you even realized what happened. Besides, she has never cared about you humans. To put it bluntly, this is an honor for you, friend. Leave it to the Black King's banner, don't bother them, let's go. At this, Aki frowned and warned the Black King's banner, don't do anything unnecessary. And with that, he and the Red King's banner vanished from Sidalia's mindscape. The Black King's banner spoke again. Alright, the Red King's banner is gone, there's nothing fun to do here anymore. Let's end this. The 6 banner's source demon replied, okay. And so, Sidalyu waited as the surrounding demonic power took effect. That small body began to endure the immense power. I can feel it. There's a green energy awakening along with it. A moment later, 2 strange wings began to grow from her back in the in-room. Aki was pacing back and forth anxiously. Didn't you say Lu could awaken successfully right away? Why is there no reaction yet? The Red King's banner calmly reassured him. Just then, Sidalia's physical body emitted a burst of power. After the smoke cleared, a new form of Sidalyu appeared, both eerie and captivating. 6 banners formed black-green core. The black and white Sidalyu. Aki's eyes widened as he said, Lu, this is Lu. The Red King's banner smiled and explained, the energy provided by the Black King's banner seems to have had a significant influence on her. This was inevitable when she fully awakened. Suddenly, Sidalyu extended a hand. Aki was as if drawn by that power. He had no time to resist before he was pulled close. Sidalyu placed her hand on his chest and lowered her head and asked quietly, I've always wanted to know, do you like me? Answer me and don't stutter. Aki's eyes widened as he thought in surprise. Lu in her complete form has such a bold personality. The Red King's banner sighed at the scene again. What is all this? The Red King's banner sighed helplessly. To have such immense power and still care about these things, humans are truly hard to understand. At this moment a noise came from outside the door. The Red King's banner quickly disappeared and Jui and Snow tumbled in from outside. Ouch, Jui turned and complained. Snow, it's your fault for being so heavy and landing on me, such a good opportunity. And she looked back inside and saw Sidalyu in her new form, controlling Aki. Lu, what are you doing? Sidalia's face immediately turned bright red. As if she had come to her senses, she hurriedly raised her hands to cover her face. Don't misunderstand, it must be the influence of the demonization. Jui glanced over with a knowing look. Oh, Aki also covered his face, saying awkwardly, good thing, otherwise I wouldn't have known how to answer. Then he said, ahem, now it's Jui's turn. A moment later, Aki and Jui were alone in the room. She also picked up a demon-subduing core, only realizing how light it was when she held it. But it was very warm. Aki was very surprised to hear that, warm. And then reminded her, Jui, you should be more serious, this isn't a joke. If you aren't focused, you'll suffer a backlash from the demon-subduing core. She immediately replied, aha, yes sir. But the expression on her face was still mischievous. Aki could only sigh helplessly. Seriously, can't she make things a little easier? As Aki placed his hand on her back, he reminded her, remember, you have to calm your mind to sense the demon-subduing core. After entering the demon-subduing core space, you'll encounter the source demon power, and you will be attacked both physically and mentally. But don't worry, I will also enter with you and do my best to help you. During this process you must concentrate. Don't let it control you, you must be the one to control it. You'll only be able to enter its space once you can sense its power, which, unlike with Sidaliu, will take quite some time. Suddenly an aura emanated from the demon-subduing core, startling him. He found it rather strange. Has she already entered the space? When did she manage to sense it? He then immediately closed his eyes. Damn it, I have to get into the space right now. After entering the space, Aki also changed back to his demon form. The Red King's banner stood to the side and remarked, as expected, this friend of yours is really strange. Not only was she not attacked, but she also absorbed all the energy without any resistance. At this moment, the source demon opened its eyes and silently watched Jui. She smiled and looked up at it, but the demon made no further moves, instead allowing Jui to continue absorbing. It even automatically converted into a power for her to absorb. Aki said in astonishment, even the source demon is, the Red King's banner found it very interesting. It seemed even the source demon power liked her, to actually let her drain all the energy it had accumulated within the core. Soon, Jui had absorbed nearly all the power. Her body also began to change, and a shockwave erupted outwards. Jui kept her eyes tightly closed, letting all the changes happen naturally. One part of her body after another was transformed, and a pair of peculiar wings grew on her back. She doesn't need our help at all. This friend of yours is truly a strange one. Before he could finish speaking, he had to disappear from there. Joey successfully transformed into her demon form. Demon form 6 banners blue core. Joey, she exclaimed, what's going on? It was done in an instant. I thought it would be very troublesome. Then she turned around, saw Aki standing there stunned, and looked back at her own wings. Wait, it seems I can use these to accelerate. With that thought, she dashed toward the ground and instantly appeared in front of Aki. So fast in her new form, Joey said a bit shyly. Wow, and I'm so strong now. He smiled and replied, ah, that's right, you're much stronger than before. Aki guessed to himself that Joey might be a hidden genius capable of skipping ranks. Afterwards, the two regrouped with their teammates and continued onward. Alright, let's go. On a rooftop, 4 streaks of different colored light lined up, then shot straight into the sky, looking incredibly brilliant. The people below noticed and began to shout to each other. Look, what are those lights in the sky? Is something flying up there? The 4 beams of light continued to streak across the sky. Aki was carrying Velina, smiling with excitement. It's time for us to find a suitable place. We must carefully adapt and adjust the team's coordination, Velina suggested. To the west of Dawn City is a demon cave, a massive cave that even the warrior squads of Dawn City don't want to enter. He asked in return. Then there must be quite a few powerful demons inside, right? Velina replied, but I think we can go check it out now. A demon squad, she thought to herself. Their power might soon be enough to deal with the new 6 heroes. The next day, Aki's group arrived at a riverbank. You seem troubled, Velina. Aren't you coming with us? Did I make you unhappy? She replied with a regretful expression. No, it's not that. The energy in my core is almost depleted. What if I can't help at a critical moment? If I travel with you all, I'll often just be a burden. Before she could finish speaking, Aki flicked her forehead hard. Whack. She couldn't help but cry out in pain, he reminded her seriously. A burden? What nonsense are you talking about? How could you not be of help? You're one of the 6 heroes. Besides, didn't you introduce us to the cave not far from here? At worst, I'll just find you a new 7 banners core. You're only missing 1 7 banners core. But Velina retorted, there's no need, and the truth is I can't keep up with you all anymore. This made him very confused. Can't keep up, Velina said thoughtfully. Even if I had another core, my strength is long past what it used to be. Ever since the strongest warrior king passed away, I haven't fought at all. After the new king took power, they demanded I relinquish my warrior status. I've also gotten used to living like an ordinary person. If you hadn't appeared at this time, and I might never have put on this battle suit again. Aki hurriedly tried to persuade her. What does that have to do with not keeping up? Now that you've put it on, isn't that fine with your combat experience? You'll definitely. He was immediately cut off by her. And you seem to have forgotten. I'm already old. I can't stay by your side for too long. I have to use the power of a 6-color core to maintain this youthful appearance. Otherwise I'd be a decrepit old hag right now. You're strong and healthy now, and you've forgotten that I'm actually old enough to be called Grandma a couple of times. Just fighting for a little while leaves me breathless. And you and the others are in your prime right now, with the most energy especially now. You all have mastered demon power and have reached a point where you no longer need guidance. If I continue to travel with you, I'll only hold you back. As she spoke, she held Aki's hand and continued. So I want to leave. It's enough to watch you from a distance. Continuing to stay by your side will only make me sadder. You understand? Aki felt very dejected. Lena, even if you can't help, she cut him off again. Alright, don't say any more. In the future, if you want to go rescue Duo, come find me. Take this. As she spoke, she placed a compass in his hand. This is Velina's locating compass. You can use it to find me anytime. The blue dot is me. Velina is in good condition. It even has a voice feature specially prepared for you. In the future, if you need help, you can come find me. She wasn't finished. She took out a scroll. And on it are the specific locations where demons often gather. I've already marked them for you, and there are some scattered records that might be able to help you. After putting the items away, Aki asked again. Okay, so where do you plan to go? Are you going back to Dawn City? Velina replied. Don't worry, ordinary warriors can't do anything to me. I'm Velina after all. I have some treasures to go back and pack, then I'll pick a small town to live in and retire. Aki glanced back and said, retire? Don't talk about that. When are you planning to leave? Are you going to say goodbye to them? Velina fell silent. It would be better to leave quietly. I've been used to acting alone for so many years. Your appearance during this time has made me a little unaccustomed to it. By the way, I'm that girl named Lu. Hearing this, Aki turned to look back again. Lu, Lu also noticed his gaze and looked over. After meeting his eyes, her face immediately turned bright red, then she smiled gently before pretending to be nonchalant and looking away. Velina reminded him again, Lu cares a lot about you. Don't ignore a girl's feelings. Aki felt speechless. You're really something, she continued. You're really a blockhead when it comes to this stuff. Then she decisively turned around. Alright, I'm leaving. There's a small town nearby. I'll take a car back to Dawn City from there. Aki called out to her, departing back. Then anyway, if I find a 7 banners core, you're not allowed to refuse it then. She waved her hand without answering. Then she closed her eyes and thought with a sigh, and you're such a blockhead. What woman would show her bad side in front of the man she likes, especially when there are better women around you? At this moment, the 3 teammates also hurried over. Has Senior Lena already left? Yeah, she left without saying anything. Aki watched her departing figure and explained. She went to take care of some personal business. Siduliu was thoughtful. I didn't even get to thank her. Senior Lena helped us so much during this time. Snow asked, then are we going directly to the demon cave now, Aki? According to Lena, that cave is a large one, and many powerful demons live inside. It's a perfect place to test the current combat strength of the four of us and to pick up something while we're at it. They asked curiously, pick up something what? Aki changed back to his demon form, full of determination. A new 7 banners core, to give to Lena the next time I see her. The 3 of them also changed back to their forms, looking menacing. Alright, the scene shifted to Dawn City. A report was called out. There seemed to be a figure just now. Quick over there. If it's a demon, eliminate it immediately. At this moment, Velina was alone, trying hard to hide in the shadows. The patrols here are getting stricter. As expected, Snow's awakening last time caught their attention. Great. The window was still open. She looked up at her room, then leapt up and in. Velina landed swiftly on the balcony. I have to be quick, grab my things and go, she muttered to herself while looking for something. I remember putting it here. Why is it gone now? No way. Suddenly, Van Dillen appeared in a chair and spoke. I didn't expect you to actually come back. It seems my guess was right. Velina turned back in astonishment. The guy's face was full of malice. He said, do you think I'll let you go this time? New 6 heroes, the strongest dual-core warrior. Van Dillen. Velina shouted angrily, I just had some business to attend to lately. Just because you're one of the 6 heroes, does that mean you can just break into my home? Van Dillen took something out. You left this place and still came back specifically. Was it for this? She said in astonishment. How do you have that? The scene flashes back to his past life. The severed head of a monster. Aki was observing it quietly. Velina ran over and berated him loudly. You guy. Why did you run off here to slack off? There are still many things waiting for you to arrange. The Aki of the past life turned back and said with a smile, Lena, perfect, I have something to show you. Under her confused gaze he took out an item. It's a necklace I just made. It's for you. Velina took the necklace preciously. It's so beautiful. Back to the present. Van Dillen took the necklace out of a box, gloating. You've always been casual about everything, but this one thing was carefully stored away. I thought it was some kind of treasure, but it turns out to be a handmade necklace made of stone. Tisk tisk tisk, it's so old and ugly. Ha, don't tell me some man gave it to you. Velina clenched her fists and rushed forward to get it back. Give it back. Her hand gripped the necklace tightly, but she was immediately hit hard in the abdomen by Van Dillen's knee. The attack was so fierce that Velina couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood and was then sent crashing straight through the ceiling. Her body broke through the ceiling and flew into the air. Van Dillen didn't stop there, continuing to move and give chase. Velina sensed the danger and quickly came to her senses. When his attack was launched, she had already created a shield but was still sent flying. Velina's body shot through the space, destroying other areas. But she slid along the floor and regained her balance. Velina landed on the roof of another building, feeling extremely anxious at this moment. Damn it, the energy in my body is already too weak. One of my arms is even broken, and I can't heal it. Van Dillen appeared again, floating in the air. Oh, the energy on you is about the same as an ordinary warrior now. In that case, you're going to die, you old hag. Velina bit down on the necklace, then retorted loudly. No matter what, I was once one of the 6 heroes. The new king also promised me that if I voluntarily gave up my status, he would not disturb my life. Are you going to disobey even his orders? He answered nonchalantly. However, from that shockwave before, I did sense a bit of your aura. I suspect you have some connection to that suspicious person. Besides, you talk about the king. Do you think he would care about a washed-up old hag? As he spoke, he condensed a giant arrow. Suddenly a cat nearby jumped, startling Velina. She looked back at Van Dillen, who was continuing his motion of shooting the arrow. Go to hell! The arrow tore through the air, but Velina noticed the cat and rushed over to shield it. Under its terrified gaze, she blocked the attack. A shockwave erupted from that rooftop. When the smoke and dust cleared, what remained was Velina with her back completely torn up, but she gently comforted it. Stay far away from fights in the future, okay? The cat jumped away in a panic, and Van Dillen suddenly appeared again, grabbing her body. Then he said grimly, How naive, if you'd struggled you could have dodged that attack on your own. But it seems the commotion was a bit loud. Let's go outside the city. He forcefully pulled Velina up and threw her violently like an arrow. Velina's body was thrown out of the city, flying to the edge of the forest. The impact was immense. When she crashed into the trees in the forest, Velina finally hit a tree trunk, her body bouncing back, covered in blood. But she still held the necklace tightly in her mouth. Van Dillen appeared there again. Velina, your core, I can barely feel any energy from it anymore. I heard that those hands of yours once saved over 600 people in a single battle. Truly remarkable. It's a shame that from now on you'll only be able to reminisce. As he spoke, he lifted his foot, and a miserable scream echoed through the forest. The scene shifted to the demon's nest, where Aki and his group had already found the grade 7 demon. The 4 of us had to team up just to kill it. Our coordination still isn't good enough. Aki picked up a core happily, shouting, Excellent. A grade 7 core, we got it. Suddenly he felt a force and looked out of the cave uneasily. Snow followed his gaze and asked, What's wrong? He replied worriedly. Something in the direction of Dawn City suddenly gave me a feeling of palpitation. Then the device on Aki's chest began to search. He thought to himself, Let's see how the compass Lena gave me works. The compass immediately issued an alert. Velina's condition is critical. The 4 were stunned upon hearing this, their wings immediately preparing for flight. Iduliu snapped back to reality and immediately took the lead to set off. A short while later, in the forest, Aki and the others quickly flew over. The compass indicated they were nearby. Up ahead they soon saw Valina leaning against a tree. Aki was both worried and angry. Damn it, why is Lena's aura so faint? He landed in front of her, and when they saw Valina's condition, everyone was stunned. Both of her arms had been severed, her body was almost embedded in the tree trunk, her right arm in one place, her left arm thrown on the ground in another. And Valina was completely unconscious. Jui covered her face and cried out in shock. No, how could this be? Lena, she. Snow clenched his fists in anger, speechless. Zidulu loudly reminded everyone. Lena's arms are severed, she's lost too much blood, save her first. After speaking, she immediately used her healing ability. Jui wiped away her tears and turned to say, Snow, let's keep an eye on the surroundings. To be able to injure Lena like this, it's definitely no ordinary enemy. Guard the perimeter. With that, the two quickly split up to keep watch. Zidulu focused on healing, and Aki stood there, staring at the necklace Valina held tightly in her mouth. A scene from his past life surfaced. Valina had happily accepted it, promising, Thank you, I love it. I will treasure this gift. Aki knelt before her, blaming himself. You fool, did you come back just to get this necklace? It's just a worthless necklace I made casually back then. At that moment, Zidulu turned back and shouted, The situation is very bad, it's not just her arms. Lena's internal organs are also severely damaged. The energy of Lena's six-color core is completely depleted, so she can't heal herself. Otherwise, at her level, as she spoke, Valina's skin began to age as her life faded. Zidulia's eyes widened in shock. The passive ability to maintain her youth has also disappeared. Her breathing and pulse have already, she said with a tremble. Lena, she's dying. The situation was now critical. Do we need a grade 7 core? Aki asked anxiously. Lu, is there any way to save Lena? Zidulu replied helplessly. With my current abilities, I can only delay Lena's death as much as possible. I have the power of recovery, and I can also use the power of time and space granted by the Black King's banner to seal Lena in a space I create. She tried her best to slow down the flow of her life's time, but if I do that, I won't be able to move either. I'll have to use all my strength to maintain the stability of the space, and even then I won't be able to hold on for long. If we can't find a better way before sunrise, Lena will. At this moment, Jui spoke up and asked, Why would there be a demon near Dawn City that could defeat Lena? Even if her strength isn't what it used to be, it's not like she could be defeated by a demon. Suddenly, Aki stood up and said, Lu, do as you said, do your best to keep Lena alive. Zidulu immediately complied. Then he instructed Jui, You stay here and protect Lu and Lena. Don't let any low-level demons disturb her and interrupt her skill. Snow, you're with me. What do you mean, do you know who did this? An image of that detestable person surfaced. Aki answered. Fan Dylan. This stunned everyone. They said in unison, Fan Dylan, one of the new 6 heroes. Aki felt that snake-like evil aura. The thick aura he left behind is very familiar to me. I've fought him before. I know his aura and style very well. Leaving Lena with a breath of life was definitely not out of kindness, but Zidulu was very worried. And although our demon forms are strong, we can't beat Fan Dylan. What if there are other new 6 heroes in the city? That would be too risky, Aki said decisively. Lena said the other 5 heroes are away on missions. Trust me, there's no time. Zidulu could also see his determination. Anne's expression showed he could not be stopped, so Aki decisively turned and left. Damn it, to actually use Lena as bait. Zidulu asked, And what are you going to do? His hands trembled with anger as he clenched them. Fan Dylan, kill Fan Dylan. Dig out his core. He was incredibly frenzied at this moment, unstoppable. A short while later, Aki and Snow had already charged to the gates of Dawn City. Snow said, Rushing in to find Fan Dylan now is probably too risky, not to mention if we fight in the city, many innocent people will be put in danger. Besides, Dawn City is not a place you can just barge into. After all, it's the strongest grade 5 city of humanity, Aki said, especially that energy defense shield. It's constructed from energy extracted from demon cores. Its defense is astonishing, sturdy enough to block a full power strike from a grade 7 demon. Leaving from the inside is fine. We didn't encounter any obstacles when we flew out before because the system defaults to it being safe. Hearing him speak so logically and clearly, Snow thought in surprise, why doesn't know so much about Dawn City? Aki became angry. In that case, we'll lure him out. Understood. And so the two charged straight towards the city walls. When the two landed, they caused a huge tremor. The guards on the wall panicked. Something fell. What the hell is that? It can't be a warrior, can it? After the smoke and dust cleared. Wait, they're 2 humanoid demons. A guard immediately turned back and shouted, Quick, activate the laser defense cannons. Damn it, when dealing with humanoid demons, the system's automatic scanning and targeting might not be accurate. At this moment, the anti-demon system was activated. Aki and Snow looked small standing below. He frowned, looking up and sighed. To think that something I once built with my own hands is now aimed at me. How ironic. Treated completely as a demon. He gritted his teeth as he thought, then shouted loudly to those inside, We're not here to invade the city, nor do we have any intention of harming anyone. Give a message to Fan Dylan, tell him to get his ass out here. The guards above heard this and said angrily, Lord Dylan's name is not for you to call casually. You're just some low-level demons. With me here, don't even think about getting close to the city tonight. Aki impatiently began to unleash his power. Anyone who blocks me will die. The anti-demon system directly attacked Aki. Snow quickly combined his defenses to block the attacks. This stunned the people on the city wall. He blocked the laser defense cannon. Just how strong is this demon's body? Call for reinforcements. But Snow turned back to remind and calm down. Were you about to kill them just now? The Red Dynasty trembled at this moment. And then Aki, as if possessed, said, haha, a bunch of ants, just kill them and be done with it. In his consciousness, Aki stopped it. Shut up, they're just ordinary guard warriors. I don't want to harm innocent people. At this moment, the guards rushed over, preparing to deal with him together. Assemble, demon attack, warriors near the city walls, come support quickly. Suddenly another figure shot into the air. Something flew up. The person stood under the moonlight looking very cool. He shot an arrow at Aki and Snow struggled to block it, raising his shield to its maximum. But the impact of that blow was immense. The ground cracked and the area was engulfed in a shockwave. Snow was knocked back. Aki reached out to steady his companion and then both of them slid a distance. Snow said, it's Fan Dylan. Fan Dylan still had that leg bent pose, looking very punchable. He even sighed. I didn't expect him to block that last attack. Not bad, the guard shouted happily. It's one of the 6 heroes, it's Lord Dylan. The city is safe. Activate all laser cannons, prepare to provide cover. Fan Dylan continued to speak arrogantly. 2 humanoid demons have appeared. I didn't expect that. So that old hag really is connected to you demon bastards. Are you her subordinates? Since when did demons and the old 6 heroes team up? What kind of shady deal did you make? Could it be that the old hag deliberately made herself younger to offer herself to satisfy you demons? Ha ha, what a disgrace to human warriors. Good thing I've already crippled her. The more Aki listened, the angrier he became. Damn it, he erupted with power. Thunder element. This made Fan Dylan's triumphant expression fade. Lightning, the energy is too strong, and why do I have a familiar feeling? What is the relationship between these 2 demons and Lena? At this moment, Aki shouted, Snow, I only need you to do one thing for me. Snow, go ahead, he then said. Hold off all the reinforcements. At this moment, a group of reinforcements ran out from behind Fan Dylan to support Lord Dylan. Attack, kill the demons, Snow asked in return. And you? Aki held the Red Dynasty and walked forward. I will kill Fan Dylan with my own hands. The moment he finished speaking, he stomped his foot hard and then charged straight at Fan Dylan. He quickly created a shield to block that attack. The blade and shield collided, leaving a crack on it. In the next second, Fan Dylan's shield was shattered. Reinforcements shouted, Lord Dylan. He frowned and thought, this aura is also very familiar. Aki once again swung his sword and charged over. Fan Dylan created another shield to block, but the shield also shot out countless arrows to attack Aki. He had a triumphant sneer on his face as he did this. He was accidentally hit by one and fell backward. An arrow stuck in him. Aki gripped the arrow and then pulled it hard towards himself. Fan Dylan was caught off guard and was pulled over along with the shield. Aki took the opportunity to kick him. Fan Dylan gasped in pain, then suddenly smiled sinisterly again. His shield circle transformed into a giant hand and grabbed Aki. He controlled the hand to lift Aki into the air, then laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, trash demon, this way of fighting, do you have a grudge against me? And so a powerful shockwave erupted from that area. The Red Dynasty spun in the air, then was heavily embedded in the ground unnoticed by anyone behind. Snow was single-handedly holding off the reinforcements. We can't interfere with Lord Dylan, but at least we have to deal with this demon. This demon has been disrupting our formation. Surround it quickly. His attacks knocked them all back to the city wall without any intent to kill. Everyone fell to the ground and looked at each other in a daze. Ha, I'm not injured, strange. It just knocked us back. Why isn't this demon using killing moves? Over here, Snow was panting in exhaustion. There are too many of them, and I can't hurt them. And has to hurry up on his side. Suddenly he was hit from behind, unable to block it and fell forward. HMPH, damn it, behind him was the city wall. 2 figures now appeared on the city wall and the reinforcements cheered. It's the captains of the attack team. A captain with a pink hammer said excitedly, although it's a bit far to be able to block my attack, this demon's strength is at least grade 5. The man beside her was a grade 7 warrior. It's been a long time since a demon was so foolish as to proactively attack Dawn City. The captain with the pink hammer was also a grade 7 warrior with a crazed look on her face. Where did you get the gall to dare to make the great 6 heroes show themselves? And so the 2 jumped down from the city wall together to support and protect the city's firepower. Snow was very worried at this moment. Damn it, 2 grade 7 warriors I have to hold on for in. At this moment a shield appeared blocking those attacks. Aki was now sprawled on the ground, almost giving up. Damn it, I still can't win with 2 grade 7 cores. Fan Dylan created countless more arrows and shot them down. Aki glanced to the side. Snow. Watching Snow slowly fall, he gritted his teeth and held on. Dawn was breaking. Lena's broken form appeared in his mind, followed by the images of Jui and Sidulu struggling to hold on. Aki clenched his jaw, screaming in his heart, Red King's banner, lend me your power. At that moment, Fan Dylan jowed down all his arrows, shouting, Die, demon. The impact caused a massive tremor. Haha, to dare to come to Dawn City. You really overestimate yourself. Suddenly, a muscle in his face twitched. On the ground was the deep crater he had just created. What's going on? That last move should have been enough to kill it. Where did it get such powerful energy? The Red King's banner was now inside Aki's body. After the dust and smoke cleared, he appeared and said, I was wondering how long you would hold back before you begged me. Useless pride only wastes time. Fan Dylan gritted his teeth, full of worry. Several times stronger than before? No, his aura was more than 10 times stronger. What's going on? The Red King's banner extended his hand, releasing his power. The Red Dynasty moved and slowly pulled itself out of the ground, flying swiftly into the Red King's banner's hand. His appearance was eerie and terrifying at this moment. Holding his sword, he said, "Long time no see, Red Dynasty. Let me teach that kid how to use you." "What's wrong?" Just then the bodies of the city's warriors began to tremble, and the demon cores on their chests vibrated. "What is that? That demonic aura." A timid person turned to run away. "Quick, back to the city." He was immediately stopped by a captain. "I'll kill anyone who dares to run." Snow also looked up at Aki, thinking, Anne's aura has changed, it's completely different from before. Anne's aura is so unfamiliar. At this moment the Red King's banner was inside Aki's body. Fan Dillon spoke again. "I didn't expect you to hide your strength. Impressive. You're a 7 banners demon, but even if you are a 7 banners demon," as he spoke he clapped his hands together forcefully, and then countless soul-devouring thorn vines shot out from his body. Fan Dillon grinned triumphantly. "Don't forget, I have a dual 7 banners core." The Red King's banner paid him no mind, closing in on him rapidly. The guy didn't have time to react. Looking up in astonishment, the Red King's banner slashed with his sword and a long gash appeared on the ground. The soldiers shouted in panic. Lord Dillon was sent flying by the demon. Suddenly, a crack appeared on Aki's arm. The Red King's banner looked down in silence as cracks appeared on his body. "Although I forcefully let my consciousness control this kid's body, it's still a human body. Plus, my spiritual power is too weak, so the power I can unleash is limited. Tisk, my strength in this state is really too weak." At that moment, a loud shout was heard. Lord Dillon was holding the soul-devouring vines, gritting his teeth to hold on. The speed and power of that last attack were completely beyond what a 7 banners demon should possess. HMPH, I didn't expect to run into such a troublesome beast. It would be too embarrassing to look pathetic again. And if many towns are destroyed, my image will be ruined. Anyway, the demon is very close to the town now. Let's change the battlefield. After he finished his calculations, he began to retract the vines. Then he leaped forcefully, charging at Aki. Fan Dillon shouted wildly as he charged, "Just let me send you flying." The Red King's banner remained silent about this cracked body. When the two powerful forces collided, a massive shockwave was immediately produced. The blue points of light were affected by the surrounding red blocks. The Red King's banner flashed past Fan Dillon, one of Fan Dillon's arms on his blade. He looked tremblingly at his severed shoulder, then let out a miserable scream. The soldiers watched in panic. Lord Dillon, with only one hand left, he continued to attack like a madman. "Die." A powerful force erupted from Fan Dillon's body. The Red King's banner stood there calmly. He raised his sword to block in front of him. The shockwave drew closer, and even those farther away were affected. The dust and smoke cleared, revealing the situation inside. Fan Dillon's eyes widened and he said in astonishment, "I can't believe he blocked it." The Red King's banner replied, "I can't believe you would use such a dangerous move in this direction. Have you lost your mind, not even caring about the safety of the town? You even made me, a demon, step in to protect the town." He was furious but couldn't refute it. "You." At this moment, Aki spoke in his consciousness. "Help me cut off one of his arms just like he did to Lena." "Cut it off." He frowned, filled with hatred, wishing he could torture Fan Dillon with his own hands. The Red King's banner replied cheerfully, "Haha, I don't mind, but I don't know if your body can take it." Then he closed his eyes and his body began to crack. The Red King's banner continued, "This guy in front of us is one of the strongest warriors now. What a rare opportunity." "That's right, kid. Before your body cracks apart, let me teach you a few moves." As he spoke, he casually swung the Red Dynasty. A golden halo lit up the entire night sky. Countless beams of power were shot out in succession, and even the demon's green flesh was shattered. Joey swung her hand to cut the wooden stake, and the giant demon's hand was also knocked to the ground. Joey panted heavily. The demon's blood splattered on her face. "It's not over yet." Joey propped herself up and continued to fight here. Lou was trying her best to heal Lena. Her brows tightly furrowed. "Damn it, time is almost up. I have to get back with the 7 banners core as soon as possible." She called out to it in her heart. On the other side, various beams of power were fighting against each other. The beams collided, causing a shocking explosion. Dan charged straight forward to attack with his power and the giant phantom arm behind him. "Die!" A huge beam of light shot straight behind Aki, but he turned nimbly and with a light wave of his hand sent the beams flying. Beam of light became unstable, and even different arrows were derived from the beam. The more Dan fought, the more excited he became. Using his strongest move, the beam of power jawed straight over, splitting the ground in half. But he was even more surprised when Aki appeared behind him like a flash of lightning. His eyes caught him quickly, but he was still not as fast as him. He stabbed Dan's abdomen with his longsword. Dan watched in shock as the bright red blood flowed. "This demon's current strength is even beyond 7 banners. I didn't expect it to be able to extend its attack range with sword chi." Dillon's subordinates stood below, worried. Lord Dillon is actually at a disadvantage." Those people had no choice but to make a move. "Let's go support him." At the same time, Snow was lying on the ground, his hands grabbing the hands and feet of those two people, stopping them. "No, you can't disturb them." The white-haired man stabbed his arm with a stick. "Let go." Snow gritted his teeth and endured it. "So painful," he struggled internally. "A moment of complete defeat. Is this the gap between me and a 7 banners warrior? Is this my limit now? But for Master Lena, I must reclaim the higher power I once set aside when I demonized." The core on his back gradually cracked, and then a golden light shot out. This surprised those two people as well. "I didn't expect a demon's will to be so strong." It evolved, growing a 5th battle wing. Snow propped himself up, his eyes growing more and more determined. He had to protect the people he wanted to protect. And above, Lee was sent flying. One of his arms was cut off, but he refused to admit defeat. He continued to make a move, sky-shattering light bomb. Nada released his power and attacked Aki. Aki still calmly reached out and made a move. At this moment in the sky, a straight red line of Aki's power was confronting Dylan's green point of light. In the end, a huge beam of light shot out, blowing up the entire space. The trees were uprooted, and finally only a large, deep pit remained, with wisps of smoke. At this moment, both of Dan's arms were gone, cut off. One side of the glasses he wore was also cracked, his face covered in bloody marks. "Are you trying to mock what I did to that old hag?" Interesting. Aki's body also had bloody marks at this moment. No time, kill him, dig out his core. His eyes darkened. In the air he was preparing to make a move while Dylan was lying on the ground looking up. "Kill me? Are you underestimating me?" Light appeared on his two arms again. And then his arms grew back, his hands touched the ground, and then he successfully recovered both arms. He bared his teeth and smiled. "I promised the king I would never use this form." He stood up. "Now it seems I must kill you." The Red King's banner and Aki were both shocked by the demonized person before them. Dan had now turned into a demon and had become even stronger. Dan grinned as if something interesting was behind him. Dual 7 Banner's core, one of the new 6 heroes. Aki looked at his appearance and found it hard to guess, then he smiled again. "You're really thoughtful." Aki finally understood his intention. They fought back and forth, gradually moving away from Dawn City. "Even if you demonize here, you won't be discovered, right? The plan has been discovered." But Lee is not flustered at all. Instead, he smiles like a victor. "So I must praise you." He looked straight at the person in the air. "I don't know how long it's been since an enemy could force me into this form." He believed that although he also hated this form, he had to admit it. Then he instantly disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of Aki. "This way I can be invincible." He launched a fierce attack. Abyss soul-devouring pillar. The rocks underground shattered from the impact. His attack line extended from the air to the ground. He hadn't stopped, it wasn't over. A series of light beams were released just like that. Lee stood quietly in the air, his eyes observing. Below was a large pit with a small red dot inside. It was none other than Aki, who was blocking the force with his sword. His eyes looked up at the person above. "The power after demonization surprised me a little," he smiled. "For a humanoid demon like you, you're quite impressive." But his attitude became more and more confident. "You can't possibly win against me." And Aki was still calm and composed. "Oh, you're the first person who dares to say that to me." He gripped the sword beside him, followed by an extremely fierce slash. The slash was like a tornado, tilting the leaves, and the huge rocks also rolled due to the power of the sword. A sword chi shot straight into the sky, looking astonishing. Dylan was also stunned. "How is this possible? What kind of level is this?" Aki's face was extremely serious at this moment. "Then I'll let you know what a gap is." Suddenly, his body was shaken again. He closed his eyes to feel it. He knew this kid's body had endured my power for too long and had reached its limit. Green liquid also dripped onto the ground. He thought to himself, "If I don't retreat now, not only will he die from his body exploding, but my spirit might also." Then he looked up at Dylan in the air. "I didn't expect to feel excited when confronting a character like this. How ridiculous. HMPH, maybe I've been comfortable for too long and feel bored." He laughed in his heart. "Forget it, let's disperse." Suddenly, Aki's eyes shook. Looking at his appearance below, Dylan guessed his aura had returned to how it was before. Aki's red light appeared again. He thrust his sword straight into the ground. His expression was a bit troubled at this moment. "Why Red King's banner? Why at this critical moment? Why not just kill him?" The Red King's banner also appeared. "Tisk, don't be so ignorant. If I hadn't retreated in time just now, this body would have been torn apart. If you died, I would disappear with you." The Red King's banner's cells were slowly cracking, detaching from his body. "But he is already demonized." He thought of Dan's appearance. "I can't win with my current strength." Then he thought of Lena. "My teammates are still waiting for the core." The Red King's banner said again. "The Red Dynasty has my power, it's just that you've never unleashed its full potential. Try to inject your spirit into the weapon, feel it. It will tell you what to do." "It will tell me what to do? You mean it can talk?" Aki's hand tightened. Red King's banner laughed loudly. "The Red Dynasty used to be my most capable arm. The battles it has experienced are beyond your imagination. Kid, awaken it. If you can't even kill that piece of trash, then it proves you're nothing more than that." The red sword became brighter. In the depths of his heart, Aki was talking to the Red King's banner. He was as if chasing after something. "I can only admit that I chose the wrong person." Observing Aki's current appearance, Dylan laughed loudly. "I see that previous form wasn't you at all. You have another powerful force within you and now you're too weak to use it." He raised his hand again, preparing to launch a power attack. "Then go to hell." Aki still held the sword in his hand tightly, not moving at all. He closed his eyes. "If you can hear me, answer me." Red Dynasty. Another figure appeared. At this moment, somewhere else a beam of power shot out. Countless beams of power were constantly shot out, and the demon's corpse was also scattered on the ground. Jui moved nimbly, biting her lip. Though they were all low-level demons, there were too many of them. A horde of demons stood before her. Suddenly the demons backed away, gradually retreating. 2 demons stepped forward. "Humans, your blood smells so fragrant here, and among you I can sense 2 6 banners and 1 5 banners demon." Joey's eyes widened in alarm. See Duliu, who was behind a tree trying her best to heal Lena, noticed the silence and asked, "Joey, what's wrong?" Joey smiled. "Lu, focus on protecting Lena, don't worry about me." The battle was just about to get more intense. One demon extended a finger and licked it. Unlike humans, they're also humanoid demons. We should leave one alive for study. Jui showed no weakness. But I won't let a single one of you live. Her feet began to move. She couldn't let them get the upper hand. She charged forward to attack them, planning to take one out first, but the other two demons appeared behind her. You're pretty fast. They struck her from behind. Jui flipped her body. She tilted her head to observe, then inverted her body and unleashed a series of beams of power. It was a whirlwind slash. The remaining two demons struggled to keep their footing but were still forced back by the momentum. One demon had already raised its hand, preparing to unleash its power. Since you used a move that leaves no survivors, then it's my turn. Jui also raised her hand to attack. She flew straight over, kicking the demon that was preparing its attack. She gritted her teeth. Damn it, my body is almost at its limit. The demon she had initially attacked stood up, its wounds healing automatically. Thought I was dead? It laughed heartily, turning to Jui. I'll deal with the one who can't move. It unleashed long vines to attack her, and she was simultaneously pushed in Lu's direction. Lu looked ahead, gritting her teeth. But Jui appeared in time, punching the demon. She gritted her teeth. You dare? Lu was also surprised at this moment. Jui. But the other demon charged forward to attack Jui again. Green liquid sprayed out and the sound of a name being called echoed through the forest. Jui, Jui. Green liquid trickled from the corner of Jui's mouth. She panted heavily, gritting her teeth. Damn it, my body is about to give out, but you beasts. She turned and struck them again. Must die. Then she continued her attack. Chaotic shadow blades. The group of demons began to tremble, her hand gripping her weapon tightly. Jui shouted at the demons, come on you beasts. Seeing the bodies of the other two demons sliced in half, they could only tremble before her. Then they kept retreating just like that, backing away. Lu said happily, they've retreated. Jui, you did it. Are you okay? What's wrong? Lu called out continuously. Jui, the accessories on Jui's body disappeared. Jui fainted, still in her fighting stance. That night she killed a total of 2 6 banners demons, 1 5 banners demon, 6 4 banners demons, 16 3 banners demons, 22 banners demons and 45 1 banner demons, successfully protecting her companions. A gaze seemed to appear. You are not the Red King's banner, why can you awaken me? Aki reached out and stroked the sword. The Red Dynasty can communicate with me telepathically. The Red Dynasty is actually a living being. Dylan watched his actions with confusion. What trick is this guy playing now? His beams of power shot out again in succession. No matter what, without the power you had before, you absolutely cannot win against me. Aki blocked his power beams with his weapon and proposed a plan. Red Dynasty first, kill this guy in front of us with me, but the Red Dynasty coldly refused, ignoring the situation. Dylan's power beams shot out. Wherever the power went, the ground cracked and shattered in all directions. His power vines were wrapping around Aki's entire body. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, feeling the vines absorbing his energy. Dylan laughed happily. Once you're entangled in my poison vines, just wait to be turned into a pool of blood. His body was lifted by the vines, his energy continuously draining away. His eyes were half open. Red Dynasty, why do you refuse to fight with me? The Red Dynasty laughed loudly. Only the Red King's banner is worthy of fighting alongside me. Who are you? The vines wrapped around his entire body, completely encasing him to form a giant sphere. But a red light of Aki's power appeared within the sphere. The vines were suddenly blasted apart by an explosion of power. He supported himself on the ground with one hand holding his greatsword. Aki's eyes filled with determination. Even if I lose, I will stand up and fight to the death. Dylan, in the air, was also surprised by his power. That strange lightning he's been using from the start, but why does he have the thunder element? His eyes assessed the situation. I must finish him as soon as possible. The Red Dynasty's gaze also closed as if it were evaluating and making a decision. Then it laughed loudly. So that's what this power is. You are now worthy. The Red Dynasty agreed. All right. Aki stretched his hand towards the sky. Then fight with me, Red Dynasty. The sword in his hand suddenly shattered, leaving Aki confused. His arm gradually turned red, and then it was as if he had equipped a new set of armor. The Red Dynasty had now become one with Aki. Well then, let me show you, kid, the true power of me, the Red Dynasty. He smiled. Aki looked at his newly transformed hand. You really are strong, Red Dynasty. Dylan's brows furrowed. I'm getting more and more confused about what the hell he is. He continued to release his power. I must kill him at once, with my strongest skill. The soul of a snake appeared. Dylan extended his arm and launched his attack. Otherworldly python formation. A giant python charged straight at him. Aki stomped his foot on the ground, and a red light shot out, attacking the giant python. He was extremely powerful at this moment, charging straight forward. Come on! The two terrifying powers collided head-on, his red beam of power piercing straight into the giant green python. Dylan's eyes shook. My skill was destroyed by him. How is this possible? Aki was charging straight at him. A loud bang echoed in the air, and an extremely strong light scattered in all directions. Dylan shouted, Impossible, you can't possibly defeat me. Aki said calmly at this moment, To me you're nothing but a fake 6 hero. His eyes were fierce. And I was once the king. Dylan still reached out to block his power. Once the king, impossible. Aren't you already dead? In the end, Aki's fist pierced through his abdomen. His eyes turning completely black, Aki flew straight past, leaving behind a body that exploded into dust. He glanced back and replied, That's right, you fool. His core stones fell, and Aki quickly disappeared, then reappeared to catch the 2 cores before flying away. Got them. Let's hurry back. In another location. By the city wall, a deep crater lay in the distance. Here were Snow and Dylan's 2 subordinates. The white-haired man looked down. What's with this guy? We've attacked him together so many times, yet he can still stand. The red-haired man carried his axe on one shoulder and raised an eyebrow. Not only is his defense astonishing, but this humanoid demon's aura also gets stronger the more we fight, as if he'll never fall. The two looked at Snow and commented, "That's right, he seems to be just defending, stopping us from moving forward." "What a frightening guy." Snow's brows were tightly furrowed. "I can't let you pass." The red-haired man shouted, "Whatever the hell he is, we must kill him as soon as possible. This has dragged on for too long. If this continues, the other warriors will lose their confidence." The other man agreed. "Right, let's focus all our energy together." The two took a step, preparing to attack. One last strike. Kill him. Two beams of light shot towards the sky, combined and shot straight at Snow. Snow struggled to breathe, looking straight at the incoming power. "I'm afraid I won't be able to." He closed his eyes. "I hope I bought you enough time." Suddenly a red light cut through the two men's power, protecting Snow. It was Aki. He flew in to attack. He used instant thunder twin slash. The two were caught off guard and sent flying, knocked unconscious. Snow was stunned. Aki tilted his head. "Don't worry, they're just unconscious. I got the cores, let's go." Then the two quickly ran towards where Lu was. Aki sensed the air around him. "Why is the smell of blood so strong? We should be getting close to them." The two ran over, and before them were the corpses of demons. Traces of power beams still lingered in the surroundings. Jui suddenly rushed out to attack. Aki stopped her in time. His eyes were full of surprise. He grabbed her arm. "You're Jui." Seeing Jui's expression, Aki guessed that she had lost consciousness. He looked around. "Did you do all this?" Aki's figure trembled slightly. "We're back, Jui, it's all right now," but her posture remained unchanged. Then Jui fell, and the blue light on her body also disappeared. Jui collapsed into Aki's arms and he supported her. Lu was healing Lena over here. "Jui, she lost consciousness, but she was still protecting us." Her face was also pale. "I finally held on until you two got back." In Lu's hand was Dylan's core. She placed it inside Lena's body. "A 7 banners core. I can't believe you actually defeated one of the new 6 heroes." Lu used her power to fuse the core into Lena's body and a strong light emanated. A golden ball of light enveloped the entire forest. Lena's face transformed from old, then, as if reborn, she became young again. Her appearance restored to its youth. Aki said happily, "It worked. Lena's body is starting to recover." But then Lu also collapsed to the ground. Lu. Snow looked at Lu, who was being held by Aki. "Luckily Lu just fainted from overusing her power." Snow smiled, his eyes gentle. "The two of them have probably exhausted their last bit of energy and stamina." Aki looked at the two girls leaning on him. He praised the two as truly incredible warriors, incredible girls. He smiled. "Snow, are the two of them for a moment," but before he could finish his eyes widened in alarm. Snow had also fainted. He let out a sigh of relief and smiled. "You've used up all your energy too. Rest well, brother." In the silent forest, the 5 of them leaned on each other with only one person still awake. "I'll keep watch for everyone until you all wake up. Rest well. Thank you, everyone. Thank you." In a field of lush green, Lena was lying on the fresh grass. She suddenly woke up. She sat up, her eyes filled with confusion. "Am I dreaming?" Someone called her name. "Lena, what are you spacing out for?" Before her stood the 6 heroes of Aki's era. Aki glanced at her. "What's wrong? You look like your soul has left your body." Lena looked dazed. I think I had a long dream, a very, very long dream, and in the end my hands were gone." She recalled the memory of her arms being cut off. Aki approached her. "You silly girl. You're probably just too tired lately. That's why you're having such strange dreams." A hand took Lena's and pulled her up. "My dear sister," the girl said gently. "Relax, it's just a dream." That person had a pair of beautiful purple eyes. "Don't think too much about it." She was Selene, the Queen of Mist, the strongest purple core warrior of that time. Someone among them spoke up. "Look, the new main city is almost finished. Its scale might be the first S-rank city in history." He pointed at the city. "That is humanity's new city of hope." The one who had just spoken was Carlos, Flame, the second strongest red core warrior of that time. "And let me tell you, the residents of the city even voluntarily built a huge statue in front of the city gate to pay tribute to you." In the city, the people were working hard to carve the statue. Aki smiled. "I've already refused, but no one listened." Someone spoke up. "You are our king, the one who brought hope and a future to the survivors. You completely deserve this statue." That was Jasunari Earth, the strongest yellow core warrior of that time. Another one among them also smiled in agreement. "Of course you deserve it," the 5 of them said in unison. "Nothing could be more deserving." Aki smiled. "You all talk too much." He took the lead and walked ahead. "All right, let's head back to the city." At this time, Savvy Void, the strongest black core warrior of that time, tilted his head and looked at Aki. "I heard there have been frequent anomalies near the Ancient King's banner lately. I'm considering whether to send a guard unit to investigate." Aki's mind was already picturing the city's structure. "There are still many important projects to advance in the city. I plan to dig tunnels to connect all the towns for resource sharing. Also, I heard a religious force is on the rise." He had already pictured the symbol of that religion. They all shouted loudly. "Lena, hurry up and follow." Lena smiled. "Yes, coming right away." She placed her hand on the grass. Her hand suddenly changed drastically. Her arm was pulled away. "My hands." Lena watched the gradually receding figures of her companions. "Everyone, wait. Lena woke up with a start. Aki's eyes widened. He gently placed Lu on the ground. He approached her. "Lena, you're awake." Lena looked at her body, which was now filled with energy. "Is it because that grade 7 core has fused with and been implanted in my body?" She looked at her trembling hands. "My arms have grown back." At this, Aki happily pulled her into a tight hug. "This is wonderful, Lena. Lena looked at the scene before her, the corpses of demons scattered about, her companions fast asleep from exhaustion. She covered her mouth, tears streaming from her eyes. "Did you all do this? I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I caused you all so much trouble and almost got everyone killed." Aki comforted her. "Don't apologize, Lena. We were all willing to do this for you. No matter what, comrades are comrades. We wouldn't hesitate even if it meant sacrificing our lives." Suddenly, memories of Fan Dylan's battle with Aki and the others flooded into Lena's mind. She thought in shock, "Fan Dylan is dead," her brows furrowed. "This is trouble. When the new king and the remaining 5 new 6 heroes find out about this, they'll definitely come after us immediately," she urged. "We have to leave this place at once." Recovering was the priority, and Aki agreed. "You're right, everyone is exhausted right now." Lena said that while 3 of the old 6 heroes had been killed in action and Daisha was imprisoned, there was still one left, Earth, Jasunari, the Yellow Core warrior. After being injured, he had voluntarily given up his status and was living in seclusion in a secret town. She said they could go there to find him, and that it should be safe. At the mention of an old companion, Aki was delighted. "Jasunari, my old comrade in arms," he agreed. "All right, let's leave immediately." Lena smiled and said, "Okay, I'll heal them first." She channeled healing energy into the 3 of them. She could feel that the energy from Fan Dylan's core was astonishingly powerful, enough to regenerate her own arms and even make healing the others feel effortless. She looked at the unconscious Siduliu on the other side, which reminded her that Siduliu would need an extremely powerful blue core. Lena smiled, thinking, he already has a new, very powerful companion by his side. He asked if the journey was far. While focusing on healing, Lena said, "The problem isn't the distance, it's that even if we find Jasunari, he might not be willing to help us." She explained that after he died, Jasunari had fallen into despair and even grew to resent him. "He resents me for abandoning them, which led to everything that happened afterward." Aki's gaze darkened, lost in thought. Then his expression became firm again. "I must see him, to explain everything to him in person." The long and winding road had no end. Ahead was a large cave with a figure inside. This guy looked strong with a long scar over his eye. "HMPH, what a bunch of disgusting, foul-smelling creatures," a voice came from his watch. "Emergency call. It's been a long time since I've received one." The man answered the call, and the person on the other end asked, "Did you get the thing?" The man here replied, "I got it. Are you using an emergency call to ask me such a stupid question?" This guy looked very unhappy. "How many times have I come to retrieve things? Don't you trust me yet?" The other party interrupted. "Dylan is dead." The man's eyes widened, his expression as if he had just heard the sky was falling. The other person said that the subordinates who were with him reported an attack by 2 powerful humanoid demons. Dylan created some distance from one of them, fighting it far away from Dawn City. Shortly after, we received news of his death. I went to the battle site. There wasn't even a body left. The person added that Dylan's dual grade 7 cores had also been taken, for unknown reasons. The man said they were still investigating the other party's origins and advised the person here. "There are only 5 of us 6 heroes left now. The new king doesn't know about this yet. He's still in seclusion. You should come back quickly." Lie. This scarred man was none other than one of the new 6 heroes. The dual grade 7 red core warrior, Red Lion Lie. Lie gritted his teeth and said, "When I get back, leave the investigation to me." The other party didn't immediately agree. "We can discuss this later," Lie said with a murderous look. "I'm investigating. I'm not asking, I'm telling you." The other party fell silent, and he pursed his lips, then uttered 2 words, "Please." The other end simply replied, "I understand. I'll go inform the other 3 then. I'll send you the current investigation results later. They should be helpful." The person on the other end kept trying to persuade him. "Lie, you must stay calm. I know you and Dylan grew up together. We're all very upset." After that, only the sound of the disconnected call remained. Under a bright blue sky, an image of 2 little boys chasing and playing surfaced. Lie's body was now trembling. "Dylan, how could you?" His eyes looked as if he was about to go mad. "I will avenge you," he roared, his eyes glowing as he shot out a beam of power. That force shot straight up, cracking the rock wall. A colossal beam of power, accompanied by a terrifying roar, seemed ready to blast everything to smithereens. Elsewhere, 2 streaks of light were flying through the air. It was Aki's group. He glanced back. "Are you tired? Should we rest?" Siduliu was being carried on Snow's back. "Jawi and I are fine, it's just tough on Snow having to carry both of us." Snow smiled and said, "Don't worry about me, I'm fine, let's keep going." Lena was being held in Aki's arms. "I hope everyone can hold on a little longer." Killing Fan Dylan was a earth-shattering event. "I'm afraid the remaining 5-6 heroes have already started their investigation. Our current situation and condition are extremely dangerous. They had to try to reach the town where Jasunari was before sunset to be safe." She said with certainty, "It's okay, we'll be safe." From behind, Siduliu gazed at Aki's back as the 2 streaks of light flew straight into the city. In the C-rank oasis town, the space was open, with rows of buildings, lush vegetation, and clear streams. Aki landed, his hair color changed, his eyes excited. He hadn't expected to find a C-rank town like this in this area. Before them was a beautiful forest full of flowers. Lena introduced it. Oasis town. "Many years ago when Jasunari left, he told me he would come here. I never expected it to be such a beautiful place. Let's go." Siduliu followed behind and asked, Are we here to find one of the old 6 heroes? Earth Jasunari, right, he admitted. That's right, Lena suggested we come here. Considering our current state, if we were to be surrounded by the remaining 6 heroes, it would probably be very troublesome. Sidulia's expression seemed troubled. I know that. What I mean is, Aki looked at her. What's wrong? Are you all right? Suddenly, Siduliu stopped walking. She asked softly, who are you really? At this, Lena listened in silence. He faced Siduliu. Who am I? What do you mean? I'm Aki. Sidulia's gaze fell to the ground. No, I know you're Aki. The Aki we know. I know that. I mean your true identity. She recalled the memories of their battles along the way. Or rather, ever since I've known you, be it your strength or your acquaintance and friendship with those legendary figures from the past, who are you really? She looked up at him. Whether as a captain or as an individual, I've been guessing over and over recently. I've thought about it for a long time, I just want to know, Aki said with certainty. I am indeed Aki. But then he revealed. But I am also the king named and who died half a century ago. Hailed as the strongest warrior, I was reborn and traveled to the present, existing through this body. Everyone present was shocked upon hearing this. Sidulia's body trembled as if she couldn't believe her ears. Snow also trembled in disbelief. Brother Aki, what are you saying? Who are you? Aki remained calm. If you all want to know, I don't think there's any need to hide it anymore. His demeanor was like that of the king of old. Looking at his companions, he said, I will tell you what happened to me, and the secret within my body. The air suddenly grew heavy. Lena remained silent. Snow was still in shock and Siduliu had not yet calmed down. Snow's body trembled. Brother Aki, I can't quite comprehend what you're saying. Aki, are you joking? Reborn through time travel? He said, you're the king from 50 years ago, the strongest warrior, and who once led humanity to build Dawn City. This is too absurd, Aki said calmly. For certain reasons I traveled 50 years into the future, to the present, and survived by borrowing this body, and within me, he said seriously, resides the Red King's banner, a grade 8 demon, one of the 6 strongest king's banners. The eyes of the 3 were filled with astonishment. Snow stuttered in shock. King's banner, grade 8. Lena also knew something about this. An existence stronger than grade 7. Aki asked, you mean there are demons in the world even stronger than grade 7 demons? Siduliu murmured, grade 8 king's banner. She, who was called Siduliu, also had a similar power within her. Her ability to control time and space, he revealed, it's thanks to the Black King's banner, Aki explained. That is another king's banner, symbolizing the Black Core. Hearing this, Siduliu looked at her own body. A grade 8 demon came the Black King's banner, although I had my suspicions, Lena asked loudly. What exactly are the king's banners? Why are they residing in you too? What is their purpose? Aki's face was grim as he said, I don't know either. The Red King's banner never told me its full plan. I only know that it seems to have cooperated with other king's banners, especially the Black King's banner. He thought of the Black King's banner's appearance, recalling the battle scene from his past life. In my past life I entered the ancient king's banner and discovered the existence of grade 8 beings, but their power was something I couldn't resist at all. At that time his entire body was covered in red liquid. Aki closed his eyes as if savoring the past. I don't know why it chose me. I don't know its true purpose either, but I can feel that it has its own plan, one that might even be related to the fate of humanity, he spoke in a confiding tone. But now I have more important matters, the appearance of the new king and the new 6 heroes. I need to rescue Daisha, and I must meet the man called the new king, to see where he intends to lead the survivors. The sunlight from the sky shone down on him, accompanied by falling leaves. Siduliu looked at him at this moment. Red King's banner, Black King's banner, what is their purpose, Aki? Will you coexist with the Red King's banner forever, or will you? Aki's face grew somber. My ultimate fate, I don't know, Lu. The Red King's banner's power makes me stronger, but its existence is also like a double-edged sword. He recalled the Black King's banner's demon form. I can feel it observing me, waiting for something. He faced the other 4. But now I have no more secrets from you. You are my comrades and I think you need to know these things, for you and for me. Perhaps it's for the best. Snow smiled and scratched his head. Brother Aki, that secret of yours is way too scary. He looked at the unconscious Jui on his shoulder. If Jui were awake with her personality, she'd probably freak out. He faced Aki and said with a firm tone, but no matter what king you are, I believe in you. You are my brother. Sidulia's eyes were downcast as she said softly, thank you for telling us, it's just that all of this is so overwhelming, what can we do? Aki smiled again and said, no, throughout this journey it should be me thanking you all. You've already done more than enough. He looked at Lena. Lena, continue to lead the way. After we find Jasunari, we'll recover first, then plan our next move. Lena looked at the other 3. She could see the worry, surprise, and lingering shock on Snow's and Sidulia's faces. This matter was truly unbelievable for these young warriors. She turned and began to run, and they continued on their journey. Lena thought they would need some time to adjust. On the city wall, someone shouted, go no further. A guard reminded them, sorry, outsiders are not allowed. This town has never received outsiders, you should leave quickly. That person was a city guard warrior, a grade 1 6 core. Lena stepped forward to explain, we're not enemies, we just need a place to rest. My companion is injured, please let us into the city. We have an old friend in the city. The warrior disagreed. You say you're injured, so you're injured, an old friend? Who knows if you're demons in disguise? We've never had outsiders here and we don't need any. Lena was displeased. These people were truly unreasonable. Snow also tried to reason with them. Everyone, we really need a place to rest and recover. We're from Silo's city. Suddenly, a spear shot down, landing by Snow's feet. It was that warrior. Enough. If you don't leave now, believe it or not, I'll kill you. Suddenly, Aki's core lit up. His appearance at this moment was incomparably cold. Kill us? He reached out and grabbed the spear, his eyes sharp, and snapped it. Believe it or not, I'll raze your town to the ground. There was no emotion in Sidulia's eyes. They were even filled with bloodshot veins. You, the warrior was shocked. What's with that look in your eyes? So you are demons. Prepare for battle, Snow advised. Brother Aki, calm down. Lena too. Aki, what are you doing? He's a grade 1 warrior. Siduliu also sensed the killing intent. The Red King's banner, it's eroding Aki's mind. Another power suddenly appeared. A flying figure emerged in the sky. The person appeared with an astonishing beam of light. The demonic power within Aki vanished and he was jolted back to his senses. Jasunari, a man clad in armor, had appeared. He looked at Aki's group, his murderous aura palpable. I'd like to see who dares to cause trouble in our town. The man was none other than Earth Jasunari. The warriors were ecstatic. It's Lord Jasunari, Lord Jasunari. This group insisted on breaking in and even threatened us. This is great. Lord Jasunari is here. Jasunari remained silent while Aki was stunned. He was about to step forward but was stopped in time by Lena. Wait, she quickly introduced herself. Jasunari, it's me, Lena. Jasunari was taken aback. He reached up and removed his helmet. He was very surprised. Lena, Jasunari held his helmet in one hand. What are you doing here? Lena said urgently. Jasunari, we need to recuperate. My companions are seriously injured. We mean no harm, we just want to find a safe place, Jasunari ordered. Open the gate. The warrior was still hesitant. But Lord Jasunari, that aura just now, Jasunari said decisively. Don't worry, I'm here. The man accepted the order. Yes, sir. Then a loud command rang out. Open the gate. The city gate opened, and the air inside felt like a brand new beautiful world. Elsewhere, a door was forcefully pushed open. Lai walked in carrying a briefcase. The person inside had a cloth covering her eyes. You've come, Lai. She looked at the person who had just walked in. Lai, about Fandilin, I'm very sorry. The person was one of the new 6 heroes, the dual purple core, grade 7 warrior Tarana. Lai remained silent. He placed the briefcase on the table and it unlocked automatically. I've brought back the new batch of core stones safely. Inside the briefcase were 6 pairs of different colored cores. Lai reached out and touched a blue core, similar to Fandilin's, then grabbed a red one. He left in a hurry. Send me the battle data on Fandilin. I don't care if the opponent is a demon or what. Tarana called out to him. Wait, his steps halted. He put his hands in his pockets. Spit it out, she informed him. Someone will be going with you this time, she reminded him. This is an arrangement from the higher-ups. Lai was surprised. An arrangement from the higher-ups? You mean the king or? Someone walked out from inside. This is also the first time I've acted alongside you humans, I believe. The person walked out wearing a bathrobe, a smile on his face. I hope we can cooperate happily. It was Kidao. In an open space, Lai walked ahead with Kidao following behind. He spoke up. It seems you're not too happy about me following you. Lai's face showed no favor. If it weren't for the higher-ups' request, I wouldn't even bother looking at a grade 5 demon like you. Just don't get in my way. I don't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards you demons. Kidao narrowed his eyes at the man before him and said, Is that so? Lai had a contemptuous look on his face. A grade 5 demon, I could crush you with one hand. Suddenly a slash passed through Lai's body. Lai was horrified. You dare to ambush me? His eyes were filled with rage. You damned bastard. Then suddenly, everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Kidao stepped forward. Let's get going. Lai looked at the spot where he had been cut, completely unharmed. He realized it was an illusion and not a low-level one. Even he hadn't noticed it immediately. He looked at the person walking ahead of him. This guy is definitely not a grade 5. But Kidao had already heard him. You said I was a grade 5 just now. That's just what I wanted you to see. His expression turned fierce. Let's go, Mr. Lai. I also have a score that I must settle. Meanwhile, elsewhere in a wooden house, a scream was heard. Ah, Jui held a spare rib in one hand, her eyes wide as saucers. Arin, is that? And wow, that's amazing. Lu smiled helplessly. I knew Jui would react like this. On the other side, Jui was enthusiastically feasting. This is delicious. Snow could only smile helplessly and remind her. Jui, the flexible core isn't meant to be used for this. Outside the window were 3 figures. It was Jasunari, Aki, and Lena. After Aki finished his explanation, and that's how it is, Jasunari, Lena also helped explain. In short, our current goal is to rescue Daisha. And the other 2 are quite strong. If we can coordinate well, we'll be able to. Jasunari walked up to Aki and landed a heavy punch on him. Lena was also stunned. Jasunari? Aki fell to the ground. Lena grabbed Jasunari's shoulder, trying to stop him. What are you doing? She suddenly stopped, her hand frozen in place. Damn it. Jasunari continued his attack. He punched the prone Aki heavily. Do you have any idea what happened after you ignored everyone's advice and charged into the ancient king's banner alone? He punched him in the face. Do you know how much pain we were in after that? Do you know how I survived? The noise outside was too loud and disturbed the people in the house. They hurried out. What's going on? Let go of him, Jasunari shouted. Stay back, don't interfere. The 3 of them stood still. Jasunari grabbed Aki, pulling him up by his clothes and yelling in his face, Our comrades were dead or injured, we didn't even have a place to stay, and you, our king, just left like that. Now you suddenly show up and talk about saving someone. What else can I say? I'm sorry, your appearance is exactly the same as the king's back then. Yasunari, fight alongside me once more. In this life this time I will repay you 100,000 times over. Yasunari's eyes welled up. King, in the distance were a woman and a child. The little boy had a tough attitude. Who are you? My dad doesn't like you. Leave now. Lena was surprised. It's Yasunari's family. He let go of Aki's clothes. On our king, please forgive me. I am no longer the Earth Yasunari of the past. His expression was one of disappointment. I fled to this town, met the person I wanted to love and built a life with them. I cherish them and I'm very satisfied with my current life. He knelt down. I no longer possess the strength I once had. Here I can only protect them, protect this small town. Aki watched him in silence. Yasunari placed his hand on the grass, then bowed his head to him. I'm begging you, after you've recovered from your injuries, please leave this place. In the brown wooden house, Joey smiled happily. Little brother, we really didn't come here to cause trouble. We just need a safe place to rest. She winked at the little boy. We absolutely won't destroy the happiness of your family life. The little boy blushed shyly. I know, it's okay. I get it, sister. The little boy seemed to be trying to say something. Sister, Snow approached and interrupted, patting the little boy's shoulder. We're all good people who specialize in killing demons. The little boy replied coolly. Right, the kettle on the stove was whistling. Yasunari's wife was chopping cabbage. It's so nice to have two people helping. It's the first time we've had so many guests, she confided. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it all by myself. She smiled at the two of them. To be honest, for so many years, not just my home, but the entire Oasis town has hardly had any outsiders. So I was nervous when I first met you all, and even distrustful. My attitude wasn't good. I'm really sorry. I hope you can understand, Lou said gently. It's all right, we understand. After all, we arrived so suddenly. She wore an apron, holding a basket of vegetables in her hands. We should be the ones apologizing for the trouble. Lena was seasoning the soup. Don't worry about it, sister. We're also very grateful to have a place to rest. You and Mr. Yasunari agreeing to let us stay is already a huge kindness. Yasunari's wife smiled brightly. Don't be strangers. Once the food is ready, let's all eat together. On the grass, Aki sat quietly in the dusk, the wind blowing through his hair. Yasunari was behind him, and he approached. Aki tilted his head, which reminded him of his king. For a few seconds his gaze was dazed, then he lowered his eyes. Just now, I have to admit, even with Lena vouching for you, the story of your rebirth and time travel is just too outrageous. At first I couldn't fully accept it at all. Thinking back to the scene earlier, he commented, I got a little emotional and threw a few punches. Thinking about it now, it was really too impulsive. Yasunari walked forward, then knelt as a comrade would before his king. He knelt on one knee, a hand over his chest. King, Yasunari apologizes to you. Afterwards the two sat together like friends. Yasunari recalled, back then I was seriously injured and fled to this town. I thought I wasn't going to make it. It was her, my wife now, who healed my wounds and took me in. He still remembered how carefully his wife had taken care of him. His eyes were full of reminiscence. She never asked about my past, just quietly stayed by my side. Later we developed feelings for each other, and I decided to give up everything. The old 6 heroes, Earth Yasunari, I just wanted to be her husband, to protect her, to protect this town. He thought of his wife's bright smile and the beauty of this town. Then he remembered when his son was born, a happy family of 3. After having a child, I had one more person to protect. Life here is peaceful and simple. It's the most precious treasure of my life. Aki had a look of happiness in his eyes as he smiled at Yasunari. I'm glad you found a place of your own. Then a hint of sadness crossed his eyes. I never dared to hope for such a life. When everyone called me the strongest warrior and later the king, he thought of his statue and confided, I knew very well that I was not someone who should hope for this kind of life. I was the one who created this life for others, so I never stopped moving forward. He recalled that moment, that bloody day. That year I ignored everyone's advice and stubbornly broke into the ancient king's banner, just to find out the truth. But those damn ancient king's banners brought endless disaster. What secrets are they hiding? If I didn't go, who could? His eyes were firm. Protecting temporary safety is just deceiving oneself. As long as the ancient king's banner exists, there will always be uncertain tragedies and endless deaths. I had no other choice. Yasunari tilted his head to look at him. King, the war with the demons back then brought temporary victory, temporary safety, which confused those who were afraid, including myself. I'm sorry. Back then we couldn't understand what you wanted to do. His gaze was certain. And it's precisely because of that that you became the king and not someone else. Aki looked up at the sky. Now there's a new king. I'm also very curious to see where he will lead humanity. He thought of Dan's demonized form, but after fighting Fan Dillon, I found that the so-called new 6 heroes can actually demonize. This worries me greatly, he wondered. What secrets is the new king hiding? Yasunari suddenly stopped him. King, I advise you, do not oppose the new king. I have personally witnessed the strength of that group. It is an absolutely unbeatable power, a terrifying power, but he remained resolute. No matter what, I must see him. Besides, how do you know I don't have the power to defeat him? Aki seemed to transform into the power of the Black King's banner at that moment. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yasunari's eyes. At that moment, at the dinner table, everyone was lively. Yasunari's wife carried a bowl of food and smiled. Let's eat. I've already switched to a bigger table. Yasunari smiled as brightly as a flower. It's been a long time since it's been this lively, it's really nice. Suddenly, the sword beside Aki moved. He tilted his head. Red Dynasty. The Red Dynasty reminded him. Danger is approaching. Suddenly, Aki's left arm changed. Snow was confused. What's wrong? What's wrong? Lu called out to him. He shouted, be careful. In the sky, a bird as if under a spell had a beam of power aimed at the house. In an instant, the house was blown to smithereens. Aki's group also managed to escape, all flying out in time. Watching the destroyed house and the flock of birds flying away, Kidao was above them. So you were hiding here. He looked at the bird in his hand. It just took some time to find you by following the thoughts of the birds. Lai looked at Aki. Is it you? Lai appeared on the wreckage of the house, his eyes looking like they could kill. The one who killed Fan Dillon. 3 hours earlier on a windy cliff, the two stood there, looking down. Lai frowned, looking at Kidao in confusion. Why did you ask me to bring you here, around the place where Fan Dillon had died? He closed his eyes and explained, it might help find him. Lai narrowed his eyes, a little puzzled. I'll ask you said before that our goals might be the same. Why did you say that? And Lai recalled that when Kidao was still weak he had been raised by him but was later eliminated by Aki. He narrowed his eyes, his brows furrowed in anger. It's also a personal grudge. Finally he added. The person I'm looking for is no simple character either. Along the way I've found quite a few clues about the person I'm looking for, and the final clues pointed here. What a coincidence. Then he looked at the ruins below and the cuts on the open ground with a puzzled expression. For such a large-scale battle to break out here, it's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Lai pointed upwards and gave his own judgment. As for cooperating with you, it's our superior's intention. Lai's face also showed some displeasure, and he gritted his teeth. You said before that you had a way to determine the location of the person who killed Fan Dillon. You're wasting our time. The reminder from behind made him stop as well. Swoosh, a few small birds flew towards Kidao, who calmly reached out to catch them, his eyes full of gentleness. Don't scare them, he said with a blade of grass in his mouth, looking at the birds. Tell me, little ones, what did you see? The bird also looked up in response. Chirp, it landed on his hand and chattered non-stop. Chirp, 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 he understood what the birds were saying. Aki, si duliu, Jui, Snow, oh you mean P. There are 4 of them in total. The human warriors, just like us demons, were injured and fled. Hearing this, Lai shouted excitedly, warriors, which way did they go? Then it pointed in a certain direction with its wing. Chirp. Kidao understood and flew off in that direction. Is that so? Good. Then both of them sped off in the direction it indicated. Soon they found Aki's group. Lai looked down in anger, his face flushed red, and said word by word, human warriors to actually be able to kill Dillon. He looked down at Aki, and Aki looked up at him. Is it you? Above, Kidao squinted at the scene below, also understanding the aura from the right arm. I see, demonic power, although I don't know how you got it. This power is indeed quite interesting. Both he and Aki looked at his mutated arm. Red Dynasty, how strong are these two? Above, its eyeball scanned the surroundings, and he looked at its reaction with some confusion. He recalled his previous fight with Aki and judged, stronger than that 6-core kid from before. Especially that one who keeps his eyes closed. He narrowed his eyes, his expression cold. His aura was extremely strange. Above, Kidao released his energy to scan the surroundings. Suddenly Lai stomped his foot hard, lost his cool, and charged down, clenching his fist to smash Aki. You're the one who killed Fan Dillon. A powerful flame attack shot towards the two and the others retreated. Sidulu looked at him with a worried expression, but Aki in front of him calmly raised his hand and blocked the attack, which made him look on in surprise. To think he could block my Lion King fist. His body had completely transformed and he glared fiercely at the figure above. Faced with this threat, Lai began to tremble. He recalled Aki's appearance during the previous battle, his eyes bloodshot, his anger burning. That's the look, it was you who killed Fan Dillon. Suddenly another punch came down, sending him flying backward. Sidulu and the others ran forward worriedly to stop him. Lai released a powerful energy, his eyes fixed on the group, his legs bent to store power, his heart filled with rage. I'm going to tear you to pieces, over here. Aki also gritted his teeth and assessed the situation. This guy is like Fan Dillon, he has a demonic aura, which means he can demonize too. Sidulu turned back and looked at him in confusion. They are, Velina with a grim face stood at the back of the team and answered, stunning everyone. Red Lion Lai. Her eyes were filled with some anger as she stared at him. One of the new 6 heroes behind them, Ranyang, used his body to shield the mother and son. He clenched his jaw, somewhat panicked. Why so soon? With my current strength, how can I help? Then Jui also entered her awakened state. Snow beside her also frowned and released his energy. Sidulu also frowned, her body churning as she transformed. They stood menacingly behind Aki. Let's go. Velina also gritted her teeth and suggested, I'll join in too. But Aki, who was in front, shouted and interrupted, Velina, escort Ranyang's family out of here. She refused with a displeased expression. But that's Red Lion Lai over there, the most terrifyingly strong member of the new 6 heroes. Aki looked at her with worried eyes and reminded her, the other one is a high-level demon. Have you forgotten what I said before? High-level demons never appear alone. Velina fell into deep thought. High-level demons usually travel in packs. Then she also turned to look at Ranyang. Ranyang, take your wife and leave here first. He hesitated. Velina. A hand grabbed his wrist. She turned and grabbed them, quickly leaving. In front, Sidulu, Jui and Snow charged forward to attack Lai, trying to hold him back. But facing the three's less than fierce attacks, still calmly retreated, easily blocking all their attacks. Sidulyu gritted her teeth and realized, this guy's reaction speed, I didn't expect him to have a red core instead of a blue core. On the other side he was expressionless, still retreating gracefully, she thought, and why do I always have this indescribable feeling of discomfort? Above, Kidao picked up a piece of meat from a plate and muttered, looks like we've interrupted your happy dinner. He licked his tongue as he brought the meat to his mouth. My, why aren't you joining me in ganging up on him? Mr. Lai is so terrifyingly strong. Below, Aki also frowned, pursing his lips. Be careful, that guy's aura is very strange. Above, the darkness on his body was radiating a strong killing intent towards Aki, extremely dangerous. The sun gradually set on the cliff. Kidao was still standing there observing. Below, Sidulyu, Jiui and Snow were still attacking Lai. She nervously informed them, don't let him break the encirclement, even if he's one of the new 6 heroes. If we unleash our demonic power now, we can still suppress him. Then she looked at Aki, who was in a standoff with, we must create an opening for him to deal with the other guy. Over here, Snow smashed a heavy punch on the ground, but he jumped up to dodge it. Then he swung another heavy punch at his calf. His hand trembled. It hurts. This guy's physical strength is truly terrifying. He still looked down calmly, not knowing how to react. Beside him, Jiui rushed in like a flash of lightning, attacking from the flank behind. Sidulyu frowned, aiming for his eyes while he was knocked down. The bullet grazed past as he turned his head to dodge. That guy's eyes widened, and her punch also missed, her face full of surprise. For real? Behind her, she also retreated, judging the situation with her hand on the ground. This guy is clearly a red core, yet he has the speed of a blue core and the defense of a yellow core. This is the true strength of Red Lion Lai, one of the new 6 heroes. Then he attacked the two again, continuing his assault. Her face showed some confusion, her brow furrowed. Why are we in a chaotic battle? I feel like something is wrong, she thought. On the other side, Aki looked up at Kidao. Then he bent down, energy gathering around him. If you're not going to make a move, then I will. He stomped his foot hard and then leapt into the air. The person above just squinted at him. His attack grazed past, and Aki stood behind him, turning to look at his gradually fading body, realizing it was an afterimage, a miss. On the other side, the phantom was moving, turning to face him. He also turned warily to look, a blade of grass still in his mouth, smiling. I'm really not good at fighting warriors like you. After speaking, his body also quickly disappeared. Aki was startled, seeming to sense something. Then he quickly turned around. Kidao had already teleported behind him. He also retreated quickly, dodging the attack, and praised, so fast but not fast enough. Aki gritted his teeth and looked at him, his hands clenched into fists. Is that so? You want to compete in speed? The eye on his arm also began to emit energy. Then let's have a contest. A powerful electric current shot towards him, making him gasp in surprise. Tiny currents shot towards Kidao at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He moved so fast he created clones, which also made Kidao look on in surprise. This was the multiple thunder coiling technique. Lightning fists rained down continuously, but he was also able to dodge them quickly, retreating backward. Aki's face was close to his and he also looked up. Caught you. Then he reached out and passed through his body. That guy's hand trembled as he reached out. Then he grabbed Aki's wrist and praised with a smile, impressive. But then Kidao also appeared suddenly, whispering, Too bad you killed the wrong one. He was too surprised to react in time. On the ground, Sidulyu was being held by him. Struggling in vain, he shouted in panic, Lu? And she looked at him, injured and terrified. How could this be? Aki's expression froze for a moment, then he trembled in terror. Lu, why? The Red King's banner's reminder made him understand. Kid, look clearly, it's an illusion. Immediately his body froze, his surroundings lost all feeling, his mind grew groggy and the ground was already empty. On the other side, Lai's body also began to blur. Sidulyu split him in two with a kick. Jiui and Snow next to her also cut his body into several pieces. Suddenly, she seemed to sense something. They were surrounded by a thick fog. Sidulyu informed everyone, can't see Lai. Above, Kidao was still looking down smugly. My, he closed his eyes and smiled. The energy of the illusion is still lingering. You were too careless. Below, she also gritted her teeth and looked up, her brows furrowed, understanding. No wonder I always had a strong sense of unease. So it was that guy's illusion, Jiui shouted as she made her judgment. The guy we were fighting never existed. Snow beside her also said angrily, we've been played by his illusion for so long, but it was so real over here. Aki was still calmly assessing the situation. An illusion so powerful it's indistinguishable from reality, he thought. I didn't expect such a high-level illusion demon. I was careless, he questioned loudly. Where did that guy named Lai go? Opposite him, Kidao still stood calmly. His face was full of pride. A blade of grass in his mouth, he smiled and looked at the people below. He went to play with the person who left first a long time ago. The four of them simultaneously sensed something and shouted in their hearts. Velina ran Yang. Above, Kidao was still excitedly explaining. I told him, since we're here, no one gets out alive. As for you all, I can finally confirm that it was your two auras that day. He looked at Aki and Sidulyu. Below, she looked at him in confusion. That day, our two auras, what are you talking about? Kidao recalled his little bean being defeated by the two of them. It was you two that day. He gritted his teeth. Killed little bean. Energy erupted from his body as he looked at the four below in anger. I had already discussed it with Mr. Lai. We must take revenge and kill you, but I can't wait any longer. Elsewhere, the earth trembled violently. The people on the street also looked at each other in panic. What on earth is happening? The ground is shaking. Is it an earthquake? Be careful. Go to an open area in an orderly fashion. P. The crowd looked at each other in panic. You bumped into me, don't pull me. The sign in front fell, be careful and make way. In the crowd, Velina and Ranyang were also looking around warily. Then he turned back to instruct his wife and child. You stay here, don't move, don't run around, okay? Someone beside them recognized him. Wait, isn't that Lord Ranyang over there? Ranyang's wife held their son's hand, smiling and trembling as she looked at her husband. Honey, you have to be careful. Beside her, Ranyang's son also clenched his fist, determined. Dad, I'll protect Mom. P. Then he turned and ran. Velina, come with me to the city wall. This sound isn't right. I have to go see. On the city wall, a wave of energy washed over, and the soldiers trembled as they looked at the thing. What is this? How is this possible? We've never seen anything like this here. Suddenly, Ranyang jumped down from the city wall, which also startled everyone. Then he raised his head, his expression serious as he reminded the soldiers loudly, What are you spacing out for? Report the situation. Hearing this, that person also pointed outside, trembling. Lord Ranyang. P. He also looked over there, a hint of terror in his eyes. Opposite them, a dense horde of demons was slowly approaching the city. The demons were still roaring crazily. Velina realized in panic that it was a demon tide. He judged the situation with a serious expression. This scale, at least a 3 banners demon. Then Ranyang thought of the town's geographical location. Oasis Town is quite remote geographically, far from the gathering places and sources of demons. This demon tide was summoned intentionally by someone. Hearing this, she also squinted and understood. P. It's those two who appeared just now. She thought of Lai and Qidao. Suddenly, something rushed out from above, startling both of them, and they looked up. On the ground. A person landed directly, shattering the ground. Something flew out of the city. He stood on the ground, evil energy radiating from him. He looked up, and the two also widened their eyes in surprise, looking at him. It's Red Lion Lai. He squinted, his hands on his knees as he stood up. Behind him was the frantically charging demon horde. Velina frowned, as if she had already seen through everything. P. So the new 6 heroes of today have an ulterior cooperation with the demons, which means that new king also. He appeared before us without any disguise. It seems he had already made up his mind. Below, he and the demon army behind him looked proud, his hands behind his back. Dead men tell no tales. Ranyang pursed his lips, hesitating, looking at this horde of demons crazily surrounding the town today. I wonder if Oasis Town can survive. On the other side, Sidulu looked at the evil energy radiating from the town. This feeling, PP. The demon tide has arrived. Here, Aki looked at her and instructed, Everyone, go support Lena and Jasunari. Hearing this, she also stepped forward and called out worriedly, Aki, how can you do this alone? This guy's aura and illusions are definitely a high-level demons. But he just reminded her decisively. Go now, finally. She gritted her teeth, trembling, and then turned to Joey and Snow and shouted, Okay, let's go. But above, Qidao grinned triumphantly and stopped them. No, Aki stomped his foot hard and charged at him. P. Leave this to me. Then he sliced that guy's body in 2. The guy still smiled as his body began to shatter. An extremely strong and captivating energy shot out in all directions, plunging everything into darkness. Aki looked around in astonishment. A calm lake now before him. All around was dark water, pitch black. It was an illusion space. 3 points of light appeared before him, staring at him intently, his face full of confusion. On the other side, Sidulu was teleported to a dense forest. She looked around warily. The surroundings had changed. Where was everyone? She called out worriedly. Aki P. Are you here? And Joey was brought into a misty, illusory water space. Her reflection was cast on the water, a hint of worry on her face as she thought, Where is this? Is it another illusion? Finally, there was Snow. He stood on a patch of dry, cracked land, his face full of confusion. Over here, Aki watched them through a screen, both surprised and worried. Is everyone caught in an illusion? This illusion space is too strong. Its power already surpasses grade 7. Suddenly, Qidao appeared behind him, startling him. P. I said so. His steps were light as he landed on the ground, his body gradually changing into its original form. I am very, very much looking forward to watching them die one by one. Qidao arrogantly opened his arms and said with a smile, A demon beyond grade 7, Qidao. Then Qidao tilted his head and smiled triumphantly. I love playing with people like you who have some strength, who don't die the moment I start playing with them. Watching you suffer is such a wonderful feeling. Aki here was also watching the screen intently, lightning gathering in his hand. P. Then he waved his hand and shot a powerful bolt of lightning at the guy. Instant thunder. On the other side, his body gradually dissipated. A truly spectacular blow. But then it quickly and triumphantly reformed. No matter how hard you cut, you'll only ever hit my illusion. Aki here also understood. As expected, you're an illusion too. Attacking you would just be a waste of effort. The Red King's banner praised. The kid's right, save your stamina. This kind of illusion is what I hate the most. There's no physical body for me to cut. Opposite him, he triumphantly crossed his arms. P. You're calmer than I thought. Seems like you have a lot of practical experience. It's indeed foolish to waste energy on me here. After all, this is my illusion. Aki watched him quietly. Qidao smiled triumphantly, grinning as he added, I can even control the flow of time. He took a bow, stepped forward, and the red water surface gradually rippled. Don't waste the stage I've prepared. You'll like it. Look up and see your 3 companions. Aki turned to look at the screen. It's only been a moment here, but for them, they've been trapped here for 2 days. P. He frowned with worry. On the other side, Sidulia's body was bound by vines. She struggled weakly trying to break free of them. Get lost, then her power erupted. The light of her sword severing the vines, their fragments falling into the water. She bent over, hands on her knees watching them, panting heavily. How do I get out of here? It's been a long time and all attacks are useless. The wounds on her body were bleeding, her body also recovering rapidly. A voice suddenly came from ahead, making her look up in surprise. Your recovery ability is truly unparalleled, P. Kidao floated in the air looking down in praise as the vines began to regenerate. But this swamp will devour all your life force. On the other side, in the desert, the sun shone down, the earth dry and cracked. Snow was still running desperately on it. Where is the exit? How to dispel this illusion and how to escape this damn situation? Before him, 2 fiery sandstorms rushed towards him, and he quickly waved his hand to block them. The 2 tornadoes were quickly dispersed and then other tornadoes attacked P. He couldn't react in time and was hit, falling back in pain on the side. Kidao watched with great interest. Your defense is like a mountain, but in this desert your soul will be eroded. It's been 2 days, Snow. Are your companions still alive? Snow supported himself on the ground, panting, energy still flowing in his body. He tempted, you should give up too, die with them. Over at Joey's side, paper figures that looked just like her were constantly attacking. They violently emerged from the water. She stomped hard on the water, and then quickly rushed forward to counter their attacks. She frowned, thinking, damn it, these clones keep coming out. Have I been fighting for 2 days? Kidao appeared above her, praising, your speed is endless, but in this mirror world you will lose your mind. He waved his hand, the energy scattered, causing the group of illusions to rush over at the same time. Can you escape yourself? Here at Aki's side he looked at the space where the 3 were. Their physical sensation had been in the illusion for 2 days. If I don't break this illusion soon, they'll be tortured to death from mental and physical exhaustion. Aki's face twisted with worry and helplessness, but my attacks are also useless. They are too, even though they know this. There's nothing they can do. His hand trembled as he clenched it. It's impossible to break out from within the illusion. Suddenly, Aki seemed to remember something. Wait, it's impossible to break out from inside the illusion. A faint electric light emanated from his arm, an idea forming in his mind. Then what if I break this illusion from the outside? On Lena and Yasunari's side the demon horde attacked like a surging wave. He judged, we have to stop him and the demon tide. Yasunari next to her also looked at her, frowning as he ordered, Lena, engage. Seeing this, Lena's eyes widened in surprise. But your hand, he made a decisive decision. Even so, I must protect this place. Moreover, he reminded her with firm eyes, no matter what, we were once 6 heroes. Lena also smiled in response. The 2 stomped hard on the city wall and then leaped down together, their bodies charging toward the demons. The 2 landed at the same time. The nearby demons were quickly eliminated, and the 2 bravely advanced without fear. And Lai still stood there, frowning and watching the 2, raising his hand to command the demon legion. On the other side, Yasunari's physical condition was not good. Lena looked at him worriedly. Big brother Yasunari. Around them was a pile of eliminated demon corpses. Lai calmly approached. Velina, remnant of the old 6 heroes. The old 6 heroes, the old king, are all history. He gritted his teeth, his body also changing rapidly. He clenched his fists and commanded the demon army. Lena stared at him in surprise. Demonization. Over there he frowned at them and reminded them. Old 6 heroes, come at me together if you lose. Then he mentioned the frantic demon army behind him. The demon tide will devour this place. Here at Aki's side he quietly watched the space of the 3. Behind him he calmly approached, a provocative smile on his lips. Your 3 lovely companions don't have much time to stay silent with you here. Come on, unleash your power. He reached out and choked himself. His body also began to tremble with excitement. Desperately try to kill me. What I want to see most is your desperate madness. Watching the people you cherish being tortured to death one by one before your eyes. Then he waved his hand frantically, and a rainbow of light spread out. And you are powerless, only able to entangle with me in the illusion. In the end you'll run out of energy and I'll take your pitiful life. How wonderful, little bean will definitely love this. Here. Aki still calmly turned to look at him. Are you underestimating my companions? He looked up in confusion while he continued to observe the 3. On Sidulia's side, she was once again tightly bound by the swamp vines. She gritted her teeth with determination in her eyes, her body trembling as she tried to resist. I am the captain. I absolutely cannot give up. I must first find a way to help them. On the other side, Snow was still trying his best to hold up his shield, resisting the tornadoes that were crazily attacking from all directions, his body trembling but still full of determination. It's just a desert and strong winds. Finally, Jui. She moved quickly, dodging the illusions attacking her, her face covered in scratches. She gritted her teeth and shouted in her heart, everyone must hold on. Here, Kidao looked at him in confusion. Why would my illusion make anyone break down from torture? But Aki still stood with his back to him calmly. You don't understand, do you, demon? Have you ever wondered why we humans haven't gone extinct after all these years? Hearing this, he shouted even more excitedly. It's just because you're still useful. You lowly race. Then he calmly turned around again. Is that so? He deactivated his demon form. Then I'll use my human form. His eyes were full of determination, lightning in his hand as he looked at him. to defeat you. His powerful lightning energy shot out in all directions. His body also calmly walked towards him, shocking him. Aki trembled and gritted his teeth, thinking, why am I afraid of the aura on him? Aki raised his hand and summoned fierce lightning, shouting, trust, courage, and hope. This is why we humans will never be destroyed. Outside the illusion, a frantic cumulonimbus cloud formed, pointing directly at the illusion. Aki looked up, a little scared, and only then did he understand that he wanted to break my illusion from the outside. Aki's hand tightened on a bolt of lightning, his expression hard to read. Then he clenched his fist and pulled down the huge lightning from above. Break this illusion for me. A bolt of lightning quickly struck the illusion on the other side. The three also looked up and saw the flashing lightning, the current hitting the bottom of the mud pit that trapped Sidulyu. It also spread to the struggling snow. Finally, to Joey's blurry water surface, their faces were filled with joy as they recognized it was Aki. On the other side, his body was being burned, still struggling to use his illusion energy, his face's veins bulging, full of anger. Impossible, what kind of power do you have? I must maintain my illusion. A dazzling light flashed, illuminating everything. On the other side, Lena and Yasunari also saw the powerful lightning. Lena looked up and determined it was Aki, and he looked on in surprise. This aura, is completely different from the aura during demonization. The demons below also looked up in fear, watching them gradually retreat. Lai also looked up. He frowned, a little worried. Did that demon named Kidao lose? Is his illusion also useless? Then he quickly knelt down and stomped his foot hard. Indeed, you can't trust demons. Then he charged towards Lena and Yasunari. He quickly rushed in front of her to block. His fist came down and Yasunari's shield also happened to open. Earth shield. A tremor swept across the area. His hand trembled and opposite him, cracks appeared on the shield. His body was pushed back by him. The shield shattered. Lena supported him from behind and continuously healed him. The two retreated. She tried her best to heal Yasunari with all her strength, her face full of worry. Yasunari, how are you? And he looked ahead warily and said in a low voice, his punch just now broke my sternum and even penetrated my earth defense that could once block the group attack of a grade 7 demon. Only then did she squint and recognize this name. His demonized power is stronger than Fan Dillon's. Opposite them, Lai still smiled arrogantly. You trash from the old era? He waved his hand and got into a boxing stance. The few demons behind him looked at them, their eyes bloodshot. You can't even block one of my punches, so boring. That attack caused a large area of cracks to appear on the shield circle. Aki quickly jumped back to dodge. Sidulyu and the other two were stunned by the scene before them. The illusion shattered. Aki turned back to remind everyone, Are you alright? Be careful, this guy is not simple. Sidulyu panted and said, that demon's illusion, my 5 senses couldn't distinguish between real and fake at all. It was just like reality. If I hadn't relied on my trust in everyone, I'm afraid I would have collapsed long ago. Snow also frowned and continued. Yes, all the torture in the illusion was very real. Every time I fell, I thought it was the last time, but I knew Aki would definitely find a way to break it. Joey was even more excited. Yes, we have Aki, an invincible warrior. But if Aki hadn't broken the illusion, we might have really been lost in it forever. His strength is stronger than any grade 7 demon we've met before. Here, the demon gritted his teeth in anger. The power of lightning, this is his unique ability. The terrifying and disgusting lightning. Then he stretched out his hand and released his power, roaring, you killed Little Bean with this power, didn't you? A huge vortex of power rushed towards Aki's group of 4. He quickly changed back to his demon form and threw a punch. The attack collided head-on with the massive tornado. Sidulyu saw this and shouted worriedly, and are you really going to fight him alone? Aki reassured everyone, trust me, do as we planned, go support Lena and Yasunari. The two forces interacted, producing a shockwave with a huge radius. After the moves dissipated, thick smoke and dust remained. Kidao stared intently at the opposite side, observing the situation. Seeing the empty space, he gritted his teeth and roared, HMPH, to think they got away. But in the smoke beside him, a red dot appeared, accompanied by a voice, unlucky for you, it seems my lightning power is the perfect counter to you demons. At this moment, Aki was emanating an untouchable lightning aura. Kidao was very worried. He was covered in lightning. Aki was now in his lightning demon form. He frowned and provoked his opponent. Bring it on. Kidao, still stubborn, said smugly. Oh, he moved swiftly, landing beside Aki. He began to use the phantom soul-tearing claw. A giant hand reached out as if to crush Aki, however. He calmly stood his ground and used Thunder Dragon's roar. A transparent dragon faced the demon's giant hand. He gritted his teeth once more as the Thunder Dragon swiftly penetrated and shattered his phantom. Kidao was filled with resentment. Damn this lightning. Then he continued to use the move heart-shattering phantoms. Countless demons appeared, charging at Aki, ready to attack. He stomped his foot hard and the ground cracked. His body quickly retreated, dodging the attack, while simultaneously using lightning spears to counter the charging phantoms. Kidao was stunned by the scene before him. Lightning still striking down from the sky, Kidao decided to charge directly at Aki to attack. In the air was the explosion from the collision of their two powers. Aki neutralized all of the demon's fierce attacks, while also inflicting considerable injuries on him. Aki looked at his opponent calmly and said, I can break the illusion from the outside. My skills counter you with lightning and you can't beat me in physical combat. Give up. Kidao gritted his teeth again, veins popping on his face as he roared, I was originally planning to save some strength to kill your companions. Suddenly, the strange eye on his body released a burst of power. This was ultimate illusion. Pain black hole. A black hole appeared in the air. Kidao quickly regained his confidence and arrogance. Are you ready to face the most painful death? At this moment, Aki was slowly being devoured by that black hole. He calmly analyzed, an illusion like a black hole has appeared directly on me. What kind of power is this? Kidao explained for him that the black hole is generated directly on the target, compressing the single target damage to its maximum. This is an attack you absolutely cannot dodge. Aki was a bit worried upon hearing this. This move is indeed domineering, truly befitting a demon who has mastered illusions to the extreme. I didn't expect it to affect my process of gathering energy. Seeing this, Kidao was very pleased. Enter the endless black hole and enjoy it. Just then, the black hole began to shrink, then completely devoured him and disappeared into the air. Kidao continued. The so-called pain black hole is a space that gathers endless suffering. Inside, you will experience never-ending torment until you die. Ha ha ha. No living being can walk out of the pain black hole alive. Aki let out a roar of immense pain. Giant bubbles around him were pulling him down. At this moment, within his core, the faint lightning dissipated, replaced by giant terrifying skulls that swarmed in to surround Aki. Their numbers grew, and then strange threads grew from those skulls. Just like that, they drilled directly into Aki's core. He couldn't control his body, letting those things drill into him. He gritted his teeth and endured it. Then Aki's fingers were bizarrely bent backward. The sounds of snapping echoed. Strange things continuously drilled into his body. Aki fell backward, screaming in pain. These ghosts were not physical entities, but the essence of pain condensed through illusion. There was excruciating pain like being cut by knives, torment like being burned by fire, and bone-chilling cold like being frozen, along with despair, fear, and regret intertwined in his mind. Scenes from his past life surfaced in his mind, along with images of his companions fighting. My memories. In the purple-black void of the black hole, An's consciousness seemed to be imprisoned in an eternal cycle. He felt himself aging at an astonishing speed, his skin wrinkling, bones becoming brittle, hair turning white, and his strength weakening to dust. Then everything reversed. His body returned to that of a child, yet carried the painful memories of his previous decay. He gradually grew into a teenager, experiencing countless lives. Sometimes he was an ordinary person watching his loved ones pass away one after another. Sometimes he was an ordinary warrior, a loser on the battlefield torn apart by demons, sometimes a lonely king, enduring endless regret. Each cycle added new pain. The endless cycle of torment, his body torn apart, his spirit broken, his emotions shattered. At this moment, Kidao landed on the ground looking at the small black hole. To him, it felt as though he had already experienced countless years of life and death inside the black hole. Every second was an endless torment of pain. Even the current 6 heroes would probably find it difficult to leave here alive. He grinned triumphantly and shouted. The black hole expanded again. Suddenly, Kidao looked up in panic. He exclaimed in his heart in astonishment, "Little Bean." An image of his little bean appeared, all scenes of blissful peace when the two were together. At this moment, a large crack appeared in the black hole, and then it shattered, leaving Aki floating powerlessly in the air. The demon said, "Consider this master's revenge for you." Aki's body floated in front of Kidao, who grinned excitedly. From what point did the pain start leading to death? HMPH. Suddenly, at this moment, Aki opened his eyes, and in the next second he had already transformed back into his demon form and charged at his opponent. Kidao screamed in panic. Impossible. No one can withstand that. Aki suddenly disappeared from in front of him, then reappeared behind Kidao, piercing his abdomen with one strike. Only then did he speak. Foolish. I am the strongest human warrior. Back in time many years ago, in a C-rank town under a torrential downpour, the city's warriors had all fallen under an extremely powerful energy attack. Filled with sorrow, a strange person appeared there, observing the situation, then laughed with interest. Ha ha ha. As expected, it's been destroyed to this extent. It's impossible to build another base here. I told them to be as gentle as possible. Why be so brutal? As expected, that group of subordinates is still uncivilized. Their evolution is too slow. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed the person's pant leg. It was a female warrior, her body pinned under 2 large pieces of concrete. The girl showed signs of life but was already unconscious. This person was surprised and said, "Oh," then squatted down. A human female warrior, even though she's already lost consciousness. About to die and still wants to grab a passerby like me. Is it instinct? The instinct to live? What an interesting human, both tenacious and fragile. I can let you live, but you will forget that you were once human. Just like that, he transformed and a stone grew out. Kidao silently watched the female warrior. After a while he spoke again. "Little girl, from now on I will call you Little Bean." And so a protective shield appeared in that land of death as Kidao healed the girl in the rain. Carried a human and left the just destroyed town. The memory ended. Now Kidao was pierced through the abdomen by Aki. He trembled, struggling to speak. The rain back then enveloped my whole body like a waterfall, just like now. Then he murmured in his heart, "I'm sorry, Little Bean." Aki pulled his hand from Kidao's body. His body fell to the ground. He gradually closed his eyes, and then his body slowly disappeared before Aki's eyes, a core appearing on the ground. Aki reached out and took the core into his hand. However, he felt no joy, but instead contemplated a 7 banners core. If my lightning power hadn't happened to counter his essence, I wouldn't have been absolutely certain of winning this battle. I can feel the powerful combat strength of the new 6 heroes even from here. If I clash with them head-on with my current strength in the future, I might have to face even stronger demons enemies, the new king or other king's banners and even the hidden conspiracies behind them. I must become stronger to protect everyone. Thinking this, he gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and pressed the core against his chest. Then come on, only by continuing to get stronger can I continue to find answers. The pain went deep into his bones as the 7 banners core was absorbed into his core circle. Aki roared towards the sky in pain, his face distorted by the agony. The roar grew longer and longer, filled with suffering. Then a strange pillar of power appeared in the sky, shooting straight into the clouds. Even the curtain of rain couldn't stop the powerful shockwave. After a while, Aki closed his eyes and quieted down, then slowly opened them, his expression calm. He had changed, and he said with excitement, "That's right, continue to evolve, directly into a complete 8 banners." The shockwave lasted for a long time before stopping. The thick smoke and dust gradually dispersed. Aki's appearance had been upgraded, becoming more visually appealing and powerful at this moment. He had 1 red eye and 1 purple eye, looking incomparably cold. This was the 7 banners demon Aki. One of the wings on his back had disappeared. In its place was a wing made of lightning. Every step he took created cracks in the ground. Then Aki leapt up and shot into the sky. "Everyone, I'm here." The scene switched to the battlefield outside the city. Valina and Yasunari were working together to block Lai's attack. He said coldly, "One person raises a shield that covers the entire city wall. The other heals the 5 of us. You 2 old geezers are not bad, but even with these 3 pieces of trash you can't even break my armor. Don't you feel ashamed?" Valina gritted her teeth and held on. "Damn it, what is this defense on him? It's completely unbreakable." Yasunari was calmer, although his body was already covered in wounds. "Not only that, his punches are very heavy. My defense won't last much longer." Sidulyu frowned, searching. "There has to be a weakness. I must figure out what that red film is." Thinking this, she launched an attack at Lai, but he just stood there. The film showed signs of absorbing the external impact. This greatly shocked Sidulyu. A fist swiftly swung over to attack her, HMPH right on time. Accompanying that punch was a giant tiger head charging with its mouth open as if to devour everything. Sidulyu shouted, "Everyone be careful, no wonder we're struggling the more we fight. The red film on his body is absorbing the damage from our attacks. Not only is it getting stronger, but it's also increasing his fighting spirit, making him stronger as the battle goes on. This is probably his exclusive skill." At this moment 2 people stomped hard on the ground, and it cracked. Jui and Snow charged at Lai together to attack. Snow shouted, "Jui, let me block his frontal attack." You find a chance to break his red film, but as soon as he finished speaking his 2 fists were in front of them. Snow was sent flying backward while Jui dodged the punch and circled behind him. She gritted her teeth and hurriedly used the move Divine Bee's Stinger. Suddenly, her stinger stopped in front of Lai. "Wait, I can't attack directly. The energy will be absorbed by his shield, which will only make him stronger." She analyzed the situation with great worry. In the moment of her hesitation, Lai had already turned swiftly and launched an attack. Jui was sent flying far away. Snow shouted in panic, "Jui!" Jui struggled to maintain her balance and reassured him. "I'm fine." Sidulyu moved in front of Jui. "He missed, don't worry." But at this moment Lai threw another punch, charging at the 2 girls. The giant tiger's maw roared, "You 2 keep jumping around, go to hell." Snow immediately used his body and the move Steel Body Charge to rush at Lai. However, his power was once again absorbed by that film, and then he was smashed heavily into the ground by him. A panicked cry rang out, "Snow!" Over here Valina also saw that scene and was very alarmed. The healing shield lit up again, performing healing and recovery. Snow, lying on the ground, gradually recovered. Valina gritted her teeth, struggling to use her power. "Luckily I healed Snow in time. This guy is getting stronger and stronger and his punches are very heavy. I can't move now because I have to concentrate on healing. If he attacks me," however, at that moment Lai turned around, revealing a sinister smile, his body soaring as he threw a punch, charging towards Valina, ready to attack. She continued to assess the situation. "Using the shield to break up our formation, his target from the very beginning was me, the one with the recovery core." Suddenly at this moment the shield disappeared and with it appeared a flashing bolt of lightning. The charging Lai's expression turned to one of astonishment. The impact sent him flying backward. A cloud of dust rose up. The shield on Lai's body began to dissipate. He looked at his hand in disbelief. "Impossible to actually break my invincible shield." Then he looked forward. His line of sight was a thick cloud of smoke and dust. The smoke and dust cleared. Aki appeared in his new form, landing steadily. He retracted his wings, stood up straight and remarked, "This defensive shield is absolutely perfect." His companions were all stunned and shouted in unison, "Anne?" Aki turned back with a smile and said, "Yes, it's me. Leave the rest to me." Lai stared deadly at Aki's group and suddenly, Aki's figure vanished in an instant. In less than a second a sharp hand was already pressed against his forehead. Aki forcefully slammed his opponent's head into the ground, then raised his foot to build up power, shoving Lai's body like a plow, carving a long trench in the ground. He struggled desperately but to no avail. Beginning to panic, "How can this guy be so strong? My red core power can't break free." As Aki moved, a series of long explosions erupted from the ground. He grabbed Lai's head, lifted him into the air and growled through gritted teeth, "Die! then he smashed him into the ground, causing a massive impact whose shockwave took a long time to dissipate, Sidalu remarked. Evolved again. Snow's face was full of admiration. So strong, help us beat him. At this moment, Aki was floating in the air, while below, Lai struggled to stand up amidst the smoke and dust. His face was covered in bloody marks and he roared through gritted teeth. After killing Fan Dylan, you actually evolved again. In that case, I'll use all my strength to tear you to pieces. His power erupted once more. A pillar of power shot up from Lai's body into the sky, piercing through the heavens. Velina looked up, feeling extremely uneasy. Is this his full strength? Did he not use this power before because we weren't worthy? At this point, Lai's form had evolved. He opened his mouth and spewed out a cloud of smoke. This was Lai's dual red core raging war armor form. Aki looked at his opponent expressionlessly. Lai stomped his foot hard on the ground. He roared, "Go to hell," as he charged at Aki. Aki also gritted his teeth and met him head-on. His Thunder Dragon collided with Lai's lion head. The shockwave from the two attacks spread in all directions, affecting everyone nearby, who cried out in pain. In the air, the two still maintained their attacking stances. Aki's eyes were cold as he analyzed the situation. Dual red cores plus demonization. Looks like I'll have to use the purple core illusion I just fused with. His eyes grew even more eerie as he quickly used another move, purple core illusion Devour. A sphere of light enveloped Lai, then reversed. His shattered memories surfaced, and that person was Fan Dylan. Lai roared through gritted teeth, "Fan Dylan!" Subsequently, a huge crack appeared on the sphere of light, followed by a miserable scream from his mouth. Lai's eyes changed. He gritted his teeth and prepared to attack Aki again. But at this moment, Aki had already dodged to the side, turning in the air with sharp eyes, then kicked Lai, rendering him unable to fight back. He was knocked down hard, once again sliding a long distance on the ground, thick smoke rising from the corner. Lai was slammed into the glass window of a building, feeling extremely panicked. Doesn't he only have a red core? How does he suddenly have the power of a purple core? At this moment, there was still a figure in the air. Suddenly, that figure turned into a young Fan Dylan. The boy was handsome and cute, calling Lai's name. He quickly responded, "Fan Dylan." The boy still had an innocent look on his face. Fan Dylan rushed to Lai's side. He hugged his neck tightly and said comfortingly, "Lai, that's enough. This is the end. Let's go." Lai was a bit surprised, and he closed his eyes and replied as if he had given up. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, Lai was pierced through the body by Aki's sword and lifted up. He widened his eyes and looked at the sword in his abdomen. Aki pulled the sword from his body. Lai's eyes were about to close, and then he said in his heart, "Illusion, that's why I hate illusions so much." Just like that, the surface layer of his body began to crack, then dissipated. At this moment, Lai's two cores also fell. Aki silently watched the scene before him. Both were grade 7 cores. Aki used his power to pull the two cores into his hand, then turned around. All his companions rushed to his side. Aki took out the two cores and said, "Lu, hold these for me." Sidalu held the core stones tightly, her eyes serious as she analyzed them. "This guy's dual grade 7 cores, the energy is bottomless like 2 hearts." Aki said again, "These will be good for the 3 of you to upgrade in the future. Keep them safe. Jasunari and Lena, thank you for your hard work. You've always been top-tier warriors. With you here I can go support them without worry." Velina frowned and said, "But the battle isn't over. The demon tide is not far from here. They've lost their leader's command." Aki was silent for a moment, and she continued, "It seems they don't know whether to continue their attack or retreat for a while." Jasunari had a worried look on his face. "This is troublesome. Although they've lost their command, such a huge demon tide can easily lose control and go completely crazy if they all charge over this town and its residents." But Aki walked forward calmly, reassuring his companions, "Don't worry. Sidalu, Snow, and Jui were all in a panic. Wait, on such a large-scale demon tide, although not as strong as those two. There are just too many of them. We'll go together. Let's make a plan." Aki stopped, looked back at everyone, then walked straight towards the dense horde of demons, saying confidently, "Leave it to me." Aki faced the layers of demons ahead alone. His steps were light as he moved. The stones on the ground began to vibrate with his power, the force gathering together to form a vortex. A few seconds later, it turned into an incomparably huge pillar of power shooting straight into the sky. The shockwave spread in all directions, and a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. The clouds were torn apart, forming an area that was both bright and gloomy. Demons began to tremble before his powerful presence. Streaks of lightning appeared in the air, striking down in front of the demon horde. Then a massive pillar of lightning struck the center of the demon horde. Chaotic screams rang out. Aki then summoned a churning thunder dragon. His eyes turned 2 different colors, his entire body emanating crackling lightning, and cracks appeared at the corners of his mouth. Then he opened his mouth and roared, "Get lost!" The thunder dragon followed with a deafening roar. The demons covered their ears, screaming in pain as they dodged the sound waves that were powerful enough to shatter eardrums. They began to move, the demon tide retreating like a receding tide, getting farther and farther away from Aki. A moment later, only a vast area with a giant smoking crater remained. The demons had completely fled. Aki still stood motionless. Velina was in disbelief, speechless. "Oh my god, what was that?" Jasunari continued. "I never thought a single shout could make a demon tide retreat in fear." He widened his eyes and stared ahead, Aki's past life's image superimposed on this new body. "And our king, just how terrifying has your strength become?" The scene shifted to another location, Dawn City's council chamber. Terrana was quietly looking out through a huge window. New 6 heroes, grade 7 dual purple core warrior, Terrana. Suddenly the space behind Terrana began to distort. A barrier was torn open, forming a spatial passage. From that dark passage, several pairs of glowing eyes appeared. A man with a serious and cold expression walked out. He was followed by several ugly-looking demons. He gritted his teeth and questioned, "What happened? Why is Lai dead too?" This was one of the new 6 heroes, the grade 7 dual yellow core warrior, Lu Jian. Following him was a guy with a strangely shaped mouth, a new 6 heroes, the grade 7 dual blue core warrior, Baluz, and a person in a cloak. Inside the cloak was pitch black. He was one of the new 6 heroes, a grade 7 dual black core warrior. Tarana calmly turned to look at them, then spoke. "So I think the 4 of us need to assemble and act," over on Aki's side. Everyone was currently in discussion. Yasunari asked with regret, "Are you really leaving now? I thought you'd stay for a few more days." Aki replied, "There's no time to waste. If we stay any longer, I'm afraid the flames of war will reach this town. Thank you for providing the vehicle. As for Dacia's location, do you have any specific information?" Valina took out an item and said, "I can't find the new king's exact coordinates. Information about the old 6 heroes is very tightly sealed, but I know the approximate location. As long as we get to the nearby area, this compass will react, because the place where Dacia is imprisoned is called the Tower of Dusk." Hearing this, Sidalyu said in surprise. "The Tower of Dusk?" Valina said solemnly. "According to the fragmented intelligence I've obtained, it said that a mysterious and terrifying creature is guarding that place. It's because of its existence that the vast land within 100 miles of the Tower of Dusk has become a forbidden land of death that even demons are unwilling to approach," Snow and Jawi said in unison, shocked. "What, even demons are afraid of it and loathe it?" Aki thought in silence. "Perhaps that's why the Tower of Dusk can imprison a powerful warrior like Dacia, a creature that can drive away demons, and I'm afraid it's not just Dacia imprisoned there. I wonder if there are other unknown existences. Are they friend or foe?" Then he reached out to take the item and replied, "Okay, I understand." Suddenly, Valina raised her hand again, not giving him the item but saying, "It's all right, and I'll hold it. The dual core plus demonization is much stronger than I imagined. I also plan to continue studying Fan Dillon's and Lai's combat data on the road. Analyze the fighting style of the new 6 heroes, hoping to help you in the upcoming battles." But Aki suddenly interrupted her, leaving her stunned. "Lina, you stay here." Everyone was stunned by Aki's refusal. He explained, "I hope you can stay in this town and help Yasunari protect this place. With you here, I'll be much more at ease." Yasunari looked at Valina in confusion. She was silent for a long time, then forced a smile and replied, I understand, I'll follow your arrangement." The space fell silent again. Valina's hand holding the map began to tremble, and she started to feel insecure again. "I can't help them with anything anymore. Right, I can't keep up with their fighting level now. Facing enemies of the new 6 heroes level, I really can't help at all. I'll just be a burden to them." Suddenly, Aki reached out and patted her head, saying, "Thank you, Lina." The scene before her was exactly the same as the Aki of his past life. A short while later, Aki's vehicle had already departed, leaving only the 2 of them in the city. Yasunari looked at the vehicle's shadow and said, "Lina, is this okay? I thought with your personality you would go with the king no matter what." "Your feelings for the king," Valina replied sadly. He shoulders a mission and responsibility that none of us can imagine or understand. Besides, I'm no longer that little girl who can do as she pleases. Yasunari, this era no longer belongs to us from the previous generation. The best I can do for him is to fully support him, not become his burden." After their vehicle was far away, Valina turned and stretched, feigning nonchalance. "Let's go, there are still many things in the city that need our attention." It was just that her heart had already cracked a little. Back in Aki's vehicle, Sidalyu spoke up. "The compass shows that we still have a long way to go. We will pass through 3 A-rank towns on the way, one of which is not far from us. We can rest there for a while." Hearing this, Jawi's eyes lit up and she cheered. "Ah, really? An A-rank town?" She excitedly took out her camera. "Great, we can finally go to a big town. My camera hasn't been maintained in a long time." Snow sat beside her, rubbing his stomach, and let out a slightly embarrassed grumble. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Speaking of which, I'm hungry too. The fight started before I could eat the dinner my sister-in-law prepared. After the fight, I used up a lot of stamina and strength. To be honest, I could eat a whole bull's head right now." Snow looked ahead thoughtfully, then suddenly continued, "No, it should be 2. Jawi turned her head and smiled. "Haha, I believe you can finish it." He smiled back and replied, "Haha, thanks. I can share a steak with you." Aki asked the person beside him, "Lu, what about you?" Sidalyu replied innocently, I want to take a bath." Jawi excitedly hugged her from behind. "Great, I'll help you scrub your back." Sidalyu was startled, her face turning bright red as she quickly refused. "No need," Jawi asked, puzzled. "Why?" Snow also chimed in, "And I can help you scrub too." This made Aki blush as well, and he quickly refused, "I don't need it either." After a while, Aki was seriously considering the situation. It's about time to raise their strength to the next level. Eventually, their vehicle arrived in front of an A-rank city, in a hotel in the A-rank town. At this moment, the hotel owner was calculating today's income. Today's revenue is not bad. The 4 guests who arrived in the evening seemed to be warriors from elsewhere, travel-worn, and I can't tell their strength, but one of the young girls is quite generous with her money. She booked the top 2 rooms in the hotel, which were also the best and quietest. It seemed she was the young lady of a wealthy family, just traveling with 3 friends. An employee came out and asked, "Boss, isn't the captain of the town's second squad also resting on the third floor with a few of his men? They're so close to the new guests, will there be any trouble?" He had an uneasy expression. Although that captain was a powerful 5 Banners Corps warrior, he was known for being a womanizer, and among the 4 newly arrived warriors, 2 of the girls were both beautiful and cute. The owner squinted and sighed, hoping those 4 outsiders were smart enough not to foolishly provoke someone they shouldn't, or there would be big trouble. At this moment in hotel room 308, Aki's group of 4 were sitting in a circle, cultivating. Sidu held a core in both hands and cracks began to appear on it, after which the core gradually vanished. Just then, Aki exhaled and said relaxedly, "Alright, we're done." Over here, Snow also slowly opened his eyes. Aki analyzed, "In this battle we obtained a total of 3 grade 7 cores. Just now, by channeling energy, I've raised the energy levels within all of your bodies. Your foundations might be a bit unstable, but with a little adaptation you should be able to master it completely soon. By now, you all should be 7 Banners warriors." This stunned the other 3. Snow looked at his own hands in astonishment. In such a short time he had actually advanced so many ranks consecutively. And now he was a 7 Banners warrior. Aki continued, "You all are my most important teammates and companions. Although I've used this special method to rapidly increase your strength on the road ahead and perhaps for a very long time to come, there might be countless hardships and tortures waiting for us. So this is the only thing I can do for you all." Seeing him so somber, Sidu comforted him. "And don't say that. We are warriors. Having the ability to protect humanity is the meaning of our existence. If it weren't for Brotherin, the 3 of us would never have been able to reach this level, let alone in such a short time." Snow hurriedly chimed in. "To be honest, I can't be more grateful. Back in Silo's City, I thought it would be amazing if I could become a 2 Banners Corps warrior in this lifetime." Joey. Yeah, besides we're a team." As she spoke, she took out her camera and urged, "Alright, don't be sad, everyone, come on, let's record this great moment of breaking through to the 7 Banners." Sidu sat next to Aki, unable to stop herself from blushing. Then she mustered her courage, leaned her head towards Aki and looked at the camera. The photo showed 4 handsome and beautiful young people looking outstanding, capturing the moment the 4 of them were together. At this moment in the girls' room number 307, a scream was heard. Joey lifted her clothes, looked at her chest and complained, I can't take it, it's all sweat inside, so sticky." Sidu also gently sniffed her wrist, then frowned and said, "We've been fighting for days, it's really been a long time since we've had a proper bath, and I heard this hotel has a natural hot spring specially prepared for warriors. And pretty clothes too." Joey was packing her things, and when she heard this, her eyes lit up as she turned around. "A hot spring? I've only ever read about them in old books in Silo's City. I didn't expect to be able to experience one in person here. It must be very comfortable." After changing, Joey said, finally tidied up, "Let's go tell Snow and that we can go to the hot spring." Sidu added, "Okay, it's on the way." Then a knock came from the boys' door. Knock knock. Snow went to open the door. When he saw who was outside, his eyes widened in surprise. Joey and Lou. At this moment both girls were wearing hot spring yukatas, their figures slender, beautiful and charming. Their hair was neatly tied up, but it didn't diminish their original allure. Aki also stared wide-eyed at the scene outside Lou. He immediately stood up and walked out asking, "It's so late, where are you 2 going?" Joey then said, We're going to the hot spring, there's a free hot spring here." She had come to call the 2 of them. "Snow and do you want to go together?" Snow's cheeks flushed red and he hadn't had time to react. Sidu and Aki shouted in unison, "Wait, Joey, what are you saying?" Joey just explained innocently, "I thought it would be fun for all of us to have a fight in the water in our demon forms." The scene switched to the hot spring where there were 2 separate baths for men and women. Joey stood outside looking at the sign. Why does it have to be separated for men and women? The book said you can soak together. As soon as she finished complaining, Sidu flicked her ear, making her cry out in pain. She smiled and said, "Stop messing around. Demonization isn't for playing around. Next time we go to a beach and no one's there, I'll play with you." Then she walked into the women's bath door. "Let's go in, and Snow will be down later." But before she could enter, the curtain of the men's bath was pulled open. Suddenly that guy's eyes widened. In his line of sight were 2 beautiful and charming girls. He revealed a perverted and lewd smile. "Where did these fairies come from? I'm in for some fun tonight." "Well, it's fun, but who knows if he'll be the one getting played or doing the playing." Haha, the blonde man stared intently at the 2 girls. These 2 girls were truly top-tier beauties he had never seen before. Perhaps they were tourists from elsewhere. An ugly guy with a bowl cut and 2 buck teeth also had a perverted expression as he looked at them. A few subordinates approached Sidu and Joey to harass them. "Hey, you 2 beauties." Sidu frowned, looking at them coldly. "What is it?" Joey stepped forward to block them and asked, "Excuse me, have you mistaken us for someone else?" The blonde man sneered at this point and said, "It's nothing, and I haven't mistaken you for anyone. You 2 beauties, I'm the captain of Silver Moon City's 2nd squad. I'm a 5 Banners Corps warrior. My name is Bay. How about it? You 2 beauties, would you like to have a few drinks with me tonight?" As he spoke, the guy named Bay's eyes became greedy and lewd. "Haha, there's no woman Bay can't get." He confidently recalled his track record. As long as he stated his identity and strength, no woman could resist, and then they would belong to him, easy as pie. Today would be the same. Just as Bay was gloating, Sidu calmly retorted, "The 2nd squad, a 5 Banners Corps warrior." "So what? You remind me of a scumbag." An image of an ugly guy she met in episode 50 surfaced in her mind. Joey was gentler, smiling kindly as she said, "It's nothing, please don't block our way, we're going to the hot spring." When the guy named Bei saw the two girls remain so calm after hearing his status, he trembled with anger. He stomped his foot in fury, cracking the floor, and shouted at the same time, "How dare you look down on me?" Then he used his tall stature to close in on the two girls, then leaned down and growled like a madman, "Tonight I'm gonna have you two. Play with me for a night, you hear me? You two ignorant bitches." Sidulia's eyes turned icy, "And if we refuse," Bei bared his teeth and sneered, "refuse, then I'll play with you until you agree." As he spoke, he made another lewd gesture of licking his lips. Just then, Snow and Aki also walked over. Aki warned with a dark face, "I'll give you 3 seconds to get away from them." Both of them were holding back their anger at this moment. Aki frowned, his eyes sharp as he stared at those bastards. The two girls looked at the two boys with wide eyes. And Snow was also looking over there furiously. Bei, on the other hand, shouted loudly, Do you fucking know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" Aki just gritted his teeth and counted 1 by 1. 3. Seeing this, the ugly buck-toothed guy prepared to rush up and hit him, shouting at the same time, "Hey, how dare you be disrespectful to our city's captain?" Aki continued to count 2. Bei pounced, shouting, "Fuck, who the hell are you counting for, you fat pig? What are you dawdling for? What can you do to me after you finish counting? Let me help you count." But before he could finish, Aki had already reached the last number, 1. Immediately after, he rushed towards the group of bastards like a flash of lightning. Before Bei's pupils could even contract, he was punched in the face by Aki so hard his features were distorted. That punch sent him flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall. At this moment, Aki was so angry that veins were popping on his forehead, his eyes looking like they could tear those guys to shreds. Bei's subordinates were all panicked now. Not daring to step forward, they ran to his side, calling out in alarm, Captain, Captain." Bei was now struggling to pull himself out of the wall. Splat, his nose seemed to be broken, looking very strange. He raised his head and asked, puzzled, Your speed, you're a warrior too, but you're not wearing a battle suit. Why can you also? Warriors had to wear a special black battle suit, especially the special device on the chest used to convert energy, to safely guide and use the violent power within a demon's core. The higher the synchronization rate, the more power a warrior could draw from the demon's core. This was common knowledge in this era. At this moment, the others walked up to stand by Aki's side, all frowning and looking coldly at Bei. He was extremely confused in his heart, but since when had these 4 people almost no longer needed external items like battle suits? Just then all 4 of them released their auras, their power spreading out and enveloping them. Bei couldn't help but tremble. Then he and his subordinates fled as if they had seen a ghost, but not without leaving a threat. "You just wait." Just then, Siduliu turned to the person beside her and saw Aki frowning in the direction the group had left. His robe was open, revealing firm and charming abdominal muscles. As if sensing her gaze, Aki looked down and saw Siduliu's face was beet red, so he asked, "Why is Lu's face so red? Did you catch a cold?" Siduliu shyly and hurriedly turned to go inside. "No, Joey, let's go to the hot spring." Joey seemed to understand something, her eyes filled with knowing, and so the peculiar and warm hot spring recuperation began. At this moment in the women's bath there was a small pool that could be shared by multiple people. Siduliu sat in the water with her legs stretched out, feeling it. The hot spring water seemed to make the blood in her body circulate better. It was very comfortable. And Joey was more mischievous. She pulled at her yukata and looked at it for a moment, then submerged half her body in the water and stretched. The 2 girls rested side by side. Joey sighed, "Wow, this is so comfortable. I feel like my whole body is going to melt." At this moment, there were other girls in the pool and they also noticed the 2. "Wow, look at those 2 girls, they're female warriors. Do female warriors have such good skin too? I'm so jealous," another girl chimed in. "Not only that, in the changing room just now I vaguely saw their abs. They look even more impressive than that deadbeat husband of mine." They were full of envy, then approached and asked, "Are you 2 ladies warriors from out of town? Looking at your posture, it's truly impeccable. Would you like something to drink?" That girl offered Joey and Siduliu tea. "Here, this is a specialty of our Silver Moon City." Having a sip of Lishuang tea while soaking in the hot spring was very pleasant. Siduliu replied with some surprise, Thank you." Over on Joey's side, people were also enthusiastically offering her tea. "Here, from us too. You try my family's tea." "No, try mine first." Everyone gathered around with looks of affection and admiration. Siduliu was very happy about the friendliness of the people here. Okay, thank you all." Lu didn't know how to respond to others' kindness. Joey, on the other hand, heartily drank a cup, then her eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "This is delicious." Then she naturally started chatting with everyone. "Another cup, please." Seeing this, Siduliu silently told herself that as the captain she should also be as cheerful as Joey. The scene switched to the men's bath next door, where the people inside also noticed Aki and Snow. They whispered to each other, "Look at the muscles on those 2, they must be warriors, right? They look much stronger than ordinary warriors. Maybe they're high-level warriors. Hey, look at the scars on their bodies. Wow, those are marks from fighting demons. Shush, keep it down, don't make them angry. They don't look very approachable." "Don't talk nonsense." Just then Snow spoke up. "Anne?" Aki replied. Snow said thoughtfully. "I have a question." Aki followed up. "Me too. Why are they so far away from us?" At this moment the pool seemed to be divided into 2 factions, one with the 2 of them, and the other with all the other ordinary people. Seeing Aki and his companion notice them, everyone became very scared. Wait, they seemed to be looking this way. In the eyes of the people around them, En and Snow looked like they were glaring at them, appearing very terrifying. Later, at the entrance of the bathhouse, sighs were heard. Both sides sighed at the same time, but for different reasons. Sidulyu and Jui sighed. The people here are so friendly. While Aki and Snow said dejectedly, they seem a bit down. Hearing this, Jui immediately retorted, how is that possible? Let me tell you, when we were in the hot spring just now, those ladies were incredibly enthusiastic. Not only did they treat us to tea, but they also told us about many fun places in Silver Moon City. The two boys looked at each other, speechless. Aki recounted what had happened on his end. The two girls on our side were incredulous after hearing the story. Ah, how could that be? Sidulyu continued walking forward. Forget about them, let's go. Jui asked curiously. Ah, where are we going? She turned back and said she would help Jui get a new lens. Jui's eyes lit up and she exclaimed with immense excitement, wow, I love you so much. A short while later a brand new camera appeared, looking very beautiful. The lens you gave me is too expensive, Jui said, stroking it constantly. It's amazing, thank you, Lu. Sidulyu said gently. I'm glad you like it. Suddenly 4 figures in heavy cloaks appeared before them. Passers-by also moved out of the way. Wow, look at those 4. They were none other than the remaining 4 of the new 6 heroes, the blue core Baluz, the yellow core Lu Jian, the black core Kakashi, and the purple core Terana. Aki's group and the 4 new 6 heroes brushed past each other, after which Aki and Terana both stopped in their tracks. He stood silently for a long time. Terana did the same. Seeing this, Sidulyu turned back and asked curiously, why did En stop? At this moment the other 3 also sensed that something was off about the aura of those 4. The new 6 heroes felt it too and glared back. The two sides formally met under unexpected circumstances. Snow faced Lu Jian, Jui faced Baluz, and Sidulyu faced Kakashi. As the two sides silently stared at each other, the space grew heavy. Aki still pursed his lips, standing there in silence. Terana did not speak first either. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing purple pupils. At that moment, one of Aki's eyes also flashed with purple light. He looked quite shocked. Unexpectedly, Terana turned to her companions and said, let's go. Sidulyu watched their departing figures and asked, and do you know them? That woman just now seemed to smile at you. Aki replied absent-mindedly, no, I don't recall. He was thinking to himself, why did the purple core power in my right eye suddenly react? Snow also spoke up, the aura of those 4 is very strange, their strength is unfathomable, and when they stand together, their formation was like a perfect, flawless whole. Jui guessed seriously, could they be a high-level squad from another A-rank city, or mercenaries with terrifying strength? Another thought popped into Sidulia's mind, or they're demons. She was about to say more. Wait, suddenly a firework shot into the sky, followed by countless splendid and dazzling fireworks blooming. Jui's eyes immediately lit up and she exclaimed continuously, wow, fireworks, it's the fireworks for the Silver Moon Festival. She quickly took out her new camera and started filming. Wow, so these are fireworks? I've heard some elders in Silo City talk about them before. I never expected them to be so beautiful. Aki and Sidulyu also widened their eyes at the brilliant sight. Then he squinted, thinking, it's been so long since I've had a life like this. At this moment, Sidulyu suddenly noticed a direction. The 4 new 6 heroes had disappeared from where they were heading. Those 4 had vanished just then. Aki called out to her. Lu, it's beautiful, he exclaimed. Sidulyu immediately turned her attention back to the fireworks in the sky, smiling as she replied. Yes, it is. The fireworks continued to bloom brilliantly, and the new 6 heroes were now standing on a tall building looking down. Kakashi spoke up. Terana, were those 4 the people we're looking for? Terana replied. While I can't be sure yet, it's certain that those 4 are also top-tier warriors of extraordinary strength, which is quite surprising, especially that handsome guy leading them. He interests me. Baluz snorted upon hearing this. HMPH, if you're not sure, then it's better to kill the wrong ones than let them go. Kill all 4 of them. She immediately stopped him. Hey, you men are always so impulsive. This time, based on the intelligence we gathered, we speculated that the group who killed Fan Dylan and Lai would likely pass through here. But likely doesn't mean it's them. We can't indiscriminately kill innocent people in an A-rank town, right? After all, we're human warriors, the great 6 heroes, not irrational demons, Kakashi asked again. So Terana, you mean? To use your puppet undead technique? Terana smiled sinisterly and confirmed, that's right, I'll find a chance tonight to turn that handsome guy into my perfect puppet. Then we'll know if they're the ones we're looking for. Besides, if they really are the ones we're looking for, then using him to kill his own close companions, wouldn't that be more interesting? Her expression was incomparably sinister and vicious. Lu Jian agreed at this point. Your puppet undead technique is indeed astonishingly powerful. It silently invades the opponent's mind and completely occupies their thoughts, knowing all their secrets. Once the thought is planted, it can completely erase the target's will, making them forever a soulless walking corpse, your loyal undead puppet. The Undead Puppet Legion formed from your 6 Banners core warriors. Their combat power in the last Demon Tide was truly astonishing. They fought together without regard for their lives, and even 7 Banners warriors could not escape being torn to shreds. His eyes were incomparably excited and cruel. Baluz and Kakashi both voiced their approval of the plan. Your purple core ability is really convenient. Terana's lips curled up smugly. Haha, you flatter me. Fan Dylan, lie. We will avenge you. Wait for me, handsome. Tonight I will see through everything about you. Dream on, lady." A huge lantern hung in the center of the hall. The place was now attracting a lot of people because the Silver Moon Festival was being held. Joey's group walked happily along the brightly lit street. She exclaimed excitedly. "So lively, is this the festival the ladies we met at the hot spring mentioned?" As soon as she finished speaking, Sidulu next to her quickly replied, "That's right, it's an A-rank town after all." Suddenly, Joey noticed a small shop nearby. She immediately pulled Snow towards it, constantly begging, "Snow, come on, let's go play ring toss." This innocent scene made Aki laugh. Suddenly, a strong light emanated from the roof of a tall building, catching his attention. That was where Terna was sitting. She couldn't help but laugh and exclaim, "Haha, their bond is so strong." However, the words she spat out were bone-chillingly cold. So strong that it makes one want to destroy it personally. Terina's attention quickly focused on Sidulu. After observing it, turned out that the beautiful girl named Lu was the captain. But soon she noticed Aki next to her. But in fact the true core of this team was the handsome guy named Un. A smile of interest gradually appeared on Terina's face. She whispered softly, "The same name as the old king, how interesting." Immediately, her entire body began to emit a strong light. "We can begin." In an instant Terina mysteriously disappeared from the rooftop railing. At this moment Snow was holding a doll, a prize from the ring toss game. Amidst Joey's clear laughter, he happily said to Aki beside him, "I didn't expect Joey to be so good at ring toss." Suddenly, Aki's attention was drawn to something which astonished him. Terina was now sitting on the edge of a flower bed with her legs crossed, her entire body continuously emitting black energy. The sinister smile on her lips deepened. Terina sat there for a long time, her eyes fixed on Aki. This whole scene prompted him to walk forward and shout loudly, "Stop!" Aki's unusual behavior made Sidulu ask in surprise, "Why did you suddenly stop?" Fear showed in his eyes, and even his voice became colder. "I saw one of the 4 warriors from earlier, but her eyes and aura have completely changed. She's right there, by that tree in front." The 4 immediately gathered together. Everyone's face was filled with determination. Sidulu quickly looked under the tree and she said with confusion, "There's nothing there." At this point, even Aki himself couldn't hide his surprise. He stuttered, "Maybe I saw it wrong." Suddenly, a slender hand reached out to him from behind. In an instant, she had successfully touched Aki. This sudden action made him turn around abruptly. At this moment, Terina had gently lifted Aki's hand and she whispered smugly, "I've touched you." Suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the opponent's eyes. She commanded coldly, "Activate undead puppet technique." In an instant, a huge magic circle appeared under Aki's feet. Not only that, but countless chains also shot towards him at high speed. Aki stood there, a huge lock appearing on his chest. Terina's low voice continued to sound. For him it was just a moment of daze in reality. She looked at him like a victor. "You've fallen for it. In this dark spiritual world it's just you and me." At this moment Terina was holding a key. She said, "But for me, from now on you have no more secrets to hide from me. I'm very curious about your value." The key in her hand became larger than before in just an instant. At this moment Terina whispered shyly again, "After all, this is the first time I've seen such a big key." Suddenly she tightened her grip on the key. As she threw it at Aki, she commanded loudly, "Become my undead puppet." The next second, in Terina's triumph, the key successfully rushed into the lock. "This move of mine has never failed. As long as I can forcibly break the shackles of the opponent's spiritual defense, I can completely occupy their spirit, consciousness and heart and control them in the most thorough way possible." A bright red hand slowly appeared, covering Aki's entire body. It gripped the key tightly, then thrust it violently into the lock. This scene utterly shocked Terina. She saw a creature that was entirely crimson, couldn't help but step back and kept muttering, that is," but soon a triumphant expression appeared on her face again. She stared wide-eyed at what was in front of her. At this moment Aki had completely transformed into a soul state. He said word for word, "Kid, you've chosen the wrong target." Terina appeared incredibly small in front of Aki at this moment. Her body began to tremble non-stop and a thought quickly flashed through her mind. What the hell is this? Is this his spiritual defense skill? I've never heard of such a terrifying spiritual defense skill. And Aki stood there motionlessly and majestically. Impossible. This is not something that can be created by human will. No, this figure is not his own will at all. What on earth is parasitic in his body? His handsome face constantly flooded Terina's mind, shocking her. This guy named En, who the hell is he? Aki suddenly raised his hand and said softly, "With your abilities you want to peek into the heart of this body." His words immediately made Terina tremble with fear. What the hell kind of skill is this? How ridiculous. Suddenly, Aki waved his hand violently, drawing a streak of light in the air, and at the same time he commanded, "Scram!" This lightning-fast action left the opponent no time to react. Her body gradually began to crack. Immediately, the illusion in front of Aki also began to shatter. Snow, who was beside him, saw his gloomy expression and asked, "What's wrong?" But at this moment the atmosphere around them became exceptionally eerie. Aki cautiously surveyed the surroundings. He muttered to himself, "There's nothing. Did I see it wrong?" But the feeling I just experienced made him hesitate. Clearly saw it just now. In the end, Aki still replied calmly, "It's nothing, let's go." Despite this, those thoughts kept swirling in his mind. "I wouldn't see that high-level warrior for no reason, but my illusion ability can clearly feel that I'm not under an illusion's influence. No matter what, I should still be careful." The group quickly left, and at this moment behind the wall Terina was sitting there, her body trembling non-stop. She thought in fear, what the hell happened just now? The scene of Aki defeating Terrana with a single move reappeared in her mind, unsettling her. Just a wave of his hand could break my strongest illusion. She gritted her teeth in anger and muttered to herself. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise my head would have been relocated. Suddenly the stall owner came over and spoke. I was just gone for a moment. Seeing that Terrana didn't respond, he continued to call out softly, "Hey miss, what are you doing hiding behind my stall?" Terrana cursed angrily in her heart. "Damn it, my aura is in chaos." Immediately she commanded viciously, "Just pretend I don't exist." Instantly the stall owner underwent a brainwashing. He obediently turned and left. Yes, at this moment Terrana was still sitting there weakly resentful. Damn it, even the passive skill erase existence used for invisibility has failed. My rhythm is disrupted. Those chaotic thoughts made her start to care. It's all because of that figure parasitic in Anne's consciousness. Impossible, my undead puppet technique can't be nullified just like that. But soon Terrana regained her composure and strode out. Her entire body exuded a strong murderous aura. She swore to herself, I can't possibly fail twice in a row. I will thoroughly and brutally dismantle your squad from the inside out. Terrana bit her lip, planning to shift her target to the white-haired girl Lou this time. Meanwhile Snow was trying on a mask with great interest. He took it off and asked comically, "Do I look like a clown?" At this moment all of the group's actions were already under Terrana's control. She continuously cast her spell on them, passing through the crowded street. Terrana cautiously assessed the current situation to avoid being interfered with by Anne. I have to be farther away this time. Her target this time was Siduliu. Although controlling from such a distance would consume a great deal of energy, at that moment her body was suddenly controlled by something. A huge magic circle appeared at Sidulia's feet surrounded by chains, and a large lock appeared on her body. Terrana exclaimed excitedly, "Then using you, the captain, as a breakthrough point to dismantle this squad is a good choice." She couldn't help but feel pleased with her action. Although not as good as Anne's, your key of secrets is also quite large. Terrana tightened her grip on the key in her hand. She revealed an excited smile and shouted, "Unlock your secrets for me, become my puppet." In an instant the key pierced into the keyhole. The key began to turn, making the lock vibrate violently. Everything around them also began to change. Terrana was very satisfied with this result. She exclaimed excitedly, "Unlock successful. I won't fail in the same place twice. I am a new 6 hero." But the next second her entire body froze and a black thing rushed out rapidly. It enveloped the entire space. A strange body suddenly appeared and she asked softly, "What the hell is this thing?" "This is the Black King's banner." She smiled calmly, and a low voice continuously sounded, "You dare to use a psychic skill on my precious?" The Black King's banner stood there nonchalantly and said, You are truly a precious that makes one worry." Meanwhile the key inserted in her chest was still turning non-stop. The Black King's banner was trying to turn the key. In an instant the lock was torn apart. She approached Siduliu, and the Black King's banner began to whisper to her, "I gave you a part of my power, giving you abilities far beyond ordinary people, with the purpose of having you stay by the side of the Red King's banner's vessel to protect him." Her face grew more and more somber as she emphasized, "Don't disappoint me." Suddenly the Black King's banner looked towards Terrana and she unconsciously clicked her tongue. "Although I don't know what that little bug wants to do to my precious," she gently pointed at the other party, then spoke calmly, "But it's definitely not something good, right?" A small energy circle quickly appeared in front of the Black King's banner. She said word by word, "I don't like it at all." In just an instant Terrana was hit by that fatal blow. She had no time to prepare and the mist on her forehead gradually dissipated into nothingness. At this moment the Black King's banner had turned to Siduliu and said calmly, "I've gotten revenge for you." She suddenly reached out and stroked the other's tender face, reminding her. Siduliu could only lower her head in silence in the face of this scene. "You must protect the Red King's banner's vessel well." The Black King's banner's words still lingered in her mind. "Of course I believe you will do your best. I understand your intentions, but sincerity alone is not enough." The other party still wore the smile of a victor. "After all, that guy named N is an important part of our plan." That smile became clearer and clearer until the Black King's banner disappeared. "I'll be going now. Next time don't let anything," although her voice was still echoing in the space, her figure had already begun to dissipate, "intrude into our home so easily again." In an instant cracks also appeared in this illusory world, and in the blink of an eye a strong light enveloped the entire space. Only then did Siduliu suddenly come to her senses. But her voice was extremely weak. This scene caught Aki's attention, and he kept asking with concern, "What's wrong?" As soon as he finished speaking, Siduliu replied in confusion, "I just feel it's very strange." Suddenly, Snow next to them smiled and joked, "Anlu, why are you two just standing there?" As soon as he finished speaking, Joi revealed a brilliant smile and said, "Yeah, come on, there are still many fun places over there." Just then, Aki also invited Siduliu. "Let's go, our captain." She lowered her head slightly upon hearing this. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, "Let's go." The four quickly left this place, however Terrana behind them was still locked on Siduliu, monitoring her. Despite being ignored by her target, she was still casting her spell, maintaining her invisibility effect. Suddenly, something made Terrana feel a wave of dizziness. The people around them began to panic. A man shouted in panic, "Hey, look at her, what is she doing?" The people around also started discussing. The invisibility skill had failed. "Wow, this girl is so pretty. What kind of performance is this pose? Suddenly blood started to flow continuously from Tarina's ears. She immediately let out a dry cough. Tarina collapsed to the ground. The onlookers hurriedly backed away. They shouted, "She's bleeding." She covered her face and kept muttering to herself, "No, impossible, a direct psychic attack, who the hell was it?" In my illusion. Suddenly, a point of light appeared in the crowd, descending from the sky, and a cloud of white smoke quickly rose from the ground, making the witnesses say in astonishment, "What happened? She's gone." A huge light also appeared on the roof of a nearby tall building. A person in a black cloak used spatial teleportation to bring Tarina here. He quickly fell into deep thought. The other warriors beside him couldn't hide their astonishment. They kept asking, "Tarina, what on earth happened?" She had not yet regained her composure. She answered in panic, I was directly hit by a strong psychic attack. My spiritual core was severely damaged. My head hurts like it's going to split open. I need to recover my spirit immediately." The images of Aki and the Black King's banner flooded Tarina's mind, making her even more panicked. Whether it's that guy named Un or that one named Lu, they seem to have gods and demons protecting them. I can't even analyze what just happened. These words made everyone fall silent instantly. Under the bright moonlight, someone couldn't help but ask, "Who on earth is that squad?" In just one night, countless commemorative photos were taken. Jui hugged Siduliu and exclaimed, "Wow, this new lens is amazing to use. Lu, you're a god. It's so much better than the old one. Thank you for the new lens." Hearing this, she happily patted the other's head and joked, "That's an exaggeration. I'm glad you like it." Afterwards, Siduliu reminded her, "Let's go back to the hotel, don't be so clingy." The four walked on the quiet street while the other side was lively and crowded with tourists. Hot Spring Hotel, main entrance. A group of people walked to the hotel entrance, the leader menacingly ordering, "Follow me in," dragged them out. No woman I've set my sights on has ever escaped my grasp. This person was none other than Captain Bay. He shouted indignantly, "What kind of damn day is this? Maybe my core was faulty before. This time I've replaced my equipment and core with new ones. This time I'll teach them a good lesson." People nearby began to whisper, "Isn't that Captain Bay? Which unlucky person provoked him?" It should be said, which poor girl has he taken a fancy to? Who can blame him? He earned credit for defeating demons before. His strength is indeed very strong. The hotel owner hurried out looking troubled. He asked in a low voice, "Haha, Captain Bay, what brings you here? What wind brought you here? Is there anything our humble shop has done to displease you? You are a generous man. For my sake, please don't be angry here, okay?" Contrary to his enthusiasm, Captain Bay roared angrily, "Get lost, you talk too much nonsense. Don't babble in front of me. Either hand over the group that provoked me just now." He suddenly looked up at the sign, emphasizing word by word, "Or I don't mind helping you find an opportunity to rebuild with a new architectural style." The owner was a little scared after hearing this. He kept trying to calm the other party. "Captain Bay, don't get excited, don't get excited. Those guests who went out to watch the fireworks festival, they haven't come back yet." A young man named Zhang Tu behind Bay whispered to him, "Captain, look. They're back." From the crowd, they easily recognized Aki's group. Snow and Jui were happily talking and laughing at this moment. Captain Bay and the others quickly walked forward. He said menacingly, "Just in time, you bastards." In just an instant, they had successfully surrounded Aki's group. Captain Bay's sudden appearance surprised Aki a little. The atmosphere here instantly became extremely terrifying. Captain Bay showed the symbol on his chest. He arrogantly ordered, "Open your damn eyes and look carefully. I am a 5 Banners Corps warrior, the captain of Silver Moon City's 2nd Squad." Facing the other's arrogance, Aki didn't react at all. "You pieces of trash who don't even dare to wear battle suits, and you dare to fight me. Are you bunch of dogs regretting it now? Kneel down and kowtow to me an apology right now." He quickly fell into deep thought. After a while, he said softly with a pitiful look, "Excuse me, who are you?" Aki's reaction made everyone present laugh. They whispered to each other. They don't take Bay seriously at all. As for Captain Bay, he was already trembling with anger, saying word by word, "You." Suddenly, the owner walked forward. He hurriedly advised, "Wait, Captain Bay, don't get excited." His face only had a pleading expression left. "They are still young and don't know any better. Don't do it here. I've already taken out my treasured wine waiting for you to drink inside." Before the owner could finish, Captain Bay menacingly pushed him aside. "You already destroyed a building last time." Hey. He looked at Aki angrily, then questioned loudly, "You still dare to play dumb with me, you bastards? It was you at the hot spring." This immediately stunned Siduliu, Snow, and Jui. But Aki revealed a playful smile. He said comically, Sorry, I thought it was some big shot, so I didn't pay much attention." Now I remember. The scene at the hot spring suddenly flooded his mind. He asked slowly, "You are the group who spoke rudely at the hot spring and tried to harass my 2 female teammates." Aki calmly walked forward. He cursed softly, "Bastards." This immediately enraged Captain Bay. His eyes were bloodshot, and he quickly threw a punch at Aki. While punching, he declared, "Go to hell." The scene before him panicked the owner. He held his head and lamented, "It's over." However, when Captain Bay threw his punch at Aki, he easily blocked it. The next second, he was sent flying more than 10 meters away. A huge dent appeared on the wall, accompanied by thick smoke and dust. The water in the pool in front of them also began to shake nonstop. Captain Bay lay there unconscious. His subordinates let out miserable screams. "Brother Bay." His face was now distorted beyond recognition. However, Aki said nonchalantly, "Your face looks very punchable." The words he spoke quickly attracted the attention of the remaining group. Sorry I lost control a bit. As for these damages, you can compensate for them. They quickly rushed towards Aki shouting, do you want to go to heaven? Countless swords were swung continuously, but in the end they were still defeated by Aki, and they were thrown into the sky like garbage. This scene shocked the owner and everyone present. Suddenly Aki turned around. The next second Bei's subordinates fell into the pool one after another. Joey witnessed all of this. Aki walked up to the owner and asked calmly, you said earlier that you have treasured wine. This made him a little scared, but immediately after his group was treated with great hospitality. Yes, and there are all kinds of delicious food. Please come inside, everyone.